Sword God Chapter 614 to Chapter 664. With 3,000 substandard spiritual sources, Xianxia became one of the tens of thousands of preparatory disciples in Mt. Mingguang of the Taiyuan Heaven sect. Tens of thousands of preparatory disciples were equivalent to tens of thousands of mouths to feed and drink. Although the extreme Yuan Heavenly sect did not provide food and drink, they did open up some other mountain peaks outside the Mingguang mountain to allow the preparatory disciples to enter and hunt demon beasts for food. In addition, there were also people who had been operating here for generations, opening restaurants, and so on. In addition to the residential area for the preparatory disciples, there was also a market area at the foot of Mt. Mingguang. The market area was very large, like a loose city surrounding Mt. Mingguang. After cultivating, Xianxia walked to the market area. The market area was bustling with people, most of whom were disciples of the Taiyuan Heaven sect. Most of them were preparatory disciples, but there were also official disciples and so on who would set up stalls to trade. "Get out of the way. Are you deaf?" A rude voice sounded with strong anger. I'm sorry. Senior brothers, my ears are not good." A young man bowed and apologized with a humble smile. There were 3 people in front of him, 2 men and 1 woman. They were wearing light blue robes, which were the robes that only official disciples of the Taiyuan Heaven sect could wear. It was a symbol of their status. The young man who apologized humbly was a preparatory disciple. Even if they offended him, he had to apologize because they were official disciples and he was a preparatory disciple. Although there was a rule that forbade killing in Mt. Mingguang did not care if he was bullied or seriously injured, as long as no one died. However, if a preparatory disciple overestimated himself and provoked an official disciple and was killed, Mt. Mingguang would not punish the official disciple. "Senior brothers and sisters, it's just a small gift. Please accept it." The young man apologized humbly and took out 30 substandard spiritual sources and handed them to them. "Humph, at least you know what's good for you." The 3 of them sneered. The leader reached out and grabbed the 30 substandard spiritual sources. "Next time, remember not to block the way. If you met someone with a bad temper, you would be a corpse by now." "Thank you for your advice, senior brother." The young man quickly nodded and bowed. "Let's go to Mingfeng House for a drink." With the 30 substandard spiritual sources, the 3 official disciples left. Behind him, the young man clenched his fists and endured silently. Many people on the side saw this scene, but no one stepped out, because they didn't dare or didn't want to. They only watched coldly from the side. They did not know each other, so Xianxia would not meddle in this matter for no reason. Those who are strong will not stop, and those who are strong will have no fear. The young probationary disciple chose to swallow his anger in exchange for a moment of calm. In life, there were all kinds of choices, and the choices one made would lead to the consequences one had to bear. Xianxia strolled through the stalls while looking at the things on both sides. There were parts of demonic beasts, some precious medicines, and some strange things that were found or dug out from the mountains. They might be treasures. However, nothing caught Xianxia's attention, so he didn't buy anything. Gradually, Xianxia walked to a restaurant, the Mingfeng restaurant. The Bright Wind brothel was not run by an ordinary person. It had a great background and was said to be the property of an elder on Mt. Mingguang. Although a transcendent realm master had undergone a metamorphosis in terms of life force, they still could not escape the fact that they were human, and humans had all kinds of needs. Perhaps there were fewer needs in this regard, but there were still needs in other aspects. Having a property meant having income, and income meant wealth, which meant many things. The Mingfeng restaurant was 4 floors high. Xianxia stepped on the first floor and glanced around. Every table was full of people, so he walked to the stairs of the 2nd floor. This move immediately attracted the attention of many people. The 2nd floor is only for official disciples. He doesn't look like an official disciple. I have an impression that he is a probationary disciple who came through some back door a few days ago. He doesn't know the rules. So he is a newcomer. It seems that he didn't know the rules until he was taught a lesson and paid a price. While these people were talking, Xianxia had already stepped on the stairs of the 2nd floor. At a glance, the 2nd floor was also full. No one stopped. Xianxia directly went to the 3rd floor. He went up. The second floor? No, he went to the third floor. The third floor. Suddenly, there was a burst of exclamations. He doesn't want to live anymore. He dares to go to the third floor. Ignorant person. Although there is no explicit rule that we probationary disciples can't go to the second or third floor, the private rule is that only official disciples can set foot on the second floor, and only elite disciples can set foot on the third floor. When the Mingfeng restaurant was first built, there were no such rules. Of course, there were no such rules now. Everything was done by the disciples of Mingguang Mountain. Probationary disciples could only stay on the first floor, the second floor was for official disciples, the third floor for elite disciples, and the fourth floor for core disciples. Each floor was divided into different classes to distinguish between high and low status. The result of jumping a level to enter was often terrible, but some new disciples didn't know this and had to pay a price to understand. Stepping on the third floor, Chenzong glanced around. The people sitting on the third floor were all wearing blue martial robes. There was a bright light on the sleeves of the robes, which was woven with some kind of special silk thread. It symbolized the identity of an elite disciple of Mingguang Mountain. Originally, they had just casually glanced over when they heard the footsteps, but now they suddenly focused on Chenzong. Then, a trace of dissatisfaction, ridicule, and annoyance appeared one after another. An elite disciple carefully sized up Chenzong, then stood up and scolded him sternly, "Who are you? Don't you know that this is a place where only elite disciples can come?" The other elite disciples also looked over. One of the elite disciples walked up to Chenzong and asked, "Probationary disciple?" Chenzong nodded. "Get out of here. This is not a place for probationary disciples." The elite disciple's eyes were cold and his tone was harsh. As soon as he finished speaking, he directly waved his hand. The sleeve of his robe rolled up, and a violent wind came whistling, fiercely slapping Chenzong's face. He wouldn't die or be seriously injured, but the force contained in the slap was so strong that it would directly swell his face and make him roll down the stairs. It was very embarrassing. It had to be said that this person's intentions were vicious. Chenzong's eyes were cold. He didn't move, but his body rippled like water, causing the opponent's sleeve to miss. At the moment when the opponent was about to attack for the second time, the tip of his sword directly bombarded the opponent's stomach. The terrible force raged like a whirlpool, causing the elite disciple to lose his strength in an instant. His whole body fell forward and rolled down the stairs, making thumping sounds. "How dare you attack? Take him down. Kill him." The other elite disciples were enraged one after another. They all released an astonishing momentum, locking on Chenzong, and then attacked Chenzong one after another. Each of these elite disciples was very strong, all of them having the combat strength of 8 stars. The power of their attacks was astonishing. These elite disciples were not very old, they were probably in their 30s, but they looked like they were in their 20s. Yet, they possessed the combat prowess of the 8 stars. They were the top geniuses on Chaotian Island, not inferior to the likes of Xiaoba, or even more powerful than the likes of Xiaoba. This also made Chenzong even more surprised by the quality of the geniuses on the Blue Waves continent. Indeed, because of the better cultivation environment, resources, inheritance, and other factors, it was easier to cultivate here. This thought flashed through Chenzong's mind. Facing so many attacks, he didn't hesitate at all. His figure was majestic, and he unsheathed the heavenly sun sword. He slashed in the air in front of him, and like a crescent moon, it cut and shattered all the attacks. The sword power pierced through the air, swept across the crowd, and directly sent more than a dozen elite disciples flying. Chenzong used his power skillfully, and he didn't hit them hard. He just repelled them. If it was a battle of life and death, this sword move would have already taken their lives. What he wanted was only to intimidate them. "Who are you?" After the elite disciples got up, their eyes were full of uncertainty. They didn't dare to continue attacking. When the sword wind swept past them just now, they felt their blood run cold. They were not stupid, and realized that the opponent was much stronger than them. Even if more than a dozen of them attacked together, they might not be a match for him. "Probationary disciples," Chenzong said, and then asked in reply, "Who said that probationary disciples can only eat on the first floor?" Does the Mingfeng restaurant have such a rule? The elite disciples looked at each other. The Mingfeng restaurant indeed didn't have such a rule. These rules were only set by some disciples of Mingguang Mountain because of their status. Over time, even if it wasn't a rule, it became a rule. In the past, some probationary disciples had tried to break this rule. After all, there were some capable ones among the probationary disciples. But at most, they could only break into the second floor to show off their power, and then be suppressed. In Mingguang Mountain, the probationary disciples were uneven. But generally speaking, they were quite ordinary. Otherwise, they wouldn't have become probationary disciples. As for the official disciples, of course, they had their own strengths. Basically, every one of them had a 7-star battle strength before the age of 30. As for the elite disciples, they had an 8-star battle strength. And the core disciples were even stronger. They had a 9-star battle strength and were masters of the Grandmaster realm. Compared with those upper-class sects on Chaotian Island, such a sect was definitely much stronger. The Mingfeng restaurant doesn't have a written rule, but this rule was set by the 3 esoteric senior brothers. Do you want to break the rule set by the 3 esoteric senior brothers? One of the elite disciples shouted angrily. The ranks of the disciples in the Taiyuan heavenly sect were very clear. The core disciples were not the highest. There were esoteric disciples above them. Every esoteric disciple was a master of the extreme mortal realm. In other words, only those who had reached the extreme mortal realm were qualified to become esoteric disciples. Every esoteric disciple had a very high status, and could even be compared with some of the lower-level elders of the various sects. I heard that the Mingfeng restaurant is the property of Elder Mingi. But Elder Mingi doesn't have such a rule. Do the 3 esoteric disciples want to overstep their authority, or do they want to occupy the Mingfeng restaurant for themselves? As soon as Qianzong finished speaking, the faces of the elite disciples changed greatly. His words were a bit harsh. Thank you for your support. It's cold. Remember to tuck your long johns into your thick socks to protect yourself from the cold. The soundproofing effect of the Mingfeng building was good, but the stairs were connected, so the sound naturally spread down. On the second floor and the first floor, everyone near the stairs looked up, as if they wanted to see something, but they couldn't see anything. They could only hear some conversations. When they heard the words esoteric disciple and Elder Mingi, they felt their scalp tingle and their hair stand on end. Did this matter involve so much? Although esoteric disciple and core disciple were only one level apart, the difference was like heaven and earth. Elder Mingi was an elder with real power in Mingguang Mountain, and his status was second only to Mingguang Mountain Lord. Who dares to make a ruckus here? You even disrespected esoteric disciple and Elder Mingi in your words. The sound of scolding came from upstairs. Immediately, with the sound of footsteps, 3 people walked down from the 4th floor. Zhou Shaoqi used his father's favor and prepared a generous gift. An esoteric disciple used his authority to directly become a core disciple of Mingguang Mountain after a test. As for Su Mingxi, her treatment was not so good, but she also became an elite disciple. Zhou Shaoqi knew the importance of connections, so he invited several core disciples to eat and drink on the 4th floor of the Mingfeng building. On the one hand, he wanted to celebrate with Su Mingxi, and on the other hand, he wanted to build a good relationship with these core disciples. Although Su Mingxi was an elite disciple, she was led by a core disciple, so she naturally wouldn't be driven away when she entered the 4th floor. Hearing the noise on the 3rd floor, Zhou Shaoqi and the others went downstairs to take a look. Immediately, Zhou Shaoqi and Su Mingxi's eyes fell on Qianzong's face. It's him. He even became a preparatory disciple of Mingguang Mountain. I didn't expect you to be so good at taking advantage of loopholes. You actually came to Mingguang Mountain. Zhou Shaoqi said with a sneer on his face, but there was a trace of fierceness in the depths of his eyes. He looked directly at Qianzong. Junior brother Shaoqi, do you know him? Another core disciple's eyes also fell on Qianzong and asked. There were some grudges on the way here. Zhou Shaoqi said, Junior sister Mingxi and I met him when we were on the boat. We saw that he was only using a wooden raft to cross the sea. We pitied him and invited him to join us on the big boat. We didn't expect that he would have evil intentions and try to steal our big boat. Fortunately, my strength is still good, so I was able to beat him into the sea. I didn't expect that he would come to our Mingguang Mountain and even become a preparatory disciple through the back door. Senior Brother Huang, this person is indeed extremely detestable. He repaid kindness with ingratitude. If it wasn't for Senior Brother Xiaoqi's extraordinary strength, I'm afraid he would have succeeded. Su Mingxi said with a pitiful look. There was a look of fear on her face which made people feel pity for her. Moreover, he also spoke rudely to me and tried, as he spoke, he was on the verge of tears. Although he did not say the rest of his words, everyone had already filled in the gaps in their minds. At this moment, the way everyone looked at Chenzong changed. Disdain, they were all looking at him with disdain. A person with low status and strength would be looked down upon, but in most cases, they would not be looked down upon. However, repaying kindness with ingratitude was undoubtedly despised by everyone, except for some people with special temperaments. The disdainful gazes were like daggers stabbing at him, but Chenzong's expression did not change at all. What Zhou Xiaoqi and Su Mingxi said was completely inverting black and white and twisting the facts, but they still looked indignant and pitiful, completely treating themselves as the victims. However, Chenzong could still see a trace of sneer and cunning in the depths of Zhou Xiaoqi and Su Mingxi's eyes. Chenzong did not open his mouth to refute because he was a preparatory disciple and the other party was a core disciple. Moreover, this kind of verbal refutation was pale and powerless. Unless there was any strong evidence, a verbal battle was obviously not what Chenzong was good at. No matter what means you use to become a preparatory disciple, a person with bad conduct like you is not qualified to stay here. The core disciple surnamed Huang's eyes were sharp and cold, directly pressing on Chenzong as if he wanted to pierce through Chenzong. His words did not hide his inner disdain and disgust. Between Chenzong and Zhou Xiaoqi, he instinctively chose to believe Zhou Xiaoqi. Junior Xiaoqi, let me tell you one more thing. As a core disciple, not only do we have a higher status and enjoy better resources, but we also have some unique rights. One of them is that we can directly recommend others to enter the sect and directly participate in the official disciple assessment. The core disciple surnamed Huang's eyes moved away from Chenzong's face and fell on Zhou Xiaoqi's face, speaking neither slowly nor quickly. Being directly recommended to participate in the official disciple assessment was tantamount to saving several steps. For those warriors who were qualified to become official disciples but missed the sect gate ceremony, it was undoubtedly very suitable. Of course, this right was not unlimited, and it was only available once every 3 years. Therefore, some core disciples would sell this right and let others bid for it, and the highest bidder would get it. This way, they could make some extra money. Another right is that we can directly demote an official disciple to a preparatory disciple and expel a preparatory disciple, the core disciple surnamed Huang said again, but his eyes moved to Chenzong's face again. The core disciple surnamed Huang agreed to Zhou Xiaoqi's invitation to the party because he naturally knew how Zhou Xiaoqi entered Mingguang Mountain. Mingguang Mountain had the backing of an esoteric disciple, so he naturally wanted to make friends with Zhou Xiaoqi. Hearing this, Zhou Xiaoqi's eyes suddenly lit up, and he stared at Chenzong with a somewhat playful look. Do you think I should wait until you become an official disciple, and then demote you to a preparatory disciple? Hearing this, many people showed pity and ridicule. Although an official disciple could still pass the assessment and become an official disciple after being demoted to a preparatory disciple, it was like a stain on his record, and he would become a laughingstock. Brother Xiaoqi, I don't want to see him again. Su Mingxi had a pitiful look. She hugged Zhou Xiaoqi tightly with both hands, and half of her body was attached to him. Her body twisted and rubbed against him, making Zhou Xiaoqi feel hot all over. He thought of some wonderful things, and the heat burned like fire. Okay. Zhou Xiaoqi took a deep breath and forcibly suppressed the desire to explode. His eyes became colder and more ferocious. Today, I will use my rights as a core disciple to expel you. Now, get out of here immediately, and get out of Mingguang Mountain. Chenzong frowned slightly. This was not the result he wanted, but things seemed to be changing in an unexpected direction. Get out. People like you don't deserve to stay in our Mingguang Mountain. If you don't leave, I will call the Mingguang guards. At that time, you won't be able to leave even if you want to. The core disciple surnamed Huang sneered again, and his face was full of ridicule. Mingguang guards, the faces of the more than a dozen elite disciples, as well as the official disciples and preparatory disciples downstairs, changed drastically. The Mingguang guards were the guards of Mingguang Mountain. Every Mingguang guard was at least a grandmaster. Moreover, they were not ordinary grandmasters. They were those who were older and had little hope of advancing to the transcendent realm. They chose to cultivate the unique secret art of the Mingguang guards and received special training. This completely cut off the possibility of advancing to the transcendent realm, but it would dig out their own potential and become very terrifying. They would also experience all kinds of life and death battles, and only by surviving would they be qualified to become a Mingguang guard. In short, every Mingguang guard was like a person who had returned from hell. Each one of them was a terrifying master among grandmasters. The vast majority of core disciples were not the Mingguang guards' opponents. The Mingguang guards would not usually be dispatched, but if they were, there would be bloodshed. Chen Zong's expression was calm. He did not say anything, but his gaze swept over the core disciple surnamed Huang, Zhou Shaoqi, and Su Mingxi, making them feel uneasy. Turning around, Chen Zong walked down the stairs. I thought you were going to make a move. I didn't expect you to give in so easily. What a coward. Zhou Shaoqi's voice sounded in Chen Zong's ears, full of ridicule. I think your father is also a coward. Otherwise, he wouldn't have given birth to a coward like you. Waste, scram as far as you can. Chen Zong's footsteps suddenly stopped, and then he turned around. Without warning, a sword light flashed, like the rising sun rising into the sky, shining a blazing light. Everyone's line of sight was filled with endless light, as if they were staring directly at the sun. Following that, a miserable shriek rang out. Junior brother Shaoqi. Big brother Shaoqi, how are you? The light dispersed, and everyone looked over with horror. They saw core disciple Zhou Shaoqi lying on the stairs with a long wound between his chest and abdomen. Blood was gushing out like a fountain, and his face was pale and he was on the verge of death. Su Mingxi quickly took out a pill, crushed it, and sprinkled it on the wound, slowly stopping the blood from flowing out. She then stuffed another pill into Zhou Shaoqi's mouth, applying it externally and taking it orally. You dare to attack a core disciple, I'll kill you today. The core disciple surnamed Huang was furious, and the elite disciples were horrified and retreated one after another. The core disciple surnamed Huang threw out a palm, fiercely aiming at Chen Zong. A terrifying pressure rushed out, and there seemed to be a ball of light rotating in the palm, bringing with it endless pressure. It's the dazzling light palm. Senior brother Huang has already reached the triple dazzling realm. In the midst of the exclamations, the palm carried with it an astonishing power that was enough to smash a hill. This kind of terrifying power was concentrated in the palm print, and it was even more terrifying. As the astonishing light rotated, it brought with it a terrifying suction force that completely sealed Chen Zong's body, making it impossible for Chen Zong to dodge. He could only face the palm directly. The strangling power contained in the palm would disperse Chen Zong's counterattack and crush it. It was a very exquisite palm strike, but it was also a very terrifying palm strike. Chen Zong's eyes flashed. This core disciple surnamed Huang's strength was probably even stronger than Mu Tianfeng's. However, his strength was not the same as when he fought with Mu Tianfeng. He was much stronger. Once again, the sword light shone like the sun in the sky, making it difficult for everyone to look directly at it. In their blurred vision, they could vaguely see a beam of extremely condensed light tearing through the sky, piercing towards the dazzling light palm. Then, it pierced through the dazzling light palm like a hot knife through butter, and pierced towards the core disciple surnamed Huang. Another scream sounded. Everyone could clearly hear that it was the voice of the core disciple surnamed Huang. Who is it? How dare you make a move in the Mingfeng Tower? The other core disciples on the 4th floor were alerted by the noise and rushed down one by one. They were invited by Zhou Shaoqi to the party, but something happened. Zhou Shaoqi and the core disciple surnamed Huang came down to have a look, and they all stayed on the 4th floor to eat and drink. They didn't expect to hear the screams of Zhou Shaoqi and the core disciple surnamed Huang. They also heard that someone attacked the core disciples. Several core disciples appeared at the entrance of the corridor. When they saw the injured Zhou Shaoqi and the core disciple surnamed Huang, their faces suddenly changed. Their eyes fell on Chen Zong, who was holding a sword, full of killing intent. How dare you attack a core disciple? You're courting death. Kill him as a warning to others. Several core disciples attacked Chen Zong one after another. The last core disciple took out a jade plate and said something to it. Every core disciple in the Mingguang Mountain was at least at the early stage of the 9-star level. They were all masters at the supreme power level. Their attacks were powerful. Chenzong waved his sword again. It was an ordinary sword, but it was also a sword that returned to its original state. The sword was unstoppable. It smashed all the attacks like a hot knife through butter and counterattacked. The core disciples who attacked him were all injured. Sheathing his sword, Chenzong made a prompt decision and turned around to go downstairs. Under countless shocked and horrified eyes, he rushed out of the Mingfeng Tower and rushed out of the Mingguang Mountain. Chenzong knew that he couldn't stay in the Mingguang Mountain any longer. It was better to leave as soon as possible. As for where he would go after leaving, he would make plans later. At worst, he would take a step back and leave the Taiyuan continent for other continents and join a slightly inferior upper-class sect. Not long after he rushed out of the Mingfeng Tower, Chenzong suddenly felt cold all over. He was locked by two extremely terrifying auras. The auras seemed to condense into a real blade and slashed at him, as if they were going to split his body and spirit. The moment Chenzong rushed out of the Bright Wind Tower, the only core disciple who wasn't injured also chased after him. When he saw Chenzong's back, he roared, "Bright Light Guard, it's him." Just now, it was he who took out the communication jade tablet to inform the Mingguang guards. Coincidentally, there were 2 Mingguang guards on duty nearby. As soon as they received the news, they immediately rushed over and intercepted Chenzong. Chenzong stopped and looked ahead. His gaze fell on the 2 people who were emitting a terrifying aura. He was clad in a bright silver-gray full-body armor. It didn't look bloated at all. Instead, it looked very light and fit his body very well. It made his body look even more imposing and vigorous. A silver-gray scabbard of a long saber hung at his waist. His entire body was emitting an icy aura. The armor was called the Mingguang armor, and the long blade at the waist was called the Mingguang blade. It was the standard equipment of the Mingguang guard. The 2 Mingguang guards' expressions were indifferent. Their eyes were cold and sharp like blades. They stared at Chenzong as if invisible blades were cutting Chenzong. A terrifying icy aura spread from the 2 Mingguang guards, causing the surrounding disciples to keep quiet out of fear. Some disciples had seen the Mingguang guards with their own eyes, so they knew how terrifying the Mingguang guards were. Some disciples had only heard of them. When they saw them for the first time, they were terrified. As the aura of the 2 Mingguang guards grew stronger and stronger, their killing intent swept out like a storm. Everyone's expression changed drastically, and they quickly retreated. It was terrifying. That kind of gaze and aura was like a killing god from hell. It was terrifying. Even if a cultivator with the same combat strength faced such a Mingguang guard, his strength would be weakened a little. Chenzong stared at the 2 Mingguang guards. He was slightly afraid in his heart, but there was also a trace of inexplicable excitement. Judging from their aura alone, the 2 Mingguang guards were very strong. They had at least reached the peak of the 9-star level. The peak of the 9-star level was extremely rare on Chaotian Island, because to reach this level, one needed to have enough talent, patience, and opportunity. None of these could be missing. Otherwise, it would be amazing if one could reach the peak of the 9-star level. Of course, geniuses like Mu Tianfeng could reach the peak of the 9-star level in the next 2 years as long as they continued to cultivate and didn't rush to break through to the transcendent realm. Breaking through to the transcendent realm at the peak of the 9-star level would be even more powerful. Chenzong knew that the peak of the 9-star level was rare, but now he saw 2 of them at the same time. He couldn't help but be a little surprised. However, after thinking about it, the Mingguang guards seemed to be a little different from other cultivators. As he thought about it, the 2 Mingguang guards drew their blades at the same time. The speed at which they drew their sabers was as fast as lightning. The speed at which they drew their sabers was even faster. The moment the sabers were unsheathed, 2 silver-gray saber lights with traces of scarlet tore through the sky like lightning and slashed towards Chenzong. Simple, swift, fast, and ruthless. This was a blade technique that was born for battle. It was a blade technique that existed for slaughter. The long blades pierced through the air, and the faces of the others in the distance changed drastically. They were extremely shocked, as if they were frozen in time. As the target, Chenzong felt it more clearly. The two blades were very fast as lightning, and carried amazing power. The killing intent condensed in them. It seemed simple, but it blocked all his escape routes. His incomparably exquisite saber technique had been honed from countless life and death battles. Since it was difficult to dodge, then there was no need to dodge. You're fast, but I'm faster. The heavenly sun sword was unsheathed again. The sword light rose into the sky like the rising sun, instantly turning into a blazing sun, dazzling everyone. In the intense sword light, only the two Mingguang guards were unaffected. To a certain extent, they had already broken free from the shackles of a human. Under their gazes, they saw their saber light being broken by the other party's two swords. Then, the two swords pierced towards them like auroras. Their speed was extremely fast, so fast that the two of them had no time to react and dodge. Every sword carried an astonishing sword force with terrifying penetrating power. After hitting the chests of the two Mingguang guards, the two of them were pushed back. Their feet cut open the ground, forming 4 trenches that were dozens of meters long. After regaining his balance, Qianzong's pupils shrank to the size of needles. He saw that the two Mingguang guards who were pushed back were unscathed. The heavenly sun sword only left a small mark on their chests. Because of the piercing of the sword, the mark had sunk inwards, but it was slowly recovering at a speed that was difficult to see with the naked eye. With such an amazing defense, the chances of survival would be greatly increased with the protection of such an armor. However, the two Mingguang guards weren't calm at all. For a moment, they thought that they were going to be pierced. Although the Mingguang armor blocked it, the sword force contained a terrifying penetrating power. When it reached their chests, they felt a faint stabbing pain. With 2 booms, the Mingguang guards disappeared, leaving only 2 craters where they had been. Very quickly, the Mingguang guards approached Qianzong from the left and right with their Mingguang blades. They struck with both blades, each containing the minor true meaning of blade. One blade was aimed at the neck and the other at the legs. The combination of the 2 blades was impossible to guard against, and it also contained many follow-up changes. Qianzong's other sword was unsheathed. With both swords in hand, he blocked the attacks of the 2 blades. The two Mingguang guards immediately changed their blade moves. However, no matter how they changed, Qianzong was able to catch them. He struck with both swords and blocked the 2 blades. The sword force counterattacked, containing a powerful force. After the 2 blades were knocked away, he once again attacked the 2 Mingguang guards. With speed against speed, the 3 figures were mixed together. They were covered by blade light and sword shadows, making it difficult for others to see clearly. They could only see the blurry figures through the blade light and sword shadows. How is this possible? The core disciple who summoned the Mingguang guards was dumbfounded. He muttered to himself, how can a probationary disciple have the strength to fight against 2 Mingguang guards? It must be known that even among the core disciples, most were not a match for the Mingguang guards. Only a few could fight against or even defeat the Mingguang guards. Right now, there were 2 Mingguang guards working together. The cultivation method and martial arts that the Mingguang guards practiced were specially made for fighting and killing. It was an extreme cultivation method and martial arts. Every blade was deadly and terrifying. Yet, it was blocked. This won't do. I have to call more Mingguang guards. It's best if the captain of the Mingguang guards comes. The core disciple took out his communication jade tablet again. The strength of the captain of the Mingguang guards was even more tyrannical. The cross-shaped sword light suddenly shone, as if it could split heaven and earth into 4. After repelling the 2 Mingguang guards, he struck with both swords. In an instant, there were hundreds of swords. Countless sword lights bombarded the 2 Mingguang guards. The terrifying power superimposed into one. Coupled with the powerful void sword force and the sword intent, the 2 Mingguang guards were repelled dozens of meters away. The Mingguang armor on their chests was pierced, and the chests of the 2 Mingguang guards were also pierced. A wisp of void sword force invaded their bodies and wreaked havoc, causing the 2 Mingguang guards to feel strangled pain. However, their faces only turned pale, but they did not frown or have any other strange expressions. Their power erupted again, and they struck out 2 more blade lights with endless murderous intent. The 2 swords trembled, and the blade lights shattered. Qianzong struck out again, repelling the 2 Mingguang guards and worsening the wound on their chests. An even stronger void sword force penetrated the wound and wreaked havoc. It destroyed the power of the two Mingguang guards in an extremely tyrannical manner, making them unable to attack again. If they did not leave now, when would they? Without any hesitation, Chenzong passed by the two Mingguang guards, sent them flying, and rushed forward. Soon, he disappeared from everyone's sight. The two Mingguang guards naturally chased after him, but their power was scattered and they had to gather again. It would take some time for Chenzong to run away. Using his body movement, Chenzong once again arrived at the heptagon. He glanced around and followed the stairs out. If he wanted to leave the boundary of the Taiyuan heavenly sect, it would be best to leave the Taiyuan continent as soon as possible. No one could have predicted that such a situation would occur. The person who intended to kill him on the sea had become a core disciple of the Mingguang mountain. He had also distorted the facts to slander him, and in the end, humiliated him. It's so cold and cheerless that even a mouse would cry. How about a few wild tycoons and a wave of rewards to comfort the broken soul of the dominator of six paths? Swoosh, swoosh, swoosh. Two figures rushed out like flowing lights, leaving two bright streaks in the air. They were the Mingguang guards who had gathered their strength after dispersing the void sword force. The duty of the Mingguang guards was to protect Mingguang Mountain and eliminate all threats. In their eyes, Chenzong was a threat. A mere preparatory disciple had attacked a core disciple and injured one. Now, he had even injured them. Such a person must be killed no matter what. The injuries on their chests seemed to have no effect on the two Mingguang guards. They chased after Chenzong at an extremely fast speed. At the place where the preparatory disciples were gathered, three flowing lights broke through the air and revealed their figures. It was another three Mingguang guards. One of them was wearing light gold armor instead of silver gray, which seemed more dazzling. Captain of the Mingguang guards. Everyone was shocked. What's going on? The captain of the Mingguang guards glanced around and saw the bloodstains in the distance. His pupils constricted, and he stared at the core disciple who had sent the message. His voice was cold and indifferent, like the cold wind from hell, making people shudder. The core disciple's body tensed up, and a chill suddenly swept through his body. He did not dare to look at the captain of the Mingguang guards. He quickly explained what had happened. After all, he had only sent a message saying that there was a murderer. Chase. The captain of the Mingguang guards ordered after hearing the story. No matter who was right or wrong, anyone who dared to commit a crime in Mingguang Mountain would be included in the list of murderers and killed. When Chenzong came, he did not use his full speed, so it took him 2 hours. But now, with his full speed, the time was shortened by half. It only took him half an hour to reach the foot of the mountain. He did not stop at all and continued to leave at full speed. Although the Mingguang guards were powerful and fast, there was still a gap between them and Chenzong. After chasing for a while, they lost track of Chenzong. They could only continue to follow the aura left by him. After a day and a night, Chenzong stopped to rest after crossing a river. He could not feel the pursuers at all, so he must have gotten rid of them. It was also a burden for Chenzong to perform his body movement repeatedly. Half an hour later, Chenzong was planning to continue his journey and leave the Taiyuan continent for other continents as soon as possible. However, his expression changed slightly. 5 silhouettes appeared from the front, back, left, and right, silently surrounding him. They were the Mingguang guards of Mingguang Mountain. He had never expected that these Mingguang guards would be able to catch up to him even though they were slower than him. Moreover, they had formed an encirclement without him noticing. The Mingguang guard in light golden armor stared coldly at Chenzong, and his words were as sharp as a blade. Surrender and you won't have to suffer a painful death. This person gave Chenzong even more pressure than the other 4 Mingguang guards. I didn't kill the 2 of you because I didn't want to become enemies. Chenzong ignored the Mingguang guard captain. His gaze swept over the 2 Mingguang guards he had injured, and he said unhurriedly, but since you insist on seeking death, I will fulfill your wish. Finished speaking, he unsheathed his swords. Indeed, Chenzong had the ability to kill the 2 of them before, but he didn't want to because he didn't want to become enemies with Mingguang Mountain. Otherwise, those core disciples and so on would have already become ghosts under his sword. However, Chenzong had also underestimated the overbearing behavior of Mingguang Mountain and the Mingguang guards. There was nothing he could do about it. Chaotian Island was different from Blue Wave's continent. Chenzong had just arrived here and didn't have enough experience. In addition, he had just become a preparatory disciple of Mingguang Mountain of Taiyuan Heavenly Sect a few days ago, so he didn't know much about it. Formation. The captain of the Mingguang Guards shouted in a low voice and took a step back. The 4 Mingguang Guards simultaneously stepped forward and unsheathed their Mingguang blades, drawing a cold light in the air like a crescent moon across the sky. The 4 blades cut through the air and slashed toward Chenzong. The cold blade light was incomparably fierce and overbearing, as if it could split the heaven and earth. It was difficult for Chenzong to dodge. He unsheathed his sword and blocked all the slashes of the 4 blades. Just as he was about to counterattack, an elusive blade stabbed toward him from his blind spot. The sharp tip of the blade gently rose from the bottom to the top as if it wanted to cut open his ribs. Chenzong had no choice but to block this blade with his sword. However, another blade came from his blind spot behind him. One blade followed by another. 4 long blades unceasingly attacked him from all his blind spots. The power contained in the blades was extremely sharp. The 4 Mingguang Guards alternated their steps and their figures crisscrossed. They circled around Chenzong and were unpredictable. The 4 long blades brought about a burst of dazzling light that filled the surroundings. It was so bright that it was difficult to look at it directly. This was the Mingguang Guards' Mingguang killing array. The Mingguang killing array laid out by 4 Mingguang Guards who had peak 9-star battle strength was extremely lethal. Even a peak 9-star battle strength would be killed within 3 moves. You do have some skills. The Mingguang Guard captain's face was cold, but he secretly said to himself. His cold eyes revealed an astonishing chill as he locked onto Chenzong, as if he could grasp his every move. The Mingguang Guard captain was even more surprised when he saw that Chenzong kept resisting the attacks of the 4 Mingguang Guards with his 2 swords and held on under the Mingguang killing array. One must know that the Mingguang Guard's selection process was very strict. Only those who were qualified to become a Mingguang Guard would be qualified to become one. At the same time, every Mingguang Guard's battle strength was extremely shocking. They might not be considered geniuses, but in terms of battle strength, they were better than most geniuses of the same level. The 4 Mingguang Guards formed the Mingguang killing array, but they still couldn't kill this person. This was enough to show how powerful this person was. If he became a disciple of Mingguang Mountain, it wouldn't take long for him to become a core disciple. Moreover, he would be a top core disciple. However, this had nothing to do with him. The Mingguang Guard's duty was to eliminate some criminals who targeted Mingguang Mountain. Chenzong was trapped in the array. There were only 4 swords, but they gave him an endless feeling. It was as if there were hundreds and thousands of long swords slashing at him from all angles, and each of them carried an astonishing power. The moment the swords and sabers collided, a terrifying force burst out from the opponent's long sword. The force seemed to be able to kill everything. It was more tyrannical than the pseudo-spiritual power of most grandmasters, but there was still a gap between it and the void sword force. However, the opponent's swordsmanship seemed to contain many follow-up changes, but it also seemed to have no changes. It simply pursued speed and power, and looked for the best angle to slash and kill. This was a swordsmanship that pursued slaughter. It was a tyrannical swordsmanship that countered all changes by remaining unchanged. It was more exquisite and powerful than the various martial arts Chenzong had seen in the past. Without any warning, the Mingguang Guard captain's eyes flashed. He unsheathed the long sword at his waist and slashed at an even faster speed. It looked like a straight stab, but it also gently flicked and cut. The force at the tip of the sword was compressed and condensed like a bird's beak. It broke through layers of obstacles and became faster and faster. Suddenly, it slashed at Chenzong's neck. The astonishing sword light was compressed into one. It was so dazzling that it made the surroundings seem as if they had sunk into darkness. The timing of this attack was perfect. It was the moment when Chenzong revealed a flaw under the repeated attacks of the Mingguang killing array. This attack also gathered 100% of the Mingguang Guard captain's strength. For the Mingguang Guard, there was no such thing as fairness. Everything was based on killing the enemy. Any method could be used. This saber seemed to have come from beyond the heavens, and it had killed many powerful enemies before. However, Qinzong's eyes flashed as if he had been waiting for this attack for a long time. The two swords vibrated and swept in all directions. They burst out with amazing power and directly repelled the four Mingguang guards who were in formation. Then, they turned into a cross-shaped sword light that pierced through the air and attacked the Mingguang guard captain's attack. Then, hundreds of sword lights pierced through the air like a rainstorm. Point star, Aurora sword style, the two swords attacked together. Not only did they defeat the Mingguang guard captain's long-planned attack, but they also deflected the long sword, revealing a flaw. The long sword pierced through the Mingguang guard captain's forehead and came out from the back of his head. The Mingguang guard captain's eyes widened. He never thought that he would be killed like this. It was not until the moment of his death that he realized that his opponent's strength was beyond his expectations. He had been hiding his strength all this time, waiting for him to make a move. The death of the Mingguang guard captain did not seem to have any effect on the other four Mingguang guards. They were still in formation and took the opportunity to kill Qinzong. They were not afraid of death, as if they wanted to exchange a life for a life. This kind of ferocity was shocking. But when Qinzong broke out with all his strength, the gap between them became even more obvious. The two swords completely blocked the long swords of the four Mingguang guards. Then, they counterattacked and pierced the glabella of two Mingguang guards. Then, they turned around and pierced the glabella of the other two Mingguang guards. So far, all 5 Mingguang guards had been killed. Qinzong was slightly relieved. It seemed easy, but only he knew how difficult it was. These 5 Mingguang guards had forced him to use all his strength. When his cultivation was at the peak of the 8-star level, his fighting strength could reach the peak of the 9-star level. Now, his cultivation was at the middle stage of the 9-star level, and his fighting strength had surpassed the peak of the 9-star level by a lot. Sure enough, the level of martial arts on the Blue Waves continent was much higher than on Chaotian Island. After killing the strong enemies, the next thing was to collect the spoils of war. Qinzong first took away the things in the mustard seed bag, then the Mingguang guards' Mingguang blades and Mingguang armor. Qinzong had personally experienced the Mingguang armor's amazing defensive power. He didn't need it, so he sold it. Perhaps he could get a good price. The Mingguang blades and Mingguang armor of the Mingguang guards are only useful if they are matched with the corresponding cultivation method. Otherwise, they are only a little better than ordinary armor and swords. An indifferent voice came along with the wind, which startled Qinzong. He stood up and put his hands on the hilts of his swords. His eyes were as sharp as the edge of a sword as he glanced over. "It's you." Seeing the newcomer, Qinzong was slightly surprised, but he became more vigilant. The newcomer was Xianxia, the core disciple of the Taiyuan heavenly sect who had killed the group of blood eagles on the gale. This person's strength was very strong. Qinzong couldn't see through to what extent his strength had reached. Saber light and sword shadows were densely packed, like a torrent of heavenly waterfalls or falling stars. Hundreds of square meters were ravaged. Rocks, grass, and trees were crushed and turned into dust that scattered in the air. Saber and sword marks crisscrossed all around, which was a ghastly sight. Another collision occurred, and an extremely terrifying shockwave once again wreaked havoc. The ground that was as broken as a wasteland was scraped up, leaving behind a scratch that was several inches deep. Under the recoil, the two figures were forced to retreat. Qinzong held one of his swords in front of him, while the other was slightly behind him. His eyes were sharp and cold as they tore through the sky. He stared at Xianxia's face with a serious expression. Very strong, Xianxia's strength was very strong. What he had shown on the gale was far from his true strength. It could be said that Xianxia's strength was enough to defeat the most powerful of the 5 Mingguang guards. Xianxia held a long saber in his right hand and crouched slightly. Tyrannical power ran through every part of his body, ready to burst out a powerful attack in an instant. His eyes were as sharp as a blade, as if they could split everything. Qinzong was surprised by Xianxia's strength. How could Xianxia not be surprised by Qinzong's strength? However, he had seen Qinzong break the Mingguang killing formation and kill a Mingguang guard captain with his own eyes. He was already mentally prepared and was not too shocked. As he thought about it, the sharpness in Xianxia's eyes was restrained. His tyrannical saber chi was also withdrawn into his body. Soon after, his long saber was sheathed. The sound was melodious and pleasing to the ear. Chen Zong was very puzzled. Yu Xianxia was a core disciple of the Taiyuan Heaven sect. He had killed a Mingguang guard of the Taiyuan Heaven sect's Mingguang mountain. It was reasonable that Yu Xianxia wanted to kill him. There are 7 mountains in the Taiyuan Heaven sect. I'm a core disciple of Sangyu Mountain. Yu Xianxia said, Sangyu Mountain and Mingguang Mountain have always been at odds. I just attacked you because I was excited to see you. Yu Xianxia's explanation made Chen Zong somewhat relieved. He sheathed his 2 swords. It was normal for there to be all kinds of fights within a large force. How did you offend someone from MT Mingguang and get hunted down by the Mingguang guards? Yu Xianxia asked. Chen Zong thought for a while and then told him the whole story in simple words. It was not a secret. I see. Hearing this, Yu Xianxia's eyes suddenly shone with a sharp light. It was as if he was looking at Chen Zong, as if he wanted to see through him. Brother Chen, do you know that every core disciple of the Taiyuan Heaven sect has a special privilege? Every 3 years, they have a chance to be directly recommended to an official disciple. I haven't used this chance yet. Now, I want to use this opportunity on Brother Chen Zong. What do you think, Brother Chen? Yu Xianxia didn't ask Chen Zong to pay any price. Chen Zong was stunned when he heard this. He looked into Yu Xianxia's eyes and saw nothing but magnanimity. Thank you, Brother Yu. Chen Zong thought about it. It was a rare opportunity, so he said it. Good. Now, Brother Chen, follow me back to MT Tsangyu. Yu Xianxia was very happy, and his face was full of smiles. Among the 7 mountains of the Taiyuan Heaven sect, everyone knew that MT Tsangyu and MT Mingguang didn't get along well. A probationary disciple expelled by MT Mingguang had the strength to kill the Mingguang guards. He was indeed a first-class genius. There were very few such geniuses in any of the mountains. Chen Zong's original purpose was to become a disciple of the Taiyuan Heaven sect. As for whether it was MT Mingguang or MT Tsangyu, he went to MT Mingguang because of Yantian Tower. Now that he had the opportunity to enter MT Tsangyu and take the official disciple assessment, Chen Zong certainly wouldn't let go of such an opportunity. Although it was only the second time he had met Yu Xianxia, Chen Zong had a feeling that Yu Xianxia wasn't lying. Let's go, Chen Shidi. Yu Xianxia smiled. In his opinion, with Chen Zong's talent, he would definitely pass the assessment. Therefore, he called him junior brother. What about these corpses? Chen Zong glanced at the corpses of the 5 Mingguang guards. Don't worry about them. The people of MT Mingguang will take care of them. Yu Xianxia said, the Mingguang blade and Mingguang armor are forged using a special method. Under normal circumstances, they are a set of good equipment. Only when they are combined with the unique martial arts of the Mingguang guards can they display their greatest power. In other words, only with the unique martial arts of the Mingguang guards can the equipment become the real Mingguang blade and Mingguang armor. Every set of Mingguang blade and Mingguang armor is not easy to forge. They are often passed down from generation to generation. They are imprinted with the unique tracking secret technique of MT Mingguang. Without the real method to break it, it is impossible to find the imprint and break it. Therefore, as long as someone takes away the Mingguang blade and Mingguang armor, they will be hunted down by MT Mingguang. Our MT Tsangyu also has Tsangyu guards. They are similar in nature to the Mingguang guards. The other 5 mountains are the same. Therefore, even if MT Tsangyu and MT Mingguang don't get along well, we won't target each other in this kind of matter. Yu Xianxia's explanation made Chen Zong come to a realization. With Yu Xianxia leading the way, Chen Zong avoided a group of Mingguang guards that were rushing over. Soon, he returned to MT Taiyuan. He advanced at full speed along the stairs, arrived at the heptagon, and headed in the direction of MT Tsangyu. Yu Xianxia also explained that the Mingguang guards had appeared because of the 5 Mingguang guards killed by Chen Zong. The lives of the Mingguang guards were closely related to the Mingguang armor. The imprint on the Mingguang guards could be used to detect them. If they died, the corresponding imprint on MT Mingguang would react after a period of time. Although MT Tsangyu and MT Mingguang were not on good terms, this kind of discord was not a life-and-death feud. At most, it could be considered a fierce battle. If they encountered the Mingguang guards, based on the training methods of the Mingguang guards, it would be a situation where they would fight to the death. Unless it was a last resort, Yu Jingxiao was unwilling to kill the Mingguang guards. This was an unwritten rule that was spread among the various mountains of Taiyuan Heaven sect. Senior Yu. Senior Yu. Yu Jingxiao led Chenzong into the territory of Mt Tsangyu. Along the way, the disciples that they met all stopped and bowed to Yu Jingxiao. This showed Yu Jingxiao's prestige. In the face of the Mt Tsangyu disciples' greetings, Yu Jingxiao did not stop, but nodded in response. The height of Mt Tsangyu was not inferior to Mt Mingguang, but the scenery was different. Under Yu Jingxiao's guidance, Chenzong walked up a long and narrow flight of stairs. That is the residential area of the official disciples, Yu Jingxiao introduced. The residential area of the official disciples of Mt Tsangyu was located 1,000 meters above Mt Tsangyu. The purity and richness of the heaven and earth spirit qi was more than 50% higher than at the foot of the mountain. The higher one went, the richer and purer the heaven and earth spirit qi was. At a height of 3,000 meters, it was the residential area of the elite disciples. At a height of 5,000 meters, it was the residential area of the core disciples. Yu Jingxiao was a core disciple. His cave dwelling was at a height of 5,000 meters. Further up, 7,000 meters is the cave dwelling of the esoteric disciples. 8,000 meters is the cave dwelling of the elders of Mt Tsangyu. Yu Jingxiao's gaze continued upwards as he continued. As for the mountain master of Mt Tsangyu, his cave dwelling is even higher than that of the elders. In Mt Tsangyu, there were official disciples, elite disciples, core disciples, esoteric disciples, elders, and mountain masters, as well as attendants and Tsangyu guards. The residences of the attendants and Tsangyu guards were at the same height as the core disciples. Yu Jingxiao asked Chenzong to wait in his cave dwelling for a while. It was not long before Yu Jingxiao returned. I originally wanted to recommend you to Master Xianxia's tutelage, but Master has yet to return and needs to wait. Therefore, I will recommend you for the official disciple assessment first, said Yu Jingxiao as he led Chenzong downstairs. They once again arrived at the residential area of the official disciples and headed towards the administration department. Greetings, Senior Brother Yu. The person on duty at the administration department was an elite disciple. He hurriedly stood up and bowed when he saw Yu Jingxiao. No need to be so polite, said Yu Jingxiao. I want to use my privileges as a core disciple to recommend this person beside me for the official disciple assessment. Register and prepare. Okay. The elite disciple could not help but take a few more glances at Chenzong, but was unable to see anything special about him. However, since it was Senior Brother Yu who had recommended him, there was definitely something special about him. The elite disciple immediately registered and passed on the message. The official disciple assessment could be said to be simple, but it could also be said to be difficult. However, one needed to at least make some preparations. Generally speaking, probationary disciples were allowed to participate in the official disciple assessment once every 3 months. There were still 2 months until the next assessment. Since Yu Jingxiao wanted to use this privilege, he naturally needed to prepare in advance. Yu Jingxiao is using his privileges to recommend a disciple? After receiving the news, the elder in charge of the official disciple assessment did not dare to delay and immediately rushed over. Along the way, he met up with the other 2 elders in charge of the official disciple assessment. Although the 3 of them were elders with lofty statuses, they were ultimately the lowest amongst the elders, and were only in charge of the official disciple assessment. Yu Jingxiao was a core disciple, and the number 1 core disciple at that. This status alone was quite intimidating. What's more, his master, Elder Xianxia, was an elder with real authority. Second only to the Blue Feather Mountain Master. This caused Yu Jingxiao's status to soar, and ordinary elders would have to give him face. In addition, they were also very curious as to what kind of person Yu Jingxiao would recommend to participate in the official disciple assessment. After all, Yu Jingxiao had never used this privilege since he became a core disciple. In less than half an hour, the 3 elders in charge of the official disciple assessment arrived one after another. Yu Jingxiao greets the 3 elders. Yu Jingxiao politely bowed. Disciple wishes to use his privileges as a core disciple to recommend this person beside me for the official disciple assessment. May the 3 elders preside over this matter. No need for formalities. The assessment of an official disciple is divided into several steps, or in other words, several conditions must be met at the same time. One of the three elders said to Chenzong, "The first is age, the second is bloodline, the third is cultivation, and the fourth is strength. Only when these four conditions are met at the same time can one pass the assessment and become an official disciple." Another elder immediately took out a mirror. The mirror was bronze in color. One side of the mirror was smooth, as if it could reflect everything, but it also seemed to be hazy. On the other side, there were countless hollow patterns. It was very mysterious and contained endless mysteries. This mirror is called the Small Celestial Mirror. It's a replica of the legendary treasure, the Small Celestial Mirror. Xianxia, don't underestimate it just because it's a replica, Yu Jingxiao explained with a smile. That's right. Although the Small Celestial Mirror is a replica, it's still a rare treasure. As long as you drop a drop of blood on it, you'll understand its mystery, the elder who took the Small Celestial Mirror said with a smile. Chenzong nodded. He stretched out a finger and cut it, squeezing out a drop of blood that was as red as a flawless gem. It fell down like the most exquisite red jade bead. What pure blood! The three elders were amazed when they saw it. This meant that Chenzong had refined his qi and blood to an amazing level. It also meant that Chenzong's martial arts foundation was very solid. A crisp sound came from the Small Celestial Mirror. However, the drop of blood did not splatter. Instead, it spread out naturally, covering the entire mirror in an instant, and then slowly seeping into the mirror. A faint red light emerged from the inside of the Small Celestial Mirror. The hollow patterns on the back of the Small Celestial Mirror seemed to come alive. They danced like dragons and snakes, dazzling people. The three elders and Yu Jingxiao all stared at the mirror carefully. Chenzong also stared at it. Gradually, as the blood-red light receded, words began to appear on the blurry surface of the mirror. One by one, the words attracted everyone's attention. Age, 26. Bloodline, human clan, ordinary. These simple words revealed part of Chenzong's information. Xianxia, you're only 26 years old, Yu Jingxiao stared at Chenzong in surprise, you're more outstanding than I thought. Elders, Xianxia's strength is no less than mine, Yu Jingxiao said to the three elders. What? The three elders trembled when they heard this, and their expressions changed drastically. Who is Yu Jingxiao, Yu Jingxiao? Then, the three elders thought of another point, and they were even more shocked. If he remembered correctly, Yu Jingxiao's age should be 28 years old, and Chenzong's age should be 26 years old through the Small Celestial Mirror's appraisal. The Small Celestial Mirror had never made a mistake, which meant that Chenzong's real age was 26 years old. He was 2 years younger than Yu Jingxiao, but his strength was no less than Yu Jingxiao's. This might mean that he had more amazing potential than Yu Jingxiao. Immediately, the three elders sucked in a breath of cold air. Their gazes towards Chenzong seemed to contain turbulent waves. Yu Jingxiao, it's not that we doubt you, but this is a serious matter. Are you sure that Chenzong's strength is no less than yours? One of the three elders said with a serious face. Yes. Yu Jingxiao seemed to have thought of something and nodded solemnly. Chenzong, look at the Small Celestial Mirror and tell me where you're from. Why did you come to the Taiyuan Heaven sect? The elder who took the Small Celestial Mirror took a deep breath and asked Chenzong solemnly. I came from Chaotian Island and joined the Taiyuan Heaven sect in order to cultivate better and pursue a stronger path. Chenzong took a deep breath and stood in front of the Small Celestial Mirror. The mirror flashed with a bloody light and reflected Chenzong's solemn figure. As Chenzong finished speaking, ripples spread out on the Small Celestial Mirror like a stone falling into water, distorting Chenzong's figure. Soon after, the ripples gradually became fine and restrained, and Chenzong's reflection appeared clearly once again. Chenzong didn't know what this meant, but Yu Jingxiao and the three elders all breathed a sigh of relief. Drip a drop of blood on the minor celestial mirror, and the minor celestial mirror will identify your age and bloodline. Also, within a certain period of time, the owner of the blood will stand in front of the minor celestial mirror and answer questions. If you lie, the reflection will shatter. Chenzong understood. His reflection appeared clearly, which meant that he didn't lie. The Small Celestial Mirror was indeed magical. The test for the official disciples of the Taiyuan Heaven sect was also magical. The Taiyuan Heaven sect only accepts the human clan as disciples. It's better if you have a special bloodline of the human clan. An elder explained, asking about your origin and purpose is to prevent people with ulterior motives from sneaking in. Chenzong, you've passed 3 tests. There's only one left, but it's a serious matter. I've already sent a message to the Mountain Master. The Mountain Master of Blue Feather Mountain. Chenzong was surprised. The Mountain Master of Blue Feather Mountain was the Mountain Master. If Blue Feather Mountain was compared to a sect, then the Mountain Master of Blue Feather Mountain was the sect master. The Mountain Master has replied. He wants us to go to Blue Feather Hall. The elder who sent the message to the Mountain Master immediately said excitedly. For elders of their level, it was usually quite difficult for them to meet the Mountain Master. In the 7 mountains of the Taiyuan Heaven sect, as long as one was a transcendent realm expert, they could become an elder. However, the extreme mortal realm elders had the lowest status, but they were also the most numerous. Even the esoteric disciples had a higher status than them. The Earth Spirit Realm elders had a much higher status and enjoyed much more power. Some of them were in charge of the external affairs, while others were in charge of the core disciples and esoteric disciples. Therefore, esoteric disciples had to be respectful in front of the Earth Spirit Realm elders. As for the profound heaven stage elders, there were very few of them. Each one of them was an elder with real power, such as Xianxia's master, Elder Xianxia. A young cultivator who came from an island in the sea was younger than Xianxia, but his strength was not inferior to Xianxia's. He was qualified to be summoned by the Mountain Master of Blue Feather Mountain. Of course, whether or not to summon him was entirely up to the Mountain Master. If he didn't summon him, the Mountain Master would usually send a profound heaven stage elder to meet him. The 3 elders, Xianxia and Chenzong, quickly rushed to the Blue Feather Hall at the peak. The Blue Feather Hall was grayish-white in color. Its shape was a little strange. One side was high while the other was low, as if it was slanted. It looked like the outline of an open wing from the side, but it didn't give off a strange feeling. On the contrary, it looked very harmonious and natural. The hall's doors were wide open. When Chenzong took his first step inside, he felt an indescribable feeling. The world spirit chi was incomparably rich and pure, and contained many mysteries. It seemed that as long as one calmed down and carefully comprehended it, one would be able to obtain obvious benefits. Several gazes fell on Chenzong's body, giving Chenzong an unparalleled pressure. Chenzong's footsteps paused, and his body seemed to freeze. Only after a couple of breaths' time did Chenzong finally take a step forward. His back foot also stepped into the hole. Immediately, the extremely frightening pressure also disappeared like smoke. Deep in the center of the Blue Feather Hall, a figure was seated on a huge feather-like chair. The figure's face was a little blurry, but the aura it gave off gave Chenzong a feeling that it was as heavy as a mountain, but also as light as if it could fly into the sky. It was very contradictory, but also very strange. Another figure sat on the lower left. His face was also a little blurry, but Chenzong could feel their gazes on him, as if they wanted to see through him. Greetings, Mountain Master. Greetings, Elder Tsongming. Yu Jingxiao and the other 3 elders bowed. Greetings, seniors. Chenzong had yet to officially join the Blue Feather Mountain Master, so he addressed them as seniors. Give me the small celestial mirror. The Blue Feather Mountain Master spoke. His voice sounded a little old, but also a little young. It was as if 2 people were speaking at the same time, with a mixture of accents. It sounded very strange. The small celestial mirror flew into the air and landed in the Blue Feather Mountain Master's hand. He tapped his finger lightly, and layers of ripples spread out from the surface of the mirror. The information from before was replayed. You are Chenzong. Let me see your strength. The Blue Feather Mountain Master put away the small celestial mirror and said, Yu Jingxiao, use your full strength to fight him. Yes, Mountain Master. After Yu Jingxiao bowed, he pulled out his long saber and slashed out a pale saber light. The saber light was highly condensed, as if countless saber chi and saber radiance were compressed within it. If one looked carefully, one could see that there seemed to be something flowing within the saber light. That flow made the saber light even more powerful. This was just an ordinary saber strike, but it was also a strike that Xianxia used his full strength to execute. He drew his sword, the sword light was shocking, illuminating the surroundings. It was as if a sun and a moon were standing side by side in the sky. The sun and moon shone together, condensing into a cross-shaped sword light. It was as if the blue feather palace had been divided into 4 parts, and it slashed towards the pale saber light. The saber light shattered, and the sword light dissipated, turning into countless rays of light that dissipated in the surroundings. It was unknown when, but the dense sound of sharp saber and sword clashing could be heard. Thousands of sparks lingered in the surroundings, bursting out and splashing, illuminating the blue feather palace with starlight. It was Xianxia and Xianxia using their full speed to close in on each other. They were using exquisite and powerful sword and saber techniques to fight. This battle was more thorough and vivid than the previous one. It also allowed Xianxia and Xianxia to understand each other's strength. Half-step sword force allowed Xianxia's every strike to be astonishingly powerful. Each strike made Xianxia feel as if there was an invisible giant sword slashing towards him. Xianxia was also surprised by Xianxia's saber technique realm. He was only one step away from comprehending half-step sword force. Moreover, Xianxia's long saber contained an extremely powerful force. It was different from pseudo-spiritual power, and it was even more powerful than pseudo-spiritual power. Inside Dark Feather Hall, the 3 extreme mortal realm elders stared at the battle with wide eyes. Whether it was Xianxia or Xianxia, the strength displayed by the two had already surpassed the limit of 9 star. This kind of combat power is at least beyond the first pole. One of the elders whispered to the other 2. It's already very close to the second pole. The other elder said with certainty, but his heart was filled with emotion. Back in the day, he could also be considered a genius, but his strength before breaking through to the transcendent realm was far inferior to these 2. Back then, the 3 of them couldn't even reach the first pole, let alone the second pole. No, they couldn't even reach the limit of 9 star. The so-called first pole referred to a level higher than the limit of 9 star, and the second pole was naturally a level higher than the first pole. Above the second pole, there was a third pole. After fighting for half a quarter of an hour, the 2 had used all kinds of fighting methods, from close combat to sword and saber attacks. Enough. The Dark Feather Mountain Lord's voice sounded again. Xianxia and Xianxia stopped their attacks at the same time. Thousands of saber and sword shadows remained in Dark Feather Hall, dissipating after a few breaths. Good seedling. I see that your cultivation is only at the mid-9 star level, but your combat power is close to the second pole. When you reach the limit of 9 star, I'm afraid that your strength will reach the third pole. The person to the left of the Dark Feather Mountain Lord spoke, his voice filled with the vicissitudes of life. This old man is Elder Tsangming. Xianxia, are you willing to worship this old man as your master? If you worship this elder as your master, this elder promises that he will focus on training you. You will definitely enter the transcendent realm. Before Xianxia could answer, Elder Tsangming spoke again and made a heavy promise. But for Xianxia, this heavy promise wasn't very attractive, because it wasn't that difficult for him to reach the transcendent realm. He only needed to comprehend the true meaning of sword force, then combine the 5 minor true meanings into the true meaning of sword. Then, he would be able to break through and step into the transcendent realm, reaching the extreme mortal realm. Elder Tsangming, the disciples under you are all very good. It will take a lot of effort to teach them, so there's no need to increase the pressure, the Dark Feather Mountain's Mountain Lord suddenly said. Xianxia, I wish to take you in as my disciple. Are you willing? Mountain Lord, you. Even though his face was a little blurry, everyone could imagine Elder Tsangming's exasperated expression. Xianxia's face was filled with shock, and the 3 elders were dumbfounded. The Lord of Blue Feather Mountain had actually opened his mouth to take in a disciple of his own accord. Thank you for your favor, Mountain Master. But I once joined a sect on Chaotian Island. Though Xianxia was astonished, he didn't refuse or agree directly. Instead, he said this. It doesn't matter. Chaotian Island and Blue Waves Continent are thousands of miles apart. They have nothing to do with each other. The Dark Feather Mountain Master smiled and said, furthermore, we warriors pursue the pinnacle of martial arts. If there is an opportunity, we must seize it. Even if you acknowledge me as your master now, in the future, If you meet someone stronger or more suitable, you can continue to acknowledge me as your master. I, Dark Feather, am not so pedantic. In the past, he had rejected ancestor Tianhong of the Jinghong Sword sect because he was in the Unhindered Sword sect. Even though he was expelled by the Unhindered Sword sect, he was forced to do so by the circumstances. It was a decision made in consideration of the lives of all the disciples in the sect. Chenzong didn't complain. On the contrary, he was grateful to Doyen Yuan Lingzi. Therefore, in his heart, Chenzong had always considered himself as a disciple of the Unhindered Sword sect. But now that the Dark Feather Mountain Master said this, it was obvious that he didn't care about Chenzong's identity. Since that was the case, Chenzong had no reason to refuse. Without a doubt, acknowledging the Dark Feather Mountain Master as his master was definitely better than acknowledging Elder Songming as his master. Ignoring Elder Songming's gloominess, the Dark Feather Mountain Master smiled happily. Well, Chenzong will stay. You all can leave first. The Dark Feather Mountain Master said directly. Even though he was unhappy, Elder Songming knew that he couldn't win against the Dark Feather Mountain Master. The result was already set, so he could only leave. Yu Jingxiao and the 3 extreme mortal stage elders bowed and left. In the huge Dark Feather Palace, only the Dark Feather Mountain Master and Chenzong were left. The Dark Feather Mountain Master's face became clear, as if the clouds were parted to reveal the bright moon. He had a face that seemed to be around 40 years old. His appearance was ordinary, but there were obvious crow's feet at the corners of his eyes. His hair was gray, but his eyes were incomparably deep and filled with wisdom. They looked like the endless sea, but also like the vast starry sky. Chenzong, I have accepted 3 disciples to date. My eldest disciple is called Tanghua. He is over 100 years old and his cultivation level is at the Earth Spirit Realm. He is also one of the Earth Realm Elders of the Dark Feather Mountain Master. However, he is not in the Dark Feather Mountain right now. He is currently in the Abyss Underground. The Dark Feather Mountain Master's deep gaze landed on Chenzong as he spoke slowly. His voice overlapped and had a unique rhythm. The second disciple is called Fengsher Gui. He is over 60 years old and his cultivation level is at the extreme mortal stage. He is one of the esoteric disciples of the Dark Feather Mountain. He is also not in the mountain right now. He is working with other esoteric disciples to open up a secondary world. Secondary world? Chenzong heard a term that he did not understand. The Blue Waves world that we are in is a main world. You can imagine the Blue Waves world as a big bubble. While speaking, the Dark Feather Mountain Master waved his hand and a big bubble appeared in front of him. Shortly after, small bubbles adhered to the big bubble. These small bubbles adhered to the main world are the secondary worlds. There are many secondary worlds, and every secondary world is either similar or different. For us, every secondary world represents a new resource land. Chenzong immediately understood. He was not too surprised because when he had obtained the first 3 transformations of the will change, he had seen the magnificent wonders of the universe. Seeing that there was no obvious change in Chenzong's expression, the Dark Feather Mountain Master was even more satisfied with the temperament of this disciple. Little did he know that Chenzong had seen even more wonderful scenes before. For example, after seeing a 10,000 zhang tall mountain, seeing a 10,000 zhang tall mountain would not be so shocking. After seeing a vast ocean, seeing a lake again would not be so surprising. Chenzong, the power you use is different from pseudo-spiritual power, but it is stronger than pseudo-spiritual power. It is similar to our Dark Feather Mountain's unique secret technique, Feather Aura technique, but it seems to be stronger. It seems that you have encountered a good opportunity. The Dark Feather Mountain Master said. Master is wise. This disciple has indeed encountered some opportunities and was lucky enough to condense this force. This disciple has named it Nihility Sword Force. Chenzong said, if Master needs it, this disciple will copy down the cultivation method. Ha ha ha, you cunning little fellow, there is no need to test me. The Dark Feather Mountain Master suddenly laughed and said, Nihility Sword Force is indeed very good. It might even be better than Feather Aura technique. However, that is your opportunity. If you are not willing to hand it over, no one can take it away. Hearing the Dark Feather Mountain Master's words, Chenzong immediately felt more at ease. Since you have acknowledged me as your master, I have an obligation to protect you. The Dark Feather Mountain Master said again, "From now on, if you have any questions about cultivation, as long as I am not in retreat, you can ask me." "Yes, Master." Chenzong thanked him. "I observed your battle with Xianxia just now. In addition to that powerful Nihility sword force, you have also grasped half-step sword force. This level of comprehension is indeed amazing. In terms of potential, Xianxia is not as good as you." The Dark Feather Mountain Master did not hide his admiration, "But you must be clear that this is not a reason for you to be arrogant and complacent. This world is very big. Since ancient times, countless geniuses have been born. As far as Master knows, there have been heaven-defying geniuses below the transcendent realm who can fight against transcendence." Hearing this, Chenzong was shocked. Being able to fight against transcendence before reaching the transcendent realm, even if it was only against the weakest first-layer mortal realm, it was still extremely shocking. This was not the situation where he had relied on the power of the Heaven Ascension Tower. Thinking about it, his current strength was obviously stronger than a peak 9-star, but in front of an extreme mortal realm master, he was still weak and insignificant. But you don't need to belittle yourself. That kind of heaven-defying genius is too rare. Not even one will appear in 1,000 years. The Dark Feather Mountain Master said, "Now, how many minor true meanings have you comprehended?" Reporting to Master, disciple has comprehended the true meaning of water flow, true meaning of sword force, true meaning of sword speed, true meaning of sword edge, and true meaning of sword sharpness. Chenzong reported truthfully. 5 minor true meanings. With your age and background, being able to comprehend 5 minor true meanings is indeed amazing. The Dark Feather Mountain Master nodded. As a profound Sky Realm Master, his vision had already surpassed many people. This matter that was enough to shock many people, in his eyes, was just a small surprise. From now on, your cultivation should focus on improving your cultivation and comprehending the minor true meanings. The Dark Feather Mountain Master pondered for a moment before saying, "Your current cultivation is at the peak 9-star realm, and you can continue to improve until you reach the peak 9-star realm. This improvement will allow your strength to improve further. Reaching the 3rd extreme mortal realm is not impossible. Moreover, comprehending the minor true meanings will be of great help to your future cultivation in the transcendent realm. Moreover, the moment you break through to the transcendent realm, the more true meanings you comprehend, the more stable your foundation will be, and the more benefits you will receive." Chenzong listened attentively. This was an experience he had never understood before. It could be said that every word was a gem. As for the breakthrough from half-step sword form to sword form, it will depend on luck. The Dark Feather Mountain Master said. Sword form was the world's force, a kind of power that belonged to the transcendent realm. Under normal circumstances, only transcendence could comprehend and grasp it. It could even be said that the majority of extreme mortal realm masters would find it difficult to comprehend and grasp the world's force. In addition, my Dark Feather Mountain Master has a secret martial art. You can also cultivate it to further improve your combat strength. This booklet records all kinds of information about our Dark Feather Mountain Master and the remote Yuan Heavenly Sect. Take it back and read it carefully." After the Dark Feather Mountain Master finished speaking, he waved his hand and a booklet flew over to Chenzong. Chenzong respectfully received it with both hands. He did not immediately flip through it, but instead put it away in his bosom. "Since you are my 3rd disciple, from today onwards, you are also a core disciple of Dark Feather Mountain Master. Later, someone will lead you to choose a cave dwelling and receive all the equipment of a core disciple," the Dark Feather Mountain Master said. "Honored Master, disciple has something to report," Chenzong said. "Speak." Before this, disciple once. Chenzong recounted the matter of Bright Light Mountain and waited for the Dark Feather Mountain Master's response. Walking out of the Dark Feather Hall, Chenzong felt as if a lifetime had passed. He had spent 3,000 inferior spiritual sources to become a probationary disciple of the Mingguang Mountain through the Vientiane Tower. When the time came for the assessment, he would pass the assessment and become an official disciple. But an accident caused him to have a fight with the Mingguang Mountain and killed 5 Mingguang guards. He had formed a grudge with the Mingguang Mountain. He thought that he would be wanted by the Taiyuan Sky Sect and would have to leave the Taiyuan continent as soon as possible. He did not expect such a turn of events. The third disciple of the Lord of the Dark Feather Mountain, a core disciple of the Dark Feather Mountain. For most martial artists, this identity was like reaching the sky in a single bound. I'm Deacon Li Jingming. Core disciple Chenzong, please come with me. When Chenzong was sighing with emotion, a strict voice came into his ears. He saw a man standing straight dozens of meters away. Although Chenzong was the third disciple of the Lord of the Dark Feather Mountain, he did not enjoy any privileges higher than a core disciple. Of course, his identity was different from other core disciples, but this difference did not make people afraid of him. Li Jingming was naturally the person who was arranged to be Chenzong's guide. Thank you, Deacon Li, Chenzong said politely. This is my duty, Li Jingming said in a neither servile nor overbearing manner. But his words were not forceful at all, and there was gentleness under the strictness. With Chenzong's identity, he certainly would not treat him maliciously. On the contrary, he should befriend him. But because of his temperament, he could not flatter him like some people. Under the guidance of Deacon Li Jingming, Chenzong came to the Core Disciple Management Department to receive the standard equipment of a core disciple. It was a token that symbolized the identity of a core disciple. It was gray and looked like a feather. It was very light, but he did not know what material it was made of. There were 3 notches. Not only did it not destroy the integrity of the token, but it also added a mysterious feeling. 1 notch represented an official disciple, 2 notch represented an elite disciple, and 3 notch represented a core disciple. This kind of identity token was different from the identity tokens that Chenzong had seen in the past. It was more mysterious and required a drop of blood to recognize the owner. After dripping his blood, Chenzong felt a certain connection between himself and the token. This isn't just an identity token, it's also a communication token, Li Jingming said. You can use your mental power to examine the mysteries within. As promised, Chenzong mobilized his mental power and communicated with the token in his hand. He immediately saw the information inside the token. Chenzong, a core disciple of Xianxia Mountain of the Taiyuan Heaven Sect, Sect Merit, 0, message, closed. The simple message was clear at a glance. You can choose to turn the communication function on or off. Normally, after you get the identity token, it will be turned off by default. Li Jingming's voice sounded in his ears. With some curiosity, Chenzong turned on the communication function. Suddenly, a stream of information gushed out like a waterfall. Chenzong glanced at it. First, he looked at the prefixes, which started with the Taiyuan Heaven Sect. Then, he looked at the suffixes, such as Rainbow Fall Mountain, Xianxia Mountain, and so on. Then, he saw the disciple's rank, and finally, the content of the message. After the communication function is turned on, you will be able to see the public information of the entire sect and below, Li Jingming said. Chenzong nodded and continued to look at the information curiously. It was divided into several channels, such as the Sect Channel, the Xianxia Mountain Channel, the Bounty Channel, and so on. The Sect Channel referred to the entire Taiyuan Heaven Sect. Chenzong was a core disciple, so he could see the information in the Sect Channel. It was the range of official disciples, elite disciples, and core disciples. The Xianxia Mountain Channel referred to the disciples of Xianxia Mountain and so on. As for the Bounty Channel, it was actually the elders who issued missions and rewards, or the disciples who asked for help, and so on. In addition, there were various other ways to play. All in all, it was very wonderful, and Chenzong felt that it was an eye-opener. Outside the token was a long robe called the Little Yuan robe. It was a necessary symbol for the official disciples of the Taiyuan Sky Sect. The robes of the core disciples were dark blue, while the Little Yuan robe of the Green Feather Mountain core disciples had a grayish-white feather symbol on the cuffs. The Little Yuan robe of core disciples is woven with the silk of 1,000-year-old silkworm mixed with more than a dozen precious materials. It can resist ordinary water and fire, and can resist the attack of a second-grade pseudo-spirit artifact, Deacon Li Jingming introduced. Chenzong was even more surprised. The Little Yuan robe could resist the attack of a second-grade pseudo-spirit artifact. If it was placed in a place like Chaotian Island, it would definitely be fought over by many cultivators below the transcendent realm. But here, it was only the standard equipment for core disciples of the Taiyuan Heaven Sect. Chenzong didn't know how many core disciples there were in the Taiyuan Heaven Sect, but there were more than 20 in the entire Xianxia Mountain. The core disciples of each mountain of the Taiyuan Heaven sect were incomparable to the core disciples of the Martial Saint Palace and the 10,000 Sky sect on Chaotian Island. The first prerequisite to become a core disciple of the Taiyuan Heaven sect was to have a 9-star strength. On Chaotian Island, a 9-star strength was equivalent to a Grandmaster. Among all the disciples of the Martial Saint Palace, there were only 1 or 2 Grandmasters. The more Qinzong interacted with them, the more he understood how powerful the Taiyuan Heaven sect was. Any one of the 7 mountains of the Taiyuan Heaven sect was powerful enough to crush the likes of the Martial Saint Palace and the 10,000 Sky sect. They were all high-rank sects, but the gap between them was so huge. This is the minor spirit restoring pill, which can restore pseudo-spirit energy. This is the minor spirit refining pill, which can assist in the cultivation of pseudo-spirit energy. This is the yellow jade pill, which can cure internal and external injuries. It can be taken orally or applied externally. This is the spirit-enhancing pill, which can restore mental energy. This is the 100-spirit pill, which can cure most poisons. These 5 pills are given to the core disciples of the Taiyuan Heaven sect, and they are enough for 1 year, Li Jingming said. The next time you can get them will be a year later. Qinzong looked at them. There were 100 pills for each type, and they had different fragrances. They were quite extraordinary. You can choose your abode. Li Jingming took out a scroll and unfolded it. It was a topographic map of the mountain with many markings. The red and blue dots here represent the abodes of the core disciples. The blue dot means that the abode has an owner, and the red dot means that the abode has no owner. Basically, the cultivation environment of each abode is similar, but the location and appearance are different. Do you have any recommendations, Deacon Li? Qinzong asked. The High Cliff Pavilion is located on the Flying Feather Cliff. The scenery is unique, and the spiritual qi of heaven and earth is relatively pure, Li Jingming said after a little thought. Okay, the High Cliff Pavilion it is, Qinzong made a prompt decision. The Mountain Lord wants you to go to the Dark Feather Hall to see him after you choose your abode, Li Jingming said as he handed the key to open the High Cliff Pavilion to Qinzong. Thank you, Deacon Li. I will take my leave first. Qinzong took the green and white feather-shaped key and quickly went to the Dark Feather Hall. The Dark Feather Mountain Lord asked Qinzong to come because he added a relationship with Qinzong on his identity token. Then, he transferred some sect merits to Qinzong and instructed Qinzong to go to the Martial Arts Hall to choose the secret martial arts of the Dark Feather Mountain to cultivate. After Qinzong left the Dark Feather Hall, he looked at the information in his identity token. There was an extra column, and Qinzong edited it. Master, Taiyuan Heaven Sect Dark Feather Mountain Lord, Dong Yunkong. From now on, Qinzong could directly send a message to the Dark Feather Mountain Lord. Besides the Dark Feather Mountain Lord, no one else could see it. As for the sect merits column, it was originally 0, but now it was 100,000. Qinzong didn't know how difficult it was to obtain the sect merits, but 100,000 merits should be a lot. First, he went to the High Cliff Pavilion. The High Cliff Pavilion was located 5,500 meters above the Dark Feather Mountain. It was like a single wing of a giant bird, and it looked as if it would take off at any time. Standing at the tip of the High Cliff Pavilion, Qinzong looked ahead. It was filled with smoke, like a sea of clouds. The sea of clouds was vast and magnificent, and it made Qinzong feel relaxed and happy. Looking back, about a few thousand meters away from the Flying Feather Cliff, there was a 3-story pavilion standing on a relatively high ground. It was grayish-white in color, but it was not monotonous at all. The slanted corners made the entire pavilion feel as if it was about to fly into the sky. The High Cliff Pavilion, between breaths, Qinzong could feel the fresh air entering his body, as if it was cleansing his body. It was refreshing. Taking out the green and white flying feather key, Qinzong opened the protection of the High Cliff Pavilion and entered. The interior of the High Cliff Pavilion was spotless, and the decorations were simple, but not monotonous. Qinzong was very satisfied. I've had my eyes on the High Cliff Pavilion for a long time, but I couldn't get it. I didn't expect it to become Qinshidi's cave residence in the end. A familiar voice came from outside the pavilion. It was Yu Jingxiao. Senior brother Yu. Qinzong responded with a smile. Come, let's exchange messages. Yu Jingxiao took out his identity token. Chen Zong also took out his own identity token. The two tokens touched each other, and he activated his spiritual power to add a trace of imprint. Then, a new name appeared in the token. Chen Zong edited it. Friend, Yu Jingxiao, core disciple of the Dark Feather Mountain of the Taiyuan Sky Sect. By the way, Chen Shidi, did the Mountain Lord transfer merits to you? Yu Jingxiao asked. Yes. Chen Zong nodded. When my master took me in as a disciple, he transferred merits to me. That's why I was able to cultivate the blue feather secret technique in the martial arts hall. Otherwise, if I relied on my own efforts, it would probably take me a few years to accumulate enough merits to exchange for the blue feather secret technique. Yu Jingxiao laughed. This was one of the benefits of being taken in as a disciple by a high-ranking elder. Those who weren't taken in as a disciple naturally had to rely on their own efforts to earn merits in the sect. For people like Yu Jingxiao and Chen Zong, who were taken in as disciples directly, the master would definitely give them some support. Transferring some merits to one's disciple was a form of support. Unknowingly, it would also save the disciple a lot of time, allowing them to cultivate better and walk ahead of their peers. Chen Shidi hasn't gone to the martial arts hall yet, right? Yu Jingxiao didn't ask how many merits the Blue Feather Mountain Lord transferred to Chen Zong. Instead, he changed the topic. Not yet. Chen Zong answered honestly. Let's go. I'll take you there. Yu Jingxiao laughed. At first, Chen Zong thought that Yu Jingxiao was a cold and aloof person. But now, he realized that Yu Jingxiao was the kind of person who was cold and aloof to strangers, but would be more talkative to people he knew and approved of. The Lord of Blue Feather Mountain accepting Chen Zong as his disciple wasn't a shameful matter, nor was it something that needed to be kept a secret. Therefore, the people of the other 6 mountains soon found out about it. Blue Feather, I heard that you accepted a new disciple. Is there something special about him? The Lord of Rainbow Fall Mountain sent a message. Of course my disciple is extraordinary. This was the Lord of Blue Feather Mountain's response. Blue Feather, Chen Zong betrayed my MT Mingguang. He injured a group of core disciples and killed 5 of my Mingguang guards. He is a traitor and a sinner of my MT Mingguang. Yet, you accepted him as your disciple. Shouldn't you give me an explanation? The Lord of Mingguang's phantom image appeared in the Blue Feather Palace through the communication jade token. He questioned the Lord of Blue Feather Mountain with a face full of anger. Mingguang, you and I know what happened. The Lord of Blue Feather Mountain replied bluntly with a cold smile on his face. He was a genius, but he was expelled by the people of MT Mingguang by distorting the truth. I have to say that MT Mingguang is indeed extraordinary in this aspect. The sarcastic words made the Lord of Mingguang's expression turn gloomy. The core disciples of MT Mingguang were injured and the Mingguang guards were killed. They can only blame themselves for being inferior. Yet, you still have the face to come to me. Mingguang, your skin has become even thicker. The Lord of Blue Feather Mountain mocked mercilessly. Blue Feather, are you saying that you don't intend to hand over Chen Zong? Lightning seemed to be brewing under Mingguang's gloomy face. Mingguang, I, Blue Feather, will be frank with you. If there's anyone among the disciples of the same generation who can kill Chen Zong, go ahead and kill him. I won't step in. The Lord of Blue Feather Mountain's expression turned serious. His tone became cold and solemn. It was filled with astonishing power. His eyes contained astonishing energy waves as he stared at the phantom image of the Lord of Mingguang. However, if you use any improper means, don't blame me for being merciless. Alright, Mountain Master Mingguang's illusory figure replied after a few breaths of silence. Then, he dispersed. Although the news of Chen Zong becoming a disciple wasn't sealed, the Dark Feather Mountain Lord had strictly ordered Yu Jingxiao and the other elders who knew about Chen Zong's strength to not leak it out. Thus, the Bright Light Mountain only knew that Chen Zong was very strong, strong enough to defeat and kill the Bright Light Guard captain, but they didn't know the specifics. Moreover, Chen Zong's cultivation hadn't reached the real peak yet. There was still room for improvement, and he would only become more powerful. In Mingguang Mountain's Mingguang Palace, Mountain Lord Mingguang's face was gloomy. A terrifying aura filled the surroundings, filling up the entire Mingguang Palace. It was low and oppressive, making it difficult for people to breathe. Other than Mingguang Mountain Master, there were two other elders in the Mingguang Palace. Elder Mingyi and Elder Mingxian were both experts in the profound sky realm. That Qinzong was able to kill the captain of the Mingguang guards. His strength is at least at the first level. Elder Mingxian analyzed, among our Bright Light Mountain's core disciples, there are two people at the first level, and one person is infinitely close to the second level. There's still half a year before the sect tournament. In this half a year, try to improve the strength of the top 3 core disciples as much as possible. I want them to cripple Qinzong during the sect tournament. Let's see how Dark Feather Mountain will treat us, Mountain Lord Mingguang said, making the final decision. Bright Light Mountain and Dark Feather Mountain had always been at odds. Everyone knew that their grudge could be traced back to the previous Mountain Lord. Qinzong entered a group of core disciples and killed 5 Bright Light guards. This wasn't just a slap to Bright Light Mountain's face, but also a great loss. Most importantly, Qinzong was previously a probationary disciple of Bright Light Mountain. A probationary disciple of Bright Light Mountain was expelled and later became the disciple of Dark Feather Mountain's Mountain Lord. This grudge was enough to make many people talk about it enthusiastically. The more outstanding Qinzong's performance was, the greater the damage to MT Mingguang's reputation would be damaged. The other mountain chieftains would mock the people of MT Mingguang either openly or secretly. On the contrary, if Qinzong was defeated by the people of MT Mingguang, it would prove that MT Mingguang's judgment was very poor, and he would become a laughingstock. Damn it. He was actually accepted as a disciple by Dark Feather Mountain's Mountain Lord. Zhou Xiaoqi's face was pale and full of anger. His chest was still faintly hurting. Although Qinzong's sword strike didn't take his life, it left him with serious injuries. Even if he took medicinal pills orally and applied them externally, it would be difficult for him to recover without a certain amount of time. What made it even harder for him to accept was Qinzong. Shouldn't he have been chased by the Bright Light Guards after being expelled? How did he become the disciple of Dark Feather Mountain's Mountain Lord? Could it be that they had the same name? However, the news that followed shattered his last shred of hope. It was that Qinzong, the Qinzong whom he had used his privilege as a core disciple to expel. A probationary disciple who had been expelled by him had been accepted as a disciple by Dark Feather Mountain's Mountain Lord. This made Zhou Xiaoqi suffer a double blow both physically and mentally, and he was burning with jealousy. The reason why he could become a core disciple so quickly was also because of a favor and a generous gift. Qinzong was nothing. After the other core disciples who had been injured by Qinzong's sword received the news, they had all kinds of reactions. In the end, they all fell silent. They vaguely felt that they had done something wrong, but it had already happened, and there was no way to go back on their words. Liao Fifan, Qini Jue, Luo Tang, from now on, Bright Light Mountain will give you preferential treatment and focus on nurturing you in preparation for the sect competition in half a year. Your mission is to do your best to improve your strength and become stronger. At that time, in the sect competition, you will defeat the new disciple of Dark Feather Mountain's Mountain Lord, Qinzong, and abolish him on the spot, Elder Mingxian said to the 3 young men in front of him with a cold gaze and a solemn tone. Qinzong is just a small goal. What I want to compete for is the first core disciple in the sect, Liao Fifan responded with a cold and solemn expression. Master, don't worry. He's just a new disciple, but he has some strength. When the time comes, I will let him know the consequences of provoking our Bright Light Mountain, Qini Jue said a little carelessly, but his eyes were serious. Yes. Luo Tang nodded vigorously. They had all heard about Qinzong's matter. It didn't matter who was right or wrong. What mattered was the result. This matter concerned the prestige of Bright Light Mountain. As disciples of Bright Light Mountain, they were naturally closely related. On Flying Feather Cliff, Qinzong was sitting in a comfortable position, his eyes looking straight ahead. He seemed to be admiring the changes in the sea of clouds, but his mind was immersed in other things. He only maintained a trace of vigilance towards the outside world. Blue Feather Secret Technique, as one of the top forces, Remote Yuan Heaven Sect naturally had an extraordinary inheritance. Each of the 7 mountains of Remote Yuan also had its own unique inheritance. Blue Feather Mountain's unique inheritance was called Blue Feather Secret Technique. It was divided into 2 parts. The upper part belonged to the pseudo-transcendent realm, and the lower part belonged to the transcendent realm. With Qinzong's level, he could only exchange for the upper part of Blue Feather's secret technique. Of course, even if he could exchange for the lower part, he wouldn't exchange for it for the time being. It belonged to the transcendent realm. The upper part of Blue Feather's secret technique was exactly 100,000 merit points. It seemed that although Blue Feather Mountain's mountain lord supported Xianxia, it wasn't much. It was within a moderate range. More than that, Xianxia still needed to work hard. However, according to Xianxia, without this support, it would take at least several years to accumulate enough merit points to exchange for the upper part of Blue Feather's secret technique. Without a doubt, 100,000 merit points was quite a lot. Xianxia wasn't a rookie. In the sect, the stronger one was, the faster one could obtain merit points. With the strength of a core disciple, it would take several years to accumulate 100,000 merit points. If it was an elite disciple, it would probably take several times longer. If it was an official disciple, it would take at least a few decades to accumulate 100,000 merit points. Now, Xianxia had exchanged for the upper part of Blue Feather's secret technique and was studying it. It had to be said that the upper part of Blue Feather's secret technique was very profound. In terms of level, it was definitely beyond the level of high-grade pseudo-linguo. In terms of level, it could be at the level of top-grade pseudo-linguo. This kind of inheritance wasn't found in any sect on Chaotian Island. The complete upper part of Blue Feather's secret technique consisted of 4 parts: cultivation method, technique, movement method, and secret technique. Cultivation method was the cultivation method of pseudo-spirit energy. Technique was the method of attack and defense. Movement method was the method of evasion. Secret technique was the method of increasing one's combat power in an instant. Most of the core disciples exchanged for Blue Feather's secret technique separately. This way, they wouldn't have to take out 100,000 merit points all at once. Xianxia was studying the technique of Blue Feather's secret technique. The technique was divided into 3 moves. The first move was Blue Strike. Its cultivation method was to concentrate one's strength into a single line. However, the strength of the attack was determined by the individual. It mainly depended on the individual's strength and the number of minor true meanings integrated. At most, 3 minor true meanings could be integrated. The second move was Blue Mist. It was different from Blue Strike in that the strength was dispersed like a mist. Its defensive effect was greater than its supply effect. Its strength was also closely related to the individual's strength and the number of minor true meanings integrated. At most, 3 minor true meanings could be integrated. The third move was the most mysterious. It didn't have a fixed move. It purely depended on the cultivator's mastery of Blue Strike and Blue Mist. It was derived from one's own comprehension. Its strength wasn't fixed, but at least 4 minor true meanings could be integrated. For example, the blue crane that Xianxia used on the gale was the Blue Feather secret technique derived from his comprehension. He wasn't in a hurry to comprehend it. Instead, he studied the Blue Feather secret technique. This technique was called Void Blue Feather. Once successfully cultivated, the martial artist's body would become extremely light. Their speed would reach an astonishing level. They could even float in the air for a short period of time. They would be able to shift their body in midair. The last Blue Feather secret technique was called Feather Secret Technique. It was a special technique that condensed one's strength into a force that was much stronger than pseudo-spirit energy. From there, one's strength would increase significantly. When he had fought with Xianxia, Xianxia had felt that kind of power was the astral feather condensed from the astral feather art. But what made Xianxia feel regretful was that the astral feather art was somewhat similar to the nihility sword energy. His nihility sword energy was stronger. However, perhaps he could cultivate it for a while. What a shocking secret technique! Xianxia couldn't help but exclaim. Every pseudo-linguo had a fixed minor true meaning. In other words, every pseudo-linguo was created based on minor true meanings. However, the Blue Feather secret technique's Blue Feather secret technique was different. Whether it was Blue Strike or Blue Mist, both could be integrated into minor true meanings. Please subscribe. Please subscribe. Please subscribe. Half a year later, the sect grand competition would be held. It was a competition for all the disciples, from the official disciples to the esoteric disciples. It was a grand event held every 3 years in the Taiyuan Sky sect. For this reason, many disciples were already preparing to improve themselves as much as possible in order to obtain a better ranking in the competition. On the flying feather cliff, Chenzong stood at the top of the cliff, facing the sea of clouds. Gazing ahead, Chenzong's eyes seemed to be filled with countless rays of light. Immediately, he unsheathed his sword. The sword light condensed into a beam, like a wisp of grayish-white smoke, as thick as a finger. It seemed to condense into a straight line, but it also seemed to spread out like a cloud of smoke. It seemed to draw a straight line in the air, but also seemed to twist and turn, as it shot forward with a dreamy feeling. A slight swishing sound was heard. The sword was nowhere to be seen, but the grayish-white smoke split the area in front of it, spreading out for tens of meters, leaving behind a grayish-white hazy trail. After a few breaths, Chenzong struck again. It was the gray strike, but it seemed to be different from before. It was slower, but the power contained in it seemed to be stronger. Every few breaths, Chenzong would strike again. It was the gray strike, but the feeling of each strike was different, because Chenzong had merged the minor true meaning into it. Currently, Chenzong had grasped 5 minor true intents. After many attempts, Chenzong realized that if he merged the sword force true intent, sword edge true intent, and sword sharpness true intent into firmament strike, the power of firmament strike would be the strongest. But if he changed the sword force true intent into sword speed true intent, the speed would be the fastest. He then changed the true intent of water flow to sword speed true intent, fusing it with the sword edge true intent and sword sharpness true intent to execute firmament strike. The speed would be average, but the power would be average. When the true meaning of sword force and true meaning of sword speed were combined with the other minor true meanings, they all had their own characteristics. In other words, it was the same dark strike, but it contained different characteristics. After mastering the gray strike, Chenzong began to cultivate the gray mist. The cultivation of the gray strike was to concentrate the power into a line, but the gray mist dispersed the power. Regardless of whether it was gray strike or gray mist, the difficulty of cultivating them was very high. Ordinary core disciples would need to spend a month's time to be able to learn the basics. As for Chenzong, he also spent a total of 3 days to cultivate gray strike. 1 day, 2 days, 3 days. As Chenzong continued with his cultivation, the grayish-white mist around him grew thicker. Finally, it enveloped Chenzong's entire body, covering a radius of several meters. There was no blind spot. To the. However, dark strike and dark mist could only be considered as the foundation of the dark feather technique. What was truly powerful was the dark feather technique derived from his own comprehension. This was also the goal and direction of Chenzong's cultivation. He could integrate at least 4 minor true meanings. Every time he integrated one minor true meaning, its power would increase significantly. However, comprehending and deriving this move was extremely difficult. It was very difficult for ordinary core disciples to do so. Even if they could do so, they would need to spend a lot of time and energy. For example, a core disciple like Xianxia had spent half a year deriving Songhe's move. Other than cultivating the gray feather secret technique, Chenzong did not neglect the advancement of his cultivation base. The heaven and earth spirit chi here was richer and purer, and with the help of the gray feather technique, the efficiency of absorbing and refining the heaven and earth spirit chi was higher, and the burden on his body was also smaller. Every day, Chenzong could feel his body improving. In just 6 days, his cultivation was close to the late stage of the 9-star level. In the next 4 days, after Chenzong refined the spirit energy, the pseudo-spirit energy in his body surged. Late stage of the 9-star level, from mid-stage to late stage of the 9-star level, his strength would increase. The void sword would also become stronger. With my current strength, I should be able to reach the 2nd level. Chenzong silently mused. In fact, after Chenzong had mastered the firmament strike and firmament mist, his strength had already reached the 2nd extremity. And now that his cultivation base had broken through, it meant that his strength had increased by several folds. Time flew. In the blink of an eye, a month had passed. Chin Shidi, how's the 3rd move of the gray feather technique? Yu Jingxiao asked. He would look for Chenzong every few days to spar with him. Therefore, he was quite familiar with Chenzong's cultivation progress. When he found out that Chenzong only took 6 days to master Gray Strike and Gray Mist, his shock was indescribable. "I'm still missing an opportunity," Chenzong replied. "You're really?" Xianxia didn't know how to describe Chenzong. After all, it took him half a year to master Gray Crane. His speed was at least several times slower than Chenzong's. "I heard that the top 3 core disciples of MT Mingguang are trying their best to improve themselves. When the time comes, they'll fight against you in the sect competition." Xianxia changed the topic with a smile. "At this rate, not only will they fail, but they'll also be greatly affected." Speaking of this, Xianxia couldn't help but laugh. He seemed to be imagining that scene. "Senior brother Yu, what's the grudge between MT Mingguang and MT Mingguang?" Chenzong couldn't help but ask. "I don't know. I only know that it has something to do with the previous leader." Xianxia shook his head and replied, "Only a few people in MT Mingguang know about this grudge." The "a few people" he was referring to were the leader of MT Mingguang and the elders in the Profound Heaven realm. "These things have nothing to do with us for now. Come." Xianxia pulled out his long saber and slashed out. The Taiyuan Heaven sect was one of the top forces in the Blue Waves continent. In addition to having many experts and a deep foundation, there were also some holy places for cultivation that made countless small forces jealous. The Wuzhen realm was one of the holy places for cultivation. Its function was to allow people to better feel the fluctuations of true intent and comprehend the power of true intent. The core disciples of the Taiyuan Heaven sect also had a special privilege, which was to enter the Wuzhen realm for free. Of course, there were restrictions. Every core disciple had a chance to enter the first 3 realms of the Wuzhen realm once a year. There was no limit to the length of time they could cultivate. The Wuzhen realm wasn't located in MT Mingguang. In fact, it didn't exist in any of the 7 mountains. It was located in an independent small space. Walking through a portal in MT Mingguang, there was a deep blue light flickering all around. It seemed to be flowing endlessly. In just a breath, the deep blue light disappeared. Chenzong stood on a heptagonal platform. The platform was very large, with a radius of several thousand meters. On each side, there was a deep blue whirlpool light portal. The first realm, the second realm, the third realm, scanning from left to right, above each whirlpool light portal, there were 3 glowing words, from the first realm to the 7th realm. The first to third realms were suitable for those below the transcendent realm. The 4th to 7th realms were suitable for those above the transcendent realm. It was said that the first realm was the least efficient, while the 7th realm was the most efficient. Official and elite disciples could also enter the Wuzhen realm to cultivate, but they would need to spend a corresponding amount of merit points from the sect. Core disciples had the privilege of cultivating once a year. More than that, they would also need to spend a corresponding amount of merit points from the sect. The first realm required the least merit points, the second realm required more, and the third realm required even more. Currently, Chenzong's sect merit points were 0. A free opportunity was naturally very precious. Chenzong directly headed for the third realm. Chenzong's speed wasn't fast. He walked while thinking. He remembered asking his senior brother Yu why the first to third realms of the Wuzhen realm were suitable for those below the transcendent realm to enter because they were filled with the aura of little true meaning. The aura of little true meaning in the first realm was the weakest, but the burden it placed on one's will was also the weakest. The third realm was the strongest. This was also the reason why the remote Yuan Heavenly sect didn't set a cultivation time limit. No matter who it was, they couldn't stay in the Wuzhen realm for too long. The aura of little true meaning and the countless remnant wills would constantly impact one's cultivation. The longer one stayed, the more obvious it would be. Chenzong walked up to the light portal of the third realm. Without any hesitation, he stepped into it. He felt as if he had stepped into water. His whole body felt sticky, as if he had sunk into deep water. In front of him, there seemed to be a white void, as if endless clouds were lingering around it. There were 7-sided platforms about 2 meters wide floating in the air. Some of the platforms had people sitting cross-legged on them, meditating with their eyes closed, while others were empty. Chenzong discovered that the platforms weren't infinite. There were a total of 100 platforms. He chose an empty platform. His figure flashed, and leaped into the air. Like a bird soaring through the air, he landed on the platform lightly and steadily. As soon as he landed on the platform, Chenzong's expression changed. He could feel waves of chaotic information swarming towards him. There were cries of sorrow, laughter, roars, growls, and murmurs. Countless voices and information mixed together like a chaotic river. "Is this the remnant wills?" Chenzong exclaimed as he silently felt the impact of the chaotic information coming from all directions. In a place like this, those who didn't have a strong enough will wouldn't be able to withstand the impact of the chaotic remnant wills. If it was light, they would faint, and if it was heavy, they would collapse. Chenzong estimated that to withstand the impact of the chaotic remnant wills here, one would need to have at least a 7-star spiritual will. However, that was only the threshold. One would only be able to withstand the impact for a short period of time. One wouldn't be able to cultivate here. Only an 8-star spiritual will would be able to withstand the impact better. However, it was also very difficult to cultivate and comprehend. Only a 9-star spiritual will could withstand the impact of the chaotic remnant wills and cultivate and comprehend. My spiritual will is several times stronger than a normal 9-star spiritual will. Withstanding the impact of the chaotic remnant wills here is a piece of cake. Chenzong thought to himself, however, the chaotic remnant wills here are endless, and my spiritual will be constantly depleted. The longer I stay here, the weaker my resistance will be. I wonder how many days I can cultivate and comprehend here. Sharp, blazing, wildly swaying, soft, vast and mighty, dark and cold, countless different auras filled the surroundings, exuding fluctuations of varying strength, like an invisible sea with endless waves and hidden undercurrents. These were the aura fluctuations of the little true meaning. They were the aura fluctuations of the little true meaning that had appeared a long, long time ago when the realm of enlightenment was first established. After that, whenever someone entered this place to comprehend the little true meaning, the aura of the little true meaning that they comprehended would also leave behind a portion of its aura. As time passed, as more and more people came here to comprehend the little true meaning, the aura of the little true meaning would also become denser and denser, and the chaotic remnant intent would also increase. Chenzong was amazed. However, he did not indulge in it. There was a limit to how much one could withstand, and the further one progressed, the more difficult it would be to resist the chaotic remnant will. Taking advantage of the fact that he had just entered and was in his best state, Chenzong began to focus on comprehending minor true meanings. Amidst the many minor true intents, Chenzong followed the minor true intents of the 4 types of sword true intents that he had already comprehended. Slowly, the other minor true intents became fainter, and the aura of the true intent of sword force became more prominent. There were a total of over 20 sword force aura fluctuations surrounding the area. Every single one of them was slightly different because the person comprehending it was different. The same kind of power, when used by different cultivators, would often be different, subtle or obvious, depending on the cultivator. Earlier, Chenzong had comprehended the startling sword wall of the startling sword sect and felt the aura of the true intent of the sword. Now, he could directly feel the aura left behind by more than 20 other people who had comprehended the true intent of the sword. For a time all kinds of inspirations emerged. Chenzong didn't know how much time had passed, but when he awoke, he discovered that he had already comprehended the true intent of the sword force. The true intent of the sword force rippled around him, and there was one more true intent of the sword force rippling around him. True meaning of sword force. I've already comprehended the 5 minor true meanings of sword force. I have a feeling that as long as I wish, I can immediately fuse these 5 minor true meanings into a complete true meaning of sword and break through to the transcendent realm, Chenzong thought, his eyes flashing with excitement. Transcendent realm, this was the yearning of countless cultivators, the lifelong pursuit of cultivation. Now that it was so close, even with Chenzong's temperament, he could not help feeling excited and even tempted. It was as if there was a voice constantly urging Chenzong to fuse the 5 minor true meanings into the true meaning of sword force, and transcend the mortal realm. His mind was in turmoil, and his heart was beating wildly. His breathing became hurried, and his hands could not help but clench into fists. No, now, Chen. On the one hand, his cultivation was only at the late stage of the 9-star realm. Even though it was difficult for him to reach the pinnacle of the 9-star realm, it was not impossible. On the other hand, his master, the Green Feather Mountain Chieftain, had told him to try his best to comprehend as many minor true meanings as possible. Furthermore, he should not try to comprehend them carelessly. Instead, he should focus on comprehending the complete minor true meanings. When the time came, he could rely on comprehending more complete true meanings to make a breakthrough. Now that he had comprehended the true meaning of sword force and had resisted the temptation of breaking through, Chenzong calmed his heart and cleared his mind, continuing to perceive the minor true meaning fluctuations around him. In addition to the 5 minor true meanings of the true meaning of sword, Chenzong had also grasped the true meaning of water's true meaning of flowing water. What he needed to comprehend next were the other 3 minor true meanings of the true meaning of water. The true meaning of the water droplet, the true meaning of water ripples, the true meaning of water storm, the true meaning of the water droplet's aura fluctuations filled the surroundings. There were more than 30 of them, like droplets of water constantly dripping around him, allowing Chenzong to better perceive them. Compared to comprehending the true meaning of sword force, the true meaning of the water droplet was much more difficult to comprehend. It was not that the true meaning of the water droplet was more profound than the true meaning of sword force, but rather that Chenzong's foundation in the true meaning of sword force was more solid, so it was relatively easier for him to comprehend it. Time passed slowly. While comprehending, Chenzong's spiritual will was constantly being attacked, and his spiritual energy was also constantly being depleted. When Chenzong felt that his spiritual will had started to fluctuate, he woke up. At the same time, he had also begun to comprehend the true meaning of the water droplet. I'm almost at my limit. I have to leave first. Chenzong muttered to himself as he stood up and quickly leaped off the platform. The moment he left the platform, the countless chaotic remnant willpower attacks also disappeared, making Chenzong feel much more relaxed. He landed at the exit, took a step out, and left the 3rd realm. Chenzong. A voice filled with hatred and murderous intent blew towards him like the cold wind from the extreme north. Chenzong looked over and saw Zhou Xiaoqi staring at him with a cold expression. Zhou Xiaoqi's cold gaze seemed as though he wanted to tear Chenzong apart. Chenzong smiled slightly. His gaze landed on Zhou Xiaoqi's chest and abdomen, and he asked in a seemingly friendly manner, "Have your injuries healed?" His words and gaze made Zhou Xiaoqi's expression change drastically. He felt a faint pain in his chest and abdomen. Although his injuries were not light, they had already healed and did not leave behind any sequelae. However, this feeling was very uncomfortable. Chenzong, you won't be proud for long. Zhou Xiaoqi, who was extremely angry, was helpless. He could only force out such a sentence. Speaking of which, I still have to thank you. If you hadn't used your core disciple privilege to expel me from MT Mingguang, I'm afraid I wouldn't have had the chance to become a core disciple of MT Mingguang, and I wouldn't have been accepted as a disciple by MT Mingguang's mountain lord. Chenzong said slowly with a smile on his face. His light words were like a heavy sword that ruthlessly pierced through Zhou Xiaoqi's heart. His face turned from red to white, from white to green, from green to purple, and finally from purple to black. His face was as black as the bottom of a pot, as if it was covered by dark clouds. It was a live performance of the unique skill of changing one's face. That's amazing, Chenzong exclaimed. Is this unique skill of changing one's face a secret of MT Mingguang? Puff. Zhou Xiaoqi was so angry that he spat out a mouthful of blood and fell backward. When a villain gets his way, he becomes arrogant. The person standing next to Zhou Xiaoqi hurriedly supported him. He quickly took out an elixir and stuffed it into Zhou Xiaoqi's mouth. Then he stared coldly at Chenzong and said sarcastically, "Remember, you won't be proud for long. The sect competition soon will be the time of your death." "I'll be waiting," Chenzong replied and strode toward the exit of the Wuzhen realm. Chenzong was not good at verbal exchanges, but it did not mean that he did not know how to do it. "Die. I'll definitely kill you. Just you wait." Zhou Xiaoqi woke up with the help of the elixir. He wiped the blood from the corner of his mouth. His pale face was filled with ruthlessness. He stared at Chenzong's back as he stepped into the exit of the Wuzhen realm. He growled in a low voice. Chenzong heard him but did not pay attention to him. After stepping out of the exit of the Wuzhen realm, Chenzong was sent to the Tsangyu mountain according to the identification of the identity token. He quickly went to the towering cliff pavilion. Chenzong had consumed a lot of his spiritual energy. He rested first and used the art of spiritual enhancement to recover his spiritual energy. When his spiritual energy was fully recovered, he began to comprehend the true meaning of the water droplet again. Compared to the stability of the true meaning of the sword force, the true meaning of the water droplet was only a preliminary comprehension. It could be considered a beginner. He needed to continue comprehending it to stabilize it. 3 days later, Chenzong used his finger as a sword and pierced the void. It was like a water droplet with amazing penetrating power. It pierced through the air and left a hollow mark. At this point, Chenzong had grasped 7 minor true meanings. However, grasping multiple minor true meanings did not mean that one's strength had increased. It only meant that one's skills had increased. Unless one could fuse more minor true meanings into one strike. The increasingly powerful spiritual energy allowed Chenzong to use the power of the minor true meanings more easily. Every sword strike was like a water droplet piercing through the air. Although it was not as sharp as the true meaning of sword sharpness, it had a different penetrating power. The true meaning of the sword force was different from the other 4 minor true meanings of the sword force. It was more inclined towards the impact of one's aura. Chenzong realized that when he combined the half-step sword force and the true meaning of the sword force, both would increase each other's strength. The half-step sword force and the true meaning of the sword force had similarities and differences. Chenzong was carefully comprehending the differences between the two. He hoped to use this to break through the bottleneck of the half-step sword force and grasp the true sword force. Cultivating every day, Chenzong could feel his own improvement every day. It was a wonderful feeling, and Chenzong was completely immersed in it. However, it was very difficult to comprehend the minor true meanings. Although the cultivation environment here was better than on Chaotian Island, it was still not easy to comprehend the 8th minor true meaning. If I could enter the comprehending realm a few more times, maybe I could comprehend a few more minor true meanings, Chenzong thought to himself. Unfortunately, the core disciples only had one free chance to enter the comprehending realm, and he had already used it. He had only comprehended 2 minor true meanings. If he wanted to enter the comprehending realm again, he would need to spend the corresponding amount of merit points. It would cost 500 merit points to enter the comprehending realm, 1,000 merit points to enter the second realm, and 2,000 merit points to enter the comprehending realm. For Chenzong, who had 0 merit points, this was undoubtedly a huge sum of money. Earning merit points in the sect, I'll put it aside for now. I'll go cultivate in the martial arts realm first, Chenzong thought to himself, and set off again. The martial arts realm and the comprehending realm were both holy cultivation grounds of the Taiyuan Heaven sect. They were both located in independent small spaces, and the core disciples also had the privilege of entering once a year. The comprehending realm's function was to comprehend the minor true meanings and true meanings, while the martial arts realm's function was to cultivate and deduce martial arts. After Chenzong left the comprehending realm, he did not immediately enter the martial arts realm. He wanted to fully comprehend the minor true meanings before entering the martial arts realm. The martial arts realm did not have a time limit. After all, no one could stay there for a long time. There was a repulsive force in the martial arts realm, and the longer one stayed, the stronger the repulsive force would become until one could no longer resist and was forcibly expelled. The martial arts realm was divided into the minor martial arts realm and the major martial arts realm. It was suitable for the pseudo-transcendence and transcendence, and there was an independent small space within it. As if he was standing in mid-air, surrounded by a vast expanse of whiteness, as if countless clouds were lingering around him, Chenzong closed his eyes and pondered. 7 minor true meanings, point star, aurora. Chenzong planned to use the other minor true meanings to create a suitable pseudo-linguo. Not only would that increase his offensive capabilities, but it would also strengthen his foundation and accumulation. Perhaps, he could also derive the 3rd move of the dark feather technique. Are you Master's new disciple? In front of Chenzong was a man in a loose moon-white robe. His long hair draped over his shoulders, covering half of his face. His skin was as white as jade and seemed to be emitting a faint halo of warmth. His gaze was as cold as a clear spring and as deep as the ocean. His voice was somewhat feminine, but it also carried a trace of magnetism. It was very charming. At first glance, Chenzong thought this man was very beautiful, but he was a man. Yes, Chenzong greets second senior brother. Chenzong saluted. This man was Fengshe Gue, the second disciple of the Lord of Sungyu Mountain. The fact that Master has accepted you as a disciple proves that you are indeed extraordinary. Train well. If you have any problems, you can come and find me. Fengshe Gue's expression did not change, and his voice did not change either. He immediately took out his identity token and connected with Chenzong. A new column appeared in Chenzong's identity token. Senior brother, esoteric disciple of the Sungyu Mountain of the Taiyuan Sky sect, Fengshe Gue, Master said second senior brother went to open up a secondary world. Now that he had returned, it seemed that the secondary world had been opened up. Chin Shidi, I've accepted a team mission. After completing it, each person will get thousands of merit points. Do you want to come? Not long after, there was a message notification in the identity token. Chenzong looked at it and saw that it was a message from Xianxia. What mission? Chenzong's eyes lit up when he saw the thousands of merit points. He replied with a question. Not long ago, the sect discovered a new world. Esoteric disciples were the vanguard. The rest of the work was completed by core disciples, Xianxia replied quickly. Where do we meet? Chenzong replied immediately. First, he was tempted by the thousands of merit points. After all, whether it was entering the enlightenment realm or the martial arts realm, merit points were required. He could not ask Master for more. Second, he was curious about the secondary world. It was only right to see it. After reading Xianxia's reply, Chenzong put away his identity token and set off immediately. Previously, the Taiyuan Sky sect controlled 5 secondary worlds. The entrances to the 5 secondary worlds were placed in the same place. Like the Enlightenment realm and the martial arts realm, they were located in independent small spaces and could only be reached through the transmission portals of the various mountains. It was free for core disciples to use the portal. This time, the world's central broadcasting platform. Junior brother you, this mission is not ordinary. Are the people you invited really strong enough? A slender young man with blade-like eyebrows asked in a deep voice. He was dressed in a dark blue robe with a symbol of a falling rainbow on his cuff. Don't worry, senior brother Tang, Xianxia said with a confident smile. Senior brother Yu has always been reliable, we should have confidence in him. One of the 2 women standing at the side also laughed. They had worked together more than once and understood each other relatively well. At this moment, a figure passed through the portal and stepped into the secondary world's turntable. Chin Shidi, you're here, Xianxia said with a smile as soon as he saw him. As soon as Chenzong stepped into the turntable, he glanced around and saw 6 rotating light portals. Above each light portal was a corresponding name, which was the name of the secondary world. Everyone, this is the new core disciple of Green Feather Mountain and the 3rd disciple of the Mountain Master, Chenzong. His strength is not inferior to mine. Xianxia introduced Chenzong to a man and 2 women. Chin Shidi, this is senior brother Tang Jingming, the 1st core disciple of Rainbow Fall Mountain. These 2 are senior sister Tong Xiuyin and senior sister Luo Qingyan, the 1st and 2nd core disciples of Yaoying Mountain. Greetings, senior brother Tang, senior sister Tong and senior sister Luo. Chenzong greeted them with cupped fists. Tang Jingming just nodded in response, as if he was not very satisfied with Chenzong. Hello, Chin Shidi. Tong Xiuyin returned the greeting with a smile. Luo Qingyan also returned the greeting, but she did not speak. She had a cold personality. Well, since everyone is here, let's set off now and finish the mission as soon as possible, Tang Jingming said impatiently. Let's go. The 5 of them set off and walked toward the newly opened portal of the secondary world. This secondary world was called Red Sunday Rainbow Fall Mountain, and Yaoying Mountain have a good relationship with Green Feather Mountain. Xianxia said to Chenzong telepathically, Tang Jingming is not a bad person, but he is a little strange. He often doubts things that he has not seen with his own eyes. Originally, he invited another person to carry out the mission with him. That person is a good friend of Tang Jingming, but for some reason, he could not come. So, I thought of you, Chin Shidi. I said that your strength is not inferior to mine, but Tang Jingming did not believe me completely. That is why he is like this. Chenzong nodded and expressed his understanding. As for Yaoying Mountain, it was said that they only accepted female disciples. The Red Sun secondary world was discovered by the experts of the sect not long ago. The esoteric disciples were the vanguard and basically stabilized the situation there. If we let the esoteric disciples handle the rest of the follow-up work, it would be a waste of talent. Plus, the sect has the intention to cultivate the core disciples, so it appeared in the form of a mission. Xianxia changed the topic to the mission. According to the information brought back by the esoteric disciples, the Red Sun secondary world's temperature is very high, and its terrain is mainly desert and volcanoes. There are no humans there, but a kind of strange red fire life form. Xianxia also explained the red fire life form to Chenzong so that Chenzong could understand more about it. Tang Jingming took the lead and stepped into the portal of the Red Sun secondary world. Chenzong followed behind. In front of him was endless fiery red rotating. It was as if he had fallen into a volcano, but also as if endless tongues of fire were spewing out, wanting to burn him to ashes. The scene changed. Chenzong stepped on the ground and felt traces of heat spreading from the bottom of his feet to the top. With a glance, he saw that the ground under his feet was brown and somewhat cracked. The temperature was higher than the ground outside, as if there was a heated brick bed underneath. The sky seemed to be covered with a faint layer of red gauze, like the remaining red of the setting sun. Not only did the ground under his feet emit waves of heat, but the air was also filled with endless heat. This kind of temperature was fatal for ordinary people who did not cultivate. Even ordinary real martial realm warriors would not be able to withstand it for long. Chenzong could also feel that the spiritual qi of heaven and earth here was scorching hot. It was a kind of spiritual qi of heaven and earth that leaned toward the fire attribute. Strictly speaking, there were differences in the spiritual qi of heaven and earth. However, most of the time, the spiritual qi of heaven and earth was the same. Only some special places made the spiritual qi of heaven and earth different. For example, in the Red Sun subworld, the spiritual qi of heaven and earth was affected by the special environment of this subworld and turned into a kind of fire attribute spiritual qi of heaven and earth. This was a very good place for warriors who cultivated fire attribute cultivation techniques. This Red Sun subworld is different from the other subworlds. Tong Shuin smiled and gently tucked her hair behind her ear, looking very charming. We have only been to 3 of the other subworlds. We are not qualified to enter the other 2. Tang Jingming said seriously, however, when I step into the transcendent realm, I will leave my footprints in the other 2 subworlds. The Red Sun subworld's temperature was very high, and the spiritual qi of heaven and earth had the fire attribute. Therefore, ordinary plants could not survive here. However, there was a special kind of plant that could survive and grow very well. It was the red sunwood. The red sunwood was very valuable, especially the older it was. It was said that the red sunwood heart could be sold for a sky-high price, but it was very rare. The reason why the Taiyuan Heaven sect was able to discover the Red Sun subworld and open it was because of the red sunwood that could provide a lot of resources, not to mention other things. Our mission is to clean up the remaining red fire life forms in an vein. There is no time to lose, let's set out immediately. Tang Jingming said and took the lead, quickly moving forward. When the esoteric disciple was the vanguard to open up the Red Sun subworld, he had also drawn a map of the place, so they just had to follow the map. In addition to Chenzong's team, there were other core disciples of the Taiyuan Heaven sect who formed teams to carry out missions, but there were not many of them. Such missions had high rewards, so they were very popular. Of course, the danger was not small. The vein that Chenzong's team was going to was the largest red sun or in the Red Sun subworld. There were many red fire life forms living in it, but the transcendent realm red fire life forms had already been killed, leaving only those below the transcendent realm. However, they could not let their guard down because of this. A few light red trees grew in the surroundings, and they were none other than the red sunwood. The age of the red sunwood was determined by its color. Light red was the shortest, generally less than 100 years old. The specific age of the red sunwood needed to be identified more carefully, but the value of the red sunwood less than 100 years old was almost the same, so no one would go out of their way to differentiate them. The value of the red sunwood more than 100 years old was relatively high. Every 100 years was a grade, and its color would change significantly, gradually turning from light red to red. Generally, the red sun wood was 1,000 years old. The value of the red sun wood increased greatly when it was 1,000 years old. However, it was said that the red sunwood heart could only be formed by 10,000 years old red sunwood. It was a treasure that could only be found by chance. Chen Zong's team did not cut down the red sunwood less than 100 years old. Although it could be sold for some value, it was nothing to them. Only the ordinary true martial realm cultivators would pay attention to it. Along the way, Chen Zong's team saw the so-called red fire lifeforms for the first time. It was a red fire beast, which looked like a tiger or leopard burning in flames. It was about 2 meters long, which was not very big. When the red fire beast saw Chen Zong's team, it immediately let out a roar and spat out a blazing fireball with a horribly high temperature. Break! Tang Jingming waved his hand casually. His palm was like a blade, cutting through the air. It seemed to leave behind a rainbow, which destroyed the fireball. Countless sparks sputtered out, but under Tang Jingming's skillful control, it did not affect anyone. The remaining power of the palm blade was not used up. It turned into a bright red blade light that pierced through the air and attacked the red fire beast. The red fire beast could not dodge at all. It was directly hit and split into two. The dead crimson fire beast dimmed, revealing its pitch-black body, which looked like a burnt dead tree. It was indeed a very strange life form. After a few more glances, the team did not stop and continued forward. They then found that the red fire lifeforms were divided into two types. One was in the form of a beast, and the other was in the form of a human. The human form of the red fire lifeforms were fewer, but they were usually more powerful. The red sun or vein was rich in red sun ore, and red sun ore could be refined into red sun iron, which was a top-grade material for forging weapons and armors. Red sun iron essence could also be refined from a large portion of red sun iron, which was a precious material for forging low-grade spirit weapons. If they could find red sun crystals, their value would be even more astonishing. Chen Zong and the other four's mission was to clear out all the red fire lifeforms in the red sun mineral vein, making it easier for the rest of the team to enter and mine the red sun ore again. The mineral vein was an iron-red hill that covered an area of several dozen square kilometers, constantly emitting bursts of heat. Holes of varying sizes were scattered all over the place, and all of them led to the interior of the cave. The 5 of us will split up, each taking a passage and clearing it out as quickly as possible, Tang Jingming said as he stared at the mine in front of him. Isn't it too risky? Tong Shuin frowned slightly. No, all the transcendents in the mine have been killed, and the rest are below the transcendents. With our strength, we can deal with them, Tang Jingming emphasized, then looked at Chen Zong and asked, Chen Shidi, is there any problem? No problem, Chen Zong replied unhurriedly. In that case, let's move out. As soon as he finished speaking, Tang Jingming took the lead, his body turning into a streak of light as he rushed towards a 2-meter-tall passage. There weren't many 2-meter-tall passages, and most of them were only 1 meter in height. Seeing Tang Jingming take the lead, Yu Jingxiao and the others didn't show any surprise. They were obviously used to it and were confident in their strength. Junior brother, be careful, Yu Jingxiao said as he also rushed towards a passage. The 5 of them each rushed into a 2-meter-tall passage, and a blazing heat immediately rushed towards them. The passages in the passage weren't naturally formed, but rather excavated, and claw marks could be seen on the walls. The deeper they went, the higher the temperature. A roar sounded, and a fiery red figure pounced towards them at lightning speed. It was the red fire beast. The heavenly sun sword was unsheathed, and the red sword light seemed to cause the temperature to rise. With a slash of the sword, the scarlet fire beast was sliced into two like the sun in the sky. The red fire beasts that lived in the red sun mineral vein were much stronger than the ones outside, even stronger than those in the 9th realm of the true martial realm, but to Chen Zong, they were like ants. However, when the number of ants reached a certain level, it was quite shocking. As Chen Zong went deeper and deeper, he continued to kill scarlet fire beasts. Chen Zong arrived at a spacious cave, and dozens of scarlet fire beasts surrounded him. Dozens of scarlet fire beasts had similar appearances. Their entire bodies were red, as if they were covered in a layer of flames. They stared at Chenzong ferociously. Their eyes were filled with killing intent and madness, as if they wanted to tear Chenzong into pieces. They were all beasts, dead beasts in their wake, their bodies, and the beasts, wherever they were, they would be dead beasts, corpses. Chenzong didn't stop. He kept moving forward, encountering red fire beasts, and killing them. Angry shouts sounded like a strange language, but Chenzong couldn't understand it, but he could roughly understand what it meant. It was nothing more than expressing its anger and murderous intent. This was a humanoid crimson fire life form. It was about 2 meters tall and looked like a person covered in a layer of red flames. However, it was even more powerful. The red fire beast's eyes were red, as if there were flames flowing in them. It opened its mouth and roared at Chenzong angrily. Compared to red fire beasts were more intelligent. At the same time, the crimson flame giant kicked off the ground, and with shocking power, it shot toward Chenzong like a torrent of magma. The scorching heat was so intense that it seemed as if it wanted to burn Chenzong to a crisp. The red fire beast raised the thick stick in its hand and smashed it towards Chenzong with a whistling sound. One end of the cudgel was as thick as a person's thigh. It was very rough and red all over, emitting a shocking heat. It was simply made of red sun iron. When it fell into the hands of Qi Huaran, it possessed a terrifying power. This attack seemed to be able to smash a small mountain, and it had reached the level of an 8-star warrior. But it was nothing to Chenzong. With a flash of sword light, Chenzong became one with his sword. Then, Chenzong and the flaming man passed each other. The flames in the red fire beast's eyes were extinguished, and it fell forward. A bang echoed in the tunnel. The red fire beast's body was much denser. The 2-meter-tall red fire beast weighed more than 1,000 pounds, which was very shocking. The dead red fire beast also turned into charcoal, but the stick in its hand didn't change. After all, it was made of red sun iron, so it had some value. Chenzong directly put it into his mustard seed bag. The sect didn't care about the rewards in this mission. It was up to the team or the individual to decide. As for this temporary team of 5, if they got something together, of course, it would be divided. But now, it was Chenzong who got it. Encountering an 8-star red fire beast, Chenzong didn't let down his guard at all. Maybe there would be a 9-star red fire beast. As Chenzong expected, as they went deeper, the red fire beasts they encountered became stronger, and the red fire beasts they encountered became stronger as well. But the civilization of the red fire beasts seemed to be still at a relatively shallow level. The weapons they used were simply made of red sun iron, which was quite crude. After they were killed, the red sun iron naturally became Chenzong's spoils of war. Neither the red fire beasts nor the red fire beasts could resist Chenzong's sword. Chenzong also didn't need to use much strength to kill all the enemies and carry out the cleanup. In another passage, Tang Jingming held a red long saber. The saber swept across like a rainbow. Dozens of red fire beasts in front of him trembled at the same time, and the flames extinguished, revealing their charred bodies. As the number 1 core disciple of Rainbow Fall Mountain, Tang Jingming's strength was not inferior to Xianxia's. In fact, he was even stronger. On the other side, Xianxia's long saber shook. There seemed to be a faint gray saber light cutting through the air, and 2 red fire beasts in front of him fell directly. Tong Shuin and Luo Qingyan were core disciples of Yaoying Mountain. Naturally, they cultivated the secret martial arts of Yaoying Mountain. The weapons they used were long whips. With a shake of the long whips, they turned into a green dragon snake that seemed to dance in the clouds, bringing out layers of phantoms. When the phantoms disappeared, the red fire beasts in the surroundings were all dead. The 5 of them set out from different passages, clearing out the enemies as they went deeper. The red sun mine seemed to be dozens of miles wide, but in fact, it was only a small part of the mine that protruded above the ground. Most of it was buried underground. The 5 of them spent some time and finally cleared out the protruding parts above the ground. The strongest combat power they encountered was only at the early stage of the 9-star level, which was equivalent to the level of a core disciple of Taiyuan Heaven Sect. However, these red fire beasts had their own advantages and disadvantages compared to martial artists. The advantage of the red fire beasts was that their bodies were very strong. The red fire beasts with early stage 9-star combat power could easily explode with hundreds of thousands of pounds of strength. Together with their blazing power, they were very terrifying and powerful. Ordinary early stage 9-star martial artists would not be able to face them head-on. However, the disadvantage of the red fire beasts was that their attacking methods were quite crude, and their application of their own power was also at a relatively shallow level. If they had the application of power like martial artists, then the red fire beasts with early stage 9-star combat power could be enhanced to the middle stage of 9-star. There was no doubt that the red fire beasts were intelligent beings, but their cultivation civilization was still at a relatively shallow level compared to the human race. Otherwise, the potential of the red fire beasts would be quite amazing. After going deep into the Red Sun Mine, Qianzong met Tang Jingming in a passage. "Senior brother Tang," Qianzong spoke first. "Chen Shidi." Tang Jingming looked at Qianzong's unscathed appearance and could not help but nod. He was more certain of Qianzong's strength and his attitude was obviously better. The two of them did not talk much. After passing each other, they went deeper into the ground through different passages. There were many passages in the Red Sun Mine, and they were very complicated. Ordinary people did not dare to go deep, or they would get lost. However, Qianzong and the others were not afraid. Perhaps it was because they were strong and brave. As they went deeper into the ground, the red fire beasts Qianzong encountered were even stronger. They were already at the pseudo-transcendent realm, and there were even more of them. The cultivation of the red fire beasts seemed to be related to the Red Sun Mine. In other words, they directly swallowed and absorbed the Red Sun Mine to strengthen themselves. For them, the Red Sun Mine was their life. If someone wanted to take their life, they would be their mortal enemy. They would not rest until they were dead. What's more, for the red fire beasts, the human race was an invader. 2 red fire beasts came from the front and back, and the weapons they used were similar. Both of them were crudely made from red sun iron. The red sun iron cudgel smashed towards Qianzong, bringing with it a strong wind. It was incomparably violent, filling the passage with an astonishing whistling sound and an extremely hot aura. The power of these 2 cudgel attacks was astonishing. If he was hit, Qianzong knew that even with his golden jade impenetrable body, he would not be able to resist. Even if he did not die, he would be seriously injured. Mid-9 star, this was the strength of the 2 red fire beasts. Naturally, Qianzong would not stupidly stand in place and use his body to resist the opponent's attack. The heavenly sun sword slashed, and with a powerful force and exquisite technique, he diverted the attacks of the 2 red fire beasts. They missed each other and smashed towards the other. With 2 loud bangs, the 2 crimson flame men were struck by their respective clubs. The sound made one's scalp go numb. It was as if an iron club had smashed into an extremely hard rock, causing countless sparks to fly. This fierce attack caused the red fire beasts to stagger and retreat, revealing a painful expression. Although the red fire beasts' bodies were very strong, they still had their 5 senses. Taking advantage of this opportunity, a sword light flashed again. Qianzong could clearly feel the resistance of the sword when it hit the red fire beasts, but he still slashed through. The 2 red fire beasts were dead. Looking at the 2 red sun iron cudgel, it seemed to be purer than the ones he had obtained before. It seemed that the stronger the red fire beasts were, the better the quality of the red sun iron cudgel. In the deepest part of the Red Sun Mine, there was a very wide cave. It was surrounded by dark red sun iron mine walls. They looked very hard and were constantly emitting a scorching heat. At the edge of the cave, there were many red sun iron pieces that looked like fangs. In the center of the cave, there was a huge chair made of red sun iron. At this moment, there was a figure sitting on the chair. This figure was tall and strong. He wore a simple fiery red iron helmet. His eyes were like rubies under the iron helmet, and a fiery luster flickered in the depths of his eyes. He also wore fiery red armor, which made his originally majestic body seem even more powerful. His body seemed to be covered in a layer of faint red flames that constantly burned. This tall figure wearing fiery red armor sat there, as if he was the center of the entire cave. He was as steady as an iron mountain, and his body was constantly emitting an astonishingly high temperature, which could roast an ordinary person into a dried husk. Even true martial realm martial artists who were within 10 meters of him would have their mouths and tongues dry up, and would quickly lose their water content. In a short period of time, they would become dizzy and lose the ability to move. On the left and right sides of this tall and strong red fireman, there were 2 red fire beasts. They looked like tigers and leopards, but each of them was much bigger and stronger. There were a few armor-like crystals on their bodies. It looked like they were wearing armor. The flames on their bodies were also more intense. Below him, on the left and right sides, there were 5 red firemen. Each of them was 2.5 meters tall and looked very powerful. The strength of a red fireman was proportional to his body size. The bigger he was, the stronger he was. At this moment, a red fireman quickly ran in from outside. He knelt down on one knee and said something. The eyes of the red fireman on the chair emitted a terrifying light. It was as if 2 streams of flames were spewing out of his eyes. Shocking anger filled the air. The flames around his body instantly rose as if they were going to burn everything. Immediately, that person waved his hand and said a few words. The 10 red firemen on the left and right sides bowed and ran out of the cave. They formed groups of 2. They took their weapons and a red fire beast and quickly left. Chen Zong's expression changed slightly when he slashed at the red fireman. He could clearly feel the resistance. This was a pinnacle 9-star red fireman. His body was even tougher. An ordinary sword could not kill him in one strike. It should be noted that Chen Zong's current combat strength had reached the 2nd level, which was 2 levels higher than the limit of the 9-star level. With such strength, even an ordinary sword strike would be very powerful and could easily kill a limit of the 9-star level. But now, when the sword landed on the pinnacle 9-star Crimson Flame humanoid, it felt resistance. It couldn't kill it with a single strike like before. It was easy to imagine how strong the body of the Crimson Flame humanoid was. If one strike was not enough, then 2 strikes would be enough. With Chen Zong's speed, 1 strike and 2 strikes would not make much of a difference. With 2 slashes, the pinnacle 9-star red fire elemental was killed. After that, the red fireman, who was at the peak of the 9-star level, attacked. The pressure that the peak 9-star red fireman brought to Chen Zong was not much different from that of a peak 9-star red fireman. However, the strength of his body surprised Chen Zong. His sword only left a shallow sword mark on his body. This kind of injury was nothing to the red fireman. It was certain that if an ordinary pinnacle 9-star martial artist encountered such a pinnacle 9-star red fireman, they would not be able to do anything to him. They would not be able to break through his defense. Of course, the red fireman with a low level of martial arts would not be able to do anything to him, unless the martial artist was courting death. Strong slash. With a low chant, the heavenly sun sword was slashed out again. Vaguely, there seemed to be a flash of extremely sharp light condensing on the tip of the sword before it slashed down. It was unstoppable and unstoppable. The pinnacle 9-star red fireman was slashed apart by the sword. The strong slash was a low-grade pseudo-lingu that Chen Zong created after entering the martial arts stage based on the true meaning of the sword. With Chen Zong's mental strength, activating a lesser true meaning was no longer a burden to him. He could even activate it continuously for more than 100 times without a problem. If he grasped the rhythm well and allowed his recovery speed to keep up with his consumption speed, he could even activate it 300 or 400 times without a problem. However, if he activated 2 lesser true meanings at the same time, the consumption would increase by almost double. If he activated 3 lesser true meanings at the same time, the consumption would increase by several times. In other words, if Chen Zong activated a low-grade pseudo-lingu, the consumption of a middle-grade pseudo-lingu would be 2, and the consumption of a high-grade pseudo-lingu would be 4. If he activated a pseudo-lingu with 4 lesser true meanings as the foundation, the consumption of his mental strength would be 8. When facing enemies of different levels, there would be different ways to deal with them. For example, the pinnacle 9-star red fireman would not be able to kill him in 2 or 3 strikes with normal attacks, but there was no need to use too strong a secret technique. The low-grade pseudo-lingu was just right, and it would not consume too much of his mental strength. If he could kill his opponent with the strong slash, if he used something like the gray strike, it would be overkill. The red sun steel staff naturally became Chenzong's trophy. At this time, Chenzong felt two strong auras rapidly approaching. Not long after, there was a sound. The hot aura was like a gust of wind blowing through the tunnel in front of him. Chenzong's expression was solemn. Not long after, he saw two figures appear one after the other. These two figures were much taller than any of the Scarlet Fire men they had seen before. They were at least 2.5 meters tall, and the Scarlet Fire Beast leading the way in front of them also looked much stronger than the Scarlet Fire Beasts they had seen before. As soon as it saw Chenzong, the Red Fire Beast immediately roared and pounced towards him. The two Red Fire men did not stop it. The Red Fire Beast's strength was at the pinnacle of 9-star. Chenzong struck with his sword. Strong slash, the Scarlet Fire Beast was split in half from the middle. The red eyes of the two Scarlet Fire humanoids were somewhat serious, but they had no intention of retreating. Instead, they rushed towards Chenzong at an extremely fast speed, like meteorites falling from the sky. Their strong bodies rubbed against the air at high speed, creating a large amount of flames. The temperature was shockingly high, and it immediately gave Chenzong a strong pressure. The weapons held by these two Crimson Flame men were slightly different from the previous ones. They were no longer in the shape of simple sticks. Instead, they had the outline of a large saber. They were red all over and looked purer. Clearly, they were forged with higher quality Crimson Sun iron. The sword carried an extremely violent power. Driven by the blazing fire, it fiercely chopped towards Chenzong as if it could split a mountain. Chenzong's pupils shrank slightly. The moves these two Red Fire men made were different from the ones before. There was a trace of martial arts in them, and the application of power was more reasonable. Of course, for Chenzong, this kind of martial arts application was very crude. He dodged the two terrifying swords and launched the strong slash. The two Red Fire men's bodies were chopped in front and behind. Ear-piercing clangs sounded and countless sparks sputtered. The two Red Fire men's bodies trembled slightly and suddenly turned around. The rough swords brought a strong and violent whirlwind as they strangled towards Chenzong. The first level, the fighting strength of these two Red Fire men had reached the astonishing level of the first level. The strength of their bodies was once again beyond Chenzong's expectation. Even the strong slash only left a shallow sword mark on their bodies and did not hinder them at all. At present, among the several inferior pseudo-lingwu that Chenzong had mastered, the strong slash was the most suitable for chopping. Star, Aurora, Strong Slash, the three inferior pseudo-lingwu were used alternately. The Star Slash could leave a deep sword mark on the Red Fire men's bodies, but this kind of injury seemed to have no effect on the Red Fire men. As for the Aurora, it was extremely fast and caused the lightest injury. With the middle-level pseudo-lingwu, I should be able to kill them. Chenzong thought to himself. Unfortunately, he had not created the middle-level pseudo-lingwu in the martial arts practice realm. It was much more difficult than the inferior pseudo-lingwu. Flowing water. With another low shout, Chenzong launched another attack. The sword light was like flowing water, like a long river rushing forward, landing on the two Red Flame men. Flowing water, this was the inferior pseudo-lingwu that Chenzong had created with the true meaning of flowing water. Chenzong had created two inferior pseudo-lingwu while cultivating in the martial arts practice realm. It could be said that he had gained a lot. However, the flowing water was obviously unable to do anything to the two Red Fire men. It could only make them retreat a few steps and leave some sword marks on their bodies. If I can integrate the true meaning of sword force into the strong slash and turn it into a middle-level pseudo-lingwu, I might be able to kill them. Unfortunately, I have not comprehended it for long and have not made any progress. Chenzong thought to himself. He took 2 steps back and held the hilt of the Tianyang sword with both hands. Suddenly, he thrust his sword forward. It seemed like an upward slash, a straight stab, and finally a light slash. A grayish-white sword light as thick as a finger cut the air in front of it like a cloud or flowing light. The first Red Fire man's body was also cut open. The grayish-white sword light slashed towards the second Red Fire man dark strike. Chenzong had integrated the true meaning of sword force, true meaning of sword speed, and true meaning of sword edge into this strike. Not only was it powerful and fast, but it was also shockingly sharp. The two red fire men fell to the ground one after another, turning into charred black. Xianxia could not help but breathe a sigh of relief. Fortunately, he had cultivated the gray feather secret technique. However, using Dark Strike consumes a lot of my mental energy, Xianxia thought to himself. With his current mental energy, he could use it about 30 times in a row. If he controlled the rhythm and used it properly, he might be able to use it about 40 times. If it were other grandmasters, their mental energy was not as strong as his, so the number of times they could use it would be much less. I have already encountered the first-level red fireman. I wonder if I will encounter the second-level red fireman next, Xianxia thought to himself. The first-level red fireman was already so strong. If it was the second-level red fireman, Xianxia was not very confident that he could defeat it. However, since he had already accepted the mission, he had to continue for the sake of the thousands of merit points. Moreover, the red sun iron that he had obtained so far could be sold to the sect for a sum of merit points. Luo Qingyan stood outside the cave and carefully sensed the aura fluctuations coming from inside. Her expression was somewhat solemn. She had also encountered two red fire beasts with the strength of the first level. She had used all her strength to end the battle in a short time. When she came here, she had intended to break in first, but when she sensed the aura, she stopped and waited for the others to arrive. "Junior sister Luo, why don't you go in?" Tang Jingming's voice sounded as he strode forward. "Senior brother Tang, wait a moment," Luo Qingyan said. "I suggest we wait for the other senior brothers and sisters to arrive before we go in together." "There's no need for that," Tang Jingming insisted. "This should be the deepest part. Once we wipe out all the red fire beasts inside, we will leave and turn in the mission." As he spoke, Tang Jingming rushed inside. Luo Qingyan had no choice but to follow. She was more sensitive to auras and instinctively felt that the aura inside made her a little uneasy, so she had to wait. However, since Tang Jingming had taken the lead, Luo Qingyan could only follow and look out for each other. After entering one after another, both of them saw the tall and mighty figure sitting on the huge chair. Luo Qingyan's pupils shrank. The moment she saw the figure, the source of the powerful aura was clear. Tang Jingming and Luo Qingyan's expressions changed slightly, and their eyes turned grave. Tang Jingming and Luo Qingyan couldn't understand what it meant, but they could feel the anger and murderous intent in its voice, which came crashing down like a torrential wave. Tang Jingming's and Luo Qingyan's expressions changed slightly, and their eyes turned grave. The two tall red fire beasts then let out an astonishing roar. Invisible sound waves reverberated in the huge cave, and the temperature of the air seemed to be constantly increasing. As the red fire beasts kept roaring, the tall and mighty figure on the huge chair also stood up. As he moved, the air around him surged like waves, blasting away the blazing heat. Every move could cause the air to fluctuate, revealing the terrifying body of the red fire beasts. Seeing this, Tang Jingming and Luo Qingyan's expressions became more and more solemn. A powerful enemy, a much more powerful enemy than the red fire beasts they had encountered before. The Crimson Flame Man finally stood up. He was 3 meters tall and wore a simple helmet and armor. He looked like a general who had won countless battles on the battlefield. Grabbing with his big hand, he pulled out a 2-meter-long giant blade from the back of the huge chair. Its appearance was closer to a broadsword, but it had not been sharpened yet, so it still looked a little crude. But such a weapon was in the hands of the terrifying red fireman. Neither Luo Qingyan nor Tang Jingming dared to underestimate it. As he swung his saber, a loud breathing sound rang out. A pale red gust of wind blew out, sweeping a large amount of blazing heat towards Tang Jingming and Luo Qingyan. The two tall red fire beasts pounced forward at the same time, one towards Tang Jingming and the other towards Luo Qingyan. "Let's end this quickly." Tang Jingming was aware of his opponent's strength. "So," he said immediately. Then, his expression turned serious. He held the long saber with both of his hands. His eyes were reflected in the saber. Waning rainbow. The long saber slashed out. A bright red rainbow light streaked across the sky, carrying the power of 3 minor true meanings. It attacked the tall red fire beast that was pouncing towards him. The red fire beast's strength had reached the first level and was very powerful. But to Tang Jingming, whose strength was close to the second level, it was nothing. Luo Qingyan was a little more difficult to deal with, but only by a little. Waning Rainbow was the first move of the Rainbow Fall Mountain's inherited secret martial arts technique, similar to Grey Strike. The saber slashed across like a rainbow. The two red fire beasts paused and then fell from the sky. Waning Rainbow flashed, and the remaining power continued to attack the red fireman, directly slashing his body. With a puff, the remaining power of Waning Rainbow shattered, but the red fireman was not injured at all. Only a saber mark was left on his armor, but the saber mark was healing at a speed visible to the naked eye. Tang Jingming and Luo Qingyan's pupils contracted. The attack of Waning Rainbow was extremely powerful. Even after killing two first-level red fire beasts, it still had half of its power left. Yet, it did not cause any damage to the red fireman. Tang Jingming and Luo Qingyan both understood that this red fireman was extremely powerful. One on the left and one on the right, they joined forces to fight the enemy. This Chihua person was the Chihua commander. He was extremely powerful and different from the other Chihua people. Before Tang Jingming and Luo Qingyan could get close, he had already waved his 2-meter-long giant blade and slashed out in all directions like a sweeping army. It was not a profound technique, but it was already in its embryonic form. With this saber, they believed that even a mountain would be shattered. A terrifying whistling sound surged, making Tang Jingming and Luo Qingyan's scalp tingle. Luo Qingyan's figure flickered like an afterimage, avoiding the sweep of the blade. However, she had no choice but to retreat because the might of the attack was too strong. Tang Jingming, on the other hand, used his blade to block the attack, trying to close in on his opponent. But the moment his long saber came into contact with the opponent's giant saber, Tang Jingming's face was full of horror. An extremely powerful force mixed with a terrifying blazing fire bombarded him. That kind of power made Tang Jingming feel that he could not resist it at all. Tang Jingming also cultivated body refining, and he had reached the perfection realm. The strength of one arm could reach 100,000 jin. Coupled with the power condensed from the powerful pseudo-spiritual power, the power of each blow was very powerful. But he was no match for the opponent. Not only was he no match for the opponent, he was even crushed. Unable to close in, Tang Jingming was directly swept away. He felt as if his arms were broken, and his whole body was in pain. With an angry roar, the Red Fire Commander held the giant saber with both hands and slashed at Tang Jingming. Tang Jingming, who was retreating, suddenly changed his expression. His whole body was hit by a powerful force, and his muscles and bones were in pain. It was difficult for him to gather his strength for a while. He could only watch the giant saber fall, and a huge fiery red saber light broke through the air. It seemed to be as heavy as a mountain and as hot as magma. I can only use that move. Tang Jingming was angry and helpless. In this case, he could only use the secret method that he did not want to use. The side effects were too great. With a flash of the whip, Tang Jingming was quickly pulled to the side to avoid the giant saber. However, the violent impact of the giant saber made Tang Jingming very uncomfortable. "Senior brother Tang, don't fight him head-on," Luo Qingyan said quickly after saving Tang Jingming in time. The power of the Red Fire Commander was too amazing. It was very disadvantageous to fight him head-on. Tang Jingming also understood this. Although he was somewhat unwilling, he also understood that the situation was such that he could only use guerrilla tactics. The two of them sped up and cooperated with each other to attack the Red Fire Commander. However, the Red Fire Commander just stood in place and waved the giant saber in his hand. Waves of blazing wind rolled up, making it difficult for Tang Jingming and Luo Qingyan to get close to him. Luo Qingyan's long whip passed through the sky and hit the Red Fire Commander hard. With a snap, the Red Fire Commander did not have any reaction. He was too weak. Luo Qingyan's strength was not as good as Xianxia's or Tang Jingming's. She belonged to the first level. However, she was relatively strong in the first level, but there was still a gap between her and the second level. Their cultivation had reached the limit of the 9-star level. At this point, there was no room for improvement. Therefore, if they wanted to continue to improve their strength, they could only start with the minor true meaning. In terms of the subtlety of martial arts, the Red Fire Commander was no match for Tang Jingming and Luo Qingyan. Tang Jingming's saber broke through the air and seemed to twist. He avoided the giant saber and slashed at the Red Fire Commander's neck. However, he still could not do anything to the Red Fire Commander. The only weakness of the Red Fire Commander was that the use of power was too rough. Everything else was almost to the point of desperation. Strength overcame all. The terror of the Red Fire Commander made Tang Jingming and Luo Qingyan only able to protect themselves. Senior brother Tang, junior sister Luo. Yu Jingxiao came and called out. At the same time, he slashed out. The gray saber light condensed into a line and attacked the Red Fire Commander fiercely. Gray strike, Commander Qi Hua's body shook and a blade mark appeared on his armor. However, the mark was not deep and did not injure Commander Qi Hua. Yu Jingxiao's expression suddenly changed. Junior brother Yu, only the best pseudo-lingu can really hurt him, Tang Jingming shouted while avoiding the giant saber slash of the Red Fire Commander. The gray strike was an upper-grade pseudo-lingu and could only slightly affect the Red Fire Commander. Yu Jingxiao did not believe it. He slashed out with the gray strike again, but it still did not work. What a terrifying body! Yu Jingxiao took a cold breath. Although the power of the gray strike would be different when performed by different battle strength, his battle strength was close to the second level. Under the gray strike, even a second-level warrior would not dare to resist it. After joining the battle, the three joined forces to fight against the Red Fire Commander, which only slightly relieved the pressure on Tang Jingming and Luo Qingyan. With the giant saber in hand, the Red Fire Commander did not need to use any exquisite moves. He only needed to keep waving the giant saber in his hand. Under the terrifying force, the giant saber, which weighed tens of thousands of pounds, would roll up a violent wind every time. Inside the cave, a blazing storm raged wildly with terrifying momentum. Maintaining such an attack consumed a lot of physical strength, but the Red Fire Commander did not seem to have a limit. There was no sign of exhaustion at all. This was also the reason why the Red Fire Commander's vitality was amazing. He had unparalleled physical strength and endurance, especially the Red Fire Commander. Here, the environment was the best for the Red Fire Commander, which strengthened his strength imperceptibly. As the Red Fire Commander kept waving the giant saber, the blazing storm raging in the cave became stronger and stronger, gradually affecting the three's movements. "I'll help you." Tang Xiuyin also came. She saw the situation at a glance and immediately joined the battle. The four joined forces to resist the Red Fire Commander's violent attack and maintain a tie. But if this continued, their strength would only continue to be consumed, while the Red Fire Commander's consumption seemed insignificant. Avoiding the giant saber, Tang Xiuyin's long whip shook violently. Like a dragon soaring into the sky, it swooped down from the sky and hit the Red Fire Commander with amazing force. The whip was so exquisite that the Red Fire Commander could not dodge at all and was hit immediately. "Subscribe, my senior and junior brothers," Song He. Following Yu Jingxiao's cold voice, countless grayish-white fog spread out. This fog was made up of pure saber qi with the power of four minor true meanings. It was Yu Jingxiao's strongest attack. A sharp cry echoed in the cave, tearing the sky apart. A grayish-white crane rushed out of the fog, spreading its wings and opening its sharp claws, flying towards Leader Qi Hua. In terms of size, Song He was much bigger than Leader Qi Hua and could cover him directly. Sky Rainbow Piercing Sky. Tang Jingming also performed his most powerful blade attack. The long blade disappeared, leaving only a blood-red rainbow streaking across the sky. One end of it came from Tang Jingming while the other landed on Commander Qi Hua's body. Although Tang Jingming had acted later, he had reached Commander Qi Hua before Song He. 100 Shadow Rend. Hundreds of whip shadows came from all directions with horrifying power, attacking Leader Qi Hua fiercely. Every whip seemed to be able to shatter a mountain. It was Tang Xiuyin's strongest attack. Shadowless. Luo Qingyan also performed her strongest attack. Her long whip shook and disappeared, but a horrifying sound was heard. Facing the four strongest attacks, Leader Qi Hua had no chance of dodging at all. He took it all. Waves of shocking explosions were heard, followed by Leader Qi Hua's furious roar. Song He shattered, turning into countless grayish-white fog and spreading out. A drop of blood-red light flashed by. When everything disappeared, Leader Qi Hua's body was revealed. His helmet and armor were shattered, and his entire body was covered with saber wounds and whip marks. It was a shocking sight, as if he was about to shatter. However, Leader Qihua was still alive, which shocked Tang Jingming and the other three. The roar filled with killing intent spread out in the cave. Leader Qihua suddenly opened his arms, and the wounds on his body became even more obvious. There seemed to be strands of flame moving around. The roar got louder and louder, which made Yu Jingxiao and the other three frown. They attacked again. Suddenly, a faint red shield appeared around Leader Qihua, blocking all the attacks. Buzz, 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 the dense noises started from the softest to the loudest, and the cave seemed to be shaking along with it. Every single red sun iron on the edge of the cave started to heat up, emitting waves of red light. When the heat reached its peak, rays of light shot out from the red sun iron towards the huge chair. At the same time, the entire chair emitted an extremely high temperature. With a buzzing sound, a huge fireball emerged from the huge chair, like a scorching sun rising into the sky. The huge fireball streaked across the sky, leaving behind a beautiful trajectory. Then, it went straight for Commander Qihua from above. With a boom, it exploded. The terrifying shockwave brought with it a high temperature that could melt steel. It roared and spread out in all directions. The expressions of Yu Jingxiao and the others changed drastically, and they hurriedly used their movement techniques to retreat. At the same time, they used their techniques to parry the surging heat wave. They felt as if they were about to be burnt to a crisp. Retreating to the entrance of the cave, the scorching airwaves gradually disappeared. The Red Fire Commander was wrapped in a sphere of scorching red light, making him look like a giant flaming man. The fiery red light gradually shrank, revealing Commander Qihua's body. Immediately, Yu Jingxiao and the others were shocked and even more shocked. At this time, Commander Qihua's appearance had changed greatly. Not only had his injuries healed, but he was also covered in a layer of armor. Compared to the simple armor before, the armor now was not only more exquisite, but also protected him from head to toe. Outside the armor, there was a layer of bright yellow flame burning. The heat it emitted made Yu Jingxiao and the others' hearts palpitate. He was even stronger. Commander Qihua was already very difficult to deal with before, but now, he had become even stronger. The four of them had solemn expressions on their faces, and they felt like their hands were tied. Commander Qihua did not care what they were thinking. He directly waved his giant blade and slashed in the air. A huge crimson saber light broke through the air like a crescent moon. The hard ground was cut open. The saber light brought about an astonishing saber pressure, making it difficult for Yu Jingxiao and the others to breathe. This slash could not be said to be any profound technique, but the power contained within it was simply too tyrannical. There was simply no way to resist it. The four immediately dispersed. This was a mission, and they could not retreat no matter what. As long as they killed Commander Qihua, the mission would be completed and they would be able to get merit points. Otherwise, it would be a waste of time and energy. The huge blazing saber light slashed at the entrance of the cave, leaving a shocking saber mark. The four spread out and attacked Commander Qihua from a distance. Commander Qihua did not dodge at all. He allowed the powerful attacks to slash his body, but they only left marks on his armor. They could not hurt him at all. Songhe. Yu Jingxiao used his killer move again. A great crane with a wingspan of 10 meters flew out and bombarded Commander Qihua's body. Countless saber lights raged wildly. After Songhe disappeared, Commander Qihua's armor was densely covered with saber marks. However, none of the saber marks could cause serious injuries to Commander Qihua. Moreover, they could see that the saber marks were slowly disappearing. This is troublesome. Unless we can kill him in one blow, it will be very difficult. Yu Jingxiao and the other three understood this point. Their expressions became more serious. This kind of enemy was the most annoying. They could not be slowly killed because they could recover by themselves. The violent Commander Qihua completely ignored everyone's thoughts. He slashed his huge saber again. The entire cave was filled with crimson saber lights. Yu Jingxiao and the other three could only use their movement techniques to dodge. Occasionally, they would counterattack, but they could not cause any harm to Commander Qihua. If they kept dodging, they could not guarantee that they would make a mistake. Countless saber lights swept out like a raging storm. Yu Jingxiao and Tang Jingming were blown to the edge of the cave and stuck to the cave wall. Luo Qingyan was also repelled, her body tumbling in the air. Tang Xiuyin could not resist either. She tried her best to dodge and flew toward the entrance of the cave. Commander Qi was slashed out with his saber. The huge saber light slashed toward Tang Xiuyin. Tang Xiuyin's face was full of horror. She was in the air and had been repelled. It was impossible for her to dodge this saber. The power contained in this saber was even more terrifying. If she was hit, she would probably die on the spot. In the blink of an eye, a flash of sword light pierced through the sky like lightning. It shone in all directions and illuminated the cave. Then, Tang Xiuyin felt that she was being pulled. Her body flew to the side at an even faster speed. The sword light and the saber light collided. The sword light was crushed, but it also blocked the saber light for a moment. The saber light slashed at the entrance of the cave again, leaving a huge saber mark. Tang Xiuyin landed on the ground. Only then did she hear the faint sound of a sword. A figure approached Commander Qi Hua at lightning speed. The cross-shaped sword light pierced through the air and slashed at Commander Qi Hua. "It's Qin Shidi." Yu Jingxiao recognized the newcomer at a glance. Qin Shidi, this Commander Qi Hua's strength is amazing. His body is tyrannical. Might Sung he can't do anything to him, Yu Jingxiao quickly reminded. The newcomer was Chen Zong. After saving Tang Xiuyin, Chen Zong charged at Commander Qi Hua with his sword. He didn't have a direct understanding of Commander Qi Hua's strength. The cross-shaped sword light slashed at Commander Qi Hua's body, but it only left a shallow cross-shaped sword mark. After hearing Yu Jingxiao's words, he immediately understood that this Commander Qi Hua was much stronger than the previous ones. After receiving Chen Zong's attack, Commander Qi Hua's huge saber slashed at Chen Zong fiercely. The terrifying power made Chen Zong's expression change drastically. It was too terrifying. It was as if a volcano was bombarding him. The pressure was as if it was going to crush him. With a flash of light, he disappeared under the saber and reappeared on the other side. Flowing water sword style, Chen Zong unfolded his two swords like flowing water. Streaks of sword light turned into a long river and continuously landed on Commander Qi Hua's body. Dense sounds rang out. However, Commander Qi Hua wasn't affected at all. The huge saber slashed at Chen Zong again, even more violently. Chen Zong had no choice but to perform the Void Wings movement technique. His body became extremely light, like a feather, and he quickly retreated under the violent wind. While retreating, Chen Zong attacked again. Gray Strike, the grayish-white sword light slashed at Commander Qi Hua's body, leaving a clear sword mark on his armor. Tang Jingming was surprised. The might of the Gray Strike that Chen Zong executed seemed to be a little stronger than Yu Jingxiao's. Both of them had integrated 3 lesser true meanings, but Chen Zong's Gray Strike was stronger. This could only mean that Chen Zong was stronger than Yu Jingxiao. How was this possible? Tang Jingming was extremely shocked. However, his eyes wouldn't lie to him. This wasn't a trick. Even so, he still couldn't do anything to Commander Qi Hua. Chen Zong kept dodging, combining the Void Wings movement technique and the Phantom Light 9 steps. He kept dodging Commander Qi Hua's huge saber attacks. At the same time, he covered his entire body with the Void Sword Force and activated the Golden Jade Impenetrable Body to resist the high temperature from Commander Qi Hua. Both of his swords were violently slashing at Commander Qi Hua's body. His glabella lit up, and an illusory sword shadow shot out, instantly entering Commander Qi Hua's head. This was the intent sword. However, Commander Qi Hua's body suddenly stopped, and he let out a roar. The huge saber that was about to fall also stopped in midair. Taking advantage of this opportunity, Chen Zong attacked again, but he still couldn't do anything to Commander Qi Hua. Without a doubt, the intent sword was effective against Commander Qi Hua. However, the effect was average. The most important problem was that Chen Zong couldn't break through Commander Qi Hua's defense. Even if he used the Gray Strike, he could only cause some damage. However, Commander Qi Hua could recover quickly. He had to deal a fatal blow to Commander Qi Hua in one attack. While dodging the attacks, Yu Jingxiao and the other 3 kept attacking. The only stronger attack is the third move of the Darkwing technique. However, I haven't fully comprehended it yet, Chen Zong said to himself. In the martial arts practice realm, Chenzong spent most of his time and energy on the derivation of the third move of the Darkwing technique, except for the creation of the heaven-slashing sword movement and the flowing water sword movement. He only had a little bit left. However, that little bit stopped Chenzong. He hadn't made a breakthrough yet. This Commander Chihua is very powerful. Maybe I can use his pressure to make a breakthrough, Chenzong said to himself. After making up his mind, Chenzong's counterattack became even fiercer. He tried his best to attack Commander Chihua again and again, regardless of the consumption of his strength. Every time he attacked, it was an attempt. The other 4 people shared the pressure to some extent, so Chenzong had more time to think. After Chenzong's repeated efforts, the third move of the gray feather technique was only one step away. It was like a thin film. As long as he pierced through the thin film, he would succeed. However, the thin film was sometimes very strong. It was not so easy to break it. He could either grind it slowly and find an opportunity, or rely on enough external pressure. Chenzong was doing the latter. Yu Jingxiao and the others were not ordinary people. Naturally, they could see what Chenzong was doing at this time. It seemed that he was using Commander Chihua as a training target. They were shocked and broke out in cold sweat. But now, they could only rely on Chenzong to complete the task. Therefore, they tried their best to cooperate and create opportunities for Chenzong. Everyone tried their best to barely contend with Commander Chihua. The 2 swords collided and resisted the attack of Commander Chihua's giant blade. The terrible power crushed Chenzong and made him fly back instantly. He felt as if his bones were broken again and again. His whole body was in pain. He directly hit the hard cave wall and spat out a mouthful of blood. His face was pale. However, Chenzong's face showed a trace of a smile. Because in an instant, he understood. A feeling of breaking the shackles spontaneously arose. After that, Chenzong understood how to derive the third move of the gray feather technique. For senior brothers and sisters, hold him back. Chenzong shouted as he landed on the ground. The 4 people immediately performed their unique skills. Songhe, Sky Rainbow, 100 Shadows Crack, Shadowless. Although they did not know why Chenzong said that, they chose to believe in Chenzong. Although the 4 of them could not kill Commander Chihua, they were powerful enough to injure him. Most importantly, they could stall Commander Chihua so that he could not deal with Chenzong. He took a deep breath, and countless ideas appeared in his mind, colliding and creating sparks. Returning the earthine sword to its scabbard, Chenzong held the Heavenly Sun sword with both hands. This was the only way to unleash its full power. Chenzong fully utilized the mysteries of Firmament Strike and Firmament Mist. As the Heavenly Sun sword danced around him, wisps of grayish-white sword light filled the air like mist. The true meaning of sword force, the true meaning of sword speed, the true meaning of the sword edge, the true meaning of sword sharpness, one after another, Chenzong activated the little true meanings and integrated them into the little true meanings. Not enough, still not enough. Senior apprentice brother used Song. He has fused 4 types of lesser true meaning and is still unable to do anything to the opponent. Even if I fuse 4 types of lesser true meaning, my power would at most be slightly stronger than Songhe's. I would still be unable to truly threaten this formidable Crimson Fireman. He had to become stronger. The 5th type of lesser true meaning. Determined, Chenzong integrated the sword force true meaning into the little true meaning. If it was before, Chenzong definitely wouldn't have dared to do this because the possibility of failure was too high. Once he failed, the consequences would be dire. But now, with a burst of inspiration, there was a relatively high possibility of success. Weng. Because of the 5 types of lesser true meanings, the Heavenly Sun sword trembled incessantly, as if it couldn't withstand such a powerful force. Chenzong's arms also trembled incessantly, as if he couldn't hold on to the Heavenly Sun sword and was about to fly out of his hands. Slash! A thunderous roar sounded. Following which, Chenzong held the Heavenly Sun sword tightly with both hands and slashed forward diagonally towards Commander Crimson Fireman. The grayish-white sword light and the surroundings instantly converged into one. White as jade, and it emitted layers of light. This white jade sword light was about the thickness of a finger, but it was extremely bright and resplendent. It sliced open the sky and slashed onto Commander Crimson Fireman's body like splitting bamboo. It was like thunder and lightning. The armor on Commander Crimson Fireman's body was cut open by the white jade sword light as if it didn't exist. This strike displayed an unparalleled and shocking power, causing Xianxia and the other three's eyelids to twitch violently. But it wasn't enough. This strike alone wasn't enough to kill Commander Crimson Fireman. If one strike wasn't enough, then 2 strikes would be enough. Holding the Heavenly Sun sword tightly, Chenzong slashed again. Another white jade sword light pierced through the air, and it seemed to be even purer. Following the original wound, it slashed into Commander Crimson Fireman's body again. Then came the 3rd strike. With this strike, the body and sword became one. Chenzong's body transformed into a white jade sword light, as if it had pierced through Commander Crimson Fireman's body. 3 strikes and 3 strikes. The speed was too fast. Especially the first strike, it had already caused serious damage to Commander Crimson Fireman. His body froze instantly. Chenzong was also good at seizing opportunities, and his control of power was even more precise. From his chest, Commander Crimson Fireman's body was cut into 2 pieces, sliding down diagonally. He constantly let out angry roars, which were the cries of death. He continued to struggle, and the flames on his body seemed to be growing stronger, but it couldn't stop the decline. Chenzong and the others all retreated to avoid Commander Crimson Fireman's final counterattack. After all, he was too powerful, and no one knew if he would retaliate. At the same time, subtle cracking sounds were constantly heard. Chenzong's expression changed slightly when he saw this. He saw that the Heavenly Sun sword was covered with cracks, as if it was a ceramic that had been hit by an external force. Although it was still stuck together, it would completely shatter with just a little more force. After thinking for a while, Chenzong knew that this was because the Heavenly Sun sword couldn't withstand the power of the previous move. Moreover, it had been used 3 times in a row, so the burden on it was even greater. Fusing 5 lesser true meanings into one sword was not a simple fusion, but a true fusion. Its power was naturally very terrifying. According to the grade, it was a peerless pseudo-linguo. The combination of 5 lesser true intents and the void sword force was undoubtedly terrifying. Although the Heavenly Sun sword was a Tier 3 pseudo-spiritual artifact, it was still unable to completely withstand it. Even when Chenzong used it, he had a feeling that he was about to lose control. On one hand, it had just been created and wasn't perfect, so his control over it was slightly weaker. On the other hand, it was too powerful and difficult to control. Xianxia and the others stared with wide eyes as Commander Crimson Fireman turned into charcoal. The shock in their hearts was indescribable. "Junior brother, what's the name of your move?" Xianxia couldn't help but ask. "Xianxia." A thought flashed through Chenzong's mind. The white jade-colored sword light seemed to have flashed again. He answered without thinking and took out an elixir to consume. After using Xianxia 3 times in a row, not only was the Heavenly Sun sword damaged, but he was also heavily injured. But no matter what, the Crimson Fire Commander was dead, and all the Crimson Fire life forms in the mine had been wiped out. This meant that the mission had been completed. Now, all that was left was to leave the Crimson Sun subworld and return to the sect. "Qin Shidi, it's all thanks to you that we were able to complete the mission this time," Tang Jingming said seriously, but he felt a little ashamed. He had underestimated Chenzong and didn't expect Chenzong to be the strongest among them. The mission was completed because of everyone's hard work. Chenzong smiled. This was the truth. Otherwise, he wouldn't have been able to deal with the powerful Crimson Fireman no matter what. "Qin Shidi's contribution is the greatest," Tong Xiuyin said with a smile. In the end, the giant blade of Commander Crimson Fireman went to Chenzong. According to the previous method, it should have been divided equally among the 5 of them. But because Chenzong had contributed the most, it went to Chenzong. The giant blade of Commander Crimson Fireman was not ordinary. After inspection, it contained a trace of red sun iron essence, which was very valuable. "Your sword is broken. You can refine the red sun iron essence from this giant blade and reforge it," Xianxia said with a smile. Chenzong thought about it and felt that it made sense, so he accepted it. "Since the mission is completed, let's go back." The 5 of them quickly left after looting. The return journey was smoother, and their speed seemed to be faster. After all, they had completed the mission and were relieved. After passing through the door of the Red Sun subworld, they returned to the platform of the Taiyuan Heaven Sect. The 5 of them went to the Wanji Hall of the Taiyuan Heaven Sect to turn in the mission. After turning in the mission, they received a total of 30,000 sect merit points. After dividing them equally, each of them received 6,000 merit points. As for how to confirm whether the mission was completed or not, there was a special way to do so. If it was confirmed that the mission was not completed, not only would the merit points be recovered, but the punishment would also be doubled. Therefore, no one would do such a thing. If they were found out, not only would they lose a lot of merit points, but they would also be announced to the whole sect and lose face. After that, they turned in the red sun iron essence they obtained and exchanged it for merit points. Except for the giant blade of Commander Crimson Fireman, Chenzong turned in the rest of the red sun iron essence and received more than 200 merit points. Although it was a lot less than 6,000 merit points, many little drops made a mickle. Qin Shidi, I hope we can continue to cooperate in the future, Tang Jingming said with a smile. Tong Shuin and Luo Qingyan also said so. After all, Chenzong had a good temper and was very strong. He was indeed a good partner. There will be opportunities, Chenzong also said with a smile. After bidding farewell, Chenzong and Yu Jingxiao returned to Grey Feather Mountain. Once he returned to Grey Feather Mountain, Chenzong sent a message to his master, the Grey Feather Mountain Lord. He said that he had some red sun iron essence and planned to reforge the long sword in his hand. Soon, the Grey Feather Mountain Lord replied and asked Chenzong to find the forging master of Grey Feather Mountain. The forging master was also an earth rank elder of Grey Feather Mountain. Because of his superb forging skills, he was one of the higher ranks among the earth rank elders. He was almost comparable to a heaven rank elder. However, since the Grey Feather Mountain Lord came to greet him, he naturally did not put on airs. Chenzong took out the cracked Heavenly Sun sword, then took out the giant blade of red sun iron essence. With a thought, he took out the earthing sword. Then, he asked the elder to extract the red sun iron essence from the giant blade to reforge the Heavenly Sun sword. If there was any left, he would also reforge the earthing sword. If there was none, then forget it. The elder stared at the giant blade of red sun iron and immediately nodded with satisfaction. Then, he asked Chenzong to perform all the sword techniques he had mastered. The quality of the red sun iron is very high. There is some iron essence in it. It is not bad. It is enough to reforge these 2 swords. Then I will have to trouble you, Chenzong said with a bow. Genius remembers love in 1 second/small? We provide you with wonderful novels to read. As long as you tip 10,000 traversing coins, the 6 Tao of Samsara will update 1 more chapter. 20,000 taels of silver, 30,000 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 taels of silver, big sale, 0 limit of loss. What are you waiting for? Quickly move your fingers and empty your account. You don't have to wait for the express delivery. Outside the towering cliff pavilion, Chenzong stood on 1 foot at the top of the cliff. As the wind blew, he looked like he was going to fly or fall into the vast sea of clouds. The sea of clouds was rolling like endless waves. The sunlight shone like a golden dragon. Chenzong's eyes were shining. He stared at the rolling sea of clouds in front of him. It was as if he could see the entire sea of clouds. However, if one looked closely, his eyes seemed to be blank. It was as if he wasn't really looking at the sea of clouds. All of a sudden, a sword light flashed through his mind. 1, 2, 3, 100, 1,000, the sword light came and went, splitting everything. Then, the sword light began to change. The powerful slash was like an incomparably heavy giant sword that split the mountains and sunk the earth. The sword was swung out. It was as fast as the aurora, crossing the sky in an instant. It seemed like a gentle slash, but it was extremely sharp. Nothing could resist it. It cut through everything easily, leaving a sword mark in the void. As the sword pierced out, everything in front of it became extremely fragile under the incomparably sharp sword light. Vaguely, there were ripples spreading out. Then, a straight vacuum continued to extend forward, as if it extended to an endless place. In the end, countless sword light trembled. An invisible giant sword was condensed. It carried a terrifying momentum that could collapse the whole world. It was as heavy as the earth, but as light as a feather. The sword fell, and the world was turned upside down. The flashing sword lights disappeared one after another until all the sword lights in his eyes disappeared. Qianzong couldn't help but wobble and take 2 steps back. A trace of tiredness appeared on his face. I didn't expect there to be such a mystery in that sword, Qianzong muttered to himself in a low voice. When he carried out a mission in the Red Sun subworld and fought with the powerful Commander Chihua, Qianzong felt that he had opened another door. All kinds of understanding about the sword emerged one after another. Although he could divide his attention to think on the way back, it was not as good as completely calming down and comprehending without any interference. The 5 lesser true meanings of the true meaning of sword, each one of them is compatible with the unique characteristics of the sword itself. It is an extension. Using his fingers as a sword, he slashed down from above like a heavy giant sword, like an ancient mountain that wanted to crush the sea of clouds. This move was the essence of the true meaning of sword force. Slash after slash, the 5 lesser true meanings of the true meaning of sword continued to be refined, and finally merged into one sword. The jade-white sword light condensed into a beam, about the size of a pinky finger. It was incomparably resplendent and cut the sky in front of him. The sea of clouds also seemed to be split in two. A jade-white sword mark remained in the air, and it took a few breaths of time for it to fade. The power of a single sword, Xianxia, was astonishing. The popping sound was very soft, but in Qianzong's ears, it was like thunder. 2 of his fingers exploded, sputtering out a little bit of blood. Looking at his heavily injured fingers, Qianzong's expression didn't change at all. The 5 lesser true meanings of Xianxia as the foundation, supplemented by the Sword of Void, is too powerful. Even I, who has cultivated the golden jade unbreakable body to perfection, can't withstand it. Instinctively, Qianzong felt that the blue jade created from the 5 minor true intents of the true intent of sword would be even more powerful. This was because the minor true intents were all related to each other. If one of the 5 minor true intents was replaced with a minor true intent of the true intent of water, then the blue jade's power wouldn't be able to reach such a level. From a certain point of view, the Xianxia with the 5 lesser true meanings of sword was already close to a low-grade linguo. The only thing it lacked was the completeness of its power and true meaning. For a few days, Qianzong was immersed in comprehending the Xianxia. But without a sword, he couldn't fully display its power. Today, it was finally time to retrieve the sword. Early in the morning, Qianzong couldn't wait to go to Elder Hua's Molten Fire Palace. You came at the right time. Try out your new sword. Seeing Qianzong, Elder Hua waved his hand, and 2 scarlet rays of light shot through the air like meteors. Qianzong reached out with both hands, and the meteors turned into 2 long swords and fell into his hands. He didn't unsheath the swords, but carefully sized them up. The sword in his right hand should be the reforged Heavenly Sun sword, but there was an obvious difference in appearance from the previous Heavenly Sun sword. Perhaps it was because of the fusion of the red sun iron essence, but the sword's body was red as if it was on fire. It also emitted waves of heat. The sword's body was longer and wider than before, but it was also thinner. The arc of the sword's edge was more slender and smooth, and it was extremely thin. It gave off an extremely sharp feeling, as if it could cut through everything. Although it was thinner, due to the fusion of precious materials such as the red sun iron essence, both its hardness and toughness had increased significantly. Of course, the sword's weight had also more than doubled. But to Qianzong, whose arm strength had reached 100,000 jin, this was nothing. Looking more carefully, the scarlet red on the sword's body wasn't a single piece, but streaks. It was as if there were streaks of scarlet sword light with astonishing sharpness. The new Heavenly Sun sword gave Qianzong a wonderful feeling, but he couldn't describe it at the moment. This feeling made Qianzong temporarily forget about the earthing sword in his left hand, and focus on the Heavenly Sun sword, gently waving it. Slashing, piercing, and so on were performed one by one. Elder Hua stood at the side, smiling without saying a word. Elder Hua had superb forging skills, but he was best at forging swords. Elder Hua had a deep understanding of swords, which was why he let Chenzong demonstrate his swordsmanship in front of him that day, and then reforged the sword according to Chenzong's characteristics. Try the little true intent. After watching for a while, Elder Hua finally spoke. With some doubts, Chenzong tried to fuse the little true intent into the new Heavenly Sun sword. The first thing he fused was the sword force true intent. There was no obvious feeling, as if it was different from before. Then came the sword speed true intent, which was the same. Next, he fused the sword edge true intent. He didn't use much strength, just a light slash. Chenzong's expression suddenly changed. This feeling. Unable to resist, Chenzong slashed again, fusing the sword edge true intent. The feeling became more and more obvious. Next, Chenzong tried the sword edge true intent and the sword force true intent, but there was no feeling of the sword edge true intent. After trying the sword edge true intent a few more times, Chenzong finally confirmed that it wasn't an illusion. This sword seemed to be naturally compatible with the sword edge true intent. Using this sword to activate the sword edge true intent, Chenzong felt that it was smoother, the consumption seemed to be lower, and the power seemed to be stronger. Chenzong couldn't help but look at Elder Hua with some doubts in his eyes. Try the other sword. Elder Hua smiled proudly. Putting down the new Heavenly Sun sword, Chenzong sized up the Earthine sword. After the Earthine sword was reforged, there were obvious changes in its appearance. The sword body was red because of the fusion of the red sun iron essence. The patterns on the sword were in the shape of flying meteors. The length of the sword didn't change, but the width and thickness of the sword shrunk a little. The biggest change was the sword edge, which was longer and sharper. Looking at this sword and combining it with the new Heavenly Sun sword, Chenzong thought of the sword edge true intent. Taking a deep breath, Chenzong thrust out his sword, infusing it with the true intent of sword sharpness. Instantly, an incomparably carefree feeling arose spontaneously, as if the sword in his hand was even more compatible with his arm. Without needing to expend much energy, he could unleash the full potential of the sword thrust. Following that, Chenzong tried out the other minor true intents, but there was no difference. That day when I asked you to practice the sword, it was to observe your style. Elder Hua smiled, so I made the decision to modify the sword. If you think it's not suitable, I can change it back. Elder Hua smiled again. Chenzong wasn't in a hurry to answer. Instead, he tried again, carefully feeling it to confirm if it was suitable for him. Elder Hua was an Earth-grade elder, and one of the best. His status was high, and his strength was strong. Even if Chenzong was the disciple of the Lord of Blue Feather Mountain, he couldn't be compared to him. But to practice the sword edge true intent, if it wasn't suitable, then it wasn't suitable. Could it be that he didn't dare to deny it just because of the other party's status? No, Chenzong would never think so. Elder Hua didn't disturb him, allowing Chenzong to feel it. He understood the sword, and understood it very well. After a while, Chenzong exhaled, looked at Elder Hua seriously, and bowed. Thank you, Elder Hua. I like these two swords very much. That's good. These two swords are still level 3 pseudo-spiritual weapons, but in terms of hardness and toughness, they are comparable to lower-grade spiritual weapons. It's just that they don't have the power of lower-grade spiritual weapons, but they can withstand all your strength. Elder Hua nodded, and waved his hand to let Chenzong leave. Carrying the new two swords, Chenzong couldn't help but feel excited. The new two swords had changed a lot, but Chenzong felt that it could make his swordsmanship better. One sword was more suitable for the sword edge true meaning, and was also more suitable for cutting. The other sword was more suitable for the sword edge true meaning, and was also more suitable for assassination. Chenzong was sure that the two swords would increase the sword edge true meaning and the sword edge true meaning, but he wasn't sure by how much. Moreover, it wouldn't weaken the other minor true meanings. Facing the sea of clouds, Chenzong took a deep breath, and then pulled out the new Heavenly Sun sword. His gaze was faint, like the autumn water, as it slowly slid across the sword body. Immediately, Chenzong's sword fingers gently touched the sword body, and gently brushed it. Amidst the cold touch, there was a shocking heat that could instantly injure an ordinary person. Chi, accompanied by the slight sound of wind breaking, a crimson sword light cut through the sky. With a twist of Chenzong's wrist, the crimson sword light became densely packed, filling a radius of more than 10 meters in front of him, like a huge red ball of light. After familiarizing himself with it, even if he didn't integrate the sword edge true meaning, Chenzong could clearly feel the changes in the sword, and it became smoother when he used the sword edge true meaning. Sheathing the Heavenly Sun sword, he pulled out the earthing sword, and stabbed forward, directly piercing through everything in front of him, leaving a straight crimson sword mark that seemed to extend to infinity. The sword has the sword edge, sharpness, and strength and speed. After stabbing out with the sword, it seemed to have pierced through something, and an indescribable feeling of enlightenment emerged, lingering in Chenzong's mind. It was about to come out, but it seemed to be blocked by something. This feeling was like a cat scratching at his heart, and it didn't emerge for a long time, causing Chenzong to gradually feel irritated. Taking a deep breath, he decided not to think about anything and just practiced the sword. A genius remembers love in 1 second? We provide you with wonderful novels to read. Drill Martial Arts Realm. The surroundings were completely empty and suffused with an indescribable profundity. Chenzong stood in the middle with the earthing sword in its scabbard and the heavenly yang sword in his right hand. The blade of the sword was slanted downwards. He closed his eyes and pondered. The mysteries that pervaded the martial arts practice realm would allow one to better concentrate, clear one's mind, and increase one's perception. Difficult problems that were difficult to comprehend in the past would also become simple. The reason why Chenzong had spent 3,000 sect merit points to comprehend this move in the martial arts demonstration realm was because he believed that this move still had a lot of potential to be unearthed. Perhaps he could slowly comprehend it, but time was limited. Since there was a cultivation holy land like the martial arts stage, and he just so happened to have merit points to use, if he didn't grasp this opportunity, it would be a regret. With the new Heavenly Sun sword in hand, Chenzong suddenly swung it. The true meaning of sword force, the true meaning of sword speed, the true meaning of the sword edge, the true meaning of sword sharpness, the true meaning of sword force, 5 lesser true intents instantly poured into the Heavenly Sun sword, but he did not use the void sword force. The jade-white sword light seemed to have split open the drill realm, leaving behind a sword mark that emitted a hazy halo. It took a while before it slowly dissipated. He struck again, the third strike. Chenzong struck again and again with his sword. Streaks of jade-white sword light covered the surroundings, as if cutting the space of the martial arts stage into pieces. He suddenly withdrew his sword, and the surrounding jade-white sword light dissipated one by one. Closing his eyes again, countless thoughts flashed through Chenzong's mind. The martial arts stage around him was also constantly changing, as if it was fluctuating with Chenzong's thoughts. The true meaning of sword is formed from 5 lesser true meanings, and each lesser true meaning represents a unique characteristic of the sword. This move of Xianxia is a combination of 5 lesser true meanings, and each of them is in a state of balance. What if I focused on one of the minor true meanings and made the other 4 minor true meanings auxiliary? The sudden thought came to Chenzong like a tidal wave, and he couldn't stop it. Chenzong had first studied Xianxia's move over and over again. Then, under the pressure of a powerful enemy, he finally made a breakthrough and completed it. After that, he perfected it and couldn't change it easily. However, at this moment, the flash of inspiration was surging like a tsunami. The constant impact made Chenzong unable to control himself. Chenzong was driven by an impulse that came from the depths of his soul. He could not help but do it. Modified Xianxia, focusing on one of the minor true meanings and making the other 4 minor true meanings supplementary would undoubtedly break the balance between the minor true meanings. But Chenzong still had to do it without hesitation. This was the pursuit of his own Tao. With a resolute heart, Chenzong exhaled and opened his eyes in an instant. A sharp light flashed through his eyes like the edge of a sword, as if it could cut the space in front of him in half. He drew his sword, the Heavenly Sun sword slashed forward. The true meaning of the edge of the sword was twice as strong as the other minor true meanings. Before the jade-white sword light could cut through the air, it suddenly trembled and dissipated. Chenzong's arm also trembled. He was hit by a powerful backlash. His face was pale, and he felt as if his head had been cut by a sword. After a short rest, Chenzong adjusted himself and drew his sword again. In order to break the balance between the 5 minor true meanings, he had to find another balance point. Only then could he ensure that it would not collapse. He tried again and again, failed again and again, and suffered backlash again and again. However, Qianzong never had the thought of giving up. After failing more than 10 times, Qianzong's face was frighteningly pale. However, there was a smile at the corner of his mouth. It was a smile full of confidence. Storing up power, swinging the sword, slashing the sword, the jade-white sword light pierced through the air. It was as if the sword had directly split the drill stage into two. This sword light was different from the previous one. The original sword light was circular and as thick as a finger. However, this sword light seemed to have been flattened. It became thin and thin like the edge of a sword. With the true meaning of the edge of the sword as the main point and the minor true meanings of the 4 true meanings of the sword as support, the new Xianxia was displayed. There was no suitable target to test it on, but Qianzong was very clear that this Xianxia was stronger than the original Xianxia in terms of slashing. The sword light fell like a waterfall. Its momentum was vast and mighty, and it could destroy heaven and earth. As Qianzong raised his head, he swung his sword upward. The sword light was like an aurora piercing through the sun and the moon, tearing apart the waterfall of sword light. The sound of sword and saber clashing reverberated in all directions, covering a radius of several thousand meters. The two figures crossed each other amidst the countless sword and saber lights. Then, they both drifted to the ground. Junior brother, you've become stronger. Yu Xianxia sheathed his saber. His tone was somewhat emotional. Previously, Qianzong's strength was on par with his, but now, he had surpassed him. Qianzong wasn't being modest. When he reached the late stage of the 9-star realm, his combat strength had reached the 2nd level, which surpassed Yu Xianxia's. Now, his cultivation had reached the peak of the 9-star realm. With the improvement of his sword technique, his combat strength had reached the 2nd level. Although he hadn't reached the 3rd level yet, his combat strength was considered strong in the 2nd level. Yu Xianxia's strength had not stagnated either. However, he had not truly reached the 2nd level. He was only infinitely close. In 3 months, it will be the sect tournament. Junior brother, with your improvement, you should be able to get a good ranking in the sect tournament. Yu Xianxia continued, you have a high chance of entering the top 3 and fighting for first place. Is it that difficult to be first place? Qianzong asked. With his current strength, he should be the strongest below the esoteric disciples of Blue Feather Mountain. The situation of the other mountains was not much different from Blue Feather Mountain. Then, with his strength, it should not be difficult for him to get into the top 3. However, there would probably be a lot of competition for the first place. However, with his progress, he should be able to reach the 3rd level by the time the sect tournament began. Even with the strength of the 3rd level, he would not be able to get first place? Among the 7 primordial mountains, Jinyuan Mountain has always been the strongest. However, compared to the other 6 mountains, their strength was limited. However, this time, Jinyuan Mountain's sect leader's disciple, the number 1 core disciple, Fangxingchen, has broken through. His strength has reached the 3rd level 3 months ago. Yu Xianxia said with a serious expression, with Jinyuan Mountain's resources, Fangxingchen will be even stronger after cultivating for half a year. I heard that Fangxingchen once said that after getting first place in the sect tournament, he will embark on the path of an invincible master. Hearing this, Qianzong's expression turned serious. The 3rd level, on Chaotian Island, there were very few masters at the peak of the 9-star level. It was rare to see one even in a few decades or even 100 years. As for surpassing the 1st level of the 9-star level to reach the 3rd level, it was even more impossible. On the Blue Waves continent, the land was even more vast, the cultivation environment was better, the cultivation resources were more abundant, there were more geniuses, and the inheritances were more profound. All these factors made the cultivators here stronger. However, the 3rd level was already the limit that a pseudo-transcendent could reach. An invincible master was the strongest person in the 3rd level. Within the same generation, no one could defeat them. Most cultivators, after reaching the 3rd level, would choose to embark on the path of an invincible master, challenging other experts of the 3rd level and defeating them one by one. Fangxingchen. Qianzong could not help but repeat this name in a low voice. Perhaps, this person would be his strongest opponent in the sect tournament. Other than Fangxingchen, Jinyuan Mountain's number 2 core disciple, Su Hongyan, also has the strength of the second level, Yu Jingxiao said again. Chen Zong was astonished. Zhenyuan Mountain was indeed the strongest sect among the 7 mountains of Archean. After all, before his arrival, the number 1 core disciple of Blue Feather Mountain was Yu Jingxiao, whose strength was not even at the second level. Based on the current situation, Yu Jingxiao's strength could only reach the second level at most. Sparring and chatting allowed Chen Zong to have a better understanding of his future opponents. Chen Zong spent all his 6,000 merit points on the martial arts stage, continuously comprehending Song Yu's sword. Therefore, he was short of merit points again. Chen Zong went straight to the 10,000 Administrators Hall and checked the missions. Then, he chose 3 solo missions: hunting Butcher Li Qiuxing, Heart-Eater Wang Yi, and dismembering Saber Yang San. The 3 hunting missions rewarded him 1,000 merit points each. Compared to other solo missions, the reward was very high. Of course, the reason why the reward was so high was because the 3 people being hunted were all very powerful and notorious. Ordinary grandmasters were no match for them at all. In the past, there was even a grandmaster-level expert who had died in their hands. After receiving the missions, Chen Zong immediately left Archean Mountain. New Martial City was one of the lowest level in the Archean continent. It was rare to see a Transcendent Realm master. In a restaurant, a burly man sat alone. His face was covered with a curly beard, and his complexion was bronze. He looked very boorish, and he wore a gray sleeveless beast-skin martial robe. His exposed arms were incomparably thick, and they were as thick as an ordinary person's waist. His muscles were bulging, and they were full of scars. It was a ghastly sight. The pork shoulder in front of the burly man was filled with meat, braised, roasted, smoked, and braised. There was also a large jar of wine, estimated to be about 5 kilograms. He ate the meat in big mouthfuls and drank the wine in big mouthfuls. The wine dripped down his curly beard, emitting a rich wine fragrance. This way of eating made people feel that the food was very delicious and very appetizing. However, the other people in the restaurant all turned pale and their eyes were filled with fear. They did their best to shrink their bodies, as if they were afraid of being stared at. What was it that made them so afraid? It was the evil qi emanating from the burly man who was eating and drinking. It was a huge blood-stained butcher's knife on the table that was filled with mouth-watering delicacies. It was the 2 corpses that had tried to escape but were beheaded at the entrance of the restaurant. Their blood dyed the ground red, and their eyes were still filled with fear. It was all the same. Because of the fear of being killed, no one dared to leave. The shopkeeper and the waiter had already hidden under the counter, trembling. In the entire restaurant, only the sound of the burly man chewing meat and gulping down wine could be heard. "Human butcher, I know you're here. Come out and face your death." Suddenly, a cold voice sounded from outside. The burly man was unmoved and continued to eat and drink. "Since you don't want to come out, I'll reluctantly send you on your way." As the voice fell, a figure flashed and appeared in the restaurant. It was a young man with sharp eyebrows and bright eyes. He wore a white robe and had a long sword at his waist. He had an extraordinary bearing as he narrowed his eyes and stared at the back of the burly man. Immediately, his right hand flicked and a long sword inlaid with gems was unsheathed. It pierced through the air like a meteor. Genius remembers love in 1 second/small? We provide you with wonderful novels to read. Dominator of the 6 realms is relieved that none of my brothers are single. The meteor was bright and emitted a dazzling yellow light, instantly illuminating the restaurant. No one dared to look at it directly. With amazing sharpness, it mercilessly stabbed at the strong man's back, where his heart was. Under the sword light, the air was like water, ripples surging. Strands of bright yellow sword chi followed from the left and right, drawing beautiful arcs. Together with the sword, it pierced out as if it wanted to tear the big man apart. Everyone in the restaurant narrowed their eyes and stared at the strong man. They hoped that the sword could pierce through the strong man and kill him on the spot. Suddenly, a scarlet dazzling blade light flashed. No one knew when, but the huge blood-stained butcher's knife on the table disappeared. The scarlet blade light, wrapped in monstrous killing intent, slashed down from the sky, making people feel that the entire restaurant was split in half. The sword lights were instantly shattered, and the scarlet sword lights bombarded the white-robed young man. The white-robed young man's originally confident face was suddenly filled with horror. He quickly waved his long sword and set up sword lights to defend himself, and he quickly retreated. But the speed of his retreat was not as fast as the scarlet blade light. The sword light shattered and dissipated, and the scarlet blade light slashed at the long sword. The terrifying power was like a mountain of knives crashing into the sword. It caused the sword to bend, and the web between the thumb and the index finger to crack. The 5 fingers could not withstand the force and flew to the other side like a bird that had escaped from its cage. The incomparably sharp sword pierced into the wall of the restaurant. Only the body of the sword continued to shake and emit a buzzing sound. Subsequently, a hair-raising cracking sound resounded. The white-robed young man's robe was torn apart, and the third-level pseudo-spiritual armor he wore underneath was directly cut apart. His entire body flew out like a rag sack, and crashed into the wall of the restaurant. He fell on the wide street and rolled several times before coming to a stop. The white-robed young man ignored the blood at the corner of his mouth. His face was as pale as a ghost, and his eyes were full of fear. He directly used his body movement, turning into a stream of light and flying away. At this time it was more important to escape. Only by surviving would there be hope. However, a scarlet saber light pierced through the air from the restaurant. It was like a beautiful rainbow that traversed the sky, and also like a red lightning bolt that tore through the void. It struck the back of the white-robed young man and came out of his chest. Lowering his head to look at his chest, which was dripping with blood, a self-mocking and regretful expression appeared on the white-robed young man's pale face. Soon after, his eyes lost all signs of life. His entire body fell forward, and the blood that flowed out dyed his body red. The smell of blood drifted in the air and spread out. On the wide street, there was a ghastly saber mark that stretched for tens of meters. Inside the dilapidated restaurant, the big man was still eating and drinking. The huge butcher's knife was still in the same place, as if it had never been touched. The others were shivering in fear and kept quiet out of fear. Butcher Xianxia, he would kill without a word, never asking for a reason. He would kill whenever he felt like it. He was an extremely cruel person. In his early years, Xianxia was actually a butcher. After many years of slaughtering, he had mastered exquisite saber skills. Coupled with his naturally strong body and vigorous blood qi, his cultivation talent was not bad. However, he was limited by inheritance and resources, so his cultivation was limited and his strength was limited. Once, after his wife and child were accidentally killed, Xianxia gave up on killing them and began to plan for revenge. He wanted to exterminate the entire family of his enemy, just like how he would kill the pigs he usually killed. An accident allowed Xianxia to obtain an inheritance that focused on killing. From then on, he was out of control. He, who was originally quite talented, advanced by leaps and bounds. However, his temperament also changed. He kept killing and earned himself the name of Butcher. Because he had killed too many people, some people could not be killed. It was not that they could not be killed, but that some people were not willing to let their loved ones be killed, so they issued a bounty. Therefore, Butcher was included in the mission of every sect in the Taiyuan continent. It was not unique to the Taiyuan Sky sect. It's a disciple of the Scorching Sword sect. After a while, someone approached the corpse and saw the symbol on the sleeve of the white robe. His face suddenly changed. What? It's actually a disciple of the Scorching Sword sect? Yes, and it seems like he's a core disciple of the Scorching Sword sect. I recognize him. Someone carefully looked at the face of the white-robed youth, and then his face changed again. He exclaimed, he's the second core disciple of the Scorching Sword sect. It's said that his strength is stronger than most of the peak 9-star experts. The Scorching Sword sect was one of the top sects in the Taiyuan continent. Although it could not be compared to a top sect like the Taiyuan Sky sect, it was still one of the few powerful sects under the Taiyuan Sky sect. The second core disciple was shocking. Light footsteps slowly came from afar. It had a certain rhythm, like the beat of a drum, and instantly attracted everyone's attention. Love go little say W, Chu. Everyone looked over and saw a figure that seemed to be walking over step by step from nothingness. His face was calm, and his clear eyes were like the morning stars, but also as deep as the sea. He wore a dark blue close-fitting robe that seemed to be flowing like water. He was extremely agile, and there were two swords at his waist. His steps were light, and he seemed to be riding the wind. Suddenly, the burly man who had been eating and drinking stopped. He turned his head and looked over. On his rough face, there was a ferocious look in his eyes. This was a feeling. This person was coming for him, and he was a great threat to him. Wiping the wine from the corner of his mouth, Butcher Li Qiusheng grabbed the big butcher knife on the table. His tall and strong body was like a big black bear. He strode over to Chenzong. The eyes of the people in the restaurant followed and finally fell on Chenzong. Another one who's here to kill the butcher? I hope he can kill the butcher. It'll be difficult. The Butcher Li Qiusheng had the strength of the first polarity, and he had killed a first polarity expert. Dong dong dong, it was as if war drums were beating. That was the butcher's footsteps. Clear footprints were left on the wide street, and the street was shaking. The butcher ran at an astonishing speed. He was like a meteorite carrying an astonishing aura as he rushed toward the young man in the dark blue robe. He was Chenzong. The huge butcher knife was aimed at Chenzong, and Chenzong immediately felt like he was being locked on. It was as if no matter how he moved, he could not avoid the knife. Although the butcher knife was huge, the tip of the knife was extremely sharp, as if it could pierce the sky. As the butcher charged at high speed, the tip of the knife and the edge of the knife tore the air apart, leaving a scarlet mark. It was as if a red aurora had shot over, but it was as majestic as the impact of a tsunami. This knife seemed very simple, but it made Chenzong's eyes light up slightly. This was because this was a knife that had been tempered thousands of times. It was a knife that reduced complexity to simplicity and returned to simplicity. There was nothing fancy about it. It only pursued the pure pursuit of killing. It killed for the sake of killing. The extreme simplicity allowed Chenzong to see another pinnacle of skill. When the gigantic butcher's knife neared, Chenzong felt a chill run down his spine. It was as if this knife could slice his body open in an instant, separating his flesh and bones without any damage. It was a very strange feeling. This pinnacle of skill and strange feeling made Chenzong make a decision. The heavenly sun sword was unsheathed, and a scarlet sword beam flashed across the sky. In less than 1/100th of a second, the heavenly sun sword and the huge butcher knife had crossed more than 100 times. The butcher knife was huge, weighing more than 500 kilograms. However, in the butcher's hand, it was as light as a feather. It was extremely flexible, as if it was an extension of his arm. After more than 100 changes, each strike made Chenzong's hair stand on end. It was as if the knife could separate his flesh, blood, bones, and tendons. However, the 100 strikes were all blocked by Chenzong's sword. They were unable to harm Chenzong at all. He blocked it. Everyone's eyes widened, and their hearts beat wildly. The previous few people could not block the butcher's knife and were instantly killed. Only this young man in a dark blue robe did it, and it looked as if he did it effortlessly. Perhaps there was hope to deal with this ferocious and terrifying butcher. The butcher, Li Qiusheng, had a ferocious expression. The murderous intent in his eyes was so dense that it was almost tangible. The huge butcher knife struck again, and the scarlet sword beam covered the surroundings. In an instant, hundreds of strikes were even more ferocious and ruthless. However, Chenzong swung his sword and blocked all the sword beams with ease. Blood butcher! A thunderous roar reverberated through the air, causing the surrounding air to vibrate violently. The tiles on the roof of the house shattered, and a violent gale rose from all directions. The bloody light spread and dyed the butcher knife red. It soared into the sky. The butcher's back was also dyed red by the bloody light. There seemed to be a faint stench coming from it, accompanied by sinister screams that sent chills down one's spine. As the blood-red blade light approached, Chenzong felt that his pure blood and qi seemed to be stirred up by it. Spirit butcher! He roared again, and the bloody light behind him turned dark red, almost black. The aura became even more sinister and evil. There were faint cries and roars of ghosts, which made people tremble in fear. The black and red sword beam splashed, covering half the sky and swallowing everything. Heaven and earth butcher! The third strike was brazenly struck. This was the most powerful strike. The completely black light expanded and covered half the sky. The black sword beam was so huge that it seemed to split the sky and earth in front of it. Zong was too much of a threat to the butcher. The blood butcher, the spirit butcher, and the heaven and earth butcher were the three major killing moves that he had inherited. Usually, the butcher would only use one move, but this time, he used all three. The power of these three moves was unparalleled, and Zong's expression turned slightly serious. In that case, let's try the new Xianxia. Zong thought to himself. 5 lesser true intents were instantly injected into the heavenly sun sword, and the void sword force followed suit. The long sword trembled slightly, emitting earth-shattering buzzing sounds. A jade-white color spread from the tip of the sword, and an astonishingly high temperature was emitted from the sword, turning the surroundings into a furnace. The air was scorching hot, and the ground was scorched black. Xianxia's edge. With a serious expression, Zong looked forward and swung his sword. The seemingly light sword did not carry much power, but it displayed an unparalleled sharpness. Cut, 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 whether it was the blood-red sword beam, the dark red light, or the last black sword beam that could slaughter the world, none of them could withstand the jade-white sword beam. It was like a hot knife through butter, pressing forward courageously. Nothing could stop it. The butcher realized that he could not move at all. He could only watch as his three major killing moves were completely destroyed. The jade-white sword beam carried endless sharpness as it attacked. Genius 1 second. Remember love divided by go divided by little? We provide you with wonderful novels to read. After chopping off Butcher's head with one strike and taking his mustard seed pouch, Zong turned around and strode away with swift and light steps under everyone's shocked gazes. He was like a graceful swan. Love go little say W, Chu who was he, at the foot of Xianming Mountain. More than a dozen corpses were lying on the ground, each of them facing the sky. Their pale faces were distorted and their eyes were filled with horror and despair. The wounds on each of the corpses were the same. There was a hole in their chests and their hearts had been dug out. A dark blue flowing light came from afar and landed beside the corpses. It was Zong. After taking a closer look at the corpses, Zong looked around and moved forward again like a wisp of blue smoke. On a small path in the forest, a dark-skinned short and fat man was chewing on a steaming hot heart that was still beating while walking happily. It doesn't taste as good as last time. You're too weak. The short and fat man said with disdain as he chewed on the heart. Heart-eating guest. The voice came like a gust of wind and entered the short and fat man's ears. The short and fat man immediately turned around and looked. His small eyes shone with a ferocious light that could frighten ordinary warriors with just one look. The moment he saw Zong, heart-eating guest's ferocious small eyes suddenly shone with surprise. He threw away the heart in his hand without hesitation and opened his big mouth to reveal his sharp teeth, regardless of the blood and foam at the corner of his mouth. I can feel the exuberant chi and blood in your body. The heart nourished by it must be very delicious. The heart-eating customer licked his sharp teeth with his scarlet tongue. His small eyes narrowed as they emitted a greedy glow. Immediately, his short and fat body flashed and he charged forward with incomparable agility. In an instant, he appeared in front of Zong. He stretched out his right hand and spread his 5 fingers. His fingernails were as sharp as black metal. Even though he was a distance away, Zong felt like he was being pierced through. As Heart-Eater's sharp claws pierced through the air, Zong's heart trembled uncontrollably as if it was being restrained by an invisible and mysterious force. However, Zong ignored the sharp claws that were about to drill into his heart. He instantly turned around and unsheathed his sword. The crimson sword light was like the sun in the sky, illuminating this part of the world. A sharp metallic sound rang out as countless sparks flew out. The powerful recoil caused a figure to quickly retreat. Love go little say it turned out that the one rushing at Zong to grab his heart was just a shadow. The real one had already appeared behind Zong and attacked him, but Zong sensed it and caught it. He blocked it with his sword and repelled it. You have some skills. Heart-Eater's laughter became sharper and faster. It was like a cloud of smoke that dissipated and condensed. It was hard to tell if it was real or fake. The strange and sharp laughter came from all directions. It was like a demonic sound that pierced through one's brain. Zong's expression did not change at all. With a sword in hand, all the attacks from all directions were blocked. Heart-Eater. Heart-Eater unleashed his strongest move. The moment he swung his claw, Chenzong's heart skipped a beat uncontrollably. Then, it stopped as if he was being suppressed by an invisible mountain. His qi and blood stopped flowing as well. His body felt weak all of a sudden and felt extremely uncomfortable. Then, he felt as if he was being tightly grasped by an invisible hand. It contracted abruptly and moved forward as if it was about to leave his chest and body. Even his strength was about to be drained. Chenzong could see the hideous smile on Heart Eater's ugly face. The sword light flashed, dazzling and piercing through the sky. In the end, there was a touch of jade white that remained in Heart Eater's eyes. That was the last thing he saw. Decapitation with a sword. Heart Eater's move was indeed amazing. If it was a martial artist with the strength of the first level, it would be very difficult for him to resist it. He would most likely be killed, unless he was an expert like Xianxia. However, even if Xianxia was here, he would not feel good facing this move. Chenzong's strength had already reached the second level and was even at the stronger level. Although he was somewhat affected, he could still get rid of the counterattack. Chenzong would have killed Heart Eater with a sword if he did not want to see his opponent's moves. After taking the head and the mustard seed bag, Chenzong left. It was raining heavily at night. A thumb-sized candle flame was lit in the rundown temple. The flame flickered and could only illuminate a small area. The pitter-patter sound came from all directions. It was the sound of raindrops hitting the leaves, tiles, stones, and earth. It was very complicated, but it was like a rhythm that played in the night. Love go little say W, Chue figure sat beside the candlelight. Under the illumination of the candlelight was a face full of vicissitudes. The slightly stooped figure swayed along with the flickering candlelight, appearing even more lonely under the dense sound of the rain. A long knife that was as bright as the crescent moon was placed on his leg. He was gently wiping it with a piece of blood-red cloth over and over again, as if he was maintaining the most exquisite work of art. "Are you also here to kill me?" Suddenly, the middle-aged man raised his head and looked at the entrance of the rundown temple with his turbid eyes. His voice was slightly hoarse, like that of a night owl. "Yes." At the same time, a figure walked into the rundown temple from outside. Even though it was raining heavily outside, Chenzong's body was not wet at all. "You are the third person who came to kill me today." The middle-aged man's turbid eyes fell on the machete on his leg again. He wiped it carefully and said something that seemed to have nothing to do with him. "After tonight, there will be no more." Chenzong responded simply. "You are very confident." At the same time, a pale knife light tore the light of the candle flame. In an instant, it was in front of Chenzong, making Chenzong feel that he was going to be cut in half. The red sword light was like the sun, illuminating the whole rundown temple. The pale knife light was shattered. Chaotic 9 movements of the dismembered body. Using his unique skill, a pale knife light broke through the air again. The moment it approached, it suddenly trembled and turned into 9 rays that surrounded Chenzong. Each ray of pale knife light was like a machete, fiercely attacking Chenzong with amazing sharpness. Without a specific trajectory, it was difficult to find any pattern. It was pure chaos, but its power was amazing. It was a very delicate move. This kind of knife technique was enough to kill most of the grandmasters with the strength of the first level, but it was far from enough for Chenzong. With a swing of the sword, the 9 pale knife lights were all shattered. The expression of the dismembered knife suddenly changed. Without hesitation, it turned into a pale light and rushed to a corner of the rundown temple. The attacker was too strong. Knowing that he was no match for him, he decided to escape. But would Chenzong let him go? Sharpness of blue jade. The earthine sword was unsheathed. A jade-white sword light pierced straight out. It was extremely fine, extremely sharp, and could cut through anything. The jade-white sword light disappeared. The dismembered knife suddenly stopped and fell in a corner of the rundown temple. After cutting off the head and taking the mustard seed bag, Chenzong was about to walk out of the rundown temple when a figure suddenly rushed in. As his eyes opened and closed, they lit up the entire dilapidated temple. His gaze quickly swept past Chenzong, his headless corpse in the corner. "Did you kill the dismembered knife? Give me his head." The first 2 sentences were shockingly domineering, as if Chenzong would die if he didn't obey. As he spoke, he directly grabbed the mustard seed bag at Chen Zong's waist, intending to take it away. Chen Zong's silhouette flashed as he evaded the other party's grasp. He noticed the other party's attire. A dark blue robe, this was the symbol of a core disciple of the Taiyuan Sky sect. He glanced at his cuff and found that it was the symbol of Mount Xinyuan. This man was a core disciple of Mount Xinyuan. Since we are both disciples of the Sky sect, I won't argue with you. Give me the head of the dismembered knife. The core disciple was a little surprised that Chen Zong dodged. He narrowed his eyes and said coldly, "If you have the ability, come and take it." Chen Zong's answer was more direct. "You're asking for trouble." The core disciple of Mount Xinyuan was angry. His majestic momentum was like an invisible mountain. Then he raised his arm and slashed at Chen Zong with his palm like a knife. His momentum was extremely terrifying. Chen Zong pointed his finger like a sword. It was amazingly sharp. It sounded like a knife and sword colliding. Chen Zong's body didn't move, but the core disciple swayed and took 3 steps back. "Well, Li Yuan, will remember what happened today." Li Yuan snorted. He didn't pull out his knife again, but quickly left the rundown temple. Chen Zong didn't chase after him. First of all, there was a rule in the Taiyuan Sky sect that official disciples of the Taiyuan Sky sect were not allowed to kill each other outside. Second of all, the core disciple didn't have any killing intent. He just wanted to snatch the merit points. Li Yuan. Chen Zong pondered for a moment and knew the identity of the core disciple of Mount Xinyuan. He had the strength of the first level and was not inferior to Yu Jingxiao. It seemed that Mount Xinyuan was worthy of being called the first mountain of the Taiyuan 7 mountains. Taking a step forward, Chen Zong walked out of the dilapidated temple and stepped into the darkness of the night. The heavy rain continued to fall from the gloomy skies, unceasingly smashing onto Chen Zong's body. However, it was blocked by a formless energy. With the 3 heads that symbolized the mission, Chen Zong quickly returned to the Wanji Hall of the Taiyuan Sky sect to turn in the mission. 3,000 merit points were obtained. He checked the mission list again and found no suitable mission, so he could only give up for the time being. After all, some missions had low merit points and required a lot of time. The loss outweighed the gain. Some missions had high rewards but required a lot of time and energy, so it wasn't suitable for short-term gains. After returning to the high cliff pavilion of the Green Feather Mountain, Chen Zong took out the weapons of Heart-Eating Guest, Corpse-Splitting Blade, and the other 2. All of them were third-grade pseudo-spiritual weapons. On the Chaotian Island, a third-grade pseudo-spiritual weapon was very valuable. However, on the Blue Waves continent, third-grade pseudo-spiritual weapons were very common. Next, he checked the mustard seed bags of the 3. There were a lot of substandard spirit sources, more than 2,000 in total. In addition, there were many medicinal pills, pseudo-spiritual herbs, ores, and so on. Finally, there were the martial arts of the 3. Slaughter Method, Heart-Devouring Claw, Corpse-Separating Blade. Chen Zong had fought with the 3 and personally experienced their martial arts and skills. He was very clear about the power of these 3 martial arts. Therefore, he planned to comprehend them and see if they were beneficial to him. First, he looked at the slaughter method. This inheritance was quite evil. It was a cultivation method that focused on killing. It was a combination of cultivation method and martial arts. Once one cultivated this slaughter method, they would be affected and become bloodthirsty. The more they killed, the stronger they would become. Looking at it, Chen Zong couldn't help but frown. This was obviously not to his liking. His cultivation method had always been under his own control. He didn't want to be disturbed and lose himself. Chen Zong did not like most of the slaughtering techniques that Butcher cultivated. However, Chen Zong was amazed by the simplicity of the slaughtering techniques. He was able to comprehend and absorb the advantages of the techniques for his own use. The Heart-Devouring Claw was a pure martial art, but it was equally evil. It required the user to dig out the opponent's heart. Moreover, the cultivation process also required the use of the heart, especially the human heart. Chen Zong's expression was calm as he slowly read on, comprehending the mysteries within. Once the Heart-Devouring Claw was mastered and executed, no matter who it was, they would feel as if their heart was being grabbed and dug out. Chen Zong had personally experienced this feeling before. One must know that Heart Eater's strength was only at the first level, while Chen Zong was at the second level. The difference was obvious, but the heart-devouring claw was able to make Chen Zong feel as if his heart was being dug out. It was easy to imagine how evil and mysterious this martial art was. However, Chen Zong did not have any clue at the moment. Looking at the corpse-splitting blade, this was another evil martial art. It required the user to use corpses to continuously split them in half, especially human corpses. After mastering it, every strike would carry the aura of death, giving the user the feeling that they would be cut in half. The slaughtering techniques pursue the ultimate killing techniques, while the heart-devouring claw and the corpse-splitting blade's mysteries contain attacks on the spiritual level, Chen Zong said to himself. The feeling of having one's heart being dug out, the feeling of being cut in half, actually originated from one's spiritual consciousness, from one's soul. It was a feeling, a hint from one's soul. With 3,000 merit points, Chen Zong entered the martial arts demonstration realm once again. Comprehending Xianxia. Now, Chen Zong had evolved Xianxia's edge and Xianxia's sharpness based on the original Xianxia's foundation and the new Heavenly Sun sword and Earthly Yin sword. However, Chen Zong felt that there should be and could be 5 moves. 5 moves, 5 transformations, displaying the true intent of sword and 5 minor true intents to their fullest potential. After comprehending and evolving the edge of dark jade and the sharpness of dark jade, it was easier for Chen Zong to find a balance. Therefore, he evolved the remaining 3 moves one by one. He also comprehended the peak slaughter technique and tried to integrate it into his swordsmanship. After leaving the martial arts stage, Chen Zong sent a message to his master, the Lord of the Blue Feather Mountain. Then, he went to the Molten Fire Hall to look for Elder Hua. Elder Hua had a great reputation and not just anyone had the right to request for him to forge a weapon. However, Chen Zong was the disciple of the Lord of the Blue Feather Mountain. With the Lord of the Blue Feather Mountain personally asking for him, Elder Hua did not dare to reject him. Take out all the materials then. Elder Hua chuckled. Chen Zong took out a large amount of materials. They were all spoils of war and piled up on the ground. Elder Hua swept his gaze across. It's just these pieces of trash. Forget it, you can head back first. Come back 3 days later to collect the sword. Elder Hua waved his hand and chased Chen Zong away once more. Chen Zong could not help but be speechless. He had not even made his request. Forget it, he could only wait for 3 days to see the results. 3 days was actually a short period of time. It would be over very quickly if he were to cultivate his cultivation technique and practice his sword skills. Chen Zong came to the Molten Fire Hall once again. The swords are over there. Elder Hua was standing in front of the huge furnace. Without turning his head, he said directly. Chen Zong walked towards the sword rack. There were only 3 swords on it. Immediately, Chen Zong's gaze was attracted to them. The 3 swords were crimson red in color. They were the same as the 2 swords from before. However, their appearances were different. Chen Zong took out the first sword. It felt heavy in his hand. It was a heavy sword. It was estimated to weigh more than 10,000 pounds. It was extremely shocking. The palm-wide sword blade was as thick as 2 fingers. Its length was more than a meter. Its hilt was also longer than an ordinary sword and was suitable for holding with 2 hands. The tip of the sword was oval-shaped and was not suitable for stabbing. The blade did not seem to be sharpened either. This was a sword that relied purely on its weight and strength. As Chen Zong swung the sword, he felt that every swing of the sword was accompanied by a terrifying roar. It was as if the wind was howling. Every swing of the sword carried an extremely terrifying power. That was the explosive power produced by the weight of the sword and Chen Zong's immense strength under the high-speed swing. It was as if it could split mountains. The heavy sword had no edge. It used strength to suppress others. This sword was suitable for the sword intent. Chen Zong was instantly overjoyed. He was filled with anticipation for the remaining 2 swords. Putting the heavy sword back on the rack, Chen Zong took out the second sword. It was completely different from the heavy sword. It was even the complete opposite. It was a thin sword. The blade was only as thick as a pinky finger. It was very thin and covered with special patterns. It was so light that it seemed to be weightless. Chenzong tried to swing it. He realized that it was effortless. The speed of the sword was astonishing. It was faster than usual. The patterns on the blade were used to reduce air resistance, allowing the sword to be faster regardless of whether it was swinging or stabbing. This sword was most suitable for the sword intent of speed. He pulled out the third sword. It looked very ordinary. Compared to the other 4 swords, there was nothing outstanding about it. But for some reason, it gave Chenzong a very strange feeling. It was as if it contained a kind of momentum. A unique momentum. Could this sword be most suitable for the sword intent of force? Chenzong couldn't help but think to himself. He tried swinging the sword, but there was nothing special about it. However, when Chenzong activated the true meaning of the sword lightly trembled and emitted a very weak sword hum, but it had the power of thunder. Soon after, Chenzong felt the air around the sword become incomparably viscous, like mercury. As the sword swung, there was a majestic aura being pulled along. When the sword swung down, Chenzong felt as if the sword was pulling a part of the world. It was as if what he swung was not a sword, but a space. Force. Thank you, Elder Hua. Chenzong bowed deeply. These 3 swords were really very suitable for his heart. Elder Hua did not care about Chenzong. Chenzong did not care either. Elder Hua had such a temper. Satisfied with the new 3 swords, Chenzong walked out of the molten fire palace. He felt that his footsteps were very light, as if he was going to fly with the wind. People were in high spirits. Outside the towering cliff pavilion, in the endless sea of clouds. Taking a deep breath, Chenzong held the hilt of the heavy sword with both hands. His tyrannical physical strength exploded. His arms swelled up as he swung the heavy sword. With the true meaning of sword force as the main point and the other 4 lesser true meanings as support, along with the void sword force, he suddenly slashed out with his sword. The power of blue jade, the palm-sized jade-white sword light carried an extremely shocking power. It was as if the weight of a mountain was compressed within it. It was like a meteor striking down. The void shook and the sea of clouds churned. The sword cut down thousands of meters, shattering everything. The heavy sword had no edge, but its power was unparalleled. Returning the heavy sword to its scabbard, Chenzong looked at the thick jade-white sword light that had cut through thousands of meters and exhaled heavily. Indeed, with this heavy sword, the power of blue jade could be unleashed to its fullest potential. Following that, Chenzong pulled out the light sword. With the sword intent as the main force, he swung the sword. It was light, but as fast as the aurora. It was so fast that even Chenzong was surprised. There was no stance, as if it had never moved. Only the jade-white sword light pierced through the air. The speed of blue jade, the last sword was called the power of blue jade. This sword was different from the other 4 swords. It was even more mysterious. With the sword out of its scabbard, Chenzong felt that the sword had become extremely heavy. It was as if it was dragging the world behind it. Vaguely, he could see a patch of darkness pressing forward with the sword. Shocking power, boom. It was as if there were thousands of thunderbolts exploding, but there was no lightning. The sea of clouds was crushed under the impact of the sword, turning into nothingness. So strong. Chenzong couldn't help but gasp. These were 5 unique skills based on Song Yu's one move. The edge of blue jade, the sharpness of blue jade, the power of blue jade, the speed of blue jade, the power of blue jade. Every move was very powerful, and each had its own merits. However, in terms of difficulty and mystery, the power of blue jade was the most profound. With these 5 moves, I have even more ways to fight my enemies. Chenzong couldn't help but smile. However, after the evolution of the blue jade, it consumed more energy every time it was used. If it were a normal late-stage 9-star, they would probably only be able to use a few moves. However, even if it were him, he could only use a dozen moves in a row. However, these sword moves were very powerful. There was no need to use them in a normal battle. Being able to use a dozen moves in a row was enough. In addition to the 5 swords of blue jade, the other minor sword intents can also be activated with the corresponding sword. They will be even more powerful. It's the same for moves created from the 5 minor sword intents. In short, these 5 swords were not only created for the 5 swords of blue jade, but they could also be used for other sword moves. Sharpness, strength, speed, and force. They cover the characteristics of the sword and the 5 fundamentals of sword arts. If that's the case, these 5 swords should be given a suitable name. Chenzong couldn't help thinking. The sword moves were ever-changing, densely packed like the stars in the sky, but they would never stray away from those 5 points. That was the most fundamental thing. If that's the case, these 5 swords shall be called the 5 swords of Huanjin. Chenzong finally made the decision. It's true, it's true, it's true, it's true. When the name was decided, Chenzong suddenly felt refreshed and his mind was clear. It was as if the clouds had parted to reveal the moon. At this point, the sword moves have come to an end. The rest is to raise my cultivation to the peak of the 9-star level and try my best to comprehend the true sword force. I need to comprehend more minor sword intents and reach the limit of what I can achieve. Chenzong was confident that he could reach the peak of the 9-star level before the sect tournament. As for the sword force, it was too difficult and he wasn't confident. Comprehending minor sword intents wasn't easy either, unless he could enter the Enlightenment realm. However, entering the Enlightenment realm required at least 1,000 merits. Chenzong wanted to enter the 3rd realm, which required 3,000 merits. He could only do missions to earn more merits. With a thought, Chenzong took the 5 swords of Huanjin and headed to the Huanji Hall. The Huanjin Speed Sword and Huanjin Sharpness Sword were on his waist, while the Huanjin Sharp Sword, Huanjin Strength Sword, and Huanjin Strength Sword were on his back. The longest, broadest, and heaviest Huanjin Strength Sword was in the middle. The reason why they were arranged this way was to make it easier for him to use the swords. He could unleash the greatest power in an instant. Stepping into the Huanji Hall, Chenzong went straight to the mission list and checked it carefully. The first thing he looked at was the solo missions. Unfortunately, there weren't any suitable solo missions. Chenzong could only look at other missions, such as group missions. Whoosh! Whoosh! A few wind-breaking sounds rang out at the same time, and a few figures flew out of the Super Yuan mountain as fast as lightning. Every single one of them was at least at the peak of the 9-star level. Their speed was extremely fast as they quickly left the Taiyuan mountain and headed towards the Hongyuan mountain. In the Taiyuan continent, there were many mountains. The Taiyuan mountain was the first, and the Hongyuan mountain was the second. However, the primordial mountain was rich in heaven and earth spirit qi. It was a rare cultivation place, especially the primordial 7 mountains. Because of the terrain and people, it was eventually taken over by the primordial heavenly sect and became the location of the sect. On the other hand, the Taiyuan heaven sect was extremely tyrannical. They directly treated the Super Yuan mountain as their territory. Other forces were not allowed to set up their sect, not even an ordinary encampment. In terms of land area, Hongyuan Mountain was ranked 2nd in the Taiyuan continent. However, in terms of cultivation environment, it was ranked last. It was said that 1,000 years ago, Hongyuan Mountain was not only the 2nd largest, but also the 2nd largest cultivation environment. It was occupied by a famous large sect at that time and became the location of the sect. That sect flourished for a time and was only slightly inferior to the Taiyuan heavenly sect. However, after a great battle, the sect fell apart and was directly destroyed. The Great Origin Mountain was also destroyed, and a large amount of heaven and earth spirit qi was lost, turning into a place lacking in spirit qi. As time passed, the cultivation environment of the Hongyuan Mountain became worse and worse. Even the demonic beasts were unwilling to stay here and migrated in large numbers, not to mention the martial artists. In the end, they were abandoned. However, in the past few years, someone had accidentally discovered the Blood Spirit Essence Stone in Hongyuan Mountain. The Blood Spirit Essence Stone was a special treasure born from the boundless blood qi. It could strengthen one's blood qi, assist in the cultivation of some cultivation methods, refine pills, and even be used to refine weapons. In short, the Blood Spirit Essence Stone had many uses, but its production was low, which led to its high price. This time, because there were people who needed them, a mission to collect Blood Spirit Essence Stones had been posted on the mission board. According to the grade of the Blood Spirit Essence Stones, the reward was different. A low-grade Blood Spirit stone was worth 100 merit points, and a mid-grade blood spirit stone was worth 500 merit points. As for a high-grade blood spirit stone, each piece could be exchanged for 3,000 merit points. As for top-grade blood spirit stones, no merit points were given. That was because even high-grade blood spirit stones were extremely rare, let alone top-grade ones. The mission of collecting blood spirit stones wasn't a solo mission, nor was it a group mission. Rather, it was a mission that anyone could accept. Because of the high merit points reward and the time it would take to get back and forth, many people chose to take this mission. Since the reward was proportional to the effort, many people chose this mission. From Super Yuan Mountain to Hong Yuan Mountain, with everyone's speed, it took them 2 days to arrive. What a thin spirit qi. It's almost impossible to sense much of it. This is also the reason why Hong Yuan Mountain was abandoned. It's hard to imagine how intense the Great Battle 1,000 years ago was. Qianzong didn't say anything, but the expression that flashed across his face showed his inner turmoil. It was a wasteland. At first glance, there were only stones and sand. It was difficult to see any trees, let alone grass. This was simply a place where not even a blade of grass grew. If one looked closely at the ground, they would find traces of brown hidden in it. It was like the color of dried blood. The spirit qi here is thin. It's only slightly better than the eastern continent, Qianzong thought to himself. Such a place was indeed not suitable for building a sect, nor was it suitable for martial artists to cultivate. Without stopping, they went deeper into Hong Yuan Mountain. There were many peaks in Hong Yuan Mountain. Qianzong and the others had only set foot on one of them. However, the situation of each peak was similar. It was barren and barren. Half a day later, the group stopped at a remote and hidden peak. Under the guidance of the guide, they found the entrance to an incomparably hidden cave. Brothers, according to our agreement, I'll lead the way here. After that, we'll enter the cave to search for blood spirit stones. Whether or not we can find them will depend on our own abilities. The young guide turned around and cupped his hands with a smile. I'll take my leave first. After saying that, the young man didn't have any intention of entering the cave. Instead, he left. He was only responsible for leading the way. Of course, he didn't lead the way for free. Instead, he was given 100 merit points as a guide fee. A guide fee of 100 merit points was naturally not low. In fact, it could be considered expensive. However, the young man promised that he knew of a cave that produced blood spirit stones. As long as their luck wasn't too bad, they would at least gain a few pieces. However, they were all core disciples of the Taiyuan Heaven sect. If they deliberately deceived them, the consequences were not something they could bear. Unless they didn't want to live, they wouldn't deliberately deceive others. Let's go. As soon as one of them finished speaking, he turned into a stream of light and rushed into the cave. The second and third person, Qianzong, also stepped into the cave. In the blink of an eye, all 5 of them had entered the cave. About 10 breaths later, a figure suddenly flew over from a distance. Standing at the entrance of the cave, he looked inside. It was the person who had led Qianzong's group of 5. A look of pity appeared on his face. He clenched his teeth and felt tormented inside. Immediately after, he took a deep breath and closed his eyes. When he opened them again, all the pity was replaced by ruthlessness. Don't blame me. I didn't want to do this, but for my survival and my future, I can only ask you to die. After saying that, the young man turned and strode away. This time, he really left because he was sure that the 5 people who had entered would not be able to come out alive. The cave was very dry. As they went deeper, the temperature gradually rose. Vaguely, everyone felt that their blood and qi flowed faster than usual. This feeling was most obvious to Qianzong. First, his perception was better than the others. Second, his blood and qi were stronger and purer. From this point, it could be generally said that there was something related to blood and qi inside. Perhaps, it was the so-called blood spirit stones. The 5 people were extremely fast and their footsteps were very light. It was almost impossible to hear their footsteps. As they walked, 6 forks appeared in front of them. The 5 people couldn't help but stop. In my opinion, why don't we split up? This way, we can find the blood spirit stones and avoid unnecessary conflicts, one of them said immediately. This was a good idea. After all, everyone was looking for the blood spirit stones and didn't want to have unnecessary conflicts. Of course, if there was no other choice, they would still fight. There were 6 forks, enough for 5 people to take one each, and there would still be leftovers. Chenzong chose a fork at random. The deeper he went, the drier it became. The restlessness of his blood and chi became more obvious. The moment he walked out of the fork, a red light flashed in front of Chenzong's eyes. It was like an illusion. This was the corner of a fork. It was connected to 2 other forks. He didn't know where it led. Chenzong didn't think too much at this time because his eyes were attracted by a red light on the cave wall. He reached out and grabbed at the wall. Before his 5 fingers could touch it, the wall was torn open and he grabbed something shining with a red light. It was a blood-red stone about the size of a duck's egg. The moment the blood-red stone entered his hand, Chenzong clearly felt his blood and chi become more restless. It was as if the stone in his hand had a great attraction to his blood and chi. Blood spirit stone. Yes, this was a very valuable blood spirit stone. However, Chenzong carefully examined it and found that there was only a circle of dark red lines on the stone, indicating that it was only a low-rank blood spirit stone worth 100 merit points. With a flip of his hand, the blood spirit stone was stored in his virtual ring. He looked at the 2 forks and chose to go forward. There were many forks in this cave. Not long after, Chenzong came to another turn. This time, he didn't find any blood spirit stones. About a few minutes later, Chenzong stepped into a huge cave, and there were no more forks in the road. Wisps of red light flickered on the walls of the cave. They were blood spirit stones. His hands reached out, and his chi was like a sharp blade cutting through tofu. He easily broke through the hard cave wall and took out a total of 5 blood spirit stones. They were all low-rank blood spirit stones worth 500 merit points. After calculating, Chenzong had gained 600 merit points, and this wasn't the limit. The profit was quite good. Going back to the original forks, he chose another one. The cave was like a maze, tangled and complicated. Chenzong constantly chose forks, going back and forth until he reached the end of the path. From time to time, he would find low-rank blood spirit stones. Unknowingly, the number of blood spirit stones he had collected had reached 20, each worth 2,000 merit points. In front of him, a red light flickered. Chenzong narrowed his eyes, and his blood and chi became more and more turbulent. The source was the red light. Taking a deep breath, the heat in the air also entered his body. Chenzong's figure flashed and he quickly rushed forward. Not long after, he rushed out of the fork. His heart was beating faster than usual, and his pure yang blood and chi flowed more than 50% faster. Chenzong's skin was red and hot, and his whole body seemed to be filled with tyrannical power. This was a huge cave. It covered an area of at least tens of thousands of meters and was nearly 100 meters high. The ceiling of the cave was covered with upside-down dark brown stones. They looked like crisscrossing canines, densely packed, and made people unconsciously feel a chill in their hearts. At the center of the cave, there was the largest sharp stone. The other sharp stones around it leaned towards it as if they were worshipping it. Directly below this huge sharp stone, there was a blood-red pool. It was dozens of meters wide and calm, like a huge blood-red gem. After Chenzong scanned the area, he stared at the blood pool. He could feel the astonishing blood and chi fluctuations from it. It was the first time in his life that he had seen something that made his heart beat faster and his blood and chi flow faster. It was also the blood pool. If a blood and chi realm martial artist stepped in, they would probably reach the limit of the blood and chi realm in a short time. Who knows, they might even reach the great perfection of blood and chi realm through brute force. Chenzong couldn't help but wonder. He couldn't help but shake his head. The blood and chi fluctuations in the blood pool were too tyrannical. If a blood and chi realm martial artist stepped in, they wouldn't be able to withstand it at all. They would explode and die. Even a true martial realm martial artist wouldn't benefit from it. On the contrary, they might even lose their lives. There seemed to be an inexplicable calling for Chenzong to approach and step into the calm blood pool. Chenzong did not act rashly. He walked to the edge of the blood pool and resisted the calling that was getting stronger and stronger. This should be the deepest part of the cave. He had also found 20 blood essence stones, which were equivalent to 2,000 merit points. It was a great harvest. However, Qinzong felt that there must be treasures in the blood pool. He also had an inexplicable feeling that the consequences of entering the blood pool would be unpredictable. As his thoughts raced, Qinzong took a step back. Instantly, a beam of blood-colored light shot out from the blood pool without any warning. It was incomparably swift, resembling a long whip. It viciously tore through the air, forming a circle as it shot towards Qinzong. This attack contained two different types of power, a direct attack and a twisting one. It was a perfect combination, cutting off all of Qinzong's escape routes. In the face of danger, Qinzong did not panic. He unsheathed the Huanjin sharp sword at his waist and gently flicked and stabbed at a point on the blood-red whip. It was as if he had hit the weak spot of a snake. The blood-red whip suddenly trembled, as if it had lost all of its power and became soft. Qinzong took advantage of this opportunity to speed up his retreat. However, the whip seemed to have been injected with new power. It suddenly bounced and pierced through the air like a sharp sword. It was fast and fierce, like a blood-red meteor piercing through the air. It also carried an extremely strange aura, which made Qinzong feel a great threat. His face turned serious. He unsheathed the Huanjin sharp sword on his back and chopped down directly at the tip of the blood-red whip. However, the whip was extremely agile. It dodged Qinzong's attack and circled around the back of the sword. Its speed increased, and it stabbed at Qinzong's heart. It wanted to pierce through his heart. For no reason, Qinzong felt his heart palpitate. His two swords circled and slashed. Two beautiful sword lights crossed each other and sealed all of the blood-red whip's changes. Suddenly, a group of figures broke out of the blood pool, carrying a dense bloody light. They shot toward Qinzong like 4 arrows. At a glance, Qinzong felt that the 4 figures looked familiar. However, the 4 figures had already approached him. Their terrifying killing intent swept over Qinzong, making him shiver all over. Qinzong swung his 2 swords in a circle to block the attack of the 4 blood-red lights. The blood-red long whip was like a viper that was waiting for an opportunity to strike. It slithered through the blind spots and pierced through Qinzong's back toward his heart. A pincer attack from 5 sides increased the pressure on Qinzong. However, Qinzong's figure flashed and was swept away by a burst of illusory light. Then, he disappeared from where he stood. "Why are you guys here?" After dodging all the attacks, Qinzong also clearly saw the 4 figures that were suffused with blood-red light. His expression suddenly changed greatly. The 4 people were the 4 who had entered the cave with him not long ago. They were all core disciples of the Taiyuan Heaven sect. They had entered the cave with him not long ago and had only separated at the first fork. Now, they had become like this. Covered in bloody light, their faces were cold, and their eyes were indifferent. It was as if they did not recognize Qinzong. It felt like they were 4 puppets. The 4 people were completely under his control. Regardless of what Qinzong was thinking, they launched another attack. Although these 4 people were the core disciples of their respective mountains, the strongest among them had only reached the first level. They were no match for Qinzong at all. However, they had become even more powerful after being enveloped by the blood-red light. At the very least, their strength had increased by 30%. Even so, they were still no match for Qinzong. Under the 2 swords, the 4 people were repelled one after another. They were all core disciples of the Taiyuan Heaven sect and had never had any conflicts with each other. Naturally, Qinzong would not kill them at once. However, the 4 people who were knocked back were not hurt at all. The bloody light around them blocked all the attacks for them. They pounced again, and the bloody long whip was waiting for an opportunity to attack. Dark strike. Qinzong swung his sword. The minor sword intent was integrated with 3 sword intents. The grayish-white sword light with traces of red tore the sky apart and broke the bloody long whip. The other sword drew an arc in the air, once again pushing back the 4 figures and scattering the blood-red light on their bodies. Taking advantage of the situation, Qinzong attacked again with his sword. The invisible sword energy penetrated into the 4 people's bodies and destroyed their strength. They could not attack again for a while. However, something strange happened. Two more people broke out of the blood pool at a faster speed. The bloody light around them was more than twice as strong as before. They were like two bloody meteors. Boom, in an instant, they collided. The two bloody lights were knocked back. Chenzong was also knocked back. His two swords were trembling and his arms were slightly numb. Strong, very strong, they were at least of the second level. The bloody light was very strong. However, at the moment of collision, Chenzong also saw the faces of the two people. One was a middle-aged man, and the other was an old man. They were both unfamiliar faces. The two people landed on the ground and rushed toward Chenzong at an even faster speed. Dark strike, since he did not know them, Chenzong would not be polite. His two swords pierced through the air. The sword light tore the sky apart and attacked the two people at the same time. Chenzong had also made some adjustments to the dark strike. He strengthened and weakened the minor sword intent according to the characteristics of the sword itself. However, its power was not weakened. Instead, it became stronger. The bloody light around the two people was broken. The sharp swords left two sword marks on their bodies. They were so deep that their bones could be seen. However, the two people did not seem to feel anything. They rushed toward Chenzong again without fear of death. Chenzong frowned slightly. If that was the case, then they could not blame him for killing them. Edge of dark jade, the sword pierced through the air and cut through the bloody light around the two people again. It was irresistible. The sword cut through the two people's bodies and cut them in half. However, there was no blood. It was as if the blood in their bodies had already disappeared. Edge of dark jade, there was nothing it could not cut. No matter how strong the two people were, their bodies could not be reconnected after being cut in half. Chenzong held his swords with both hands. A sharp aura surrounded his body. It was as if countless swords were cutting back and forth. His eyes were sharp and cold as he stared at the blood pool. "Come out." His tone was cold and solemn. It was like the sound of metal clashing. Chenzong was sure that there must be something in the blood pool. Something special. It might be a human, or it might not be a human. Chenzong's voice fell, but the blood pool did not move. Chenzong shook his swords. Dozens of swords broke through the air and rushed toward the sky. They drew beautiful trajectories and reached dozens of meters in the air. Then, they fell like meteors. Chenzong frowned and narrowed his eyes. Suddenly, bubbles appeared on the surface of the blood pool, making gurgling sounds. As the bubbles popped, the blood pool began to emit scarlet light. Chenzong's face became more and more serious. He felt an evil aura slowly spreading from the bubbling blood pool. It was as if some kind of evil was awakening. Immediately, all the red light contracted to the center. A huge blood-colored bubble quietly appeared. It did not burst. Instead, it flew up and suspended above the blood pool. A figure could be vaguely seen inside. As the huge blood-colored bubble appeared, the evil aura became more and more intense. It made Chenzong feel uneasy. His eyes narrowed as he stared at the figure in the blood-colored bubble. Suddenly, the blood-colored bubble shrank rapidly and was absorbed by the figure. The figure, which looked a little thin, seemed to become fuller, like a balloon being blown up. The evil aura also became stronger. A chilly wind whistled, causing the temperature in the cave to drop a lot. When the blood-colored bubble was completely absorbed, a figure appeared clearly in front of Chenzong. It was suspended above the blood pool. He was only wearing a pair of blood-red bloomers. A blood-red cloak hung naturally on his shoulders. His hair was like weeds. His face was skinny. His sunken eye sockets made his eyes look deeper and darker, like the eyes of an evil ghost. His cheeks were sunken and his cheekbones were prominent. His upper body, which was not covered by clothes, was also skinny. The ribs on both sides were clearly visible. His skinny arms were covered with blood-red wrist guards covered with strange patterns, similar to those on the cloak on his back and the bloomers on his lower body. These patterns were very strange, like some kind of symbol. Putting aside his eyes and his blood-red attire, he looked like a starving refugee. However, Chenzong definitely did not think so because the aura this person was emitting was incomparably evil, something he had never seen before in his life. Moreover, this kind of aura seemed to be even stronger than a pseudo-transcendent. Transcendent realm. This is a transcendent realm master. Chen Zong's heart couldn't help sinking. His current strength was indeed quite good. Among the pseudo-transcendent realm, he could be considered one of the best, but compared with a real transcendent realm master, there was still a clear gap. This was a fundamental difference, like the difference between a firefly and a bright moon, or the difference between a kitten and a big tiger. Lowly bug, you actually dared to wake me up. The gloomy voice was extremely hoarse, like two pieces of metal rubbing against each other, causing Chen Zong's eardrums to feel uncomfortable. Immediately, the figure landed on top of the blood pool and stared at him with sunken eyes, causing Chen Zong's body to involuntarily tighten, as if he was being bound by an invisible force. A chill uncontrollably emerged from the depths of his heart and instantly spread throughout his body, causing Chen Zong to feel cold and numb, as if his vitality and strength had become sluggish, almost solidifying. Terrifying. Incomparably terrifying. Compared to any other Lamiter Chen Zong had encountered before, the feeling Chen Zong felt was far more terrifying. Even Xia Yuanshan had not given him such a creepy feeling. It was like a kind of suppression, an indescribable suppression that had nothing to do with strength. Suppressing the chill and fear that continued to emerge in his heart, Chen Zong gripped his swords tightly and asked, "Who are you?" "I, weak insect, are you asking about this demon envoy's identity?" The gloomy voice sounded again. This demon envoy is one of the demon envoys under the blood foam banner of Heaven Ancient Demon Temple. Your vitality is very vigorous, actually pure yang. If I absorb your vitality, this demon envoy will be able to recover more of his strength. The moment he finished speaking, the demon envoy waved his hand, and the blood-red cloak behind him fluttered as if it was blown by a gust of wind. A ray of blood-red light shot towards Chen Zong like a bird. With a flash of blood, Chen Zong was sent flying. The attack was too fast and difficult to dodge. More importantly, the opponent's evil aura was extremely tyrannical, as if it could corrode one's bones and corrode one's soul. Chen Zong's reaction was a step slower. His entire body slammed into the wall of the cave, emitting a rumbling sound like that of a drum. Landing on the ground, Chen Zong's face was slightly pale, and he looked a little surprised. Just now, when the other party attacked, he felt a chill that came from the bottom of his heart and soul. He thought that he was dead for sure. But now, he realized that he was only lightly injured. With his self-healing ability, this kind of light injury could be healed very quickly. However, there was a cold and evil energy that was constantly invading his body and destroying his blood. His pure yang blood qi surged and filled the air with an amazing heat, resisting the cold and evil energy and quickly dispelling it. You actually resisted. The blood demon envoy seemed a little surprised. Suddenly, a sword light flashed in front of him and instantly arrived. Raising his hand, he sent out a blood-red palm, shattering the sword light, but at the same time, he also shattered. He's not a transcendent. Maybe he used to be a transcendent, but for some reason, he doesn't have the strength of a transcendent anymore. I can fight. These three thoughts flashed through Chen Zong's mind. He once again attacked with his sword and closed in on his opponent. Weak insect. The blood demon envoy was furious. If he hadn't been seriously injured, causing his strength to drop significantly and fall below the transcendent realm, he would have killed as many of these insects as he could. Who knew how many insects had died at his hands in the past? Now, a humble and weak insect dared to attack him. Although he thought so, the blood demon envoy's reaction was very fast. He immediately attacked, his blood-red claws grabbing towards Chen Zong. Countless blood-red energy streams wrapped around his claws, each one extremely sharp, like the sharpest sword, shot towards Chen Zong from all directions. In an instant, Chen Zong felt like he was being cut to pieces. However, after thinking it through, Chen Zong's mentality changed. He no longer felt the feeling of being suppressed and restricted. Instead, he unleashed all of his power. With his two swords in hand, he slashed out countless sword lights, shattering the blood-red streams of qi. Dark strike, Chen Zong's sword collided with his opponent's blood-red claw. While both attacks were disintegrated, Chen Zong's second sword slashed at his opponent's chest. The incomparably sharp sword cut open the other party's chest, but no blood flowed out. Furthermore, the wound quickly healed. Even so, the blood demon envoy was about to explode from anger. He had actually been injured by a lowly insect. This was unforgivable. On the other hand, Qianzong had the opposite idea. His sword was able to injure his opponent. Although the wound healed immediately, it also meant that he had the ability to threaten his opponent. His heart calmed down, and his two swords became even sharper. Kill, kill, kill. The combination of the Inata sharp sword and the Inata sharp sword was extremely sharp. Every single strike could cleave through the sky. Nothing could stop it. Now that Qianzong's cultivation base had reached the peak of 9-star, his mental power had been further enhanced. He could perform a move like the Grey Strike 50 to 60 times in a row. Under Qianzong's rhythmic control, it would not be a problem for him to perform it 70 to 80 times. Skyripping Blood Claw. The blood demon envoy waved his hand, and a huge blood-red claw immediately appeared behind him. It instantly solidified and clawed at Qianzong. It was as if the entire space was being crushed, trying to tear Qianzong into pieces. Qianzong's expression was solemn. He could feel the terrifying power contained within the blood-red claw. However, for some reason, the hidden power could not be fully unleashed. Only a small part of it could be unleashed. Even so, it was still extremely terrifying. It was comparable to a fake lingwu with 4 lesser true meanings. Anata sharp sword, with a slash, the jade white sword light tore the blood-red claw apart, and it went straight for the blood demon envoy. The blood demon envoy's expression suddenly changed. However, he could not dodge or block the attack. His chest was hit by the sword again, and he was sent flying. He crashed into the cave wall, and there was a sword wound on his chest. It was so deep that his bones could be seen. His body was almost cut in half. He was both shocked and angry. His skinny face was extremely ferocious, and there was a trace of fear in the depths of his dark and evil eyes. Just a little bit, and his body would have been cut in half. You deserve to die. A ghostly voice echoed. The blood demon envoy's arms shook, and the calm blood pool suddenly rippled. Like a water tornado, it rushed out and attacked the blood demon envoy. With a violent roar, the entire cave shook as if it was about to collapse. Qianzong slashed out with both of his swords, but they were shattered by the blood-red tornado. The evil aura continued to increase. When the blood-red tornado disappeared, the blood demon envoy's appearance changed drastically. He was no longer as skinny as before. Instead, his body was full and strong, and his skin was glowing with a bloody light. An extremely powerful aura spread out from the blood demon envoy's body. One could vaguely see layers of ripples around his body. Qianzong's expression became even more solemn. Die. With a thunderous roar, the blood demon envoy punched out. The moment he punched out, the blood-red fist print was already heading towards Qianzong's face. The terrifying punch was like a meteorite that could shatter mountains. There was no time to dodge or use any movement techniques. He could only raise his sword to meet the attack. The punch caused the sword to bend. Qianzong could feel an extremely violent power blasting towards him. The power of Yin instantly passed through the sword and into his body, causing his blood to tremble and his internal organs to ache. Qianzong felt as though his blood was about to be corroded and destroyed. The void sword force circulated and instantly used his body as a battlefield to disperse the evil power that had invaded his body. The blood demon envoy's second attack followed. Power of blue jade. Both of his swords returned to their sheaths. He held the hilt of the true force sword with both of his hands and suddenly pulled it out. Carrying the power of thousands of mountains, he burst out with all of his strength. The thick, jade-white sword light was like the Milky Way pouring down. It was as if the sky was collapsing. Clash, the violent chi bombarded and the hard ground was shattered. The sharp rocks above were also broken and fell to the ground. After the second shock, they were turned into dust. Qianzongji was pushed back by the powerful rebounding force. He only stopped when he reached the wall of the cave. Then, he flew forward, holding his heavy sword with both hands, and unleashed a series of violent attacks. Every strike carried the weight of a mountain as it viciously slashed at the blood demon envoy. After absorbing the power of the blood pool, the blood demon envoy was even more powerful. Facing Chenzong's heavy sword, he had no intention of dodging at all. His arms with the blood-red bracers swelled up and became as thick as thighs. Blue veins crawled on his arms like poisonous snakes. His enlarged fists were covered in a thick layer of bloody light as he punched out fiercely. His attacks seemed simple, but they contained several different kinds of power, making each punch more powerful. This was a fist art that returned to its original state. The moment each punch hit the sword, Chenzong would feel several different kinds of power entangling and attacking him. He had to spend more effort to resolve them. Drill, bang, go, twist. After another collision, the Blood Demon envoy was surprised to find that his opponent's heavy sword also contained several different kinds of power. When it collided with his fists, they cancelled each other out and turned the situation around. The Blood Demon envoy's eyes darkened. This kind of talent was too shocking. Even in the golden age of geniuses 1,000 years ago, this kind of talent could be ranked among the top. This kind of person had to be killed. Otherwise, he would become an obstacle to the rise of the ancient demon palace in the future. With a loud roar, the Blood Demon envoy's upper body suddenly trembled and swelled up, becoming abnormally thick. His right arm was also affected and swelled up again, becoming as thick as a waist. The blue veins were like pythons. Blood breaking 1,000 miles. Accompanied by a thunderous roar, the millstone-sized right arm clenched into a fist and fiercely punched towards Chenzong like a meteor. Under the huge bloody fist, the air was violently compressed, creating an earth-shattering boom. The wind whistled as if the sky was falling and the earth was splitting. Endless bloody light filled Chenzong's eyes. An extremely terrifying pressure bombarded his body, making Chenzong feel as if his vitality was collapsing and his body was being torn apart. Sword of Intent. Without any hesitation, Chenzong instantly released most of his spiritual energy and condensed it into a Sword of Intent. The Sword of Intent pierced through the air and silently but fiercely stabbed towards the Blood Demon envoy's forehead. There was no way to dodge or defend. The Blood Demon envoy's face suddenly changed and twisted in an instant. He felt as if his knowledge sea had been pierced and his head was in pain. However, the Blood Demon envoy was still a transcendent realm master. Even if his strength had regressed due to his severe injuries and his knowledge sea had temporarily degenerated, he was still not someone a pseudo-transcendent realm master could compare to. The Sword of Intent that Chenzong used half of his spiritual energy could not cause any damage to the Blood Demon envoy. However, the moment of pain still affected the Blood Demon envoy, causing his energy to fluctuate and his punch to pause slightly. The opportunity was fleeting and Chenzong seized it. His figure flashed and disappeared under the Blood Demon envoy's terrifying punch. Suddenly, an extremely terrifying aura burst out, causing the Blood Demon envoy's face to change greatly. However, he was unable to effectively deal with it since he had already used the blood-rupturing 1,000 miles. The Sword of Intent slashed out and a jade-white sword light seemed to compress the power of a mountain. Strength of blue jade, this was just the beginning. Edge of blue jade, sharpness of blue jade, speed of blue jade. The moment the Sword of Intent was unsheathed, all the aura in the cave was drawn and condensed into a tyrannical half-step sword force. Force of blue jade, slash. The first 4 swords slashed the Blood Demon envoy's tyrannical body, breaking through the bloody light and directly cutting into his body. However, they did not cause any fatal injuries. However, these 4 swords made it difficult for the Blood Demon envoy to move, allowing the force of blue jade to reach him. The combination of half-step sword force and sword force was even more astonishing. It could be said to be the most tyrannical sword move Chenzong had. Poochie, a hair-raising sound rang out as the Blood Demon envoy's tyrannical body was cut in half. A shrill scream reverberated in the cave, extremely harsh to the ears. The Blood Demon envoy turned into a bloody light and rushed out of the cave. In the blink of an eye, he disappeared without a trace. Even if Chenzong wanted to chase after him, he could only watch helplessly as the Blood Demon envoy fled. However, with his body cut in half, if it were anyone else, they would already be dead. This Blood Demon envoy's methods were amazing. Although he could still escape, it should not have been easy for him. Ancient Demon Temple. Blood Demon Flag. Demon Envoy. Standing next to the blood pool, Chenzong furrowed his brow. Instinctively, Chenzong felt uneasy from the bottom of his heart. Forget it. Even if the sky falls, it's not my turn to hold it up. Unable to understand, Qianzong shook his head. In the end, he was just a small pseudo-transcendent realm cultivator. There were many transcendent realm masters above him. But when I go back, I'll have to report this to Master. Maybe he can understand. After saying that, Qianzong appeared next to the 4 controlled remote Yuan heavenly sect disciples and carefully examined them. It's hopeless. He sighed softly and couldn't help but lament. The blood in these 4 people had already disappeared. In other words, they were already dead when they were caught by the blood demon envoy. Their blood was probably absorbed by the blood demon envoy to heal his injuries. If he was caught, the consequences would be the same. Fortunately, he was strong enough, and fortunately, the other party was unable to display their full strength for some reason. With a wave of his hand, Qianzong picked up the 4 people's mustard seed bags and found the blood spirit stones in them. There were a total of 32 pieces, which was equivalent to 3,200 sect merit points. As for the other things, Qianzong did not touch them. He sorted out a mustard seed bag and stored the 4 corpses in it, preparing to bring them back to the remote Yuan heavenly sect. However, Qianzong did not leave immediately. His eyes fell on the blood pool. Because of the blood demon envoy, the blood in the blood pool had been absorbed, leaving only a thin layer. Qianzong could vaguely see wisps of bloody light shining. After cleaning up the blood in the blood pool, Qianzong's breathing became rapid. There were very few things that could make him so excited, but it was because there was a layer of blood spirit stones at the bottom of the blood pool. The flashing red light made Qianzong feel like he was going to be blinded. He immediately started digging. After spending half a day, Qianzong finally dug out all the blood spirit stones at the bottom of the blood pool. It was a bountiful harvest. There were more than 130 low-grade blood spirit stones, 18 mid-grade blood spirit stones, and 3 high-grade blood spirit stones. Including the low-grade blood spirit stones he had obtained before, if he exchanged them for sect merit points, he would have more than 36,000 merit points. Although it couldn't be compared to the 100,000 merit points that his master had given him previously, it still felt different since he had earned it himself. Taking a deep breath, Qianzong calmed himself down. Relying on his excellent memory, he quickly left the cave. After walking out of the cave, Qianzong looked back and suddenly had a thought. Does the person who brought us to this cave know about the situation here? There were 2 kinds of situations, knowing or not knowing. If it was the former, then it meant that the other party had been planning this for a long time. It was possible that they weren't deliberately targeting them, but rather casting a net. As long as someone accepted the blood spirit essence stone mission, there was a chance they would be targeted. If it was the latter, it could only be said that he was unlucky. Of course, for Qianzong now, he was very lucky. Whether it was the case or not, he would return to Xianxia Mountain and report to his master. Then he would make a decision. Turning into a flowing light, Qianzong quickly left the mountain peak and headed out of Hanyuan Mountain. Traveling at full speed, Qianzong returned to the Taiyuan Heaven Sect 2 days later. He went directly to Xianxia Mountain and sent a message to his master on the way. Xianxia Palace. The ancient demonic palace. The master of Xianxia Mountain looked serious and then murmured to himself, "Has it come back from the ashes?" Qianzong stood below. After reporting all the information, the master of Xianxia Mountain looked serious. From his expression and eyes, Qianzong saw shock and deep fear. The longer Qianzong stayed in the Taiyuan Heaven Sect, the more shocked he was by the strength of the sect. Until now, he still didn't know how powerful the Taiyuan Heaven Sect was. He only knew that the master of Xianxia Mountain was an expert in the late stage of the Profound Heaven Realm. On Chaotian Island, the Profound Heaven Realm experts in the so-called high-rank sect were only in the early stage of the Profound Heaven Realm. What kind of power was the ancient demonic palace to be able to make an expert in the late stage of the Profound Heaven Realm feel shock and fear? Was it not weaker than the Taiyuan Heaven Sect? Qianzong took out the 4 corpses. The master of Xianxia Mountain looked at them and didn't say anything. He just left the 4 corpses behind. "You should keep this to yourself. Remember not to spread it." The Azure Feather Mountain Lord's gaze landed on Luo Zhong and Qianzong, and an unprecedented solemnness could be seen in his eyes. "You must also remember that in the future, if you encounter anyone from the ancient Sky Devil Hall, kill them if you can." You must not show mercy at all. If you are not their match, flee if you can, and don't hesitate. Yes, master. Chenzong also answered seriously. From the master of Tsangyu Mountain's words, Chenzong clearly felt the master of Tsangyu Mountain's fear of the ancient demonic palace. He was very curious, but since his master didn't say anything, Chenzong also understood that the level of the ancient demonic palace was too high. It wasn't something he could come into contact with now. Okay, you can leave now. Cultivate well. If there is a chance, challenge an invincible master. If you can become an invincible master, it will be unimaginably beneficial for you to break through to the transcendent realm. The master of Tsangyu Mountain encouraged. Yes, master. Chenzong bowed and slowly left Tsangyu Mountain. He then turned and walked down the mountain. He didn't return to High Cliff Pavilion. Instead, he went to Myriad Administration Hall through the portal. I found 3 low-grade blood spirit essence stones. I found 5. Stepping into Myriad Administration Hall, Chenzong heard many discussions about the blood spirit essence stones. The mission of collecting blood spirit essence stones was a mission that anyone could accept. As long as one was an official disciple, most of them would accept it. Then, they would go to Hongyuan Mountain alone or in groups to search for them. You're all very good. I only found 1. Hongyuan Mountain was a place where blood flowed for thousands of miles due to a great battle. As a result, treasures like blood spirit essence stones were formed, but after many years of digging, there were fewer and fewer of them. Sometimes, one might not even find them. In less than 10 days, one could find a few blood spirit essence stones and obtain a few hundred merit points from the sect. For most disciples, it was a great harvest. Amazing, I actually found a mid-rank blood spirit essence stone. Chenzong waited in line. There were many people who turned in this mission. 5, 10, there were even some that reached 20, which had already caused a series of exclamations. In less than 10 days, he had gained 2,000 merit points. It was very amazing. Most of the blood spirit essence stones were low grade. If a mid-rank one appeared, it would definitely cause a commotion. As for a high-rank one, it had not appeared yet. Finally, it was Chenzong's turn. In the Taiyuan Sky sect, Chenzong's reputation was not very resounding because he kept a low profile. As for the previous grudge between him and Mingguang Mountain, it was only spread in a certain circle. The scope was limited. But this time, Chenzong's name was destined to be widely known. The red light flashed, almost blinding everyone's eyes. An astonishing blood qi fluctuation spread out and pervaded the surroundings. Everyone in the Wanji Hall felt their blood qi become restless. Their eyes were as big as copper bells, and their mouths were so wide open that a fist could be stuffed in. There was a large pile of blood-red stones on the table. They were low-rank blood spirit essence stones. Low-rank blood spirit essence stones. 186. The person in charge of the Wanji Hall stuttered. Even though he was experienced and knowledgeable, he could not help but feel surprised. There were too many. At least since he entered the Wanji Hall decades ago, this had never happened. A total of 18,600 merit points. Junior brother, please take out your identity token. His tone returned to normal, but it was much softer than before. Wait a moment. Chenzong took out other blood spirit essence stones. There's more. That's a mid-rank blood spirit essence stone. 3. Go. When Chenzong took out the 3 high-grade blood spirit essence stones, the eyes of those who knew what was good for them widened even more. Their eyeballs bulged out of their sockets as they trembled and stammered, unable to speak a complete sentence. Okay. Chenzong stood with his hands behind his back. Junior brother. Wait a moment. After a round of calculation, Chenzong finally received 36,600 merit points, all of which were stored in his identity token. After receiving the merit points, he quickly left under the shocked gazes of the crowd. He returned to Green Feather Mountain and went straight to the martial arts stage. Chenzong, who entered the martial arts stage to comprehend and cultivate, did not know that from today onwards, his name would spread throughout the Taiyuan Sky sect. More than 36,000 merit points. That's too scary. He actually obtained so many merit points in one go. This is unprecedented. This Qianzong's luck is really heaven-defying. He actually obtained so many blood spirit essence stones in one go. Not only are there mid-rank blood spirit essence stones, but there are also high-rank ones. Where did he get them? So many blood spirit essence stones, maybe he stole them. There were also people who were jealous. But no matter what, Qianzong's name had truly entered the ears of every disciple. Some people were shocked, while others were aghast. One of them was the person who had led Qianzong's group to the Blood Devil Envoy's cave. He had thought that with the Blood Devil Envoy's strength, Qianzong's group would die without a doubt. He had not expected Qianzong to come back alive, and even bring back a large number of blood spirit essence stones. As far as I know, high-rank blood spirit essence stones can only be obtained from the bottom of the blood pool. Lord Blood Devil Envoy can't have let others take them away. Feng Yuan was restless, his thoughts turning rapidly. Could it be that Lord Blood Devil Envoy was defeated? Feng Yuan was not sure whether the Blood Devil Envoy was defeated or Qianzong was subdued. Let's leave first. Feng Yuan made a prompt decision and immediately moved. However, he was intercepted before he could go down the mountain. The one who intercepted him was the Xinyuan guards. Although Feng Yuan's strength was not weak, facing the well-prepared Xinyuan guards, he did not have much strength to resist. He was directly captured and taken away, unable to even commit suicide. When Qianzong came out of the martial arts stage, he received a message from his master, the Blue Feather Mountain Lord. It has been confirmed that the cave is indeed the cave of the Blood Devil Banner of the ancient Sky Demon Hall. However, after being injured by you, no one knows where he escaped to. The Blue Feather Mountain Lord said, in view of your merit, the sect has decided to reward you with merit points. Hand over your token. The sky was blue, and wisps of pure white clouds were drifting in the sky, making it seem even more boundless. A black shadow slowly floated over from afar, blotting out the sky and emitting a wave of vast and mighty aura. It was a round flying boat with a radius of 10,000 meters. It was completely black and emitted an ice-cold luster as if it was cast from 10,000 years old cold iron. When that huge black flying boat flew over a city, a huge shadow shrouded it and a majestic aura filled the air. Everyone in the city was greatly shocked and couldn't help but look up at the sky. That is, at the bottom of that huge black flying boat, there was a huge character. Martial. It's the flying boat of the ultimate martial heavenly sect. This is the Taiyuan continent. Why would the flying boat of the ultimate martial heavenly sect appear here with great fanfare? The ultimate martial heavenly sect and the ultimate martial heavenly sect were both part of the 8 heavenly sects of the Blue Waves continent. Regardless of strength or background, they were on par. Moreover, the ultimate martial heavenly sect governed the ultimate martial heavenly sect and the Taiyuan continent bordered each other. I know. Tomorrow is the triennial sect tournament of the ultimate martial heavenly sect. The purpose of the flying boat of the ultimate martial heavenly sect is to watch the tournament. Yes, it must be so. The ultimate sect tournament of the ultimate martial heavenly sect. I also want to watch it. Me too. Everyone revealed a yearning expression. Stop dreaming. The ultimate martial heavenly sect is not a place you can enter. For ordinary martial artists, the ultimate martial heavenly sect was a high and mighty existence. They could only watch from afar and couldn't approach it. Although it was beautiful and breathtaking, they couldn't touch it. Only those high-grade sects were qualified to enter the ultimate martial heavenly sect to watch the tournament. As for those low-grade and middle-grade sects, it was very difficult, unless there was something special about them. As for rogue cultivators, it was even more difficult, unless they were extremely reputable figures among rogue cultivators. However, they were very rare. Why did so many people want to watch the tournament? It was very simple. The disciples of the ultimate martial heavenly sect had outstanding talent and strength. The battle between them would certainly be very exciting. This was only one aspect. Another aspect was that if they could watch the battle between experts, it would also be very beneficial. Although they couldn't watch the tournament, they couldn't help but discuss it. I wonder if there's anyone in the Taiyuan Heaven sect worthy of my challenge. A black-robed young man stood alone on the edge of the flying boat with a cold expression. He looked out through the crystal window and saw the blue sky, white clouds, and thousands of miles of rivers and mountains. He was talking to himself, but no one could give him an answer. No wonder it's the #1 mountain in the Taiyuan continent. The spiritual qi of heaven and earth here is much richer than in our mountain. Under the lead of a few elders, a group of young men and women dressed in uniform quickly came from afar. They arrived at Super Yuan Mountain and climbed up the stairs, chatting non-stop along the way. Wave after wave of people arrived. They were the elders and disciples of the various upper-class sects in the Taiyuan continent. The elders led the disciples, who were carefully selected and worthy of training, came to watch the battle. On the one hand, they wanted to see the strength of the top disciples of the Taiyuan heavenly sect to motivate themselves. On the other hand, they wanted to broaden their knowledge. When you're in the Taiyuan heaven sect, behave yourselves. Remember not to clash with the disciples of the Taiyuan heaven sect. The elders clearly explained, and those disciples also understood this point. That was the Taiyuan heaven sect, the #1 overlord of the Taiyuan continent. It was one of the top forces of the Blue Waves continent. Even if their sect joined forces, they still couldn't resist it. If they had a conflict with the disciples of the Taiyuan heaven sect in the territory of the Taiyuan heaven sect, they would be killed without a way to redress their grievances. And if they killed the people of the Taiyuan heaven sect, the consequences would be even more miserable. It was more likely that the sect would suffer a disaster. Junior brother, tomorrow is the sect competition. In the Lingyao pavilion, Xianxia and Qianzong were separated by a small table. They were sitting cross-legged on a praying mat made of spirit-calming silk. There were several exquisite dishes on the small table, as well as a pot of wine and 2 wine cups filled with amber-colored wine. Senior brother's strength has reached the 2nd level, right? Qianzong said with a smile. Junior brother has sharp eyes. Xianxia didn't deny it. Although it's a slight improvement, I don't have much certainty to enter the top 10. There weren't many core disciples in each of the Taiyuan 7 mountains. There were roughly 30 to 40 of them. Altogether, there were less than 300. There weren't many who had reached the 1st level, but there were still a considerable number of them. There were even fewer who had reached the 2nd level. But in this period of time, there were more than 10. Therefore, Xianxia said that he didn't have much confidence to enter the top 10. Junior brother, I can't see through your depth. But with your strength, you should be able to enter the top 3, right? Xianxia said again. The top 3 is no problem. Qianzong smiled. Of course, his true goal wasn't the top 3, but the throne of 1st place. After the mission of collecting blood spirit essence stones, Qianzong didn't go out again. Instead, he wholeheartedly cultivated and improved himself as much as possible. With more than 36,000 merit points and the reward of 100,000 merit points from the sect, Qianzong suddenly had the capital to enter the Wuxin realm and martial arts realm at will. Qianzong basically went back and forth between the martial arts realm and Wuxin realm. In more than 2 months, Qianzong entered the Wuxin realm 10 times and the martial arts realm 10 times. Entering the martial arts realm more times didn't mean better. After each time, Qianzong would spend a few days to consolidate his foundation. A total of 20 times added up to 60,000 merit points. Qianzong still had more than 76,000 merit points left in his identity token. 10 times in the Wuxin realm and 10 times in the martial arts realm allowed Qianzong to continuously improve. Coupled with the fact that his cultivation had reached the peak of the 9-star level and couldn't go any further, Qianzong didn't know what level his strength had reached. The only thing he was certain of was the 3rd level. But the 3rd level was also divided into strong and weak. The sect tournament might be an excellent opportunity to test his strength. Thinking about it, Qianzong was a little excited. When one's strength reached his level, it was a little awkward. Above him was the transcendent realm, which he couldn't resist. Below him, it would be difficult to find an opponent. This time, Xianxia didn't look for Qianzong to spar. The two drank a little wine and chatted for a while before Xianxia took his leave. Tomorrow was the sect tournament, so he needed to be in good condition to greet it. When the Ultimate Martial Heavenly Sect's airship arrived, a group of people from the Ultimate Martial Heavenly Sect walked down from the airship and were received by the people of the Ultimate Martial Heavenly Sect. The Ultimate Martial Heavenly Sect was about as strong as the Ultimate Martial Heavenly Sect, so the ultimate martial heavenly sect didn't neglect them. As for the people from the high-rank sect forces in the ultimate martial heavenly sect, of course, there were people in charge of receiving them, but it wasn't as grand. All of this had nothing to do with Chenzong. At night, the Super Yuan Mountain was even more lively than usual, but Chenzong stayed in the towering cliff pavilion to cultivate. This was also the choice of many disciples of the Taiyuan Heaven sect, in order to be in a better state to welcome the battle that was about to begin tomorrow. Sect tournament, once every 3 years, the night passed quickly. At dawn, the sun rose slowly into the sky, sprinkling light and warmth across the land. The ultimate 7 mountains suddenly came to life. All of the official disciples of the ultimate martial heavenly sect gathered in their respective mountains. The preparatory disciples didn't have this qualification. They weren't even official disciples, so they could only feel envy. All of the official disciples gathered at the top of Dark Feather Mountain. Normally, this place was under the jurisdiction of the elders and mountain lords, but it was different today. As far as the eye could see, there was a black mass of human heads. The mountain breeze blew past, still carrying the chill from last night, but it couldn't blow away the fire in everyone's hearts. Disciples, when the minor origin realm opens, you will enter in order. Remember not to fight for it, an earth-grade elder said loudly, his vigorous voice reaching everyone's ears. The minor origin realm. Chenzong muttered. The triennial tournament of the ultimate martial heavenly sect wasn't held in the ultimate mountain, but in a small independent space called the minor origin realm. It was said that the minor origin realm was created by the ultimate martial heavenly sect's founder and had been passed down since then. The minor origin realm had extraordinary significance. Each time, it required the strength of 7 profound sky realm experts to open. These 7 profound sky realm experts were chosen from the ultimate 7 mountains. Profound sky realm experts could fly in the air. It seemed to be a kind of instinct. 7 figures hovered in the air above the ultimate mountain, emitting astonishing auras that seemed to compete with the radiant sun in the sky. Countless gazes stared at them from below. A group of people stood in a corner of the ultimate martial heavenly sect. There weren't many of them, only 10 in total. The robes they wore clearly didn't belong to the ultimate martial heavenly sect. Their leader was a middle-aged man with a tall body and broad shoulders. He stood with his hands behind his back, wearing a long, form-fitting green robe that made his body seem even more imposing. His eyes were incomparably deep, like 2 whirlpools. His entire body emitted an indistinct aura. The 9 young men and women standing behind him also had powerful auras. They had all reached the peak of the 9th star, but their specific strength was unclear. The ultimate martial heavenly sect's minor origin realm should be about the same as our ultimate martial heavenly sect's combat martial realm, one of the young men said. It should be, the other young men replied. Only a black-robed young man didn't speak. At this moment, the bodies of the 7 sky profound realm experts that were floating in the air shook. Their incomparably tyrannical auras were like the overflowing waters of the sea, traversing the heavens. Amidst the vast and mighty auras, it was as if a myriad of lightning bolts had descended to the world, striking the air and causing violent winds to howl, blowing in all directions. The strength of the fierce winds seemed to cause every mountain to sway. The white clouds in the sky fluctuated, like the rolling waves of a long river. The 7 profound sky realm experts waved their arms one after another. Their extremely powerful profound sky realm spirit energy drew in the power of heaven and earth. It gradually turned from formless to tangible, as if it was about to condense into a substance, emitting an extremely frightening pressure. Soon after, the 7 profound sky realm experts stretched their arms forward, as if they were deep in the void. Their 5 fingers clenched tightly, as if they were holding on to something. Their arms swelled up, and then they pulled back fiercely. Rumble, it was as if an invisible mountain was traversing through the void. Their excessively large bodies collided with the air, causing an astonishing sound to burst forth from the friction, causing heaven and earth to tremble. I've caught a cold again. My nose is stuffed, my throat hurts, and my stomach hurts. Don't ask the Dominator why he's on his knees. It's just too uncomfortable. Rumble, thunder rumbled in the clear sky, shaking the air. The 7 profound sky experts unleashed their full strength. Under the gazes of the crowd, a faint ray of light appeared in the air. That ray of light was like divine light. It wasn't dazzling, but it was boundlessly resplendent. It branded itself into the depths of everyone's souls, never to be forgotten. Following that, 7 pure white beams of light that flickered with divine light descended from the sky, landing on the 7 great Yuan mountains. Starting from the official disciples, enter the minor origin realm in batches. As the elder's voice rang out, the official disciples walked towards the divine light in an orderly manner. The moment a group of 10 stepped into the light, they were instantly swallowed up and disappeared. It didn't take long for all the official disciples to enter the minor origin realm, followed by the elite disciples, then the core disciples, and finally the secret disciples and elders. However, not all of the elders entered the minor origin realm. There had to be someone who stayed behind to oversee the situation. Otherwise, if someone took advantage of this opportunity to attack, it would likely cause quite a bit of damage. As soon as he'd stepped into the minor origin realm, Xianxia could feel the extremely dense spiritual energy of heaven and earth rushing towards him and burrowing into his body of its own accord. Unfortunately, Xianxia's cultivation had already reached the peak of the 9th star, so there was no room for further improvement in this aspect. However, the dense and pure spiritual energy of heaven and earth continuously nourished his body, allowing him to be in peak condition. The minor origin realm was very, very large and vast. Its construction style was shockingly similar to a martial arena. It was entirely the color of white jade, as if it had been forged from an incomparably large piece of white jade. It was a startling sight to behold. The incomparably large heptagonal structure had hundreds of steps leading to each level. There were also numerous pavilions around it, and at the very center was a large empty space. Each side of the heptagonal structure belonged to one of the prime 7 mountains. The pavilions were provided for spectators from the outside, such as the ultimate martial celestial sect and other sect members, as well as wandering cultivators who had the right to enter. Those who entered the minor origin realm were seated according to the different mountains. Xianxia and the others naturally sat in the area of Dark Feather Mountain. In the 7 mountains of the Taiyuan Heaven sect, there were more than 20,000 official disciples, and more than 3,000 elite disciples. As for the core disciples, there were only a little more than 200, and the higher-level esoteric disciples were even fewer, totaling less than 50. There were only 100 or so spectators. After everyone had taken their seats, a figure flew up and hovered in the air above the arena. Looking around, it was a sky-profound realm elder from Jinyuan Mountain. I sect. This elder. Now. This elder will announce the competition's rewards. Rewards. This was what all the disciples cared about. Everyone calmed their minds and focused their minds. It was as if they were clearing their ears again and again. They wanted to hear every word Elder Yuanda said clearly. The sect's competition is divided into 3 grades. The lower grade competition is for official disciples, the middle grade competition is for elite disciples, and the upper grade competition is for core disciples. The reason why the secret disciples did not participate in the competition was that there were not many of them. Secondly, it was to keep it a secret. After all, every secret disciple was the true successor of the sect. Naturally, they would not allow their methods to be revealed in front of others. The rewards might be good, but every secret disciple had a high status and enjoyed good treatment. There was not much difference. The sect's competition was a big event for official disciples, elite disciples, and core disciples. But for secret disciples, it was more normal. Therefore, not all secret disciples came. For example, Qianzong's second senior brother, Fengshe Gue, did not come. 3rd grade sect competition. Only the top 10 will be rewarded. The 10th place in the lower grade will be rewarded with 1,000 merit points and a bottle of Flood Dragon Bone Vitality Pills. The 9th place in the lower grade will be rewarded with 2,000 merit points and 2 bottles of Flood Dragon Bone Vitality Pills. The 8th place in the lower grade will be rewarded with 3,000 merit points and 3 bottles of Flood Dragon Bone Vitality Pills. The 1st place in the lower grade will be rewarded with 10,000 merit points and 10 bottles of Flood Dragon Bone Vitality Pills. 1,000 merit points were equivalent to the value of 10 low-grade Blood Spirit Essence Stones. Moreover, all official disciples had a 7-star combat strength. It would be difficult for them to earn 1,000 merit points with such strength. Under normal circumstances, it would be impossible to earn 1,000 merit points without several months of hard work. The stronger one was, the easier it was to earn merit points. If one was not strong enough, they could only sigh. The Flood Dragon Bone Vitality Pill was a unique pill of the Taiyuan Heavenly Sect. It was said that it was refined from the bones of a flood dragon mixed with various precious materials. Taking it could refine the world energy and improve one's cultivation. For pseudo-transcendence with 7-star combat strength, the effect was very significant. It could also strengthen one's bones to a certain extent and strengthen one's physique. Each Flood Dragon Bone Vitality Pill was very valuable. It required 200 merit points to exchange for one bottle, and there were 10 pills in one bottle. Hearing the rewards announced by Elder Yuanda, the hearts of the official disciples shook. Their breathing became rapid. They were all excited, especially those who felt that they had a chance to enter the top 10. They clenched their fists. If I can get a few Flood Dragon Bone Vitality Pills, I will definitely break through my limit and enter the 8-star rank. At that time I will become an elite disciple. I will definitely enter the top 10. One by one, they made up their minds. Such rewards also made many elite disciples and even core disciples excited. Although the effect of the Flood Dragon Bone Vitality Pill was not obvious for core disciples, the merit points reward was real. Even core disciples would have to spend a considerable amount of time to earn 1,000 merit points. But what really made them excited was that the rewards for official disciples were already so good. Wouldn't the rewards for elite disciples be even better? Then, wouldn't the rewards for core disciples be even more tempting? The 10th place in the intermediate great competition will be rewarded with 10,000 merit points and a bottle of Flood Dragon Bone Vitality Pills. As soon as Elder Yuanda's words came out, the elite disciples were immediately excited. The 10th place would be rewarded with 10,000 merit points. Even elite disciples would not be able to obtain it without more than a year of hard work. And this was only the 10th place. Compared with the rewards for official disciples, the thought of it made them extremely excited. Sure enough, the 9th place in the intermediate great competition would be rewarded with 20,000 merit points and 2 Flood Dragon Bone Vitality Pills. The Flood Dragon Bone Vitality Pills and the Flood Dragon Bone Vitality Pills belonged to the same series of pills, but the effect was better. Each Flood Dragon Bone Vitality Pill required 500 merit points to exchange for. The first place in the intermediate great competition would be rewarded with 100,000 merit points and 10 bottles of Flood Dragon Bone Vitality Pills. The official disciples were dumbfounded. The elite disciples were trembling with excitement. The core disciples were also surprised. 100,000 merit points, Chenzong was also a little dumbfounded. This kind of reward was really amazing. Elder Yuanda paused slightly and spoke again. The 10th place in the advanced great competition will be rewarded with 100,000 merit points and a bottle of Flood Dragon Bone Vitality Pills. Uproar, a huge uproar. The Flood Dragon Bone Vitality Pills were of a higher grade than the Flood Dragon Bone Vitality Pills. Each pill was worth 2,000 merit points and had a significant effect on 9-star pseudo-transcendence. The 9th place would be rewarded with 200,000 merit points and 2 bottles of Flood Dragon Bone Vitality Pills. The sect's merit points were very useful. They could be exchanged for almost anything. As long as one had enough merit points, they could even ask the sect's powerhouses to work for them. In short, the most practical and direct reward among all the rewards was the sect's merit points. Everything else could be exchanged with the sect's merit points. The reward for the first place in the advanced great competition was an astonishing 1 million merit points and 10 bottles of Flood Dragon Bone Vitality Pills. A bottle of Flood Dragon Bone Vitality Pills had 10 pills, each worth 20,000 merit points. 10 bottles were worth 200,000 merit points. The total was equivalent to 1,200,000 merit points. Every core disciple's eyes widened as their hearts raced uncontrollably. Their blood and qi surged like a torrent. Chenzong could even hear the roar of his blood and qi due to the high-speed flow of his blood and qi. What a big deal! The members of the Ultimate Martial Sect and other sects widened their eyes in shock. Such a generous reward could be said to be the first time in 100 years. As for why such a generous reward was given, only the sect's upper echelons knew. Everyone, you've heard the reward clearly. Fight with all your strength. Elder Yuanda's voice was full of encouragement. Now, this elder announces the official start of the sect grade competition. All official disciples who want to participate in the advanced sect grade competition, prepare yourselves. As soon as the elder Yuanda's voice fell, a rumbling sound rang out. In the center of the arena, in the huge open space, a total of 100 stages emerged. The elimination round of the advanced grade competition begins now. The 100 stages will be fought in a free-for-all to determine the final 100 champions. As soon as Elder Yuanda's voice fell, the official disciples leaped up and rushed towards the stages. More than 20,000 official disciples moved one after another, densely packed like a swarm of locusts, directly covering the sky and the earth from all directions. All official disciples had to participate. There were a total of more than 28,000 people. On average, there were more than 280 people in each stage. However, it was not so evenly distributed. It could be seen that some stages had slightly more people, while some stages had slightly fewer people. Each of them chose the most advantageous position to stand. Their eyes were incomparably vigilant as they stared at their surroundings. This was because the entire stage was filled with enemies except for themselves. How could one survive in such a free-for-all to become the champion? Not only did it require luck, but it also required extraordinary strength. There was no such thing as luck. Begin. As soon as Elder Yuanda's voice fell, every official disciple standing on the stage burst out with an astonishing aura fluctuation, rolling up a gust of wind that whistled incessantly. It was a chaotic battle, an extremely fierce chaotic battle. Saber lights, sword shadows, fists, and kicks were all over the place. Countless energies and lights gathered together to form countless sounds. The wind howled and the lightning surged like waves, water, smoke, and fog. Every official disciple standing in the ring had at least the combat prowess of the early stage of the 7-star state. If they were on Chaotian Island, they would be top-notch swordsmen. Because of the inheritance of the Taiyuan heavenly sect, each of them was stronger than the early stage of the 7-star state on Chaotian Island. Fight, 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 the energies roared like violent thunderbolts. The momentum was extremely terrifying. People were constantly knocked out of the arena and fell to the ground, disqualified. As the number of people in the arena decreased, the battle became more and more intense. Because those who were able to stay were all very strong, and some of them were even evenly matched. Get down. Take my attack. After half an hour, the battle was completely over. Only the last 100 people were left standing in the arena. Every one of them had a strong energy fluctuation, and almost all of them were wounded. But they all had smiles on their faces, because they could enter the main competition if they won. Congratulations on winning and entering the main competition. Elder Yuanda smiled and waved his hand. White jade-colored starlight appeared in the sky, and each of the starlight sprinkled a little bit of white jade-colored starlight. It was very dazzling. The white starlight fell like snowflakes, falling on the bodies of the 100 official disciples. Their energies kept changing and rising, and the wounds on their bodies quickly disappeared. In just a few breaths, the white starlight disappeared and the starlight disappeared. The 100 official disciples who had experienced the fierce battle were all healed, and their energies were completely restored. It's amazing. They all clenched their fists or waved their arms in amazement. It's said that this is a method left behind by the ancestor who opened the minor origin realm. It can heal any cultivator below the transcendent realm in just a few breaths of time. Yu Xianxia whispered to Chenzong. Immediately, the 100 official disciples who had entered the main competition were pushed out of the arena by an irresistible but gentle force. The 100 arenas moved closer to the center, and became many times larger. The main competition began with the drawing of lots. 100 people would draw 100 lots, and the number 1 would fight against the number 2, and so on. The winner would advance, and the loser would be eliminated. Every single one of the 100 winners was at least at the peak of the 7-star level. Their techniques were outstanding. After the first round of the competition ended, 50 people advanced and 50 were eliminated. The second round began, and another 25 people advanced to the third round. In the third round, one person was lucky enough to get a bye and automatically advanced. The other 24 people naturally had to fight fiercely. 12 people were eliminated and 12 people advanced. In the end, there were only 13 people left. However, only the top 10 would be rewarded. This meant that 3 out of the 13 would be eliminated. Immediately after, Elder Yuan waved his hand, and the huge arena surged with wind and clouds. Pieces of it protruded like mountain rocks, and pieces of it sunk like the bottom of a valley. There were plants that formed a forest, and there were even ponds formed by flowing water. In the blink of an eye, the terrain of the huge arena changed greatly. Mountains, rivers, forests, valleys, swamps, and all that was missing were birds and beasts. This kind of change made people speechless. The remaining 13 people would compete in a point-based competition in this drastically changed arena. The person with the highest number of points would naturally be ranked first, and so on until the final 10 people were determined. The final battle was more exciting than any of the previous battles. This was because every one of them had the combat power of a peak 7-star. They were very powerful. In addition to the change in the arena's terrain, during the battle, one would also have to consider the timing and location of the battle. In the previous battles in the arena, there was no need to consider other things. One just had to pay attention not to fall off the arena. That was different from the real battles in the outside world. It was relatively simpler. Now that the battle had changed, it was closer to a real battle. There were more considerations. Only then could one's adaptability be maximized. Boom, boom. Boom, the mountain rocks shattered and flew in all directions. Every piece of rock carried a terrifying power. Under the guidance of the skillful force, they shot toward the opponent like locusts. Then, the saber slashed down, and the terrifying saber pressure split the pool behind him first. After the battle, the destroyed mountain rocks, plants, and other things recovered on their own. The one who attracted Xianxia's, or rather, everyone's attention was an official disciple named Lu Zhonghui. He had defeated 8 opponents consecutively and obtained 8 points. Based on this situation, it was very likely that he would be ranked first. The other person who had the potential to be ranked first was named Wang Chunfeng. He had already obtained 7 points. Fight. Fight, fight. Lu Zhonghui and Wang Chunfeng won consecutively. At this point, most of the rankings could be determined. Only the first and second place were left. The first and second place would be determined between Lu Zhonghui and Wang Chunfeng. Lu Zhonghui held a golden spear and pointed it toward the sky. Wang Chunfeng held a long saber in front of him. His aura was soaring. There were many martial arts inheritances in the Taiyuan Sky sect. There was no fixed type. Whether it was fist, foot, palm, finger, saber, spear, sword, or staff, there were all kinds. The disciples could choose the most suitable one according to their preferences. The first place is mine. No one can take it away from me. Lu Zhonghui said domineeringly. The golden spear danced, bringing a golden hurricane with it. It suddenly blasted toward Wang Chunfeng. Wang Chunfeng only smiled coldly. His long saber trembled, and the saber hummed coldly. Layers of ripples spread out. Immediately, a ray of silver light appeared. The silver light instantly exploded and shot out like a meteor. The two of them did not test each other. They had watched the previous battles and had enough understanding of each other. The moment they attacked, they brought out their true abilities. The golden spear and the silver saber collided in an instant. The two of them closed in on each other. Their aura collapsed, and the ground around them shattered. The grass and trees were crushed into pieces. Neither of them regretted it. They closed in on each other. The saber and the spear collided, creating a shocking scene. Whether it is cultivation or martial arts, these two have reached a very high level, Xianxia said. Chenzong nodded. The so-called very high level meant that their pseudo-spiritual energy had been refined to the peak of 7-star. There was no possibility of further improvement. Their martial arts attainments had also reached a very high level. The two of them were on par with each other. It was difficult to determine the winner. Lu Zhonghui used the force to fly up. He gathered his strength dozens of meters in the air and suddenly shot down with his spear. The spear seemed to have turned into a golden comet. Not only was it fast, but it was also extremely violent. The extremely shocking pressure was the first to arrive. The ground collapsed. Wang Chunfeng's expression was solemn. Facing the spear, Wang Chunfeng did not intend to dodge at all. Instead, he raised his head and poured all of his strength into his saber without holding back. The saber slashed upward, but it was soul-stirring as if it could cut through the sky. The collision caused countless golden and silver lights to explode. Ripples of impact spread out in all directions. The light and ripples drowned the two of them. Countless sharp clashing sounds could be heard. It was very ear-piercing. Immediately after, the light was blown away by an extremely tyrannical aura that suddenly erupted. A golden figure flew backward. It was Lu Zhonghui. He flew dozens of meters away in an instant. His spear was vibrating. Wang Chunfeng stood where he was. The ground around him was shattered. The aura around him was like an invisible giant saber. He broke through. He broke through in the middle of a battle. Feeling the fluctuation of Wang Chunfeng's aura, everyone was shocked. It was rare to break through in the middle of a battle. Now, Wang Chunfeng was already at the early 8-star level. There was a gap between the early 8-star level and the peak 7-star level. Lu Zhonghui was no match for him and was defeated in the end. He took second place, and Wang Chunfeng took first place. He's a good seedling. Keep an eye on him. In an instant, the upper echelons of the Taiyuan Heaven sect finished their discussion and put Wang Chunfeng in the list of people to keep an eye on. Amazing. It's really amazing. I thought Lu Zhonghui would take first place. I didn't expect it to be Wang Chunfeng. Who asked Wang Chunfeng to break through in the middle of a battle? The lower sect tournament ended, but the intermediate sect tournament did not start immediately. Instead, they let everyone rest for a while. Half an hour later, the intermediate sect grand competition also began. The intermediate sect tournament was a tournament between the elite disciples. The number of elite disciples was much smaller than the official disciples. There were only about 3,000 of them. However, if the 3,000 people were to fight one by one, it would undoubtedly take a long time. Therefore, the intermediate sect tournament began with an elimination tournament. Similarly, there were 100 arenas. On average, there were 30 people in each arena. 100 winners would enter the main tournament. Every elite disciple was at least at the early stage of the 8-star realm. They were stronger, and their attacks were more powerful. Therefore, it was more exciting to watch. Fight, fight, fight. After a hearty battle, 100 victors were finally decided. Then, the tournament followed the same method as the lower sect tournament. They drew lots, fought, and the winners advanced. The losers were eliminated. These 13 people also used a point system. Similarly, all 13 of them had reached the peak of the 8-star realm. I wonder if anyone will break through in the middle of the battle this time? It'll be difficult. Who do you think will be first? Senior Wang Ziming has a chance to be first. Senior Linny is also very strong. He also has a chance to be first. Senior Lu Yanqing also has a chance to be first. Why don't we make a bet and see who will be first? Let's do it. The battle hadn't started yet, but many people already believed that the first place would belong to them. They even started to bet on it. This wasn't an isolated phenomenon. It was a normal occurrence. In fact, this happened in every sect tournament. However, this was a bet between disciples. The sect wouldn't care as long as it didn't violate the sect's interests. But then again, this was only a small-scale bet. It had nothing to do with the sect's interests. The battle began. Sure enough, Wang Ziming, Lin Yi, and Lu Yanqing all displayed extraordinary strength. Although the others' cultivation was similar to theirs, the difference in martial arts and fighting ability led to the tilt of the battle. Very quickly, they won all the battles. Senior Sister Lu, this way please. Lin Yi said politely, his demeanor elegant. In this season of alternating heat and cold between day and night, senior and junior brothers, remember to run naked. Junior brother Lin, admit it. Lu Yanqing sheathed her swords, her expression unchanged. I'm not as good as him. Lin Yi smiled bitterly. After a fierce battle, Lin Yi was defeated. The next battle was between Wang Ziming and Lin Yi. Without needing to rest, Lin Yi's strength was restored by the small origin mirror and he fought Wang Ziming. Wang Ziming was stronger, and after 100 moves, Lin Yi was defeated. From then on, he had no chance of getting first or second place. Lin Yi felt that it was a pity. After all, the rewards for first and second place were much better than the rewards for third place. But there was nothing he could do about it. He was not as good as Wang Ziming. In the end, the first place belonged to Wang Ziming and Lu Yanqing. His battle-intent sword. Wang Ziming and Lu Yanqing clashed again and again. Countless sword shadows formed into a ball that swallowed Wang Ziming, but Wang Ziming broke the sword shadows with his own strength. You deserve my full strength. As soon as he finished speaking, Wang Ziming's aura rose like a volcano that had been dormant for a long time suddenly erupting. Everyone's expression changed drastically. So, he didn't use his full strength. Lin Yi was shocked. When Wang Ziming defeated him, he did not use this much strength. Wang Ziming used his full strength, and the pressure on Lu Yanqing increased dramatically. Her expression became more and more serious. Her two swords resisted Wang Ziming's attacks with difficulty, but each of Wang Ziming's attacks carried a terrifying force and an explosive impact. Lu Yanqing's two swords trembled continuously, and even her hands and arms were numb. Explosive magma. Wang Ziming's last attack was blocked by Lu Yanqing's full strength, but it was as if she had been hit by an ancient giant beast. She flew backward like a meteor and smashed into a huge rock. She spat out blood and her face was pale. She no longer had the strength to fight. Wang Ziming wins. As Elder Yuanda's voice sounded, the crowd was in an uproar. The top 10 of the intermediate sect tournament were also determined. Finally, it was the upper sect tournament. Watch carefully. This is the true manifestation of the Taiyuan Sky Sect's foundation. An elder of the Scorching Sword sect said to a few disciples. Yes. The disciples replied one by one. Core. What was the core? That was a sign of a true foundation, a manifestation. A core disciple was already considered to have reached the level of a sect's foundation. Above that would be the esoteric disciple. The strength of a sect's core disciple often hinted at the future of the sect to some extent. Was it getting stronger and stronger, or was it staying where it was, or was there a gap between the young and old? It wasn't just the Blazing Sword sect. The other sects were the same. On the Sky Peak Heavenly Sect's side, the chatter stopped for a moment. They were all core disciples selected by the Sky Peak Heavenly Sect. The previous great competition was only for official and elite disciples, so it didn't attract their interest. Only the great competition for core disciples truly attracted their attention. But I wonder if there are any unexpected people among the core disciples of the Taiyuan Heaven Sect. A core disciple of the Ultimate Martial Heavenly Sect suddenly asked. Their purpose in coming here was naturally to see if there were any outstanding core disciples of the Ultimate Martial Heavenly Sect. Based on what I know, among the core disciples of the Taiyuan Heaven Sect, Fang Xingchen is the only one who has reached the third extreme. As for the second extreme, there are a few who are about the same as our Sky Peak Heavenly Sect. I wonder if there will be any dark horses? While they were talking, the great competition for the upper sect began. The great competition for the core disciples of the sect was naturally different from the previous two great competitions. The arena changed once again. Everyone was shocked to find that the arena in front of them was constantly expanding and getting bigger. It wasn't just the arena, but the entire arena was expanding. In the blink of an eye, it had increased by another half, but it still didn't stop. It continued to expand until it was 10 times its original size. The arena was already very big. After expanding 10 times, it was even more astonishing. Immediately, the terrain began to change. Mountains and rivers rose, valleys sank, and water poured out from the ground, instantly forming a lake. It was more than 5 or 6 times larger than the previous pool, sparkling with light. Tall grass and trees gathered to form a lush and verdant forest. A swamp appeared, covered in thorns. This was like a primitive forest valley that had yet to be set foot in. However, the changes in the terrain were only the beginning. Balls of light appeared out of thin air in various parts of the forest valley. They stretched and expanded continuously, their shapes rapidly changing. When they finally settled down, the light converged and turned into monster beasts. Chenzong was dumbfounded by this change for the first time. What was the difference between this and creating life? I was also stunned when I first saw this, Xianxia chuckled. However, this isn't true life creation. These monster beasts aren't real life either. They're just condensed from the power of the minor origin realm. Chenzong suddenly understood. The minor origin realm was indeed a very mysterious place. He couldn't understand it at his current level. However, although this method of using energy to condense monstrous beasts was unfathomable, if one thought about it carefully, it was not impossible. In the simplest way, warriors could use their own energy to condense some shapes, such as the shape of a weapon or the shape of a monstrous beast. However, although these monster beasts are condensed from the power of the minor origin realm, they're still based on real monster beasts. They're not weak at all, Xianxia added. All kinds of monster beasts appeared in the primitive forest valley. There were all kinds of birds and beasts, and they all emitted different kinds of roars. All core disciples participating in the sect tournament, prepare yourselves. Elder Yuanda hovered in the air and spoke, his voice full of vigor spreading throughout the entire area. You have 2 hours to kill the origin beasts and obtain the origin light. When the time is up, the top 10 will enter the finals based on the amount of origin light you've obtained. The rest will be eliminated. The crowd was in an uproar. This tournament format was completely different from the previous ones, and was more testing. Strength, luck, adaptability, and other aspects were more comprehensive. Remember, you are not allowed to kill others no matter what, nor are you allowed to maim others. Elder Yuanda emphasized seriously. Every core disciple was the foundation of a sect. They were very important. If they were killed outside for some reason, there was nothing they could do. At most, they would seek revenge. However, this was absolutely not allowed in a tournament like this. The Empyrean origin sect's experts would naturally be able to tell if they had any ill intentions. All core disciples officially enter the arena. As Elder Yuanda's voice fell, there was the sound of a gust of wind. Figures left their seats one after another and flew toward the primitive forest valley in the center at lightning speed. They were like streams of light streaking across the sky like eagles spreading their wings. Swoosh swoosh swoosh. Figures entered one after another. This primitive forest valley was really huge. As soon as one entered, it was impossible to see everything clearly like when one was sitting in the previous seats. This feeling. Chenzong frowned slightly. The moment his body landed on the ground, he felt an invisible force pressing down on him from all directions, causing his body to become much heavier. It was as if his limbs and body were entangled with many invisible chains, causing his every move to be inexplicably restricted. Chenzong was not in a hurry to act. He carefully sensed and allowed his body to adapt to this change. This way, he would not be unable to perform normally due to insufficient control of himself and his surroundings in an unexpected situation. Chenzong's control of his own power had reached an astonishing level. In addition to his outstanding mental power, it was another advantage. Therefore, in just 10 breaths, Chenzong adapted to the pressure here. The pressure has doubled in all aspects, Chenzong muttered to himself. It was exactly doubled, not more, not less. It might sound like it was nothing, but it was an all-round pressure that was suppressed from all aspects. This meant that if one wanted to perform their original strength here, they would have to consume several times more power. When one wanted to leap into the air, there would be an invisible force attached to one's body from the ground. It was as if an invisible hand was pulling one down desperately. The further one was from the ground, the stronger the pulling force. Chenzong tried to leap with his normal strength and found that he could only leap 3 meters. When he leaped 4 meters, the consumption of his power increased by 20%. When he leaped 5 meters, the consumption of his power increased by 50%. When he leaped 6 meters, the consumption of his power doubled. After adapting to the pressure around him, Chenzong studied his surroundings clearly. He just happened to land on the edge of a swamp. The swamp was several hundred meters wide, and it was pitch black. It even gave off a rotten smell as if something was rotting in there. However, Chenzong did not mind. He just cut off his sense of smell. His eyes were as sharp as an eagle's. They shone brightly as they locked onto a point in the swamp. He then drew his sword. Huanzhen unsheathed his sharp sword and stabbed out. The light pierced through the air with shocking sharpness. It left behind a dazzling, scarlet light as it stabbed into the swamp. At the same time, a huge, black figure charged out of the swamp. It was like a ferocious beast that had been released from its cage. It possessed a shocking presence and a terrifying roar that made one's scalp tingle. The heavy stench whistled out like a gust of wind. It was a withered swamp crocodile. Its strength had reached the shocking peak of the 9th star. If it were any other weaker core disciple, they might not have been able to fend it off. They might even have been killed. However, it encountered Xianxia. The moment it was about to attack, Xianxia had already struck out. With a stab, the withered swamp crocodile seemed to take the initiative to receive Xianxia's sword. It directly pierced through like a hot knife through butter. With a gentle shake of the sword, a powerful force surged out and directly killed the withered swamp crocodile from within. There was no blood. The killed withered swamp crocodile immediately turned into a ball of light and split into 2 parts. One part was 4 rice-sized specks of light that flew toward Xianxia. Most of the other specks of light dispersed into the air, vanishing without a trace. The 4 rice-sized specks of light were the so-called origin light. With a series of roars, many huge figures whizzed over, bringing with them a strong stench. Fangxingchen was expressionless. His eyes were as cold as the stars, and he did not move an inch. It was only when the few huge figures got close to him with astonishing whizzing sounds that he raised his hand. It seemed to be very slow, so slow that every single movement was very clear, with a unique rhythm. He flipped his palm and slapped out gently. In that instant, that arm split into a few, slapping out toward the huge figures that were charging over with a roar. Bang bang bang, sounds of drum beats rang out. Fangxingchen retracted his hand and let it fall naturally. Without turning back, he walked forward smoothly, as if he was taking a leisurely stroll. Those few huge figures seemed to be confined in midair. Their bodies trembled violently, and a series of explosive sounds rang out from their bodies. Then they exploded, turning into balls of light. Most of the light dissipated, and a small portion of them condensed into dots of origin light that flew rapidly toward Fangxingchen, entering his body. Saber light cut through the air, slashing a origin beast apart. It turned into light and disappeared, leaving behind only a few dots of origin light that entered his body. With a long saber in hand, Xianxia left at lightning speed. There were only 2 hours. He had to try his best to kill as many origin beasts as possible to obtain origin light. Otherwise, if he did not have enough origin light and was unable to get into the top 10, it would be very regretful. 2 hours was a very short time. Every second counted. However, if he wanted to kill origin beasts in a race against time, he would need to have sufficient abilities. The weakest origin beast here was at the early stage of the 9-star level. Similarly, among the over 200 core disciples who had entered, the weakest was at the early stage of the 9-star level. With a bang, a core disciple was sent flying by a huge black bear. The powerful impact caused the core disciple's face to contort. He felt a terrifying force gushing into his body, going on a rampage, wanting to wreak havoc. It was as if his bones and organs had been crushed into a lump, causing him to lose his battle prowess. That huge bear did not give chase. Instead, it turned and left. Then, that core disciple was surrounded by a force and sent outside. This meant that he would be eliminated. The origin beasts here would not kill or cause serious injuries. However, if one were to be hit by them, they would suffer from the impact of their powerful force. It would be very painful. If one could not withstand it, they would lose their battle prowess temporarily. This meant that they would be eliminated. In less than a quarter of an hour, several core disciples had already been eliminated. After killing a withered swamp fierce crocodile and obtaining 4 origin lights, Xianxia continued forward. He raised his perception to the limit and searched for even more origin beasts to kill. His goal was to obtain first place in the sect tournament. Thus, obtaining more origin lights was a must. Otherwise, he wouldn't even be able to enter the top 10 and would be directly eliminated, not to mention first place. That would be extremely embarrassing. Although he did not really care about it, he had no choice but to care. After all, he was the disciple of the Dark Feather Mountain Lord. If the Dark Feather Mountain Lord's disciple couldn't even enter the finals, he would undoubtedly become a laughingstock. It would cause the Dark Feather Mountain Lord to lose face. With the Huanjin sharp sword in hand, Chenzong moved forward. With his superhuman senses, he would occasionally find meta-beasts. No matter what level the meta-beasts were, they could not stop Chenzong's attack. Gradually, the accumulated essence light increased from the initial 4 points to 40 points. Chenzong wasn't sure if 40 essence light was a lot among the core disciples. He could only try his best to hunt meta-beasts. With a casual stab, he pierced through a meta-beast. The meta-beast turned into light and dissipated. Only 4 essence light entered Chenzong's body. Immediately after, a figure flew close to the ground like a stream of light. Due to the special environment, the core disciples who entered would often choose to travel on the ground to save energy. As the stream of light flew past, a tyrannical aura locked onto Chenzong. That aura was as brilliant as a strong light, as if it wanted to penetrate Chenzong from the inside out. Dark Feather Mountain's Chenzong? There seemed to be some surprise in his tone, and there was even a hint of playfulness. The light dissipated, and a figure appeared in front of him. He wore a dark blue long robe with a 3-wheel symbol on the cuffs. It represented his identity as a core disciple of Mingguang Mountain. "What can I do for you?" Chenzong asked in a neither fast nor slow manner. "My name is Jue." The person tilted his head slightly. His sharp eyes carried a hint of scrutiny, and there was a playful smile at the corner of his mouth. He sized up Chenzong carefully, as if he wanted to see through Chenzong. This kind of gaze would make people feel very impolite and irritated. However, Chenzong's expression did not change, as if he did not feel anything. "I heard that you're very arrogant. Not only did you injure a few junior martial brothers, but you also betrayed Mingguang Mountain and killed a few Mingguang guards. How do you think this matter should be resolved?" Jue seemed to be asking in return. How do you think this matter should be resolved? Chenzong could not help but be amused. He had heard of the name Jue from senior martial brother Xianxia. He was considered the second core disciple of Mingguang Mountain and was not weak. However, judging from the other party's posture, he was not clear about Chenzong's true strength. Thinking about it, even Chenzong himself was not clear about what level his strength had reached. After all, he lacked a suitable opponent to verify it. However, he was at least at the level of the 3rd level. If there were no accidents, out of all the core disciples in the entire Taiyuan Heaven sect, only Fan Xingchen and himself should have reached the 3rd level. However, many people knew that Fan Xingchen had reached the 3rd level, while Chenzong's senior martial brother Xianxia probably knew that he had reached the 3rd level. Chenzong's master, Mount Blue Feather's mountain chieftain, as well as some of the Mount Blue Feather's elders, probably knew as well. However, none of them had spread the news, so no one else knew about it. "Hand over all your origin light and let me break your arms and legs. Don't worry, I'll act quickly and won't let you feel any pain." Jue had a playful smile on his face, but a hint of viciousness flashed in his eyes. "As you wish," Chenzong's voice rang out, and in an instant, he charged out like a gust of wind. "You're courting death." Jue was slightly stunned. Then, a hint of malevolence flashed across his playful face. He stretched out his right arm, which was covered by a malevolent golden vambrace. His 5 fingers, which were covered by the vambrace, were like the sharpest claws aimed at Chenzong. Then, his 5 fingers emitted a dazzling golden light. The golden light circled around his 5 fingers and continued to move forward like a vortex. Under the high-intensity compression, it became extremely sharp. Some of the people who were watching the battle saw the conflict between Chenzong and Jue. "It's senior martial brother Jue. Who is that? How dare he fight with senior martial brother Qin? His name is Chenzong, a core disciple of Dark Feather Mountain. It's said that he's the disciple of Dark Feather Mountain's Mountain Lord. So it's him. Senior martial brother Qin, teach him a good lesson." Upon hearing the name Chenzong, the expressions of many disciples from Mingguang Mountain changed drastically, and they were filled with righteous indignation. They had also heard about what had happened earlier. Of course, what they knew was definitely different from the truth. However, their voices couldn't reach the inside at all, because it was isolated. Dark Feather, get ready, Mingguang Mountain's mountain lord suddenly said. He didn't try to hide it from the others. Upon hearing this, many people were stunned. Then, they realized that this was a small grudge between the two of them. Of course, if they had to talk about it, everyone knew that Dark Feather Mountain and Mingguang Mountain didn't get along with each other. As for Qinzong's matter, everyone also knew about it. They had even investigated the cause and effect of it. However, it involved the Mountain Lord, so they couldn't say anything. I'm afraid you're the one who needs to get ready. Dark Feather Mountain's Mountain Lord replied calmly. His attitude made Mingguang Mountain's Mountain Lord frown slightly. He couldn't help but have a bad feeling. Actually, Mingguang Mountain's Mountain Lord didn't pay much attention to Qinzong. Ever since he gave the order that day, he didn't ask about it anymore. He also didn't deliberately investigate everything about Qinzong. After all, Qinzong was a high and mighty expert in the profound sky realm. He was also a mountain lord. Regardless of status or strength, there was a huge gap between them. Qinzong might have outstanding talent, but it was still unknown whether he could become a profound sky realm expert in the future. In the transcendent realm, every breakthrough wasn't accidental. It was inevitable under various conditions. It wasn't something that could be achieved just by talent. Many amazing people either faded away or died prematurely after stepping into the transcendent realm. Even if Qinzong could reach the profound sky realm in the future, it would be extremely difficult for him to compare with Mingguang Mountain's Mountain Lord. After all, Mingguang Mountain was a late-stage profound sky realm expert. For various reasons, Mingguang Mountain's Mountain Lord didn't care about Qinzong at all. Otherwise, if he investigated carefully, he might know that Qinzong's strength wasn't something that Qinijue could compare with. As soon as Qinijue made his move, his sharp fingers fiercely grabbed Qinzong's sword. His purpose was very simple. First, he would grab Qinzong's sword, then take it away. After that, he would break his limbs. If he could force Qinzong to hand over Yuanguang, it would naturally be better. It had to be said that Qinijue's calculations were very good, but the reality was often not so satisfactory. The moment Qinijue's 5 fingers clasped Qinzong's long sword, and the moment his arms shook and his 5 fingers exerted force, an irresistible force suddenly burst out from the long sword, directly bouncing off his tightly clasped fingers and crushing the power contained in his 5 fingers. The sword pierced through the air and stabbed straight at Qinijue. It was extremely fast, unbelievably fast. It was so fast that Qinijue's pupils shrank, but he couldn't react in time. A poochie sound rang out, accompanied by the sound of a sharp blade rubbing against bone. Immediately, the sword flashed again, and another ear-piercing rubbing sound that made one's scalp tingle rang out. A sharp pain swept through his entire body from his shoulders and legs, making Qinijue couldn't help but scream and wail, his whole body twitching non-stop. Hand over all your Yuanguang, or I don't mind stabbing a few more holes in your body. Qinzong pointed his sword at Qinijue, who was trembling all over because of the sharp pain. His indifferent tone made Qinijue's pale face change again. Qinijue's mind was in a mess. How could this be? How could I be defeated in an instant? Shouldn't it be the other way around? There was no response. Qinzong directly drew his sword and pierced through Qinijue's body again. However, Qinzong's every sword strike only injured Qinijue and made him feel pain, but it didn't damage his foundation or cripple him. This way, it wouldn't violate the rules of the competition. Stop, I'll give it to you. A tip from Master Zhuxin made the 6 Dao feel warm. Finally, they weren't fighting solo anymore. Mingguang, I wonder if you're ready? The Lord of MT Blue Feather asked with a smile. The Lord of MT Blue Feather didn't reply, but his face was ashen. His eyes emitted a terrifying cold light as if they could pierce through everything. No one dared to look at him directly. His killing intent was restrained, but everyone could feel the anger in his heart. It was like a 10,000-year-old volcano that was about to erupt. They thought that Qinijue would defeat Qinzong and teach him a lesson. They didn't expect it to be the opposite. Qinijue couldn't even take a single strike from his opponent. The gap between them was too big. It was so big that it made people shudder. This kid is too ruthless. I suggest he be expelled, the Lord of MT Blue Feather suddenly spoke. His voice was low and dark. Haha, I suggest you change your name. You're blind. The Lord of Mt Blue Feather smiled coldly. If my disciple was really ruthless, he would have killed him with a single strike. It would have been like killing a chicken. Everyone present was an expert in the sky profound realm. Naturally, all of them could see that Xianxia did not use too much strength. That Xianxia looked to be in a very miserable state, but in reality, it was only a flesh wound. After taking some medicinal pills and resting for a few days, he would be able to recover completely. The Lord of Mt Blue Feather didn't say anything, but everyone could see that his face was gloomy. It was like dark clouds that could drip water. At this moment, no one dared to provoke him. Actually, what really made the Lord of Mt Blue Feather wasn't that Xianxia was defeated by Xianxia with a single strike. It was that Xianxia handed over Yuanguang under Xianxia's threat. After handing over Yuanguang, Xianxia didn't make any more moves. In such a state, Xianxia didn't have the ability to hunt any more meta beasts. Naturally, he was eliminated. Xianxia had 32 Yuanguang points. Now, all of them belonged to Xianxia. This made Xianxia's Yuanguang points increase to almost 80 points. Some people in the outside world could clearly see what was happening here, but the core disciples inside didn't know. They were all focused on hunting for meta beasts. Of course, if they met, they would fight over the meta beasts. Time passed slowly. Soon, an hour had passed. There was only an hour left. In front of Xianxia was a huge black bear. It was 10 meters tall and its paws were as big as millstones. When it swung its paws, it directly blew up the air and made a terrible roar. It was as if a black hill was smashing towards Xianxia. The air exploded and was compressed again. Before the giant palm hit the ground, the astonishing pressure caused the ground below Xianxia to collapse. Under this palm, Xianxia felt that he couldn't breathe. He's at least at the second level of power. Xianxia's eyes flashed as he thought to himself. However, the strength of the second extremity was still insufficient to him. The pressure he felt was still too weak. With a sword in hand, Xianxia didn't need to dodge. Swoosh, as the slight but sharp sound of the wind breaking was heard, the sword had already pierced through the air and into the black bear's paw. It was irresistible. Although the recast sword's power was at the level of a third-level pseudo-spiritual weapon, in terms of toughness, it was comparable to some low-grade spiritual weapons. As such, not only could it withstand Xianxia's stronger power, but it was also sharper. This black bear meta beast was powerful and had an amazing physique. However, it couldn't withstand the sword that was infused with the sword intent of sharpness. The sword light flashed, and then the long and sharp sound was heard. After passing by, the huge black bear's body shook and turned into a huge ball of light. Most of it disappeared in the air, and a small part condensed into meta light. The total was 20 meta light. The third extremity, which surpassed the limit of 9-star, was stronger. Therefore, the meta light would increase tremendously. For example, an early stage 9-star was 1 meta light, and an extreme 9-star was 5 meta light. The first extremity would double the meta light by 10 meta light, and the second extremity would double the meta light by 20 meta light. This was the advantage of hunting high-level meta beasts. At this point, Xianxia had over 100 meta light. Songyu, you've taken in a very good disciple. He might be able to compete with my disciple, Xingchen, the sect master of the Taiyuan Heaven sect suddenly said, laughing softly. Sect master, you're too kind, the Lord of the Blue Feather Mountain replied. Unhurriedly. Fang Xingchen is the true prodigy. Firstly, the Lord of the Blue Feather Mountain was being humble. Secondly, he also felt that Xianxia couldn't compare to Fang Xingchen. After all, Fang Xingchen's excellence was obvious to all, and it was deeply ingrained in people's hearts. As for how strong Fang Xingchen was right now, other than himself, no one else knew for sure what level he had reached. Everyone's gazes involuntarily fell on Fang Xingchen. From the moment he stepped into the primitive forest valley, Fang Xingchen's expression remained calm. His every move seemed to have no aura, and he killed meta beasts effortlessly. It was as if there was no leakage of power, and he displayed astonishing control over his power. Regardless of whether it was an early-stage 9-star meta beast or a meta beast of the second extremity, none of them could withstand a single attack from Fang Xingchen. They died with a wave of his hand. Given Fang Xingchen's abilities, after obtaining first place in this tournament, he'll embark on the path of an unrivaled grandmaster. But I wonder if he'll be able to achieve the title of unrivaled grandmaster in the end. A heavenly profound realm elder suddenly sighed and said. No one dared to say that he would. It was because the Taiyuan heavenly sect had a prodigy like Fang Xingchen, but the other heavenly sects and other top forces also had them. There were even 2 holy lands that were above the 8 heavenly sects. Not only would Fang Xingchen embark on the path of an unrivaled grandmaster, but the other heavenly sects and the 2 holy lands might as well. No, it wasn't a possibility, it was a certainty. In the competition between the prodigies of the third extremity, no one would be able to say for sure who would be able to defeat all the strong opponents and attain the path of an unrivaled grandmaster until the very last moment. I hope that Xianxia can give it a try as well, the Lord of the Blue Feather Mountain said to himself. The path of an unrivaled grandmaster represented not only a kind of prestige, but also a kind of tempering, a kind of sublimation on the spiritual level. Over the generations, those who had emerged victorious on the path of an unrivaled grandmaster would be unstoppable once they entered the transcendence realm. The speed of their improvement was far from what others could compare to. Even if they were defeated on the path of an unrivaled grandmaster, it would often bring about an excellent tempering effect, with the exception of a small number of people who were unable to recover from the setback. However, those people were in the minority, very, very few. It was because those who dared to challenge the path of an unrivaled grandmaster would have a strong will that ordinary cultivators could not compare to. Of course, the path of an unrivaled grandmaster was not something that could be achieved just because one wanted to. Without sufficient level and support, it would be a delusion. It was because this was related to a saying. The path of an unrivaled grandmaster was not only closely related to one's own self, but also the fate of the sect. It was extremely mysterious, yet it seemed to exist. Basically, in this generation, the one who would embark on the path of an unrivaled grandmaster was Fang Xingchen. This was almost predetermined. Unless there was someone who could defeat Fang Xingchen head-on. That was very difficult, almost impossible. Time flew by, and in the blink of an eye, 2 hours were almost up. Not long after, a loud and clear sound of a bell rang, spreading throughout the entire place. The moment the bell rang, all the origin beasts turned into a ball of light and disappeared. Seeing the origin beasts turn into light and disappear, Xianxia was stunned for a moment. Then, he understood that time was up. Exhaling, Xianxia did not know if the origin light he had obtained would be able to enter the top 10, but he had really tried his best. The terrain changed once again, and it rapidly shrank. It didn't take long for the remaining core disciples to gather in one place as the terrain shifted. There were originally over 200 people, but now there were only about 150 people left. Over 100 of them had been eliminated. Xianxia walked to the side and asked softly, "Junior brother, how's your harvest?" "It should be all right," Xianxia said. Then, he asked, "How about senior brother? He should be able to enter the top 10. Although he said this, Xianxia's tone was not very certain. Fang Xingchen stood at the side with an indifferent expression. However, his unique temperament made him seem like the center of attention. Xianxia also noticed a few malicious gazes staring at him. When he turned around and saw that they were from MT Mingguang, he could not help but smile coldly. Ever since the incident at MT Mingguang that day, a grudge had been formed between him and MT Mingguang, and it would not be resolved so easily. "Alright, now take out the origin light you have obtained." Elder Yuenda descended from the sky and landed in front of everyone. Everyone controlled their origin light with their thoughts. Dots of origin light appeared from their bodies and gathered in front of them. With just a glance, Elder Yuanda could clearly see the number of primordial lights each of them possessed. You. And you. Elder Yuenda tapped his finger 10 times. The 10 of you have the most origin light. You're ranked in the top 10 of this tournament and can enter the finals. As for the rest, unfortunately, you've been eliminated. Everyone was in an uproar. Who would not want to enter the top 10, not to mention the others? Just the 10th place alone would be rewarded with 100,000 merit points. It was extremely tempting. Elder Yuenda, it's not that I'm doubting you. A core disciple suddenly stepped out and said loudly, "I've obtained over 100 points of origin light." How is it possible that I'm not even able to enter the top 10? That's right. I've obtained over 120 points of origin light. How is it that I'm not fated to be in the top 10? Another person stepped out and said. Elder Yuenda threw a glance and realized that although some people did not say anything, they also had the same thoughts. Fine, I'll let you guys lose convincingly. Elder Yuenda did not forcefully suppress them. These were all core disciples and future pillars of the sect. There was no need to use forceful means to deal with them. Among these 10 people, the one who has obtained the most origin light is Fang Xingchen. He has obtained a total of 398 points. Instantly, everyone was in an uproar. Many gazes filled with astonishment landed on Fang Xingchen. However, Fang Xingchen did not seem to feel anything and continued to stand at his original spot with an indifferent expression. And among these 10 people, the one who has obtained the least origin light is Lin Bai. He has obtained 223 points. Hearing Elder Yuenda's words, the faces of the 2 people who had voiced their doubts earlier turned red. They quickly bowed to Elder Yuenda to express their apologies. No one dared to question him anymore. It was because Elder Yuenda was a heavenly profound realm expert, and there was no need for him to lie. Moreover, the upper echelons of the sect were all watching. Who would dare to lie? Top 10 in the upper sect tournament. Mount Xinyuan's Fang Xingchen, Mount Xinyuan's Su Hongyan, Rainbow Fall Mountains Tang Jingming, Tong Xiuyin of Yaoying Mountain, Green Feather Mountain Zhu Jingshao, Chen Zong of Sanyu Mountain, Liang of Mount Riji, Liao Fifan of Mingguang Mountain, Shen Hongyue of Inyue Mountain, Yin Shanbai. At least one person from each of the 7 mountains of primordial chaos had entered the top 10. If any of the mountain's disciples did not enter the top 10, the mountain master and the elders would lose face. Among them, Jinyuan Mountain had 2 people in the top 10, which was expected. Dark Feather Mountain also had 2 people in the top 10, and Inyue Mountain also had 2 people in the top 10. Shen Hongyue's entry into the top 10 was expected, but the pale-faced handsome youth Lin Bai's entry into the top 10 was surprising. Without a doubt, the first place will definitely be Fang Xingchen, a heavenly profound realm elder from Mount Xinyuan said. It's just that we don't know who will be able to get second place. Other than Fang Xingchen, the other 9 people should all be at the second level. However, there are still differences in strength. Rainbow Fall Mountain's Mountain Lord opened his mouth. His voice was as gentle as the wind. However, I reckon that Green Feather Mountain's Mountain Lord's disciple, Chen Zong, might have a chance to fight for the top 3. Humph. Before the Dark Feather Mountain Lord could speak, the Bright Light Mountain Lord had already snorted coldly. Mingguang, you're not convinced. Let's make a bet. The Lord of Blue Feather Mountain swept his gaze across and landed on the face of Mountain Lord Mingguang. Immediately after, he smiled and spoke in a provocative tone. This kind of bet was very normal. If you want to play, I'll play with you, Mountain Master Mingguang said coldly. We'll bet with your gray feather air-splitting saber. Everyone's expression changed drastically upon hearing this. The Blue Feather Void Splitter Blade was a legacy treasure of the Blue Feather Mountain. It was also the Blue Feather Mountain Master's most precious high-grade spiritual artifact. Alright, if I lose, the Gray Feather Void Splitting Blade will be yours. If you lose, the Great Light Sword will be mine. The Dark Feather Mountain Lord frowned slightly and took the initiative to make a bet with the Bright Light Mountain Lord. However, the Dark Feather Mountain Lord didn't intend to make such a huge bet. He just wanted to make the Bright Light Mountain Lord lose some face. He didn't expect the Bright Light Mountain Lord to be so decisive. The Great Light Sword was the legacy treasure of MT Mingguang. It was also MT Mingguang's most precious superior grade spirit weapon. The stakes were too high. Your disciple won't be able to get second place. Mountain Lord Mingguang sneered. I want to bet on the top 3. The Green Feather Mountain Lord's expression did not change. I'll bet on second place. Mountain Head Mingguang still had a cold smile on his face. He wasn't stupid. With the strength that Chen Zong displayed when he defeated Qini Jue, it was really possible for him to get third place. It was impossible for him to accept such a bet that he might lose. As for the first place, it would undoubtedly belong to Fang Xingchen. It was meaningless to bet on Chen Zong to obtain the first place. The 2 of you, the sect leader said, the stakes are a little high. Regardless of whether it was the sky-splitting feather saber or the great light sword, they were both inherited treasures of the two mountains. They were the top of the upper-grade spiritual weapons and were only half a step away from the supreme-grade spiritual weapons. Their value was shocking and they were really not suitable for gambling. Since the sect master had spoken, he had to give him some face. Let's bet on whether Qianzong can get second place. This will be the wager. Mountain Lord Mingguang waved his hand and took out an item from his virtual ring. It looked like a palm-sized item, but upon closer inspection, one would realize that it was actually a long robe. A light yellow long robe. Myrtle robe. Alright, I'll use this as the wager. The Green Feather Mountain Lord also took out a treasure. It was a round shield covered with a tortoise shell. The mystic tortoise shield is indeed comparable to my myrtle robe. Mountain Lord Mingguang took a look and sneered. The wager was established. The witnesses were naturally the sect leader and the other mountain lords. Congratulations on entering the top 10. However, the final ranking will depend on your strength, Elder Yuanda said loudly. The rest of the competition will also use a point system. You'll have to fight against the other 9 people in order. If you win, you'll get 1 point. If you draw or lose, you won't get any points. Your ranking will be based on the number of primordial lights you've obtained. Fang Xingchen had obtained the most primordial lights and was ranked number 1. Qianzong had obtained the second most primordial lights and was ranked number 2. Lin Bai had obtained the least primordial lights and was ranked number 10. Is everyone clear now? Elder Yuanda asked. Without waiting for a reply, he continued, now, everyone will draw lots. The number you draw will represent the number of your opponent. With a wave of his hand, 10 balls of light appeared before everyone, allowing them to choose. Everyone reached out and grabbed a ball of light at random. There was no need to deliberately choose. It was because every ball of light was the same. Moreover, the rules of the point competition determined that they would have to fight against the other 9 people. Therefore, it did not matter what opponent they chose. Alright, we'll start with number 10, Lin Bai, and his opponent. The others will retreat to the edge first, Elder Yuanda said. Then, his gaze landed on Lin Bai's face. As the person who issued the challenge, you have the right to choose the battle terrain. The choice of battle terrain was also an important part. Some people could unleash greater strength on flat ground, but some people were more suitable for forests or mountains. A desert. Lin Bai smiled slightly. A trace of red seemed to appear on his handsome and pale face. His voice was not thick at all. Instead, it had a feminine softness. Elder Yuanda nodded. With a wave of his hand, the wind and clouds in the arena changed drastically. Yellow sand appeared out of thin air. Under the attack of the strong wind, the sand flew all over the sky and sprinkled down. In the blink of an eye, the appearance of the entire combat ring changed greatly, and it seemed to have become a scorching and dry desert. The golden fine sand was boundless and rose and fell continuously, and waves of strong winds blew past and swept up the golden sand into the sky. It was exactly the same as a desert. Lin Bai's opponent was number 5, Xingyuan Mountain Su Hongyan. Su Hongyan was dressed in a fitted dark blue robe that was as smooth as silk. It vividly displayed her curvaceous body, giving off a very hot feeling. Her skin was as white as mutton fat jade. Her facial features were exquisite. Her long hair was tied into a ponytail at the back of her head, hanging down to her perky buttocks. The tip of her hair was as red as the sunset. Su Hongyan's weapon was a long saber. It was a red long saber with a very thin blade that was only as wide as a finger. Senior Sister Su, please enlighten me. Lin Bai cupped his hands. There was a trace of a smile on his pale and handsome face. He was like a big boy next door, a little shy. Junior brother Lin, pay attention. I'm going to make a move. Su Hongyan smiled slightly. The moment her voice fell, she waved her long saber. Her arm and saber disappeared at the same time. Only a very thin red light that was as wide as a finger tore through the air and attacked in an instant. The red saber light cut through a gust of wind and sand and slashed towards Lin Bai like a hot knife through butter. Lin Bai's handsome and pale face had a trace of a smile. He suddenly raised his drooping right hand. His palm and 5 fingers were suffused with a faint white luster. With a wave of his hand, it was as if a waning moon rose into the sky. This was Inoue Mountain's martial art, Little Inoue Hand. Only core disciples were qualified to practice it. Under Little Inoue Hand, the thin red saber light was guided and flew to the side. It cut a long saber mark in the desert. Countless golden sand fluttered in the air and turned into powder under the saber light. The red saber light shot out for several hundred meters before dissipating. Lin Bai's figure turned into a white line and closed in on Su Hongyan. With a wave of Little Inoue Hand, a waning moon descended from the sky. Su Hongyan smiled faintly and waved her long saber once again. The saber blade could not be seen, and only streaks of thin and dense red saber light slashed out. The saber light was like threads that rapidly wrapped around the surroundings and then contracted like a net. In the blink of an eye, the two sides had exchanged hundreds of blows. Countless shockwaves surged and shattered the surrounding yellow sand, turning it into dust and smoke that filled the air. Countless crimson saber light spread out in all directions, covering a radius of several dozen meters. Lin Bai's figure was swallowed up and disappeared. Immediately, the crimson saber light that had a radius of several dozen meters shrank towards the center, like a collapsing star. As the saber light shrank and collapsed, the strangling power within continued to increase. It was extremely terrifying. Standing at the edge of the desert, Qianzong and the others could feel the power within. Fang Xingchen's expression was indifferent. Qianzong's expression did not change, but the others' expressions were solemn. Even if they were to go up against such power, they would have to use all their strength to be able to withstand it. What about Lin Bai? Would he be able to withstand it? It was hard to say. In the Inoue Mountain, the first core disciple was Shen Hongyue. Lin Bai was not the second core disciple, nor was he even the third core disciple. Many people thought that he was lucky, very lucky, to be able to enter the top 10 this time. It was also because of this that Lin Bai had only obtained slightly more than 200 origin lights, while the person ranked 9th had obtained close to 300 origin lights. Shen Hongyue could not help but feel a little worried. Junior brother Lin Bai's strength was not bad, but whether he could withstand Su Hongyan's attack was still unknown. Suddenly, when the scarlet-red blade glow shrunk to about 5 meters in size, a cold glint flashed from within the scarlet-red blade glow. Immediately, the cold glint flashed and turned into a crescent moon. Like grass breaking out from the ground, it tore apart the scarlet-red blade glow and soared into the sky. After pausing a few dozen meters in the air, it smashed towards Su Hongyan at an astonishing speed like a falling meteor. The crimson saber light shattered, revealing Lin Bai's figure. His robes were torn, and his originally pale face was even paler. There was a trace of blood at the corner of his mouth, and his eyes were filled with exhaustion. Everyone could see that in order to break through Su Hongyan's attack, Lin Bai had used all his strength, and was even injured. The crescent moon hung in the sky and slashed down. The terrifying pressure caused the yellow sand around Su Hongyan to explode. This was Lin Bai's full attack, and it was very powerful. Su Hongyan did not dare to underestimate it. She could not dodge it. This was Lin Bai's ultimate attack, and its powerful aura had already locked onto Su Hongyan. Su Hongyan's expression was cold, and a trace of red light appeared in her beautiful eyes. Immediately, she slashed out with her saber. The thin saber seemed to expand, and a huge crimson saber light tore through the sky. Kill, the sky seemed to be cut open, and it emitted a shocking heat. The huge crimson blade aura collided with the falling crescent moon. Both of them paused and stopped in midair. Immediately after, the crescent moon trembled at a high frequency and exploded. At the same time, the huge crimson blade aura also exploded. A series of extremely sharp collisions tore through the air, and immediately, countless rays of light dissipated. With a crash, Su Hongyan quickly slid back, her slender legs drawing 2 gullies in the golden sand, rolling up waves of sand. Lightly coughing out a mouthful of blood, Su Hongyan's pretty face became even paler. It was obvious that her injuries were not light. The crimson saber in her hand was constantly vibrating, buzzing like bees. Lin Bai's face became even paler, and his robe was even more tattered, covered with fine cuts. His right hand also had fine cuts, obviously caused by Su Hongyan's saber. His figure flashed, leaving behind a series of afterimages as he approached, as if he was holding a crescent moon in his hand. Su Hongyan's pretty face changed greatly. Her trembling arms struggled to wield the saber, but she felt like she couldn't summon any strength. She could barely resist. At first, she didn't feel anything, but then the impact silently became stronger and stronger, and even had a kind of flexibility. Her trembling hand was pushed away by the impact, and the saber almost flew out of her hand. Just as she was about to hold the saber, a pale hand stopped in front of her throat. It was astonishingly sharp, as if with a light stroke, it could cut her fair and tender neck open. After 3 breaths, Lin Bai withdrew his hand. "Senior Sister Su, thank you for letting me win." Lin Bai cupped his fists and said in a trembling voice. "I'm not as good as you." Su Hongyan gently bit her rosy lower lip, and then said somewhat unwillingly. Yes, she had lost. Moreover, she felt that her defeat was a bit inexplicable, and she couldn't understand what had happened. She only knew that Lin Bai had approached her and used both hands to attack with the little dark moon hand, while she swung her saber to counter. After a series of attacks, she was suddenly hit in the abdomen. That strike contained a combination of several terrifying forces, and it was impossible to guard against. It immediately injured her, and she felt weak all over, unable to summon much strength for a while. In just one short breath. In a battle between masters, victory and defeat could be reversed in one breath. It seemed that Lin Bai had won with great difficulty, but no matter what, he had won and received 1 point, while Su Hongyan had lost and received no points. After the battle, the two retreated to the edge of the area. Needless to say, Number 9 and his opponent flew over. Number 9 was Dark Feather Mountain's Xianxia. His opponent was Urgent Sun Mountain's Lu Yang. Lu Yang's short hair soared to the sky. His eyes shone brightly and his body was vigorous. It seemed that he was constantly emitting waves of heat. Number 9, as the initiator of the challenge, what terrain did you choose? Elder Yuanda asked. Cloud Sea, Yu Jingxiao replied after thinking for a moment. Immediately, the desert began to change, turning into a sea of clouds. Yu Jingxiao and Lu Yang stood in the middle of the sea of clouds. Countless white clouds filled the air, and the two of them seemed to be floating in the sea of clouds. Yu Jingxiao drew out his long saber and sliced through the clouds. He pointed it at Lu Yang and the terrifying saber pressure seemed to have split the sea of clouds in front of him into 2. Lu Yang also took down the weapon hanging on his waist. It was very strange, it was a sun disk. The golden-red sun disk was about the size of a washbasin. Its edges were covered with serrated teeth, like the flames burning around the sun. There were many intricate carvings on it. When one looked at them carefully, they realized that when the carvings were combined, they looked like burning flames. This was the conventional weapon of the Extreme Sun Mountain, the Extreme Sun Disk. With the Extreme Sun Disk in hand, the aura around Lu Yang's body became increasingly hot and powerful. It was as if a hot wind blew from the void, blowing the clouds around his body until they were red and hot. It was as if the clouds were on fire. Yu Jingxiao and Lu Yang moved at the same time, rolling up the clouds in the sky. The long saber cut through the sea of clouds. The gray saber light circled around in an arc and attacked Lu Yang at an astonishing speed. Lu Yang's extreme sun disk burst out a golden red light. The light jumped like flames, emitting an amazing light and heat. It fiercely blasted out, like a round of the sun moving horizontally in the sky. Whether it was Yu Jingxiao or Lu Yang, the strength of both of them had reached the level of the second level. The grayish-white saber light sliced through the sea of clouds, bringing with it strands of cloud chi as it charged towards Lu Yang. This was also the reason why Yu Jingxiao had chosen the Sea of Clouds as his battlefield. It was more suitable for him to display his strength. However, as soon as the clouds approached Lu Yang, they were melted under the strong light and heat of the extreme sun disk. It was difficult to affect Lu Yang. Boom! 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 Groups of golden red light the size of millstones blasted out from the extreme sun disk, either straight or in an arc. They blasted towards Yu Jingxiao from 5 directions. Each group of light carried an amazing power, and the moment they hit Yu Jingxiao, they exploded. The air billowed, and Yu Jingxiao's figure was swallowed up and disappeared. Suddenly, the gray saber light condensed into a beam, splitting the explosion of high-temperature light and cutting the sea of clouds in front of it into 2 halves, fiercely slashing towards Lu Yang. Dark strike, Lu Yang's eyes suddenly lit up. His pupils seemed to have turned into a fiery red color, burning with the flames of the sun. The extreme sun disk in his hand seemed to expand in an instant, as if it had turned into a huge fireball. When it was thrown into the air, the extreme sun disk that had turned into a big fireball suspended above his head, releasing an amazing light. Immediately, a golden red light beam shot out, colliding with the gray saber light of the dark strike. One after another, after more than a dozen consecutive strikes, the dark strike shattered. With a boom, the huge fireball fell like a meteor, blasting a vacuum zone in the sky, turning countless clouds into ashes. With an unstoppable terrifying power, it violently blasted towards Xianxia. Dark mist, countless gray mist curled up, which was formed by the saber chi. The mist formed by the saber chi was soft and tenacious, wrapping around the huge fireball layer by layer, but was burned down layer by layer. Xianxia's face was dignified. The long saber disappeared, and only wisps of saber chi were constantly generated. The huge fireball continued to advance, but because of the entanglement of the gray mist, its speed was getting slower and slower. When the huge fireball approached, Xianxia's eyes seemed to flash with a saber light. Behind Xianxia, countless grayish-white fog boiled, as if something was being nurtured. Suddenly, an incomparably sharp cry resounded through the sky, piercing through gold and splitting stone. A huge figure also appeared behind Xianxia, spreading its wings and crying to the sky. It was a grayish-white crane. Dark crane. With a slash of the saber, the gray crane bird behind him suddenly flapped its wings, directly turning into a gray stream of light, passing through the huge fireball at an astonishing speed. Wherever it passed, the sea of clouds was stirred up, turning into a torrential sea of clouds, following closely behind, crashing towards Lu Yang. Lu Yang's face was dignified. This saber was Xianxia's strongest saber move. Sun luminous sky. Gathering all his strength, Lu Yang also used his strongest move. The urgent sun wheel was engulfed by a ball of golden red flames. Like the dark crane, it was also a top-grade pseudo-lingu infused with 4 minor true meanings. Most geniuses could at most use pseudo-lingu with 4 minor true meanings at the same time. 5 was too difficult. Dark crane, sun luminous sky, the grayish-white crane shattered, turning back into grayish-white mist and dissipating. The huge blazing sun with violent and scorching power also shattered. 2 moves, evenly matched. But this was the sea of clouds, the terrain chosen by Xianxia, which was advantageous to him. Wave after wave of huge waves crashed against Lu Yang. Each wave contained a terrifying power. Under the crazy impact, Lu Yang was constantly pushed back. Lu Yang, who had just used the sun luminous sky, could not burst out with too much power, and could only passively resist. The continuous impact of 10 waves of clouds forced Lu Yang to retreat dozens of meters. Before he had time to catch his breath, a gray saber light broke out from the sea of clouds that had just dissipated. A saber move, Lu Yang's face changed greatly. Unable to dodge, he could only reluctantly wield the urgent sun wheel to resist. But the saber strangely twisted, bypassing the urgent sun wheel and heading towards Lu Yang. If it was in normal times, Lu Yang naturally had the ability to resist, but at this time, he had been hit by 10 waves of clouds and had not completely recovered, and was always a hair's breadth away. A hair's breadth was the difference between victory and defeat. The gray saber light cut open Lu Yang's chest and came out from his back, causing a stream of blood to splatter. In a battle of life and death, the saber would not only cut open the chest, but also the heart. But because of the rules, Xianxia had avoided the vital parts. Even so, Lu Yang felt as if his strength was being drained from his wound. In fact, with his ability, he could have sealed his wound and maintained his condition. The main reason was that the saber contained an astonishing amount of saber energy that was wreaking havoc on his wound, trying to tear it open even further. Lu Yang did not admit defeat, so Xianxia naturally would not stop. His saber slashed again. Saber after saber, the sea of clouds churned, and Lu Yang could only keep retreating. I admit defeat. Lu Yang had no choice but to take the initiative to admit defeat. A slight difference in timing had put him at a disadvantage. Their strength was at the same level, and they were also injured. There was no possibility of turning the tables. As soon as Lu Yang admitted defeat, Xianxia stopped attacking. Xianxia obtained 1 point, and Lu Yang 0. With the strength of the minor origin realm, Xianxia's strength quickly recovered to its peak. Liu Yang's injuries also quickly healed, and his strength also returned to its peak. The third match was between number 8 Tong Xuyin and number 7 Shen Hongyue. One was the first core disciple of Yaoying Mountain, and the other was the first core disciple of Yingyue Mountain. They were both beautiful women. Female martial artists, unless there were some special circumstances, most of them had good looks and figures. After all, the cultivation of martial arts was also a process of imperceptibly improving the human body. Therefore, regardless of whether they were male or female, except for some exceptions, their looks and other aspects would slowly improve. Or rather, they would not improve, but rather be perfected. Tong Xuyin had chosen a bamboo forest as her battle environment. There was a large bamboo forest, each of them as thick as a thigh and more than 10 meters tall. The slender bamboo leaves were verdant and exuded a refreshing fragrance. When the wind blew, a rustling sound could be heard. Tong Xuyin shuttled through the bamboo forest, swaying and creating illusions. The long whip in her hand was constantly changing in length, striking Shen Hongyue from all directions. It was as if countless spiritual snakes were dancing in the air. Unpredictable and unpredictable. Shen Hongyue's expression was cold and arrogant. Deep within her beautiful eyes, there seemed to be faint blue moonlight spreading out. Soon after, she raised her slender white hand. Between her 5 fingers, a faint white light slowly shone, as if she was capturing 2 bright moons. This was also the little dark moon hand, but it was different from Lin Bai's little dark moon hand. The little dark moon hand passed down from Yingyue Mountain would appear differently depending on the person who cultivated it. 2 small bright moons rose, but with amazing power, they surrounded Shen Hongyue and blocked all of Tong Xuyin's attacks. Then, 2 crimson flashed in the depths of Shen Hongyue's eyes. She raised her right hand and bent her 5 fingers, forming a crimson half-moon. With a wave of her right hand, the crimson half-moon tore the sky apart and slashed toward Tong Xuyin at an amazing speed, leaving a red mark in the air. Tong Xuyin's numerous shadows made it difficult to distinguish between the real and the fake. She avoided the attack of the crimson half-moon and struck from the other side with her whip. With a light shake, she let out a shocking roar, as if a dragon had soared into the sky. The crimson half-moon made a turn in the air, drawing a beautiful arc as it attacked Tong Xuyin again. The surrounding bamboos were constantly damaged. Some were cut in half, and some were directly shattered. Countless bamboo leaves fluttered in the air, but they were shattered by the terrifying power and filled the air like dust. Tong Xuyin used the 100 shadow strike, and a 100 long whip struck down. As the wind blew, the bamboo swayed, and countless bamboo leaves fell with the wind again. Guided by the invisible power of the 100 shadow strike, they turned into a bamboo leaf spiral and swooped down from the sky like a bamboo leaf dragon. The proud roar resounded through the bamboo forest, shaking even more bamboo leaves to fall and merge with the bamboo leaf dragon, making it even more powerful. Shen Hongyue's expression suddenly changed. He spread out his arms, and an astonishing aura gushed out. His tyrannical power surged, and the outline of a bright moon appeared behind him. It quickly solidified, turning into a crimson moon the size of a millstone. The crimson moon rose into the sky with an irresistible force, breaking through all the cages, obstacles, and shackles. The 100 shadow strikes shattered one after another, and the crimson moon trembled as if it was about to shatter, but it did not. However, with the attack of the bamboo leaf dragon, it was like the last straw that broke the camel's back. As the crimson moon shattered, the bamboo leaf dragon also collapsed, but the remaining bamboo leaves shot towards Shen Hongyue like sharp swords. Every bamboo leaf carried a portion of Tong Xuyin's power. Although they weren't very strong, they had the advantage in terms of quantity. There were more than 1,000 of them, and dozens of them shot toward Shen Hongyue in waves, causing her quite a bit of trouble. There were more than 10 consecutive waves, and Tong Xuyin's whip shadows shuttled back and forth. This was a very advantageous battle environment for Tong Xuyin, but it had no effect on Shen Hongyue. She gradually fell into a disadvantageous position and was eventually defeated. Tong Xuyin got 1 point, while Shen Hongyue got 0. The 4th match was between number 7, Shen Hongyue, and number 1, Fang Xingchen. When she found out that her opponent was Fang Xingchen, Shen Hongyue's expression changed drastically. Fang Xingchen, he was the strongest core disciple in the sect, and he had reached the 3rd level half a year ago. After this half a year, it was unknown how strong he had become. Although she already knew that she would definitely go up against Fang Xingchen, when the time came, the pressure in her heart still surged wildly, and she was unable to suppress it. Shen Hongyue took a deep breath, and her towering chest rose and fell rapidly. She gradually calmed down. After all, she wasn't someone that an ordinary cultivator could compare to. Regardless of whether it was in terms of strength, talent, or will, she was far superior. Knowing that it was already a fact, there was no point in overthinking or feeling uneasy. Only by being fearless could she bring out her strongest abilities. Elder Yuanda let Shen Hongyue choose the battle environment. However, Shen Hongyue started to ponder. No matter what the terrain is, you're no match for me, Fang Xingchen said calmly. Fang Xingchen said unhurriedly. His tone was light, but it carried an unquestionable determination. It sounded so natural, and he indeed had the right to say such words. Geographical advantage could indeed be of help. However, in a situation where one's strength was very obvious, all external factors would appear to be insignificant and insignificant. Flat ground. Shen Hongyue made her choice. Those who knew Shen Hongyue better were astonished, but they soon understood. It was as Fang Xingchen had said. No matter what terrain Shen Hongyue chose, she wouldn't be a match for him. Since that was the case, there was no need for her to choose the terrain that was the most advantageous to her, so as to prevent others from making sufficient preparations. In the previous few battles, she had chosen the terrain that was advantageous to her. Naturally, it was so that she could get the first point. Compared to these opponents, none of them were ordinary. If they were to really fight, the outcome would be hard to predict. If she could win one battle, it would be worth it. Just as Shen Hongyue wished, the ground beneath her feet turned into a flat brown ground. Make your move. Fang Xingchen stood with his hands behind his back, his expression calm. His deep eyes seemed to carry a hint of emptiness, as if he was looking at Shen Hongyue. However, he seemed to be in a state of emptiness, as if nothing mattered to him. Calm her mind and focus. In that instant, Shen Hongyue completely adjusted herself. Her expression regained its cold arrogance, and her eyes gleamed. Her pupils seemed to contain two crimson moons. Shen Hongyue immediately brought out her strongest state. The crimson moons in her eyes became increasingly obvious, as if they were about to condense into a material form. Moon Soul Pursuit. Amidst her delicate bellow, a crimson moon seemed to leap out from the void. After dashing up into the sky, it swooped down, smashing toward Fang Xingchen. Fang Xingchen's expression was calm, as if he had not noticed anything, allowing the crimson moon to get closer. It was only at the instant when the crimson moon struck down before him that Fang Xingchen stretched out his right hand. Although it seemed slow, the movements and trajectory of his arm were extremely clear. Everyone could not help but be astonished. Fang Xingchen had actually grabbed toward that crimson moon with his bare hand. Shen Hongyue's eyes narrowed. That crimson moon contained a total of 3 types of minor true intents as well as her own tyrannical strength. However, Fang Xingchen's grabbing hand didn't seem to have any aura fluctuations at all. To think that he dared to grab it like that. Did he not want that hand anymore? However, would Fang Xingchen be so foolish? Obviously not. Chen Zong stared at Fang Xingchen, his pupils contracting. To think that Fang Xingchen's control over his own strength had reached such a profound level, not leaking out even the slightest bit of aura. Therefore, it appeared as if he was just making an ordinary move, but in actual fact, all his strength was contained within his hand, as if it was hidden beneath his skin. Without any surprise, under everyone's gazes, Fang Xingchen grabbed the crimson moon with one hand. The crimson moon, which was the size of a millstone, shrunk rapidly, condensing into a ball that was half the size of a fist. Opening up his palm, Fang Xingchen's deep eyes landed on it. A hint of a smile appeared on his face as he praised generously, "Very beautiful." This evaluation left Shen Hongyue tongue-tied. Although this was not her strongest move, it was still one of her second moves. To think that it had been so easily grasped by Fang Xingchen, and he had even given it a very beautiful evaluation, as if he was evaluating an item. Then, without waiting for Shen Hongyue to react, Fang Xingchen's palm trembled slightly. If one were to take a closer look, they would notice that there were layers of ripples spreading out from Fang Xingchen's palm. The crimson moon that had been compressed in his palm suddenly shot out, shooting toward Shen Hongyue at an even faster speed. Shen Hongyue's countenance changed drastically, and she was extremely astonished. She could sense an even more majestic and domineering power from the compressed crimson moon. Moreover, it had locked onto her, and there was no way for her to evade it no matter what. She took it head-on. With a loud boom, the crimson light suddenly expanded, enveloping Shen Hongyue's entire body, as if it was going to devour her. Fang Xingchen once again stood with his hands behind his back, looking to the front with an indifferent expression. When the crimson light dissipated, Shen Hongyue was half kneeling on the ground with both hands supporting her. She was panting heavily, and her face was pale. That earlier attack seemed to have seeped into her body and wreaked havoc. She had no choice but to exhaust all her strength to defend against it. I admit defeat. After a few breaths, Shen Hongyue, who had recovered a little of her strength, spoke up. Her tone was low, and her expression was gloomy. She had never expected that there would be such a huge gap between her strength and Fang Xingchen's. Everyone else was also extremely astonished. No matter what, Shen Hongyue was at the level of the second level, while Fang Xingchen was at the level of the third level. Even the difference between the first level and the second level should not be that big. Could it be that the third level had already reached a level that was incomprehensible? He's indeed very strong, Qinzong said to himself, and a hint of battle intent flashed in his eyes. Qinzong knew that it would not be difficult for him to defeat Shen Hongyue. However, Fang Xingchen's methods were extraordinary, and this really surprised Qinzong. The more this was so, the more intense Qinzong's battle intent became. However, now was not the time for him to fight against Fang Xingchen. He took in a deep breath, and then a long exhalation, temporarily suppressing the battle intent in his heart. The other 8 people were all extremely shocked. Who could be a match for Fang Xingchen? As expected, the first place was already destined. The only one who could fight for it was the second place. No, perhaps only the third place. Thinking of this, Yu Jingxiao, Tang Jingming, and Tong Shouying could not help but glance at Qinzong. Back when they were carrying out the mission in the Crimson Sun subworld, the strength that Qinzong had displayed had already surpassed theirs. They also knew that Qinzong's cultivation had not reached the peak of the 9-star level back then. After such a period of cultivation, his strength must have become even stronger. It was just that they did not know what level he had reached. Had he reached the third level? They were not sure. Qinzong did not admit or deny it. However, if one were to insist on saying that there was someone who could go up against Fang Xingchen, perhaps Qinzong had a slight possibility. However, it was only a slight possibility. This was especially so after seeing how Fang Xingchen had made his move. Fang Xingchen won, and Shen Hongyue lost for the second time. Eldest senior brother, this Fang Xingchen's strength is indeed very strong. A disciple of the ultimate martial heavenly sect was extremely surprised. He's indeed not weak. The black-robed young man's voice was deep, and his eyes flickered with a gleam of anticipation. Liao Fifan stared at Qinzong with a ferocious glint in his eyes. Half a year ago, Mountain Master Mingguang and the elders had told them to cripple Qinzong if they met him in the sect competition. However, judging from the current situation, it was obviously impossible to cripple Qinzong. Otherwise, it would be a violation of the sect's rules, and even Mountain Master Mingguang would not be able to protect him. However, even if Liao Fifan could not cripple Qinzong, he could still teach him a lesson and humiliate him until he suffered a non-fatal injury. In this way, Mountain Master Mingguang would be happy to make Green Feather Mountain lose face. With a thought, Liao Fifan's eyes, which were staring at Qinzong, became increasingly cold and fierce. Soon after, the corners of his mouth lifted and hung a trace of a ferocious smile. Using an ice-cold and sharp voice, he said, "Qinzong, I hope that you can endure for a little longer. It is best if you do not admit defeat so early." Qinzong let out a smile upon hearing this. Sounds from the outside world could not reach here, but the sounds here were not affected and could be heard outside. Liao Fifan did not deliberately lower his voice, nor did he deliberately increase his volume, but many people could hear him. Suddenly, a strange expression appeared on their faces. Judging from how easily Qinzong defeated Qini Jue, Qinzong's strength was at least in the second level, and he belonged to the stronger level. There was no doubt that Liao Fifan's strength was also in the second level, but it was still unknown whether he was stronger than Qinzong. Of course, it was also because Liao Fifan did not know that Qini Jue was easily defeated by Chen Zong. Otherwise, he would not have said such a thing. This disciple of Mountain Mingguang is really interesting. Mountain Master Mingguang could not help laughing. Mountain Master Mingguang's eyes twitched and his face darkened. He wished he could slap Liao Fifan to death. At this point, Mountain Master Mingguang no longer placed his hopes on Liao Fifan. After all, Chen Zong was not weak, at least not weaker than Liao Fifan. He might even be stronger. Number 6, choose the battle terrain. Elder Yuanda's voice sounded. 3 Sunland. Liao Fifan said his choice without hesitation. The terrain changed into a valley. There was no vegetation around the valley, only hard reddish-brown stones that seemed to emit a trace of scorching heat. Afterwards, 3 balls of scarlet light condensed above the valley, turning into 3 scorching suns. They unleashed sword-like rays of light recklessly, causing the temperature in the valley to rise even further. Without a doubt, this was a favorable battle environment for Liao Fifan. He drew the long saber from his waist. It was a long saber that was 3 fingers wide. The blade seemed to be bright yellow, but it also seemed to be scarlet red, with a faint halo around it. Are you ready? Then, Liao Fifan shook his long blade, and a palm-sized bright blade light, which looked like a crescent moon, cut through the air and chopped towards Chen Zong's shoulder. Chen Zong swung his shoulder, and the saber light brushed past him. It hit a rock behind him, and a saber mark appeared on it. Liao Fifan's figure flashed, and his body and saber became one as he approached Chen Zong. The saber light became brighter, and it became somewhat dazzling. It swept up an ear-piercing whistling sound, and fiercely chopped down from the sky. In an instant, dozens of saber lights fell from the sky like a fan, and Chen Zong had nowhere to dodge. Every saber light carried the aura of the minor true meaning of fire. As the number 1 core disciple of Mingguang Mountain, Liao Fifan had already comprehended the 4 minor true meanings of the true meaning of fire. The 4 minor true meanings of the true meaning of fire were the true meanings that Liao Fifan mainly cultivated. Together with the inheritance of Mingguang Mountain, he chose the 3 Sunland as a battle environment. There was both light and heat. In fact, the most suitable true meaning of Mingguang Mountain should be the true meaning of light. Unfortunately, the difficulty of comprehending and mastering the true meaning of light was above that of the true meaning of fire. Until now, Liao Fifan had only grasped the minor true meaning of light. Facing Liao Fifan's dozens of saber lights that carried the minor true meaning of fire, Chen Zong's expression did not change. This level of attack was nothing, and it was only at the level of the second extreme. A single sword strike would be enough to break it. However, Chen Zong did not intend to do so. The choice of battle environment interested Chen Zong. The 3 Sunland was suitable for Liao Fifan, but it did not mean that it was not suitable for him. Chen Zong could clearly feel the aura of the minor true meaning of the true meaning of fire in his surroundings. It also carried the aura of another minor true meaning of light. Most importantly, he did not intend to defeat Liao Fifan easily. His long sword was unsheathed, bringing along a crimson light. It also carried the minor true meaning of fire. That's right. After obtaining a large amount of merits, Chen Zong entered the realm of enlightenment many times. Not only did he comprehend all 4 minor true meanings of the true meaning of water, but he also comprehended all 4 minor true meanings of the true meaning of fire. Under such an environment, it was obviously suitable for the minor true meanings of the true meaning of fire to be displayed. Chen Zong completely blocked the dozens of blade lights with his exquisite swordsmanship. He then counterattacked with his sword. Liao Fifan's expression suddenly turned serious. Chen Zong's strength was somewhat beyond his expectations. Crimson Sun Slash. The blade light was covered with a layer of raging flames. It continuously absorbed the minor true meaning of fire in the air, causing the power of the blade to continuously increase. The flames became more and more intense. Sun Incinerating First Form. Chen Zong struck out with his sword. The Sun Incinerating First Form was a pseudo-lingwu that he created after comprehending the 4 minor true meanings of the true meaning of fire. It was divided into 4 forms. The first form incorporated 1 minor true meaning of fire, the second form incorporated 2 minor true meanings of fire, the third form incorporated 3 minor true meanings of fire, and the fourth form incorporated 4 minor true meanings of fire. It was very simple and direct. The crimson sword light brought along a corona of light. It was as if it was covered in red flames. It ruthlessly broke through the air and collided with the gigantic blade light of the Crimson Sun Slash. Subsequently, the Crimson Sun Slash and the Sun Incinerating First Form both collapsed. Sun Incinerating Second Form, Chenzong performed the second form, and its power was even more tyrannical. Scorching Fire Sky Strike. Liao Fifen's blade swept out and raised up. The crimson blade light diffused and condensed. It then rushed up to the sky, reaching 100 meters in the air. It constantly compressed and condensed into the shape of a blade tip. The extremely terrifying aura locked onto Chenzong from afar. Fall, the gigantic blade tip's high-speed friction with the air burst out in even more shocking heat. It was like a comet shooting down, ruthlessly bombarding down. High up in the sky, sharp, huge, blazing, when all these things merged together, it also carried the power of 3 little true meanings. Moreover, in the 3 Sun Land, a battle environment that was suitable for him, it caused the power of this attack to gradually approach that of a fake spirit martial force with 4 little true meanings. Very strong, as the scorching fire sky strike fell, Liao Fifan closed in on Chenzong. His long blade vibrated, and layers of blade light diffused out. Immediately, the speed of the blade reached the extreme. What was integrated into this blade was not the minor true meaning of fire, but the minor true meaning of light. Light was originally extremely good at speed, so the speed of this blade was also indescribably fast. In an instant, Chenzong faced 2 tyrannical attacks. His expression did not change. Although this level was very strong, and was enough to severely injure or even kill some of the second extreme, it was still not enough for Chenzong. His vision blurred as the raging fire sky strike smashed through the hard rocks of the valley, creating a hole that was several meters deep. Under the terrifyingly high temperature, waves of heat that could burn an ordinary martial artist to death soared into the sky. An extremely bright saber light flashed past like an aurora, cutting a shadow that was distorted like smoke into pieces. Liao Fifan's eyelids twitched. His expression was very ugly, and he had a bad feeling in his heart. This Chenzong's strength seemed to be beyond his expectations. A burst of heat came from his back. Liao Fifan quickly turned around and slashed out with his long blade. At the same time, his body shook, and 3 shadows appeared. In a flash, he rushed forward again. The blade and sword clashed, countless ear-piercing sounds of collision burst forth, and countless sparks flew. Chenzong's sword was very fast, and so was Liao Fifan's blade. However, Liao Fifan used his full speed, while Chenzong hid his speed. In this way, both sides were evenly matched. This person's strength shouldn't only be at this level. A core disciple of the ultimate martial heavenly sect frowned and said doubtfully. Just now, he had seen the scene of Chenzong defeating Qinijue with a single sword. It doesn't matter, the ultimate martial heavenly sect's eldest core disciple said indifferently. In his eyes, there was only Fang Xingchen. That's true. Without the strength of the third extreme, he is not worthy of eldest martial brother's attention. However, the other core disciples who had made it to the top 10 did not feel anything special. This was because they were not clear about Chenzong's true strength. Red Sun Slash. Scorching Fire Slash. 3 flowing light strikes. Scorching Fire Sky Strike. Liao Fifan displayed one move after another of his self-created or fake Lingwu techniques left behind by his predecessors. With a blade in hand, he continuously slashed at Chenzong in an extremely violent manner. Realizing that Chenzong's strength was not simple, he no longer had any thoughts of tormenting and humiliating Chenzong. Instead, he wanted to defeat him. Ultimate Radiant Slash. Holding the long blade with both hands, Liao Fifan raised it up high. The violent minor true intent and his tyrannical strength were completely infused into it. The minor true intent in the surroundings was also attached to it. It was as if a vortex was flowing backward. The 3 blazing suns in the sky seemed to have exploded, blasting out an even more shocking light and heat. Slash. With a thunderous roar, a huge and dazzling blade light slashed down. The shocking arc split everything in front of it apart, making Chenzong's scalp tingle. Ultimate Radiant Slash, MT Mingguang's inherited secret technique. This slash was infused with 4 minor true intents. One of them was the minor true intent of light, while the other 3 were the minor true intent of fire. 4 styles of incinerating sun. Qianzong held his sword horizontally in front of him. His expression was somewhat cold and solemn. His sword finger swept across the crimson blade. Immediately, the sword seemed to have been activated. A stream of flame shot out, carrying with it a moving spirituality. After that, the sword slashed out. It looked ordinary, but the heat from the 3 blazing suns in the sky seemed to be attracted and poured into it. This kind of battle environment was also advantageous to Qianzong. As the sword slashed out, the blade disappeared, leaving only a stream of flame in the air. Under the strong light, a figure was sent flying. Faint poochie-poochie sounds could be heard, as if a balloon was leaking air. Wisps of blood and qi shot out from his body. Liao Fifen's expression was extremely ugly. His clothes were torn and tattered, and there were many wounds on his body. The blood and qi were spurting out from his body. Qianzong's sword shook slightly, and the sword qi broke through the air. His expression was cold as he attacked again. 1 sword split into 10 swords, and then into 100 swords. The sword light was either straight or curved, and there were all kinds of forces contained within. Liao Fifen could only continuously defend, and was completely caught up in the rhythm. It was as if he was caught in a storm. Gradually, he could no longer distinguish between north and south. He wanted to use his ultimate move to counterattack, but he could not find an opportunity. Another sword slashed down, and after breaking the long saber, it went straight for Liao Fifen's chest. The extremely powerful force was ferocious, like a landslide. Liao Fifen's body trembled violently, and he could not help but spit out a mouthful of blood. His face was pale. There was a cold touch on his neck, and it made his hair stand on end. It was the tip of a sword. Defeated. It was obvious that he had lost, and he was defeated in a battle environment that was advantageous to him. Recalling what he had said before, Liao Fifen felt extremely ashamed. He wished he could dig a hole and hide in it. "Are you satisfied that you've lasted until now?" Qianzong asked as he withdrew his sword. This sentence was like an invisible sword that pierced into Liao Fifen's heart. He groaned, and blood flowed out from the corner of his mouth. Qianzong won 1 point, and Liao Fifen lost no points. The next match was number 5 Su Hongyan, and her opponent was number 4 Tang Jingming. As the initiator of the challenge, Su Hongyan could naturally choose a battle environment that was advantageous to her. Moreover, Su Hongyan had reached the 2nd stage earlier than Tang Jingming, and her talent was not inferior to Tang Jingming's in the slightest. Therefore, after a fierce battle, Tang Jingming was defeated. It was number 4 Tang Jingming's turn. His opponent was unfortunately number 1 Fang Xingchen. "Senior Fang, please." Putting away the bitter smile on his face, Tang Jingming clasped his fists and made his move. Fang Xingchen's strength was deeply ingrained in Tang Jingming's heart. This made Tang Jingming know that he wasn't a match for Fang Xingchen. However, no matter what, he had to fight and go all out to see the difference between him and Fang Xingchen. As expected, despite Tang Jingming going all out, he was still unable to do anything to Fang Xingchen. Fang Xingchen just stood where he was, not moving at all. He merely used his right hand to fend off all of Tang Jingming's attacks, and then retaliated with a light slap. Tang Jingming was unable to put up any resistance and was sent flying in defeat. Fang Xingchen's strength was even more shocking. On the ultimate martial heavenly sex side, the eyes of the core eldest senior brother grew increasingly bright. Next, it was number 3 Lu Yang's turn. His opponent was number 10 Lin Bai. The battle environment that Lu Yang had chosen was a volcanic area that was advantageous to him. The surroundings were filled with high temperatures. Looking at Lin Bai, it seemed that he did not like such an environment. However, there was nothing he could do. Even if he did not like it, he still had to fight unless he admitted defeat. There was no way Lin Bai would admit defeat. In the battle with Su Hongyan, Lin Bai seemed to have suffered heavy injuries. However, with the strength of a minor origin realm cultivator, he had already recovered. The extreme Sun Mountains inherited martial arts were related to the blazing sun, while the Inui Mountains inherited martial arts were related to the bright moon. When the two of them fought, it could be said that the sun and moon shone together, creating a magnificent scene. Boom boom boom, with the extreme sun wheel in his hand, Lu Yang continuously attacked. Streaks of dazzling suns blasted towards Lin Bai. Lin Bai wore a pair of thin gloves that seemed to have fused with his hands. With a flip of his hands, he held up a cold crescent moon, resisting Lu Yang's attacks with great difficulty. Pieces of scorching hard rock shattered, turning into powder. However, Lin Bai held on, displaying astonishing tenacity. Earlier when he fought with Su Hongyan, although Lin Bai's strength was slightly weaker, his tenacity was astonishing. In the end, he managed to turn the situation around and win. With the Inuan mountain in his hand, Lin Bai relied on his tenacity to resist Lu Yang's attacks. I don't believe it. Lu Yang was ruthless. He felt that Lin Bai's strength was not as good as his, not to mention that this was a battle environment that was advantageous to him. How could he not be able to break his opponent's defense? His attacks became more and more violent. However, Lin Bai was still holding on, giving people the feeling that he was barely holding on. It seemed that as long as Lu Yang made a few more moves, he would be able to break through his defense and defeat him. Sun Luminous Sky. Using his ultimate move, a huge fireball fell from the sky like a blazing sun, fiercely blasting towards Lin Bai. This attack constantly absorbed the blazing aura in the air, increasing its power. Lu Yang believed that with the power of this attack, it was enough to break Lin Bai's defense and defeat him. The strong explosion covered dozens of meters and continued to compress, as if it was constantly being pulled by an invisible hand. Suddenly, Lu Yang had a bad feeling, but he was too slow. He didn't know when Lin Bai had appeared behind him, holding a cold crescent moon in his hand, and fiercely imprinted it on Lu Yang's back. Lu Yang had no idea how Lin Bai had appeared behind him. He was directly bombarded, and his protective power was instantly shattered. The crescent moon had an extremely tyrannical power, and a trace of coldness constantly seeped into his body, spreading like the claws of an octopus. He quickly felt numb, and it was difficult to mobilize his power. Lu Yang experienced the same feeling as Su Hongyan. However, Lu Yang had not completely lost his ability to resist. His blazing power erupted, dispelling the coldness that had invaded his body. However, Lin Bai had already released a few more attacks, all of which bombarded Lu Yang's back, and an even stronger coldness invaded his body. In the competition of power, Lin Bai's face became paler and paler, and blood flowed from the corner of his mouth. It seemed that he had been seriously injured. Lu Yang's situation was even worse. He could not move, and could only constantly mobilize his power, desperately trying to expel the invading power. The battle between the two became strange. It was not exciting at all, but it was very dangerous. In the end, Lin Bai's tenacity was amazing. Even if he was seriously injured, he still held on, spitting out mouthfuls of blood. I admit defeat. Lu Yang opened his mouth with difficulty. He felt the blazing power in his body slowly turn cold, and his limbs gradually became numb. He knew that it was difficult to continue fighting, and could only admit defeat helplessly and sullenly. He did not want to admit defeat, but in this situation, there was really no other way. After all, it was not a real life and death battle, and some external forces could not be used. Lin Bai spat out another mouthful of blood. It was a ghastly sight, and people even suspected that he was almost out of blood. Thank you for letting me win. Wiping away the blood at the corner of his mouth, Lin Bai, who was as pale as a ghost, squeezed out a smile, and his feminine voice seemed to have become much weaker. He won again. I don't quite understand. Many disciples in the spectator stand looked at each other. The experts in the upper echelons frowned slightly, and then seemed to understand, but they did not say anything. Fan Xingchen's gaze fell on Lin Bai, and he took a few more glances. Chen Zong felt that Lin Bai was a little strange, but he could not pinpoint what was strange about him. However, Chen Zong paid more attention to Lin Bai. Although this person did not look strong, his methods were quite strange. The next match was number 2 Chen Zong. Chen Zong chose a flat ground for the battle, which was simple and direct. Chen Zong's opponent was number 8 Tong Xiuyin. Senior sister, please advise me, Chen Zong said with a smile. The two of them had fought side by side, and they were connected through the identity token. Occasionally, they would contact each other, and it was usually Tong Xiuyin who took the initiative. After all, Chenzong would not take the initiative to contact others if there was nothing important. Junior brother, I should be the one saying that. Tong Shuin smiled gently, and then she pulled out a long whip and shook it. Like a snake coming out of its cave, it pierced through more than 10 meters and directly pierced toward Chenzong. Previously, Tong Shuin's strength was not as good as Chenzong's. Now that she had reached the second level, the gap between her and Chenzong had widened. However, Chenzong did not use his full strength to defeat Tong Shuin in one go. The long whip circled and attacked from all directions. Together with the whip, it transformed into many illusions, making it difficult to distinguish the real from the fake. It was a fighting style of using softness to conquer strength. Chenzong had a sword in his hand, but it was not as fierce and domineering as when he fought with Liao Fifan. This was because this time, Chenzong used the minor true meaning of water. Every sword move was like flowing water, soft and full of tenacity. Every sword move did not seem strong, but it deflected every one of Tong Shuin's attacks. Gradually, he grasped the rhythm, and Tong Shuin could only follow his rhythm. Dark Feather, your disciple's swordsmanship is very brilliant, Rainbow Mountain Lord said with a smile. It is indeed not bad. This kid is quite talented in swordsmanship. Dark Feather did not hide his joy. Mountain Lord Mingguang's face became gloomier. The more he looked at Chenzong, the more he disliked him. Tong Shuin used all her means, but she could not turn the tables. She simply withdrew her whip and admitted defeat. Senior sister, thank you for letting me win. Chenzong cupped his hands and smiled. Junior brother, you're too polite. Tong Shuin also smiled. She was not depressed because of her defeat. She was already mentally prepared. The next match was naturally Fang Xingchen's challenge. Everyone's heart skipped a beat, because anyone could become Fang Xingchen's opponent. Soon, Fang Xingchen took out the light ball. The light ball shattered, revealing a number. Number 6, Liao Fifan was stunned, and his face turned ugly. He had just been defeated by Chenzong. Was he going to be defeated again? Liao Fifan took a deep breath and said directly, I admit defeat. He was very clear about the gap between him and Fang Xingchen. Since that was the case, why should he make a move and embarrass himself? No one was surprised that Liao Fifan admitted defeat, and no one mocked him. After all, the gap between them was so obvious. Fang Xingchen did not look surprised at all, as if this was normal. With that, the first round of the elimination competition ended. Elder Yuanda waved his hand again, and another 10 light balls appeared for everyone to choose from. Those who have already fought won't be drawn again. What he meant was that the two parties who had already fought in the first round would not draw their respective numbers. Everyone made their move, each grabbing a light ball. It did not matter what opponent they drew. This was because the rules of the competition determined that they would have to fight with the other 9 people. The only difference was that they had fought before. In the blink of an eye, all 10 light balls were taken. Everyone knew who their opponents were, but they did not say it out loud. Number 1 Fang Xingchen, and his opponent was number 9 Yu Jingxiao. Taking a deep breath, Yu Jingxiao chose to battle in the sea of clouds. This was a battle environment that was advantageous to him. Sky Strike. Sky Crane. Without any probing, Yu Jingxiao unleashed 2 moves right from the start. The first move opened up a path, and the grayish-white saber light split the sea of clouds apart, causing mist to fill the air. He only unleashed the second move. The grayish-white crane with a wingspan of over 10 meters suddenly flapped its wings and pounced toward Fang Xingchen at an astonishing speed. The crane's beak was extremely sharp, and its claws extended forward as it pounced ferociously, as if it could pierce through and tear apart everything. At the edge of its sharp claws, countless wisps of smoke curled up. The sea of clouds churned, rising and falling along with the crane. The waves were endless, and they surged toward Fang Xingchen. Its might was astonishing, as if it was carrying with it the pressure of heaven and earth. This saber attack had surpassed Yu Jingxiao's previous standards. It was a highly concentrated attack that surpassed one's limits. Under the pressure from Fang Xingchen and the stimulation of the unyielding battle intent in his heart, this saber attack had finally broken through his limits. After slashing out with this saber attack, Yu Jingxiao felt a sense of satisfaction. It was a sublimation of his spirit, but at the same time, a feeling of emptiness rose within him. A gleam flashed in Fang Xingchen's eyes, like the twinkling of a cold star. He reached out with one hand, his 5 fingers slightly bent, as if he was holding onto something. With this one hand, the surrounding space seemed to have frozen, and the churning sea of clouds also instantly became calm. The gigantic crane attacked, and Fang Xingchen's hand seemed to be expanding and expanding continuously. Then, he grabbed onto the gigantic crane and clenched his fist lightly. With a popping sound, as if some bubble had burst, countless grayish-white wisps of smoke seeped out from between the fingers of the gigantic hand. Layers and layers of sea of clouds came crashing down, but with a wave of the gigantic hand, they dissipated like a gust of strong wind. "I admit defeat," Xianxia shouted in a very straightforward manner. Instantly, the gigantic hand that was slapping toward him dissipated like an illusion, disappearing without a trace. Xianxia could not help but heave a sigh of relief. It was true that he had the guts to challenge Fang Xingchen, but after his saber attack that surpassed his limits was easily defeated by Fang Xingchen, he became even more aware of the gap between him and Fang Xingchen. Since that was the case, there was no need to continue fighting. Injuries weren't fun. Although he could recover quickly with the strength of a minor origin realm cultivator, the pain was real. He wasn't a masochist. Who would want to get hurt for no reason? He's too strong, Xianxia said with a wry smile as he brushed past Chenzong. Very strong indeed, Chenzong also responded with a smile. Chenzong was number 2. After Fang Xingchen's battle ended, it would be his turn. His opponent was number 5, Su Hongyan, the second core disciple of Xianyuan Mountain. Chenzong still chose to fight on flat ground. Su Hongyan held a thin red saber in her hand and slashed down. Among the secret techniques of Xianyuan Mountain, there was a Yuangang technique that was similar to Green Feather Mountain's Yuangang technique. It was a secret technique that further compressed and condensed one's pseudo-spiritual energy. The power of the condensed Yuangang force would be much stronger than that of pseudo-spiritual energy, and it could significantly increase one's battle prowess. The Yuangang technique's cultivation was called Yuangang force. It was a vigorous and domineering Yuangang force that focused on using strength to suppress others. However, the Yuangang force cultivated by Yuangang technique was different. It was light and sharp. Su Hongyan's long saber slashed down. As the saber and sword clashed, Chenzong could clearly feel the power of Yuangang force. However, compared to his void sword force, there was still a gap. After all, the void sword force was a new force that was formed by merging 3 types of energy into one. Slash, 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 Su Hongyan's speed was extremely fast. Her body and saber merged together and her figure disappeared. Only a red saber slashed wildly, leaving behind layers of saber shadows that densely covered a radius of tens of meters. Under the pressure of the red saber shadows, the hard ground was constantly split open. Countless saber marks were densely packed, and it was a shocking sight. However, no matter how Su Hongyan attacked with her saber or how she attacked, Chenzong completely blocked her attacks with the sword in his hand. Other than Lin Bai, the 10 people who made it to the top 10 all had the strength of the second level. Every one of them was not simple. They had their own exquisite martial techniques and attainments, as well as their own unique methods. The reason why Chenzong did not use his full strength to easily defeat them was that he wanted to see what they were capable of. He hoped to gain something from it. The more Su Hongyan attacked, the more helpless she felt. A feeling of powerlessness grew in her heart. She used all of her methods, but she could not break through the defense of Chenzong's sword. Then, she suddenly slashed out with her saber and directly used her strongest move. Countless red saber shadows came from all directions, densely covering Chenzong and then devouring him. Su Hongyan stood in the distance and stared with a solemn face. She was not sure if her move could defeat Chenzong. All of a sudden, a crimson sword light flashed from one end to the other. It was like cutting a watermelon from the inside. Countless crimson sword lights were separated, and a figure walked out. Behind him, the crimson sword lights were dissipating. This scene greatly touched Su Hongyan, and her pupils contracted. "Senior Sister Su, take this." A light voice like a cool breeze blew. The moment his voice fell, Chenzong slashed out with his sword. Dark strike, the grayish-white sword light broke through the air. It was extremely fast and incomparably mysterious. Su Hongyan only had time to raise her saber to block, but she found that everything in front of her seemed to be moving backward rapidly. What was moving backward was not the scenery in front of her, but herself. That sword was unmatched. Very strong, Chen Zong won, and Su Hongyan lost. In the third round of the second round, number 3 Lu Yang faced number 6 Liao Fifan in the third round. This battle was extremely fierce because their strength was about the same. Lu Yang chose the battle environment not only to his advantage, but also to Liao Fifan. This battle lasted for an entire half an hour before it ended in a draw. It was because they had exhausted all their strength and were unable to continue fighting. A draw meant that they could not get any points. In the fourth round of the second round, number 4 Tang Jingming faced number 7 Shen Hongyue in the fourth round. It was also a very fierce battle, but Tang Jingming won in the end. In the fifth round of the second round, number 5 Su Hongyan faced number 8 Tong Xiuyin in the fifth round. Su Hongyan won. In the sixth round of the second round, number 6 Liao Fifan faced number 10 Lin Bai in the sixth round. This battle was very fierce. Lin Bai once again showed amazing tenacity. Even if he kept vomiting blood, he was determined not to fall. In the end, he defeated Liao Fifan again. Liao Fifan looked terrible because so far, he had lost 3 times and tied once. He did not get any points. Lin Bai, on the other hand, fought 3 times. Although he kept vomiting blood every time, he won all of them and had accumulated 3 points. So far, there were only 3 people who kept winning continuously. They were Fang Xingchen, Chen Zong, and Lin Bai. There were also 3 people who did not get any points. They were Lu Yang, Liao Fifan, and Shen Hongyue. The others had their own wins and losses. One battle after another, the second round of the points competition ended soon. But the battle did not end there. Numbers were drawn again and the third round began. Round after round, 6 rounds had passed. Fang Xingchen and Chen Zong kept winning continuously, and so did Lin Bai. It seems that the second place will probably be decided between Chen Zong and Lin Bai. I think Chen Zong will get the second place. Not necessarily. Look at Lin Bai. He kept vomiting blood in every battle, making people feel that he was going to fall. But he won every battle. That's true. In the 7th round, Fang Xingchen still looked good, Chen Zong kept winning continuously, and so did Lin Bai. In the 8th round. Finally, someone's winning streak is going to be ended. Many people were excited. It was because Lin Bai was up against Fang Xingchen. One was the publicly acknowledged number 1, the most powerful person. The other was someone who was looked down upon from the start and kept vomiting blood in every battle. Yet, he kept winning time and time again. How would the battle between them be? Would Fang Xingchen defeat Lin Bai easily, or would Lin Bai persevere under Fang Xingchen's attacks, keep vomiting blood like before, and win in the end? Show me your full strength, Fang Xingchen said. His first sentence shocked everyone. What does that mean? Could it be that Lin Bai has been hiding his strength all this while? If that's true, he has hidden it too well. Instantly, everyone in the spectator stands was shocked and started discussing. This sounded simply too inconceivable. Of course I have to do this when I'm fighting against Senior Fang. Lin Bai smiled, and his gentle voice was like a gust of cold wind. Hearing Lin Bai's words, the expressions of the people who had lost to Lin Bai changed drastically. He had hidden his strength, an indescribable feeling rose in them. In short, they felt very uncomfortable. This battle was initiated by Lin Bai, so he could choose the battle environment. Against Fang Xingchen, Lin Bai's choice was especially important. In the end, he chose a valley with a waning moon in the sky. The waning moon was faint, emitting a cold and desolate glow, illuminating the night. In the valley, there were many rocks, and under the desolate moonlight, it appeared even more lonely. Lin Bai and Fang Xingchen were separated by tens of meters, facing each other from afar. Lin Bai raised his arms and pointed his fingers upwards. A cold glow gathered in his palms, turning into 2 cold waning moons. The waning moons left his palms and started to revolve around Lin Bai's body. Under the moonlight, they started to divide. 2 divided into 4, 4 divided into 8, and 8 divided into 16. A total of 16 fist-sized waning moons circled around Lin Bai, protecting him from all angles. Fang Xingchen did not make a move, allowing Lin Bai to make his preparations. Against Fang Xingchen, Lin Bai did not dare to be careless. He did not dare to be like before. Therefore, he had to make sufficient preparations. Since Fang Xingchen had given him time, he would not stand on ceremony. When the 16 waning moons appeared, Lin Bai raised his arms once again, as if grabbing at the waning moons in the sky. Instantly, a large amount of moonlight scattered down, gathering in his hands. The moonlight rapidly stretched and changed, covering his 5 fingers. Lin Bai's fingers seemed to have turned into 10 thin and long waning moons, exuding an astonishing chill. There was also a faint threatening sharpness to them. Lin Bai had not displayed these techniques before. This made everyone even more certain that Lin Bai had not gone all out earlier. Or rather, he had not shown his true strength. Fang Xingchen's figure flew out, descending like a crescent moon. Lin Bai's 10 fingers slashed out, turning into 10 small crescent moons. They brought with them a cold and sharp edge as they slashed toward Fang Xingchen. 10 gashes were torn in void space, and it was a shocking sight. The moment Lin Bai made his move, everyone could tell that Lin Bai was definitely at the 2nd level. Moreover, he had not just entered the 2nd level. Fang Xingchen placed his hands behind his back and swayed his shoulders. He did not take any stance, but he slid backward like flowing water. No matter how close the 10 crescent moons slashed toward him, there was still a gap between them. That gap was like a natural moat. One advanced and one retreated. He advanced rapidly and retreated calmly. Suddenly, the 10 crescent moons flickered and disappeared. They then suddenly appeared behind Fang Xingchen, surrounding him in a fan shape and slashing toward him. However, Fang Xingchen swung out with one hand, and a domineering and vigorous Yuan Gang force swept out, shattering all 10 crescent moons. They turned into faint white light that filled up the entire sky and filled up the surroundings. However, the white light gathered once again, condensing into a faint white crescent moon that was half a meter long. It slashed down from the sky, as if it had split the valley into 2. Its prowess was astonishing, and the crescent moon's edges exuded an extremely cold glow, locking onto Fang Xingchen. It had a determination to pursue him to the ends of the earth. However, Fang Xingchen reached out with his other hand and grabbed at the air, grabbing the crescent moon in his hand and slashing it toward Lin Bai like a machete. This method of controlling one's opponent's attack and then using it to attack the enemy was extremely astonishing. Lin Bai's countenance changed drastically, but he did not panic in the face of danger. With a sway of his body, the 16 crescent moons circling around him became much faster, and Lin Bai's body became even lighter. He narrowly avoided the machete's attack. The machete's attack missed and dissipated once again, turning into countless rays of white light and spreading out. Lin Bai's lithe figure leaped up into the sky. With a shake of his arms, a faint white crescent moon that was 1 meter long suddenly rose behind him. Lin Bai, who was floating several tens of meters up in the sky, seemed to have turned into a crescent moon. Immediately, the crescent moon in the sky released an even denser moonlight, which landed on Lin Bai's body and was continuously absorbed, causing the surroundings to sink into darkness. Senior brother Fang, this is my strongest move. Even I can't fully control its power. Be careful. The feminine voice brought with it heavy sound waves that wreaked havoc in the world. Suddenly, the waning moon behind Lin Bai became extremely dazzling. It was like the light of the sun, and as Lin Bai pointed his finger, it began to violently fluctuate. Illusionary moon thousand sand. He seemed to be murmuring softly, as if he was talking to himself. When his voice left his mouth, it was like an invisible wind, like a wispy mist that dissipated in the surroundings, but then clearly traveled into everyone's ears. From the dazzling waning moon that was as bright as the scorching sun, tiny fragments the size of a fingernail shot out. They were densely packed like quicksand. Everyone could clearly see a long river of white sand shooting down from several tens of meters in midair. One end was connected to Lin Bai, while the other end was charging toward Fang Xingchen. Fang Xingchen's brows twitched slightly. This was the first time he had shown an expression that was different from his usual indifference. It showed the astonishment in his heart, as well as a hint of seriousness. Yes, the prowess of this move was very, very strong. It was strong enough to make Fang Xingchen take it seriously. Outside, everyone's countenance was grim. The aura exuded by this move made them feel a great threat. Putting themselves in Fan Xingchen's shoes, they realized that they would not be able to fend it off at all. They were even more astonished. "It's a great move," Fan Xingchen said, praising without any hesitation. "Since that's the case, take a move of mine as well." With that, Fan Xingchen once again put out his hand. His 5 drooping fingers seemed to have been lifted up from the water. Specks of light flashed between his fingers, becoming resplendent like starlight. His 5 fingers slowly opened up, and countless starlight gathered in them, condensing into something like a star. Then, that star also spread out, covering the entire palm. He reached out, grabbing toward the air, as well as the illusionary moon quicksand that kept on shooting down. Fan Xingchen has already practiced the star-plucking hand to the extreme. A Heaven Realm elder from Mount Xinyuan stroked his long beard, nodding with a smile. The sect master was also smiling. He was very satisfied with this disciple of his, Fan Xingchen. Fan Xingchen's talent in cultivation was superb, and his comprehension was outstanding. He was undoubtedly a genius. Star-plucking hand, this was one of Mount Xinyuan's secret martial arts legacies. Compared to the other 6 mountains, Mount Xinyuan, which was the main mountain, had an additional high-end legacy. One of his hands was covered with countless starlight, as if he was holding the stars in his hand. No matter how much the illusionary moon quicksand kept on attacking his hand, it was unable to stop it at all. Only the fragmented white moonlight kept on shattering more and more. Lin Bai's expression was grim. As he waved his arms, he absorbed even more moonlight, shooting out even more fragmented moonlight. Gradually, his eyes were covered with a layer of white. Clearly, he had already unleashed all of his power, not holding back at all. He was also making full use of the environment's advantage. "This attack is already infinitely close to the 3rd level," an elder said in a low voice. "This disciple called Lin Bai is really good at enduring." The Inui mountain chieftain was also very surprised. She did not know that Lin Bai had such strength. She could only say that he had hidden it too well. And he had hidden it so well probably because he wanted to amaze the world with a single brilliant feat right now. He did indeed seem like he was going to amaze the world with a single brilliant feat if he could defeat Fan Xingchen. It would be even more shocking. However, that was impossible and could only be imagined. The star-plucking hand kept on closing in. Even if Lin Bai unleashed all of his power, he could not move it at all. In the end, the hand that kept on growing bigger and bigger hit Lin Bai. The fragmented moonlight shattered, and Lin Bai was sent flying, vomiting blood. Everyone was already used to Lin Bai vomiting blood. However, it was different this time. Lin Bai could swear that the previous vomiting of blood was just an act to hide his strength and make others underestimate him. However, this time, he was really injured, and it was not light. With a bang, Lin Bai landed on the ground and vomited another mouthful of blood. His chest was dyed red, and his breathing was weak. "You're not bad. You made me use part of my strength," Fan Xingchen said softly with his hands behind his back. Lin Bai coughed and got up. He wiped the blood from the corner of his mouth and smiled bitterly. "But I still lost. With your strength, other than me, no one in the sect's core disciples should be a match for you," Fan Xingchen said casually, as if comforting Lin Bai. Fan Xingchen won and got another point. Lin Bai lost and did not get any points. It seems that Lin Bai has a high chance of getting 2nd place. There's still Chen Zong. I'm sure that Chen Zong is not a match for Lin Bai. "Grey Feather, you can give me your mystic tortoise shield in advance," the Mingguang mountain master said with a cold smile. "Until the last moment, how can we know the outcome?" the Grey Feather mountain master replied calmly. But in fact, the Green Feather mountain lord was not confident. Although he believed that Chen Zong had a chance to reach the 3rd extreme after reaching the peak of the 9-star realm, there was still a chance. He was not 100% sure. Plus, he was busy before, so he did not pay attention to Chen Zong's strength. He only hoped that Chen Zong really had the strength to reach the 3rd level. Otherwise, losing the mystic tortoise shield was not a big deal. The discussion about the strength of Chen Zong and Lin Bai continued to increase. Finally, there was a conclusion. Chen Zong versus Lin Bai. This battle would determine who would get 2nd place. Chenzong was the one who initiated the challenge and had the right to choose the battle environment. Chenzong's choice surprised everyone, including Lin Bai. He actually chose Inue Valley. I don't understand. Doesn't he know that Inue Valley is the most advantageous for Lin Bai? Maybe he's confident that he can defeat Lin Bai in this state. He doesn't know what he's doing. The disciples of Inue Mountain belittled Chenzong. Does he think that he's powerful just because he has more swords? Gray Feather, your disciple's character. The Mingguang Mountain Master said again, shaking his head with a hint of mockery. He would not let go of any opportunity to attack Chenzong. The Gray Feather Mountain Master's expression did not change. He also felt that Chenzong's choice was a little reckless and arrogant. Maybe this kind of terrain is also advantageous for Chenzong, the Rainbow Mountain Master said with a smile. That was quite possible. I don't understand why you're doing this, but I won't show you any mercy. Lin Bai's soft voice entered Chenzong's ears. I just want to try the illusory moon quicksand. Chenzong smiled. Lin Bai shook his head. He felt that Chenzong was too arrogant. Chenzong did not say anything else. He just pulled out his sword and slashed. A crimson sword light pierced through the air like a crescent moon and cut open the hard rock surface of the valley. It continued to extend forward with an extremely powerful force. No matter what it was, it slashed through it and went straight for Lin Bai. Lin Bai's expression suddenly changed. The aura of this sword light was oppressive, making him feel that it was very strong. It was stronger than the opponents he had defeated before. Then, Lin Bai opened his hands and grabbed, and a white crescent moon pierced through the air. The sword light and crescent moon shattered one after another. More crescent moons pierced through the air and attacked from all directions, wave after wave. Chenzong shattered all the sword lights with his sword. Lin Bai's body was once again surrounded by 16 crescent moons. His 10 fingers were also covered by the light of the crescent moons. He closed in and grabbed at the sky. Clang! Clang! In close combat, the 16 crescent moons around Lin Bai also attacked Chenzong from all directions. Chenzong felt as if he was being attacked by many people at the same time. However, Chenzong blocked all the attacks with the sword in his hand. The more he attacked, the more Lin Bai frowned. He realized that he could not defeat Chenzong even if he stopped hiding his strength. Instead, as time passed, he felt more and more helpless. He could not break through his opponent's defense at all. Everyone else also realized this and was a little surprised. There's a thread in the book review section, started by Love Like Colored Glass. Every time we build a story, we'll reward our book with 10 horizontal coins. Come on, brothers, let's do it. Build as many stories as we can. 6 Dao, get ready. Illusory Moon of Thousand Sand. Numerous fine crescent moons that were the size of fingernails surged over in a vast and endless stream, causing space to be torn apart while the darkness in the surroundings grew even deeper, causing one's heart to palpitate. Chenzong raised his head slightly and stared at the vast and cold moonlight. He couldn't see Lin Bai's figure, and the world seemed to have disappeared. The world was silent, and only the river of fragmented moons filled his eyes. Every fragmented moon emitted a shocking power. It was cold and sharp, like the tip of a sword. It was indeed a very powerful move. Combined with the environment of the Inue Valley, it was close to the level of the 3rd level. However, a small difference was a small difference. It was a kind of bottleneck, a gap that couldn't be crossed yet. Chenzong swung his sword and seemed to drag it through the air, causing layers of ripples that were like water to spread out silently. Voila, the 4 minor true intents of the true intent of fire were infused into the sword at the same time. The sword body seemed to be enveloped by a layer of flames, burning fiercely, incinerating the surrounding darkness into nothingness. At the same time, the illusory moon Thousand Sand that was shooting over was illuminated with a red glow, as magnificent as the afterglow of the sunset. Burning Sun 4 Styles. With a low shout, Chenzong swung his sword upwards. It was as if a rising sun had turned into a scorching sun, burning fiercely, as if it could burn everything. Chenzong had already used a considerable part of his strength for this move. Like a hot knife through butter, the illusory moon of Thousand Sand was shattered inch by inch. The burning sun sword's light was unparalleled, and as it destroyed the illusory moon of Thousand Sand, it also cut through the middle and slashed towards Lin Bai, who was in midair. When the illusory moon of Thousand Sand was used, Lin Bai, who was in midair, couldn't react in time and was immediately hit. He flew up into the air and then fell several hundred meters away. He let out a muffled groan and couldn't help but spit out a mouthful of hot blood. Before the blood landed on the ground, it evaporated under the high temperature and disappeared. After falling, Lin Bai stood up with difficulty. His body swayed, and there was a scorched sword scar on his chest. Lin Bai, whose face was getting paler, looked at Chen Zong with a hint of shock and doubt. Chen Zong held his sword in his hand and looked at Lin Bai. His sword attack just now had already injured Lin Bai. The scorching sword energy had invaded his body and wreaked havoc. It was definitely not a good feeling. The third level? Lin Bai's feminine voice was a little hoarse. Chen Zong nodded slightly, causing an uproar. In an instant, Fang Xingchen's eyes flashed, and there seemed to be a cold light flickering in them. His gaze seemed to be able to see through Chen Zong. The core disciples of the ultimate martial heavenly sect were also surprised. They narrowed their eyes and looked at Chen Zong. It's really the third level. Xianxia was shocked. Although he had guessed that Chen Zong's strength might have reached the third level, a guess was still a guess. Especially after seeing Fang Xingchen's strength, he felt that the gap between the second and third level was very big. The possibility of Chen Zong also being the third level had decreased by a lot. But he didn't expect that Chen Zong really was the third level. Dark Feather, this disciple of yours has hidden his strength well. The Yingyue Mountain's mountain lord couldn't help but sigh. He originally thought that Lin Bai was the biggest dark horse, but now it seemed that wasn't the case. Chen Zong was the biggest dark horse. I didn't know that this kid had hidden his strength so well. The Dark Feather Mountain's mountain lord laughed. He was basically sure that the second place belonged to him. In other words, he had won the bet with the Mingguang Mountain's mountain lord. Mingguang, you can give me the myrtle gown now, the Dark Feather Mountain's mountain lord said to the Mingguang Mountain's mountain lord without holding back. Humph, no one knows the result until the last moment, the Mingguang Mountain's mountain lord said coldly. Some people won't cry until they see the coffin, the Dark Feather Mountain's mountain lord sneered. You're so young, but you've hidden your strength so well. With such shrewdness, you won't even know when your Dark Feather Mountain will be sold, the Mingguang Mountain's mountain lord said sarcastically. Haha, so sour. Where is the taste coming from? The Dark Feather Mountain's mountain lord laughed, causing the Mingguang Mountain's mountain lord's face to turn gloomy. Lin Bai felt the blazing fire energy wreaking havoc in his body. He had no choice but to use his strength to suppress it. However, he realized that it was difficult to expel it. The blazing fire energy was too strong. I admit defeat, Lin Bai said helplessly. Firstly, Chen Zong's strength was at the third level, while he was only at the limit of the second level. There was still a gap between the two of them. Secondly, he was injured and couldn't unleash much of his strength. Naturally, he wasn't a match for Chen Zong. There wasn't much meaning in continuing the battle. Chen Zong won. He hid his strength too well. I didn't expect him to be at the third level. Lin Bai definitely won't be able to get second place. In my opinion, second place should belong to Chen Zong. Not necessarily. Chen Zong is at the third level, and senior brother Fang Xingchen is also at the third level. Between the two of them, impossible. How can Chen Zong be a match for senior brother Fang Xingchen? He's a genius and no one can compare to him. These were Fang Xingchen's loyal supporters. There were many such people in the Taiyuan Heaven sect. Most of the disciples were leaning towards Fang Xingchen. After all, Fang Xingchen's strength was deeply rooted in their hearts. On the other hand, Chen Zong was a latecomer and wasn't famous before. Chen Shidi, you hid your strength really well. Tong Shuing couldn't help but tease. Senior sister, please forgive me, Chen Zong replied with a smile. Junior brother, you have to treat me to a drink when we go back. Yu Jingxiao pretended to be displeased. Count me in. Tang Jingming also took the initiative to speak up. Speaking of which, he had fought side by side with Chen Zong before. Now that Chen Zong had displayed the strength of the third level, his talent wasn't something they could compare to. The second level was their respective limits. It was necessary to build a good relationship. When the time comes, I'll also ask for a drink. Junior brother, don't reject me. Su Hongyan smiled sweetly and winked at Chen Zong. Shen Hongyue also had the same idea. However, due to her personality, she couldn't bring herself to say it. Senior brother Chen, you've already injured me. When the time comes, you should give me a drink. Lin Bai also smiled. In an instant, their relationship became much closer. Match after match, round after round. Finally, it was the 10th round, which was also the last round. In the 10th round, only Fang Xingchen and Chen Zong maintained their victory throughout. Both of them had 9 points each, and only one person had 8 points. That was Lin Bai. Judging from this situation, the third place was already very clear. Following one battle after another, with both sides winning and losing, the rankings became clear one by one. It's finally time. This should be the final battle. I wonder how exciting the battle between the third level will be. Not necessarily. Even if they're all third level, there's still a difference in strength. It might not be long before senior brother Fang Xingchen defeats Chen Zong. Senior brother Fang Xingchen is definitely the strongest. The first place belongs to senior brother Fang Xingchen. Mingguang, it looks like you're really going to lose. Rainbow Mountain's Mountain Lord smiled. He had a good relationship with Blue Feather Mountain's Mountain Lord, so his relationship with Mountain Lord Mingguang was naturally very ordinary. Therefore, he didn't hold back when speaking. Mountain Lord Mingguang's countenance turned even uglier. If only Chen Shidi can defeat Fang Xingchen, Yu Jingxiao couldn't help but say in a low voice, his fists clenched tightly. It's difficult. It's almost impossible, Tang Jingming said seriously. I've exchanged blows with both senior brothers. If senior brother Chen doesn't hide his strength, it'll be very difficult, Lin Bai said, shaking his head. In the previous battle, when he faced Chen Zong and Fang Xingchen, he felt that there was a big gap between them. You've surprised me. Fang Xingchen spoke with a calm tone. He was indeed surprised. He had thought that he would be the only one to outshine others in this sect tournament. He hadn't expected that there would be someone else who had reached the third level. Perhaps Fang Xingchen wasn't as good as him, but the third level was still the third level. It was already worth it for him to bring out his true strength for a battle. Perhaps you'll be even more surprised. Chen Zong smiled, his words carrying a deeper meaning. You're very confident. Fang Xingchen suddenly smiled. The moment his smile appeared, it was as if the stars were shining. Many female disciples were dazzled and screamed, as an opponent, I'll give you sufficient respect. With that, Fang Xingchen chose a battle environment that was advantageous to him for the first time. The starry wilderness, in the wilderness under the night sky, there were no trees. Only the green grass swayed gently under the night wind. In the sky, the stars were densely packed, twinkling like countless eyes. The resplendent starlight sprinkled down countless rays of light, adding a sense of tranquility to the wilderness. In such an environment, Fang Xingchen's strength could be unleashed to the extreme, even surpassing the limits. Taking a deep breath, Chen Zong's heart grew increasingly heavy. Facing Fang Xingchen, he naturally had such a feeling. However, the expression on his face became relaxed. Fight with all his strength, Anata sharp sword unsheathed, Anata quick sword unsheathed. Fang Xingchen held 2 swords in his hands, one before his chest and the other pointing diagonally to the ground. Streams of sharp aura emanated from the 2 swords, drifting around his body. Soft chi-chi-chi sounds gradually rang out. Invisible sword chis cut through the air, slicing up the surrounding green grass, and then turning them into powder. Fang Xingchen's eyes suddenly lit up, as if they were dazzling stars. His long robes fluttered under the night wind, and streams of mysterious and deep aura rippled out like water. Then, bits of starlight appeared quietly, gathering around Fang Xingchen. It was as if countless fireflies were dancing around, beautiful and enchanting. His aura rose layer by layer, becoming increasingly strong. It gradually spread out, sweeping up even more green grass and turning them into powder. They drifted along with the night wind, gradually drifting into the distance, spreading out between the heavens and the earth. No one made a move. Instead, they continued to condense their auras. No matter what, the third extreme was not weak. One had to treat it with caution. What a powerful aura. It's too astonishing. So, when senior martial brother Chen fought with me, he didn't go all out, Lin Bai mumbled to himself, maybe. Song Yu, this disciple of yours really surprises us time and time again. The sect master smiled, not worried at all. It was because he was well aware of Fang Xingchen's strength. Even if Chen Zong was also at the third extreme, as long as Fang Xingchen was serious and went all out, he would definitely be able to defeat Chen Zong. Building more buildings, squeezing the rich lily dry, the stars hung over the vast plains, the world was silent and boundless. In the hazy night, the two figures stood 100 meters apart. The night breeze blew gently, and when it blew past Chen Zong, it was minced by the formless sword cheese. His robes did not move, but when it blew past Fang Xingchen, they were crushed by the surrounding starlight. His robes fluttered even though there was no wind. Suddenly, the two of them moved simultaneously. They turned into two streams of flowing light, extremely fast, and instantly flashed past the green grass and the plains. Everyone felt their vision blur for a moment, and then there was an astonishing sonic boom that was like the rolling of waves. Countless sword light flashed above the plains, and under the starry sky, countless starlight intertwined and danced. It was extremely beautiful. It was unknown when Fang Xingchen had put on a pair of gloves that were covered in starlight. The gloves seemed to have become one with his palms. Not only did it not affect the agility of his hands, but it also provided a high level of protection for his hands. He was able to collide time and time again with Chen Zong's twin swords without suffering any damage. Each attack not only blocked Chen Zong's twin swords, it also contained a rebounding force that passed through the swords and struck Chen Zong's arms time and time again. However, it was deflected by Chen Zong time and time again. The two of them attacked at an extremely fast speed, and their techniques were superb. Their control over their own powers had also reached an astonishing level, allowing them to unleash the greatest effect with the least depletion. In just a few breaths' time, the two of them had exchanged more than 1,000 blows. Their precise control over their powers allowed each of their attacks and collisions to not create much of a commotion, nor were there any strong aftershocks. It was as if they had not used much of their powers. However, it made everyone shudder with fear. It was as if with each of their collisions, there were ripples in void space, as if the undercurrents in the deep sea were surging. This was a probing attack to test the other party's skills and abilities. After all, both of them were not very familiar with each other's battle style. However, if they were unable to withstand the attacks, it would be a fatal attack. However, in the midst of the intense battle, Fang Xingchen clenched his left hand, and the starlight that filled the sky suddenly contracted, shooting toward Chen Zong from all directions. The insides of each stream of starlight were collapsing, and from this, they were able to unleash an astonishing power. In an instant, countless fine and sharp sword lights flashed. They were exactly the same as the starlight, and they all struck the starlight, causing the starlight to dissipate like smoke. Regardless of whether it was Fang Xingchen's clenched fist, or Chen Zong's exceedingly precise attacks and dispersal, both of them made one's hair stand on end. Fang Xingchen's superb skills and precise control over his power had already surpassed many people in the mortal realm, making them feel ashamed of their own inferiority. What was the extreme human stage? The pursuit of the pinnacle and the precise control of one's own strength were naturally one of them. The reason why some geniuses, upon entering the extreme mortal stage, were able to become stronger and improve faster than others was because they were able to dig deeper into themselves. The fight lasted for a quarter of an hour, and no one could do anything to the other. The collision was too strong, and it caused traces of energy to leak out, turning the surrounding grass into powder. The terrifying impact caused both Chen Zong and Fang Xingchen to be sent flying backwards. Fang Xingchen raised his hand and tapped lightly with his index finger. The starlight on his glove shone, and strands of light that were like strands of hair gathered at the tip of his index finger. With a slight tremble of his fingertip, a strand of starlight tore through the air and shot towards Chen Zong. It was too fast, and only a trace was left in everyone's eyes. That strand of starlight had already reached Chen Zong. At the same time, Chen Zong pierced out with his sword. Under the true speed sword, the sword's speed was unbelievably fast. It was impossible to see the sword's blade, and only a glaring sword light could be seen flashing past. The starlight was pierced through, and that sword pierced through tens of meters of space, piercing towards Fang Xingchen like a hot knife through butter. Fang Xingchen only felt that the world before his eyes had disappeared, as if he had been swallowed up by darkness. There was only a glaring light that tore through the darkness, and it was astonishingly sharp. Fang Xingchen tapped out with his finger once again. This time it seemed to be slower, but the starlight was even more intense. It spun like a spiral, as if a drill bit was drilling into the void. The sword light dissipated, and so did the starlight. Fang Xingchen grabbed out with his hand, and a huge phantom image of a huge hand appeared out of nowhere, grabbing down from above. Regardless of whether it was the starlight that had shot out from his finger earlier or the huge hand that was grabbing down from the void, both of them carried intense waves of the minor true meaning. Qianzong had never encountered such a minor true meaning before, and it seemed to be related to the starlight of the stars. That's right. What Fang Xingchen mainly cultivated was the minor true meaning of starlight. There were a total of 5 types, and Fang Xingchen had long mastered all of them. Each of his attacks had the prowess of a low-grade pseudo-linguo, and it did not deplete much of his energy. As long as he controlled the rhythm well, he would be able to perform them continuously. To Qianzong, it was not difficult for him to release the prowess of a low-grade pseudo-linguo with each of his attacks. After all, at this level, some of his killing moves would become normal battle moves. This was very normal. To put it simply, to a martial artist in the later stages of the true martial realm, the prowess of a peerless martial art would be very strong, but the depletion would be equally shocking. However, to a pseudo-linguo martial artist, the prowess of a peerless martial art would be even stronger, but the depletion would be even lower. After all, the level of the martial art would not change, and the martial artist's cultivation realm would increase by leaps and bounds. Using a higher realm and cultivation to perform a lower-level martial art, the depletion would naturally be much lower. To a 7-star pseudo-linguo, a low-grade pseudo-linguo could be considered a killing move. To an 8-star pseudo-linguo, it would similarly deplete quite a bit of energy. Only when one reached the 9-star level would the depletion be reduced. For martial artists like Fang Xingchen and Qianzong, who were at the 3rd level, the depletion of energy from using a low-grade pseudo-linguo was not much different from using an ordinary technique. It was enough to become a normal battle move, and they had completely achieved the level of pseudo-linguo in every move. The prowess of an ordinary move naturally could not be compared to a low-grade pseudo-linguo. The difference was obvious. Fang Xingchen's talent was outstanding. Regardless of cultivation talent or comprehension, he was extremely superior, surpassing many geniuses. He was fully deserving of the title of God's favored son. In addition to the focused nurturing by the sect, he had an excellent inheritance and cultivation environment. Not only had he grasped 5 minor true meanings of the true meaning of starlight, he had also grasped 4 minor true meanings of the true meaning of fire and 4 minor true meanings of the true meaning of wind. Moreover, in order to excavate the potential of various minor true meanings, Fang Xingchen had cultivated the corresponding pseudo-linguo or created his own pseudo-linguo. The number of pseudo-linguo he had grasped was as many as 20 over, and his methods were astonishing. In comparison, Qianzong was not inferior at all. Because until now, the minor true meanings that Qianzong had grasped included the complete minor true meanings of sword and water and fire. In terms of quantity, he was on par with Fang Xingchen. In terms of level, the true meaning of sword was of the same level as the true meaning of starlight. Qianzong had also entered the martial arts stage many times to comprehend martial arts. Using various minor true meanings as the foundation, he had created one pseudo-linguo after another. Regardless of whether it was low-grade, middle-grade, high-grade, or even top-grade, the methods that he had grasped were not inferior to Fang Xingchen's. At this moment, the two of them gradually brought out their true strength. They consecutively attacked, displaying completely different moves. While the crowd was dazzled, they were also shocked. This Qianzong is actually able to go against senior brother Fang Xingchen? A group of Zhenyuan mountain disciples was astonished. In their hearts, other than those esoteric disciples, Fang Xingchen was the strongest. Many people even thought that once Fang Xingchen stepped into the transcendence realm and became an esoteric disciple, he would surpass the other esoteric disciples in a short period of time. After all, most of those esoteric disciples were only at the 2nd or 1st level back then. There were very few who could reach the third level. They all thought that this battle would be a one-sided battle. Even if the victor could not be determined in a short period of time, they would at least be able to see senior brother Fang Xingchen suppressing Chenzong and gaining the upper hand. However, the truth was not so. Instead, the two of them were evenly matched and the battle was extremely intense. Starburst, flying star, starburst, hissing wind, black flame, starlight shot out, wind howled, and flames were like dragons. Incinerating sun, flowing water, dripping water, aurora, starburst, although they had the same moves, they were executed in different ways. Blue feather, this disciple of yours. The others did not know what to say. This kid has hidden his strength too well, Blue Feather Mountain's mountain lord scolded jokingly, but everyone could see the pride in his heart. Who wouldn't be satisfied with such a disciple? At this moment, the sect leader's smile disappeared and was replaced by a hint of seriousness. He knew Fang Xingchen's strength very well and knew that Fang Xingchen had brought out his true strength. Although he had not gone all out, he could tell that Chenzong had not unleashed his full strength either. As such, it was difficult to predict the outcome of the battle. Mountain Lord Mingguang's expression became increasingly gloomy. In short, the more outstanding Chenzong's performance was, the more furious and hateful he was. One must know that Chenzong was the first to enter MT Mingguang as a probationary disciple. With such talent, he could rise up in a short period of time. At this moment, MT Mingguang might be the one in the limelight instead of Blue Feather Mountain. However, all this was because of a core disciple who caused trouble and expelled Chenzong, causing a series of unforeseen events. While he was furious, Mountain Lord Mingguang also hated Zhou Shaoqi, the core disciple of MT Mingguang. Even those core disciples who were directly or indirectly involved in the incident were remembered by Mountain Lord Mingguang. He was going to deal with them after the sect tournament ended. It was obvious that they would not have a good ending. Chenzong and Fang Xingchen were unaware of the shock and discussions of the others. At this moment, they were both astonished by each other's abilities. Immediately after, a wave of agitation and exhilaration rose from their hearts. Their fighting spirit soared, and the power of their attacks became even more astonishing. The two of them exchanged such an intense blow that Lin Bai, who was at the peak of the second extreme, could not retaliate. However, they did not cause much damage to the surroundings. The control they had over their powers was even more astonishing. After another collision, both parties retreated once again. Qin Shidi, you're very strong, Fang Xingchen said. His expression was no longer indifferent. Instead, there was a hint of a smile on his face. There was even a hint of fanaticism in his deep eyes. It was lonely at the top. After his strength reached the third extreme, he had once again raised it to his current level. He had thought that no one in the entire sect's core disciples would be a match for him. Even in the previous battle with Lin Bai, he had only used a little of his strength and felt a little dispirited. Remember to download Zongheng's app to build buildings. Squeeze the rich out of Liuli. Let's have a small burst tonight. Looking for subscriptions. Monthly votes. Under the starry sky, there were remnants of powerful forces mixed with the night wind, roaring like an invisible dragon. I'm going to use my full strength, Fang Xingchen said again. Same here. Chenzong smiled. The battle just now seemed very intense. For the second pull, the consumption was shocking. However, for the third pull, Chenzong and Fang Xingchen, the consumption was not much. At most, it was just a warm-up. The two of them were well aware of this. However, when the others heard this, they were shocked. They did not use their full strength in the battle just now. Star plucking hand? Plucking the stars with one hand. He grabbed out with one hand. As the starlight flickered, it condensed into a giant starlight hand in the air. It reached out from afar and instantly crossed dozens of meters to grab Chenzong. In that instant, the stars in the sky flickered and became increasingly bright. A majestic aura descended from the sky. As the starlight hand grabbed at him, it seemed to carry the entire starry sky with it. Chenzong found it hard to move, and he felt like he was suffocating. Everything in his body was being suppressed. While Chenzong was shocked, he also felt an indescribable excitement. Very powerful, the starlight hand did not seem to be fast, but Chenzong was unable to dodge it. Its majestic aura sealed the space around Chenzong. This attack carried the power of 3 lesser true intents. However, its power was stronger than Xianxia's Ash Crane. This was because Fang Xingqian's basic strength was far superior to Xianxiao's. Returning both swords to their sheaths, Chenzong held the Inata edge sword on his back. Void sword force surged and poured into it. Ash Strike, a sword pierced through the air, the minor sword intent of the 3 types of sword intents condensed within, unleashing a tyrannical strike. The sword light tore through the air and attacked the Starlight Hand. As the sword light tore through the air, it grew in size and finally collided with the Starlight Hand. Without a sound, the sword light dissipated. The Starlight Hand paused and was cut open from the middle. Rumble, the hand of Starlight that had been cut apart bombarded Chenzong's left and right sides, leaving 2 broken palm prints on the field. The prints were several meters deep and covered a range of more than 10 meters. Everything inside the palm prints collapsed, and the grass turned into ashes. However, there were no signs of cracks at the edges of the 2 damaged palm prints. They were smooth and integrated into one, reflecting the high degree of concentration of power in that attack. It also displayed Fang Xingqian's control over power to the fullest. Star Picking Hand? Chaotic Star Crossing. Fang Xingqian spread out all 10 of his fingers, each of them filled with spots of starlight. Then, 10 phantom images of fingers appeared behind him. They were condensed from countless starlight. Then, his 10 fingers tapped the air repeatedly, and the starlight on his fingertips became increasingly dazzling. The 10 phantom images of fingers behind him trembled, shooting out many fist-sized specks of starlight. The starlight was like a meteor that streaked across the sky. 10 meteors formed a wave and bombarded continuously. It was like a meteor shower that illuminated the night sky and shone with the stars in the sky. At the end of the meteor shower was Chenzong. The meteors came crashing down one after another, dragging long flaming tails behind them, leaving behind many dazzling traces in the night sky. Each meteor shower illuminated Chenzong, as if he was covered with a layer of red gauze. Chenzong lowered his body slightly, drew out the Inata speed sword with his left hand, and pierced through the air. Aurora sword explosion. Accompanied by countless sharp sword cries, the world rumbled. Chenzong's sword strike turned into countless sword light. Each sword light was crimson red and filled with a jade-white glow. They pierced through the sky, tore through the night sky, and pierced through everything. Aurora sword explosion. This was a move that Chenzong had modified based on the Azure Strike. It was a move that focused on the true meaning of sword speed and integrated the true meaning of sword force and sword sharpness. In that instant, it seemed as if there was only one sword strike, but there were actually over 100 sword strikes. Boom boom boom, the meteors that were the size of fists were pierced by the Aurora sword explosion and exploded, sending out countless flames and starlight in all directions. It was like a magnificent dazzle on a summer night, so beautiful that it was shocking. However, the power it contained was equally astonishing. The sparks that were sent out were enough to pose a threat to experts of the 2nd level and kill experts of the 1st level. Sparks fell to the ground one after another, covering an area of several hundred meters. Craters the size of human heads were blasted out of the ground, densely packed and full of potholes. Fang Xingqian had used 100% of his power for 2 consecutive attacks, but they were blocked by Chenzong. Fang Xingqian was astonished, but he also became increasingly excited. Star Plucking Hand? Heavenly Stars Chain. Fang Xingqian slowly raised his 5 fingers, as if he was pulling the earth. Specks of starlight fell from his 5 fingers, and the air under his fingertips was like water, creating layers of ripples. Streams of minor true meaning aura spread out, and the stars in the sky shone brightly. Each star released starlight, and layers of halo spread out like ripples. As Fang Xingqian moved his 10 fingers, the starlight shone and struck down. They merged, and balls of starlight that were the size of human heads descended from the sky in an endless stream. However, they did not attack Chenzong directly. Instead, they paused in the surroundings, forming a circle around Chenzong. A total of 99 balls of starlight that were the size of human heads slowly revolved around Chenzong. Each ball of starlight exuded an astonishing aura, continuously attacking Chenzong. Despite being a distance away, everyone could sense the aura waves that the 99 balls of starlight exuded. They were extremely powerful, and all of them had reached the level of the 3rd level. It felt as if they were surrounded by 99 experts of the third level. How do we fight this? We can't win. The 99 balls of starlight revolved faster and faster, and when they reached the extreme, they seemed to have turned into a ray of starlight that surrounded Xianxia. Under Fang Xingqian's control, the balls of starlight suddenly blasted out, carrying the power of the third level, towards Xianxia. The world shook. With Xianxia's strength, he would be able to withstand a single ray of starlight at the third level. Even if it were 2 or 3 rays, Xianxia would still be able to withstand it. Even if it were 10 rays, he would still be able to withstand it. However, 99 rays was just too much. Fang Xingqian knew that even if he were to face the bombardment of 99 rays of starlight, it would be difficult for him to withstand it. This kind of attack was a super powerful attack that incorporated the starlight true meaning and the 5 minor true meanings. Taking a deep breath, Xianxia understood the situation he was in. He closed his eyes, and the world fell silent before his eyes. He released his mental energy. Only transcendents could release their spiritual consciousness. Below the transcendents, there were very few people who could release their mental energy. However, Xianxia could do it because he had cultivated his spirit. Initially, he could only cover a radius of 10 meters. As his cultivation level increased, his mental energy also increased. Now, he could cover a radius of 30 meters, which was more comprehensive than his eyes. Fang Xingqian did not test the waters. The moment he attacked, 99 rays of starlight blasted out from all directions, wanting to defeat Xianxia in one fell swoop. No one knew why Xianxia had to close his eyes when facing such an attack from Fang Xingqian. At the instant when the starlight blasted out, Xianxia's figure also moved, avoiding the bombardment of the starlight. His figure was extremely agile, shuttling through the intertwining bombardment of the 99 rays of starlight, constantly closing in on Fang Xingqian. How did he dodge it? Everyone was shocked. Facing such an attack, Fang Xingqian was actually able to dodge it. Fang Xingqian was equally astonished. He was very clear about the prowess of this move. The celestial star chain formed by 99 rays of starlight would release an astonishing pressure. Under this pressure, one's movements would be restricted and constantly suppressed. The speed of each ray of starlight was also extremely fast. Due to the astonishing control of power, each ray of starlight had a subtle momentum as it shot out at high speed, making it even harder for others to detect. However, Xianxia avoided all of them, as if he could see everything in all directions. However, within the chain formed by the 99 rays of starlight, although Xianxia kept on dodging and trying to get closer to Fang Xingqian, he was ultimately unable to do so. Instead, he kept on moving about. The celestial star chain contained some ingenuity of formations. Between the chains, Xianxia was unable to escape. Xianxia was indeed a prodigy, but it was a pity that he had never learned about formations and did not have much understanding of them. Intense sword. Without any hesitation, Xianxia's forehead flashed, and an illusory sword shadow shot out. It was not affected by the celestial star chain, and it shot straight toward Fang Xingqian, entering the latter's forehead. Fang Xingqian's mental energy was also very pure and powerful. However, compared to Xianxia, there was still a gap. In that instant, Fang Xingqian's face contorted in agony. He felt as if his head had been pierced by a sharp blade and then torn apart. The intense pain caused Fang Xingqian's face to turn pale, and he could not help but let out a stifled groan. At the same time, his control over the celestial star chain was weakened. The celestial star chain paused for a moment, and Xianxia immediately seized this opportunity to escape. His sword pierced through the air, attacking Fang Xingqian. After the sword light flashed, a sharp sound of breaking through the air rang out. Fang Xingqian was struck by the sword. The extremely powerful sword force was continuous, bringing with it an astonishingly domineering, sharp, and penetrative power. It broke through the layers of protection on the surface of Fang Xingqian's body. Fang Xingqian only landed after flying back for several tens of meters. There was a sword wound on his chest, as if his body was going to be split into two. However, in reality, Fang Xingqian's body was extremely tough. His attainments in the path of body refinement were not in any way inferior to Xianxia. Furthermore, with the layers of protection, the injury from that sword attack was neither light nor heavy. A powerful sword force kept on drilling into his body, wreaking havoc and killing within his body, causing him to feel waves of pain. Fang Xingchen frowned slightly. Yuan Gang force surged within his body, wanting to expel the Nihility sword force. However, to his astonishment, he realized that his Yuan Gang force was no match for the Nihility sword force. It was very difficult to expel the Nihility sword force, and he would need to spend a lot of time. Good lad. The Lord of the Blue Feather Mountain was stunned. Then, he slapped his thigh and laughed heartily. Regardless of whether Chen Zong would be able to defeat Fang Xingchen and obtain first place in the end, at the very least, he had managed to injure Fang Xingchen with a single sword attack. This was an amazing achievement. Moreover, judging from the current situation, Chen Zong might really be able to defeat Fang Xingchen and obtain first place. If he were to obtain first place, Chen Zong would have the right to inherit the Taiyuan Heaven Sect's fortune and embark on the path of an unrivaled grandmaster. Everyone else exchanged glances. To think that Chen Zong had actually managed to injure Fang Xingchen. They had never thought of this before, and it felt as if their world had been turned upside down. After all, from the very beginning, they had all been certain that the first place belonged to Chen Zong. Right now, it seemed that Chen Zong was going to shatter this understanding. The pressure was majestic and boundless. A myriad of stars shone brightly, and the world shone brightly. I didn't expect that I would be injured by you, Fang Xingchen said in a low voice, and an extremely strong wave of astral powers emanated from his body. His voice was different from before. It was deep, majestic, as if it had come from the mouth of a giant. Chen Zong narrowed his eyes, sensing a hint of danger for some reason. His hair stood on end. As the myriad of stars shone, streams of astral light fell. Endless streams of astral light surged forth, landing on Fang Xingchen's body like moths darting into a flame. The dazzling starlight completely surrounded Fang Xingchen. Fang Xingchen's body continued to engulf the scattering astral light, and the aura he emitted continued to strengthen, filling up the surroundings. In the world, the night wind stopped, and everything fell silent. Countless streams of astral light fell and were engulfed into Fang Xingchen's body. Gradually, a layer of starlight appeared on Fang Xingchen's body. Streams of aura wreaked havoc in the surroundings, continuing to expand, gradually covering several hundred meters. Chen Zong swung his sword, slashing the surrounding aura. However, he realized that the aura was extremely tough. Even after being slashed apart, it would instantly reconnect. Moreover, each stream of aura had an astonishing prowess, having reached the level of the third level. Chen Zong swung his longsword, and all the powerful auras that slashed toward him were slashed apart and shattered, unable to harm him in the slightest. At the side, Chen Zong stared at Fang Xingchen's transformation. The light grew increasingly stronger and more dazzling. The scattering astral light suddenly paused, and the stars in the sky dimmed, as if all of their light had been sucked away. Constellation. Heavenly phase. A low voice, like the roar of an ancient giant, came from Fang Xingchen's mouth. Fang Xingchen straightened his body, and a powerful figure swelled up from his body, covering the outside of his body, forming a huge figure that was 5 meters tall. That figure emitted a dazzling light. It was clearly formed from countless streams of astral light, as if it was a giant that had come from the distant starry sky. Constellation Heavenly Phase. This is Xing Chen's strongest state, the Taiyuan Heavenly Sect Master said. It's actually the celestial phenomenon. The faces of the mountain masters and the heaven grade elders changed drastically. They were all shocked beyond words. This ancient secret technique had been passed down in the Taiyuan Heaven Sect for a very long time. It was a pity that no one had been able to master it in the past 1,000 years. It could be said that Fang Xingchen was the first person to master the celestial aspect in the past 1,000 years. His strength was once again displayed to the world. Dark Feather, this disciple of yours is about to lose. The Rainbow Fall Mountain Master shook his head and spoke with a somewhat strange tone. There's nothing we can do about it. Green Feather Mountain's Mountain Lord smiled bitterly. The celestial phenomenon was one of the supreme inheritances of the Taiyuan Heavenly Sect. No one had expected that Fang Xingchen had actually managed to cultivate the celestial heavenly phase. It was too astonishing. Fang Xingchen disappeared and was replaced by a 5-meter-tall starlight giant. The giant stood tall amidst the dim light and on the wilderness in the dark night, as if it was the center of this world. Roar, a loud roar, like the explosion of 10,000 thunderbolts, shook the heavens and the earth, and stirred up a violent hurricane that whistled past. An extremely powerful aura fluctuation blew up the surrounding wilderness inch by inch, dancing in the wind and then turning it into dust. Just this roar alone was enough to make Qianzong's expression turn solemn, and the faces of the people at the edge of the wilderness palpitated with fear. Terrifying, extremely terrifying, waves of extremely powerful aura fluctuations were wantonly emitted from the Starlight Giant's body, rushing in all directions. Immediately, the Starlight Giant raised its hand and clenched its 5 fingers into a fist. Tens of thousands of air currents gathered, and it punched out once again. Boom, the heavens and the earth were like a huge drum, and the fist was like a huge hammer. The astonishing roar was deafening. Under the fist, the air was like water, stirring up countless ripples that spread out wildly. Each ripple contained an astonishing power, shattering the ground of the wilderness. The astonishing fist force passed through the layers of crazy ripples and fiercely blasted toward Qianzong, who was tens of meters away. Pressure, the extremely majestic pressure was like a mountain rushing toward Qianzong. That kind of pressure directly fell on his body, making him feel tight all over and crazily squeezed. All his muscles and bones were trembling. This punch appeared to be slow, and every movement could be clearly seen. However, the instant the punch was sent out, it was like a fiery meteor, and it was incomparably fast. The terrifying pressure made Qianzong unable to move for a moment. The astonishing speed made it impossible for Qianzong to dodge. The Huanjin speed sword broke through the air, and the Aurora sword explosion. In an instant, hundreds of swords gathered into a majestic sword light that tore the sky apart, brazenly thrusting toward the punch. Contact, collision. The majestic sword light collapsed upon contact. The punch was unstoppable, as if it could shatter everything between heaven and earth. It continued to blast toward Qianzong, making Qianzong's hair stand on end. Moreover, in the bent Huanjin speed sword, there was a powerful force that passed through the sword and blasted into Qianzong's palm, arm, and body. It was a very strange and powerful force. It was majestic and domineering, and there was also a coldness that could freeze everything. In that coldness, there was also a terrifying heat that seemed to be able to burn everything to ashes. Cold, blazing, majestic, domineering, this force had already surpassed Yuangang force. In terms of power, it was very close to Qianzong's void sword force. Even if it was still inferior, the difference was not big. This was also a new force that could be condensed under the celestial phenomenon. It was called minor star force. Fang Xingchen had practiced Yuangang force before, and the power of his Yuangang force was astonishing. This minor star force was also based on Yuangang force, integrated with the power of starlight, and finally formed a force that was much more powerful than Yuangang force. No matter what, this was one of the supreme inheritances of the Taiyuan Sky sect. It was definitely powerful. Qianzong's void sword force was cultivated through the mind change technique. However, it was only the first 3 stages of the mind change technique. Only the 4th stage would bring about a qualitative change. The minor star force was wreaking havoc in Qianzong's body, but Qianzong drove the void sword force and directly shattered it, and then expelled it out of his body without being affected. However, the power of that punch was still too strong, and Qianzong had to keep retreating to dissipate the impact. Unable to defeat Qianzong with one punch, the Starlight Giant threw out a second punch. As the second punch was thrown out, the void shook again, as if the sky was falling and the earth was splitting. This punch was even more powerful than before. The extremely terrifying pressure made the space around Qianzong freeze. That punch was like a meteorite, with the power to destroy the earth. Unable to dodge, Qianzong could only take it head-on. But he already knew that it was difficult to resist with Huanjin speed sword. He sheathed his sword. Holding the hilt of the longest sword on his back with both hands, he instantly pulled it out. As the Huanjin speed sword was unsheathed, a strong aura gushed out and rushed to the sky. Slash, an extremely heavy sword light cut through the air, as if it could split the sky and the earth. With the power to destroy mountains, it slashed at the punch. Boom, a loud sound shook the sky and the earth. The vast sound wave shattered the field, and cracks covered hundreds of meters like a spider web. The ground collapsed. Chenzong flew back again. Strong, the power of the Starlight Giant's fist was too tyrannical. It was as if there were hundreds of thousands of pounds of force that came crashing down in an instant. It was also accompanied by coldness, heat, and dominance. It was a crazy impact that could completely destroy a small mountain in one fell swoop. Boom. Boom, boom. The Starlight Giant seemed to have gotten used to it. It threw out punch after punch, and every punch shook the void and spread out countless shock waves, raging between heaven and earth. In the distance, everyone was shocked. The Starlight Giant's power was too terrifying. Even though there was a long distance between them, every punch still made them feel suffocated. Even Lin Bai, who was at the peak of the second extremity, was shocked. Was the gap between them really that big? Although they were unwilling to admit it, the truth was right in front of them. This kind of strength was definitely not an ordinary third extremity, but an extremely powerful one. On the ultimate martial heavenly sect's side, everyone was shocked. The ultimate martial heavenly sect's first core disciple couldn't help but clench his fists. At this moment, both Chenzong and Fang Xingchen were qualified for him to fight. This was completely unexpected. Originally, he only wanted to see if the so-called number 1 core disciple of the ultimate martial heavenly sect, Fang Xingchen, was qualified to fight with him. He didn't expect to see two of them. His blood boiled, and traces of battle intent spread out from his body, forming an extremely terrifying pressure that made the surrounding ultimate martial heavenly sect's disciples retreat. What a strong power! Chenzong could not help but smile bitterly. After Fang Xingchen performed the celestial heavenly avatar and condensed the Starlight Giant, he no longer performed the star-plucking hand. Instead, Fang Xingchen only sent out punches after punches. However, each of his punches contained an extremely terrifying power, suppressing others purely with brute force. Moreover, Fang Xingchen's control of his own strength had reached an extremely high level, not much inferior to Chenzong's. Under such precise control, Fang Xingchen was able to fully condense and display the Starlight Giant's terrifying power. There were no flaws that could be found. Chenzong blocked with one sword and retreated. The moment he retreated, another sword slashed at the Starlight Giant's body at an astonishing speed. However, it was completely blocked, unable to break through or cause any damage. Terrifying power, astonishing speed, unbreakable defense, this was an almost perfect opponent. For a moment, Chenzong felt helpless. Moreover, with every attack, the terrifying impact of the power would increase Chenzong's consumption. If this continued, Chenzong would be defeated after exhausting all his strength. How could he fight? Chenzong was thinking of a solution. As he continued to resist the Starlight Giant's attacks, he tried to think of a solution. The Starlight Giant didn't seem to know exhaustion. It continuously threw out punches and closed in on Chenzong. The entire field was almost shattered. Moreover, Chenzong was shocked to discover that every time the Starlight Giant punched out, there seemed to be a change. Although it was very subtle, the change was definite. The change was that the power of the Starlight Giant became more and more condensed, and the leakage of power became less and less, causing the power of the Starlight Giant to increase. Senior brother Feng will win for sure. That was close. There are too many changes. Even senior brother Feng was injured. I thought senior brother Feng would lose this time. Third update, small explosion, finally comprehending sword momentum, building up, monthly votes up, amazing, an esoteric disciple from Jinyuan Mountain said solemnly. Back then, I was at the pseudo-transcendent realm. I was far from them, another esoteric disciple said with a wry smile. He didn't know until he compared them, but now he knew the gap was so obvious. They are the real heaven's chosen ones. It's our Taiyuan heaven sect's fortune to have such heaven's chosen ones, and more than one. I remember that the other one is Feng Shigui's junior brother. With such a proud junior brother, I wonder how much pressure he'll be under, someone joked. One of them will carry Tian sect's fortune and embark on the path of invincibility, but I wonder if he'll become invincible in the end. He failed last time. This time, I hope he can succeed. Our Tian sect's momentum will be stronger and our fortune will be stronger. The discussion among the esoteric disciples gradually quieted down. The fierce battle continued. Chenzong could only retreat again and again. With each impact, Chenzong felt his sword tremble violently, his palm gradually go numb, and his arm gradually lose strength. He had never experienced this even when he was weak. What should I do? Chenzong's mind was spinning rapidly, almost overloaded, but he couldn't find a way. Tyrannical power, amazing speed, and super defense. This was a near-perfect enemy. Such a strong enemy could only be defeated with tyrannical power and momentum in one fell swoop to secure victory. But with his own strength, even if he did everything he could, it would be difficult to defeat him. With a thought, Chenzong decided to cut off all means of retreat. If he could succeed, he would succeed. If he couldn't, it was not unacceptable. As long as he fought with all his strength, he would have no regrets. Chenzong sheathed his two swords and pulled out the true sword momentum. This sword was rarely used. Its power could be said to be the weakest or the strongest. The key was the momentum. If the momentum was strong, the sword would be strong. If the momentum was weak, the sword would be weak. There was a big difference between the strong and the weak. Fusing the true meaning of the sword force, then fusing in the half-step sword force, it was an extremely powerful sword. The sword slashed down. With the true meaning of the sword force as the main force and the half-step sword force as the support, the void sword force poured into it, creating this tyrannical sword. The sword slashed down, shaking the void. It was majestic and incomparable. In the night sky, under the dim stars, there seemed to be an incomparably huge illusory sword shadow slicing through the air. Boom, an even louder roar shook the heavens and the earth, and the huge illusory sword shadow was instantly shattered. Chenzong retreated once again, and although the starlight giant did not retreat, its advancing figure also paused slightly. Chenzong's eyes lit up. The sword seemed to be effective. Another sword slashed down. True momentum sword, the huge illusory sword shadow appeared in the sky once again. Then, it slashed down fiercely, as if it was going to split the sky and split the earth. Sword after sword, it was as if there was no end to it. Fist after fist, there was no end to it. Collision, 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 collision after collision, Fang Xingqian's control of the Starlight Giant's tyrannical power became more precise. The power of each punch was reduced, but the power was also stronger. On the other hand, Chenzong's mind was gradually cleared of distractions. With each sword slash, the power became more condensed. Collision after collision, retreat after retreat, and collision after collision. Heaven and earth turned upside down, the entire field was shattered by the terrifying aftershocks, causing everyone's eyelids to tremble and their hearts to palpitate. With such prowess, if they were to be affected by the aftershocks, even if they did not die, they would end up with serious injuries. Was this a battle between the strongest of the third level? Fang Xingqian performed the celestial heavenly avatar. The Starlight Giant was already so powerful, but Chenzong was still able to go against it, clashing with it time and time again. From this, one could see how terrifying Chenzong was. This was something no one had expected. Dark Horse. Chenzong was the biggest dark horse. At this moment, Mountain Lord Mingguang's heart felt as if there were a myriad of ants gnawing on it. The regret he felt was indescribable. If he had noticed Chenzong back then and taken him in as his disciple, then the glory now would have belonged to Mountain Lord Mingguang, to him. Even though Chenzong was unable to defeat Fang Xingqian in the end, it was still shocking. This was a true genius, someone who was qualified to embark on the path of an unrivaled grandmaster. It was a pity that everything was due to the stupidity of Zhou Shaoqi and the others, causing Chenzong to become someone else's disciple. Moreover, it was the disciple of Mountain Lord Mingguang's archenemy, the Mountain Lord Mingguang. It was even harder to accept. My sword presses forward with indomitable will, my sword cleaves through all obstacles, my sword is fearless. As Fang Xingqian slashed out sword after sword, hints of comprehension gradually surged into his heart. A sword practitioner's body contains the sword, and his heart is devoted to the sword. Fang Xingqian slashed out again, bringing with it an astonishing power. The rumbling sounds were terrifying, and it was as if an increasingly large illusory sword shadow had condensed and slashed down fiercely. The sword shadow shattered, and Chenzong retreated continuously under the extremely strong recoil. As he dissipated the impact of the astonishing power, more and more comprehension surged into his mind. These comprehensions were accumulated through his cultivation and comprehension over and over again. Slowly, a quantitative change led to a qualitative change, and a thick accumulation was born out of thin air. Once it was released, there was no stopping it. Suddenly, the starlight giant paused, and the fist it had punched out suddenly turned into a palm. Then, it bent its 5 fingers, and the dim stars suddenly lit up. Waves of starlight sprinkled down, condensing into a huge hand that was more than 10 times larger. Star-plucking hand. Previously, Qianzong had already experienced Fangxingchen's star-plucking hand and knew that there were a few variations to it. According to the classification, there were the basic forms of the star-plucking hand, which was the foundation. After that, there were powerful moves such as the star-plucking hand, chaotic star crossing, and heavenly stars chain. Right now, the starlight giant was performing the basic forms of the star-plucking hand. Even though it was just a basic form, its power was still more powerful than a simple punch. This also meant that Fangxingchen was gradually mastering the power of the starlight giant. For a powerful legacy like the star-plucking hand, the stronger the foundation, the more powerful the power it could unleash. The star-plucking hand performed by the starlight giant's body was several times more powerful than when Fangxingchen's body was performing it. With one hand grabbing out, the huge hand condensed from starlight also grabbed out. The extremely terrifying power made Qianzong feel suffocated. It felt as if the entire world was being suppressed, causing Qianzong to have the thought of becoming enemies with the world. How could a human go against the heavens? For a moment, Qianzong felt that he was no match for the power. Suddenly, he felt dispirited, powerless, and depressed. The giant hand suddenly grabbed at Qianzong as if it was trying to grab a little chick. The giant hand was too fast, and its strength was too tyrannical. The friction with the air caused countless sparks to burst out, and the blazing smoke surged like torrents. Qianzong seemed to have given up resisting and allowed the huge hand to approach him. Compared to the huge hand, he seemed so weak and small. Suddenly, Qianzong's body trembled involuntarily. His dark eyes shone with an extremely intense light, as if he had been sharpening his sword for 10 years and was testing its sharpness today. When you practice the sword, you should be fearless. Every word was like the sound of heaven, as if it resounded through the world. However, it also seemed to only resound in Qianzong's mind. The suppressive power made Qianzong suddenly see the light. If there is a sword, there must be a method. If there is a method, there must be a force. The method is from heaven and earth. Qianzong's eyes became brighter and brighter like the brightest stars, illuminating the night sky. Around him, traces of an inexplicable aura spread out. Qianzong's figure seemed to be dissipating. Slowly, it merged into the surroundings, into the void, into the earth, and into the sky. It was like a drop of water falling into a lake or into the sea. Many people were shocked to find that the Qianzong in front of them seemed to have disappeared. They could clearly see a person standing there, but it was like a phantom. They couldn't sense his aura. The extreme Yuan heavenly sect's upper echelons were shocked and stood up abruptly. Momentum of heaven and earth. The heavenly profound realm master of the extreme martial heavenly sect's hands couldn't help but tremble. His eyes shone with incomparable shock, and his tone was filled with uncontrollable shock. Hearing the words of the heavenly profound realm master of the extreme martial heavenly sect, the core disciples were first stunned, then horrified. Momentum of heaven and earth, they had heard these words before, but it was a power that belonged to the transcendent realm. It was almost impossible for anyone below the transcendent realm to grasp it. The eyelids of the extreme martial heavenly sect's eldest core disciple twitched. The shock in his heart was completely revealed on his face. The Blue Feather Mountain Lord was shocked. He slowly sat down and opened his mouth, but no words came out. Momentum of heaven and earth, Qianzong was a sword cultivator. What he grasped was the momentum of swords. Even among the extreme mortal realm sword cultivators, there were very few who could grasp the momentum of swords. Every one of them could become a sword king. From this point, it was certain that Qianzong would at least be a sword king in the future. Sword king was one of the martial Dao kings. One could not be called a king just because one's cultivation had reached a certain level. There were many harsh conditions. Even in a top force like the extreme Yuan heavenly sect, there were less than 10 people who could be called a king. The momentum of swords, he had grasped the half-step sword force for a long time. He had been accumulating and comprehending it, but he had been unable to break through. Today, when he fought with Fang Xingchen and felt the impact of the momentum of heaven and earth under the Starlight Giant's astonishing power, he finally understood. The momentum of swords, it was as if he had merged with heaven and earth. It was as if he had become one with heaven and earth. With a single thought, he seemed to be able to mobilize the power of heaven and earth. Of course, he was not truly mobilizing the power of heaven and earth. Otherwise, even a profound heaven realm expert might not be his opponent. This kind of mobilization was just a kind of momentum. But it was enough. Following that, the momentum of swords was raised. The invisible momentum of heaven and earth surged and condensed on the sword. Momentum of swords, faintly, there seemed to be a roar from heaven and earth. The night faded and turned into day. The dim starlight also quieted down. The huge star-picking hand paused, as if it was frozen in mid-air. The Starlight Giant also paused, as if it was imprisoned on the ground. In the blink of an eye, Chenzong slashed out with his sword. There was no huge illusory sword shadow. There was only a seemingly ordinary sword light. It was a sword that had returned to its original state. It was a sword that contained the momentum of swords. It was a sword that incorporated Chenzong's strongest belief. Thank you to the Lonely Observer for your 5,000 traversal coins tip. Thank you to all the seniors and juniors who tipped and voted. I had a small outburst yesterday and was planning to continue today. However, Dominator of 6 Realms drank last night and got drunk. He has been lying like a corpse for almost a day and has a splitting headache. Also, the plot will enter the next climax tomorrow. Break, 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 the sword aura was unparalleled, breaking through all forces in the world. No matter how strong you are, how fast you are, or how hard you are to break through your defense, I'll slash through you with my sword. The giant starlight hand was cut by the sword and immediately collapsed. The sword's power was endless, and it landed directly on the starlight giant's body. The incomparably tyrannical starlight giant's body trembled, and a series of ripples spread out from the sword to the left and right. The ripples spread rapidly on the surface of the starlight giant's body, and converged at the position facing the sword, forming a sword mark. There was a soft pop sound, but it reverberated through the world in that instant. Its body was torn apart and a large amount of starlight shot out from the sword scar on its back. Its 5-meter-tall body trembled uncontrollably and shrank rapidly. Not long after, all the starlight gushed out and the starlight giant dissipated, revealing Fang Xingchen's body. His face was pale and his eyes were filled with fatigue. Displaying the celestial phenomenon and driving the starlight giant took a huge toll on Fang Xingchen's body. Fang Xingchen had thought that this move would be enough to defeat Chenzong. He had not expected that at the last moment, Chenzong would achieve a breakthrough and become even stronger, thus defeating him in a single move. In fact, although Chenzong's last sword attack was very powerful, it was also because Fang Xingchen had been attacking continuously and had depleted too much of his energy. Otherwise, when the Starlight Giant had just condensed, Chenzong's sword attack would not have been able to defeat him. No matter what, a defeat was a defeat. There was no excuse for it. Fang Xingchen looked at Chenzong, his eyes filled with reluctance and admiration. Eventually, he said, "You've won." There was dead silence. No one could say a word. Subversion, this was a complete subversion and an indescribable shock. Fang Xingchen, who was recognized as the number 1, had been defeated. The biggest winner had become Chenzong. Sect Grand Competition, first place among the core disciples. Thank you, senior brother Feng. Chenzong cupped his fists. If it was not for the fact that Fang Xingchen had performed the celestial heavenly phase to condense the Starlight Giant, if it was not for the fact that Fang Xingchen had given him sufficient pressure, if it was not for the fact that Fang Xingchen's star-plucking hand, basic technique had brought along a portion of the world's prowess, Fang Xingchen would not have been able to comprehend and break through his shackles, grasping the true prowess of the sword. It could be said to be a coincidence, but it could also be said to be a matter of course. However, no matter what, it was all because of Fang Xingchen that he had been able to shorten the time required for him to comprehend the sword force. I hereby announce the end of the sect competition. The champion of the core disciples is Chenzong. Elder Yuanda spoke. His tone was filled with the agitation in his heart, and his pitch had unknowingly increased by a lot. The disciples of Green Feather Mountain were the first to burst into cheers of ecstasy. Waves of cheers swept out like a tide, causing the disciples of the other mountains to also burst into cheers. In the end, even the disciples of Mingguang Mountain were affected. Only a small number of core disciples had gloomy expressions. It's amazing. An esoteric disciple smiled bitterly and shook his head. It's amazing. Until now, I haven't even grasped half a step of saber force. The esoteric disciples were all bitter. In terms of talent, they were not bad. In fact, they were even better than tens of thousands of cultivators. They were worthy of being called geniuses. However, compared to Fang Xingchen, there was still a gap. Compared to Chen Zong, who had comprehended the sword force, the gap was even more obvious. From what I know, even he hasn't grasped the heaven and earth force. On the other side, the Green Feather Mountain's master was grinning from ear to ear. His smug look made the Mingguang Mountain's master want to punch his face flat. Mingguang, you should have handed over the myrtle gown, right? The Green Feather Mountain's master laughed and suddenly looked toward the Mingguang Mountain's master. Green Feather, you're the one who lost, not me. Hand over the mystic tortoise shield. The Mingguang Mountain's master suddenly smiled and said something that stunned everyone. Oh, then tell me. Why am I the one who lost? The Green Feather Mountain's master was both angry and amused. Our bet was that Chen Zong would get second place. If Chen Zong got second place, it would be my loss. If Chen Zong didn't get second place, it would be my win. The Mingguang Mountain's master squinted his eyes slightly. A strange smile hung on his lips as he mocked. Now, Chen Zong didn't get second place. I'm the one who won. Hearing this, everyone revealed a strange expression. They didn't know whether to laugh or cry. If they really wanted to argue about it, what the Mingguang Mountain's master said did make some sense. However, with their status, it was a little inappropriate for them to be so calculative about it. However, since the Mingguang Mountain's master didn't mind, the others probably wouldn't say anything either. Mingguang, you're really thick-skinned. The Rainbow Mountain's master, who had a good relationship with the Green Feather Mountain's master, couldn't help but mock him. However, the Mingguang Mountain's master didn't seem to have heard him and didn't care at all. Green Feather, you don't want to admit it, right? The Mingguang Mountain's master stared at the Green Feather Mountain's master and spoke again with a hint of mockery on his lips. It's just a mystic tortoise shield. It's nothing to me. Take it. The Green Feather Mountain's master was enraged. He immediately threw out the mystic tortoise shield. It whistled through the air like a meteor and blasted toward the Mingguang Mountain's master. It was impossible for him not to be enraged. Mingguang, you've changed my opinion of you. The Green Feather Mountain's master's anger came quickly, but it also calmed down quickly. He spoke calmly with a hint of contempt in his eyes. Even if I lost this bet, I'm happy to lose. How can a mere second place be compared to the first place? I really can't understand. How can the Mingguang Mountain expel a genius like Chen Zong? I really don't know how high the threshold of the Mingguang Mountain's master is. Hearing this, the corners of the Mingguang Mountain's master's eyes twitched. His face turned pale, and his eyes emitted a terrifying cold light. He stared at the Green Feather Mountain's master as if he wanted to tear him apart. After seeing Chen Zong's ability, the regret in the Mingguang Mountain's master's heart was indescribable. If Chen Zong hadn't been expelled and was still the Mingguang Mountain's master's disciple, then the glory of Chen Zong winning the first place would belong to the Mingguang Mountain and not the Green Feather Mountain. The reason why the Mingguang Mountain's master wanted to bicker with the Green Feather Mountain's master was not because he couldn't bear to part with the myrtle robe. It was just a low-grade spiritual weapon. With his strength and status, it was nothing. Even if it was a middle-grade spiritual weapon, it was nothing. The problem was that he wanted to fight for his dignity and reputation. That was why he was so calculative. However, he didn't expect the Green Feather Mountain's master to throw the mystic tortoise shield at him and say something that made him very unhappy. It was like an invisible sword that ruthlessly stabbed into his heart. At that moment, the Mingguang Mountain's master felt that the mystic tortoise shield was burning hot. Humph. With a cold snort, the Mingguang Mountain's master stood up and left without looking back. In the blink of an eye, he disappeared before everyone's eyes. he didn't have the face to continue staying here. The Mingguang Mountain's master was the master of a mountain. In terms of status, he wasn't inferior to anyone else. In fact, he wasn't inferior to the sect master. He could leave, but the elders of the Mingguang Mountain couldn't. They felt extremely awkward, but they could only brace themselves and endure. Damned green feather, damned Xianxia. Along the way, the Mingguang Mountain's master shattered the mystic tortoise shield and returned to the Mingguang Mountain with a heart full of anger. After the Mingguang Mountain's master left, the others didn't say anything else. After all, they were all people of status. There was no need for them to gossip about others behind their backs. Alright, the sect grand competition has ended. Next, it's time to give out the rewards to the top 10 disciples. The Taiyuan Heaven sect master had an indifferent expression as he spoke unhurriedly. At that moment, he didn't feel good at all. This was because, in his opinion, and in the eyes of many, the first place belonged to Fang Xingchen. Who would have thought that in the end, Fang Xingchen would still be defeated even after giving it his all? However, he was still the sect master of a sect. He had to show some grace. The first place of the core disciples, Xianxia, received 1 million sect merit points as well as 10 bottles of Flood Dragon Bone Divine Origin pills. Unfortunately, although the Flood Dragon Bone Divine Origin pills were good, they were of no use to Xianxia. Therefore, Xianxia directly exchanged them for sect merit points. As a result, the sect merit points increased by a whopping 200,000, reaching a total of 1,200,000. Adding in the 70,000 that Xianxia still had left, he now had 1,200,000. 1,200,000 sect merit points was undoubtedly a huge sum. After the sect grand competition ended, the crowd left the minor origin realm one after another. It couldn't be helped. It was simply too exciting. Especially the battle between Xianxia and Fang Xingchen at the end. It was brilliant beyond compare and left a lasting aftertaste. The people of the Empyrean martial sect also left. Xianxia, I will fight you again in the future. Standing on the enormous Empyrean martial flying ship, the eldest core disciple, by Prism Jing, muttered to himself as he gazed in the direction of Dark Feather Mountain with his hands behind his back. His original goal was to fight Fang Xingchen, who had inherited the sect's fortune. After all, he had already defeated all the core disciples of the Empyrean martial sect and represented the Empyrean martial sect on the path of invincibility. And the Empyrean martial sect was his first stop. It was not out of his expectations that Fang Xingchen had such strength. However, Xianxia was truly out of his expectations. The momentum of the sword, by Prism Jing knew that he would not be able to defeat Xianxia, and might even be defeated by Xianxia. The path of invincibility only allowed victory, not defeat. If he lost a match, he would truly be defeated, and his path to invincibility would be cut off. Without confidence, Bai Prism Jing would not easily challenge Xianxia. And the battle between Xianxia and Fang Xingchen had also benefited Bai Prism Jing. He was prepared to go into seclusion for a period of time to further strengthen himself. Junior brother, you are too amazing. Yu Jingxiao was extremely excited, as if he was the one who had won first place. His happiness was certain. Firstly, he was the one who had brought Xianxia to Dark Feather Mountain, and he had even used his authority as a core disciple. This proved that his judgment was outstanding. Secondly, his relationship with Xianxia was very good. Thirdly, Xianxia and himself were both core disciples of Dark Feather Mountain. Putting all these together, Xianxia's victory over Fang Xingchen made Yu Jingxiao feel proud. Not only did Yu Jingxiao feel this way, but all the disciples of Dark Feather Mountain also felt this way. This was because the one who had won first place was Xianxia, and Xianxia was a core disciple of Dark Feather Mountain, and the disciple of the Lord of Dark Feather Mountain. This was a glory that belonged to Dark Feather Mountain, and also to every disciple of Dark Feather Mountain. This night was destined to be a night of revelry, a night of sleepless nights. Zhou Shaoqi and the other core disciples of MT Mingguang were expelled from MT Mingguang and the Taiyuan continent, never to be recruited again. When Xianxia heard the news, he was stunned at first, but then he smiled and didn't take it seriously. Xianxia didn't put Zhou Shaoqi and the others in his eyes. Xianxia didn't care what happened to them in the end. With 1.27 million sect merit points, Chenzong had no other use for them except to enter the Enlightenment realm and martial practice realm. He could keep them and use them when he broke through to the Transcendent realm to exchange for things useful to the extreme mortal realm. Time flew by. In the blink of an eye, it was a month after the sect tournament. During this month, Chenzong didn't relax. He continued to cultivate and improve himself as much as possible. Chenzong gained a lot from the battle with Fangxingchen. Not only did he master the sword force, but he also gained a lot of experience and accumulation. Therefore, Chenzong didn't enter the Enlightenment realm or martial practice realm again. Instead, he went into seclusion to absorb and digest the gains from the battle. The power of the sword was extremely mysterious and unfathomable. Even though Chenzong had already grasped it, it was extremely difficult for him to take another step forward. He felt as if his strength was insufficient. After all, the sword force belonged to the Transcendent realm, and Chenzong was only at the pseudo-transcendent realm. Comprehending and mastering the sword force at the pseudo-transcendent realm was already very shocking. It was even more difficult for him to go any further. Chenzong knew that it was difficult. Although he didn't stop, he also knew that he shouldn't spend too much time on it, because it was destined that it would be difficult for him to go any further in a short time. It was better to lay a good foundation and leave it for when he broke through to the extreme mortal realm in the future. Today, Chenzong came out of seclusion and was summoned by his master, the Lord of Mt Blue Feather. In the Blue Feather Hall, the Lord of Mt Blue Feather's eyes narrowed, as if he could see through Chenzong. You must have gained a lot from this seclusion. The Lord of Mt Blue Feather smiled. Yes, Master. Chenzong replied respectfully. This closed-door cultivation could not be said to have increased his strength. It was just that he had accumulated a little more. You really surprised me. The Green Feather Mountain's Mountain Lord suddenly sighed and laughed. But this is good. There will be a day when our Green Feather Mountain's Mountain Lord becomes the #1 core disciple. Ha 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 ha. You being able to grasp the grand momentum of the sword even exceeded my expectations. This proves that you possess talent in the Tao of the sword that others cannot compare to. The Green Feather Mountain's Mountain Lord spoke again. However, do you know that there are differences in the power of swords? Master, please enlighten me, Chenzong said respectfully. Ancient experts divided the power of heaven and earth into 9 levels. The sword momentum that you've grasped now is the first level. It's very difficult to increase the power of heaven and earth. The difference between each level is also very big. Has Master mastered the force of heaven and earth? Chenzong asked on a whim. It's difficult, the Green Feather Mountain's Mountain Lord said, but did not say which level he had grasped. The force of heaven and earth is divided into 9 levels. The first 3 levels correspond to the extreme mortal realm, the middle 3 levels correspond to the earth spirit realm, and the last 3 levels correspond to the profound sky realm. However, there are also talented individuals who can grasp it earlier. As the Green Feather Mountain's Mountain Lord spoke, he looked at Chenzong again. For example, you have already comprehended the force of heaven and earth before entering the transcendental realm. Chenzong could not help but nod. It was indeed very difficult to comprehend the force of heaven and earth. The reason why I called you here today is because of something important. The Green Feather Mountain's Mountain Lord changed the topic with a solemn expression. That day, I had high hopes for you. I hoped that you would be able to reach the 3rd level and step onto the path of invincibility. Unfortunately, Fangxingchen had already broken through and reached the 3rd level. With his outstanding talent, the sect had already placed high hopes on him. However, no one expected that Fangxingchen would be defeated by you. When the Green Feather Mountain's Mountain Lord said this, he still had a strange feeling. It was as if the battle that day was just yesterday. Chenzong listened quietly. The path of invincibility is not something that can be stepped onto just because one wants to. One needs to bear the fate of the entire sect before they can be considered to have stepped onto the true path of invincibility. Otherwise, it can only be considered as a form of training for oneself. Here, Chenzong had a clearer understanding of the so-called path of invincibility. Previously, Chenzong had thought that the path of invincibility was something that he could do as long as he wanted to. However, he did not expect that there was such a profound mystery behind it. The fate of the sect. Previously, when Qing Chen had told him about the path of invincibility, he had not gone into detail. Perhaps it was a secret that could not be revealed, or perhaps he was not clear about it. Initially, the sect's decision was to let Fang Xingchen step onto the path of invincibility. The Green Feather Mountain's mountain lord paused. However, ever since you defeated Fang Xingchen and became a core disciple of the sect, we thought that you should replace Fang Xingchen and step onto the path of invincibility. However, by bearing the fate of the sect and stepping onto the path of invincibility, regardless of whether you can defeat others in the end and become an invincible grandmaster, you will be able to obtain great benefits. When you break through to the extreme mortal stage in the future, you will be able to improve by leaps and bounds within a period of time, catching up with others. Therefore, within this month, the upper echelons of the sect were divided into two factions. One faction supported Fang Xingchen to step onto the path of invincibility, while the other supported you to step onto the path of invincibility. The Green Feather Mountain's mountain lord said seriously, the divine light in his eyes like a whirlpool. The two factions were evenly matched, and it was difficult to decide who would be the winner. In the end, Emperor Gu Yuan was alerted, and he made the decision. Emperor Gu Yuan and Emperor Han Yuan are the only two emperors left in the sect. They have lived for more than 1,000 years, and it is said that they have experienced a life-and-death battle with the ancient demon palace 1,000 years ago. The Green Feather Mountain Lord said slowly, however, Emperor Gu Yuan and Emperor Han Yuan have different personalities. Emperor Han Yuan is more gentle and doesn't like to be calculated with others. It is rare for him to get angry, and if he does, it will be a big matter. Emperor Gu Yuan is arrogant and would attack at the slightest disagreement. Now that he is cultivating his body and mind, he rarely appears. However, it is said that Emperor Gu Yuan's personality hasn't changed much. However, I think that he won't make things difficult for the two of you. However, remember not to speak carelessly. The Green Feather Mountain Lord still reminded them. Now, it was up to Emperor Gu Yuan, one of the two emperors of the sect, to decide on the person who would bear the fate of the sect. It was very important to see who would be able to step onto the path of invincibility between Qianzong and Fang Xingchen. Listening to the Green Feather Mountain Lord's words, Qianzong couldn't help but feel a little nervous. After all, he was only a pseudo-transcendental realm cultivator, while Emperor Gu Yuan was one of the two emperors of the Taiyuan Heaven sect. He was the strongest person standing at the peak of the Taiyuan Heaven sect. King, Emperor, not every transcendent could reach the 3 levels of the transcendent realm. There were only a small number of them. As for Emperor powerhouses, they were the strongest among the transcendent realm. They were supreme. The Emperor powerhouses of the sect could even decide the life and death of countless people with a single word. The place where Emperor Gu Yuan and Emperor Han Yuan cultivated was in the palace at the top of Xinyuan Mountain. Xinyuan Mountain was the highest mountain among the 7 mountains. Usually, no one was allowed to climb to the top of the mountain. Under the lead of the Green Feather Mountain Lord, Qianzong came to the top of the mountain and stood in front of a simple and angular hall. The hall was filled with an ancient aura, as if it had existed for a long time. The plaque on the front was engraved with 2 ancient words, Gu Yuan. At this moment, Fang Xingchen also arrived in front of the hall under the lead of the sect master. Qianzong naturally had to pay his respects to the sect master. He also exchanged greetings with Fang Xingchen. Martial Uncle Gu Yuan, they are here. The sect master stood outside the hall and said. Although the sect master and the Green Feather Mountain Lord were also profound Heaven's Realm cultivators, there was a huge gap between them and the 2 emperors. Moreover, their seniority was indeed 1 generation lower. Come in. A voice rang out. It sounded sharp and domineering. The door of the ancient Yuan palace opened. Qianzong and Fang Xingchen took a deep breath at the same time and walked in. The Green Feather Mountain Lord and the sect master did not move. They stood outside and waited. They took a step forward and walked towards the open door. It was pitch black inside, as if there was an ancient beast hiding inside. It made one's hair stand on end. Even with Qianzong and Fang Xingchen's mental fortitude, they also felt a chill surging through their bodies. It was as if it was trying to awaken the deepest fear in their hearts. Their raised feet stopped in midair, trembling uncontrollably. Their expressions kept changing. Suddenly, they took a step forward together with incomparable firmness. Their figures also disappeared into the darkness, as if they were being devoured. There was no sound, and all that could be seen was darkness. The darkness was deep and cold. Chenzong was even more shocked to find that his strength had disappeared. He could not feel it at all. Even his powerful physique had also disappeared. It was as if he had become an ordinary person. What's going on? Chenzong frowned slightly and immediately calmed down. Because panic would only spoil things. Only by calming down could he handle the matter well. It was just an instant. All my strength disappeared. The more Chenzong thought about it, the stranger he felt. He did not feel anything at all. How could his strength disappear into thin air? Unbelievable. Either it was too much beyond his level and he could not understand it at all. Or it was another situation, an illusion. Chenzong believed it was the latter. Illusion, only an illusion could make people fall for it unknowingly. If not for Chenzong's vigilance, he would not have realized that something was wrong. This was also thanks to Chenzong's strong mental strength. Once he understood, Chenzong stood where he was and did not continue to move forward. Since it was an illusion, it would be useless to continue moving forward. The only way was to see through the illusion. Fang Xingchen's choice was different from Chenzong's. He did not stop in his footsteps. Slowly, he also felt that something was amiss and understood that this was an illusion. However, the method he chose was different from Chenzong's. One was moving, one was still, each looking for their own way. The darkness was endless and there was no sound at all. If one stayed here for too long, it was enough to drive one crazy. However, after Chenzong thought that it was an illusion, he was mentally prepared. Naturally, he would not be affected so easily. Instead, he became even more determined. He closed his eyes and sensed carefully, trying to see through this illusion. Fang Xingchen's eyes shone like dazzling stars. Even though he could not feel the strength in his body, he did not panic. He continued to move forward, as if he wanted to walk to the end of the darkness, to the end of the world, to walk out of this illusion, to break through this illusion. It's starting to explode today. How many chapters do you think? Outside the ancient Yuan Hall, the Lord of Blue Feather Mountain and the sect master of Taiyuan sect each stood in a corner. They didn't talk much. Blue Feather, everything I do is for the prosperity of the sect. Suddenly, the sect master of Taiyuan sect broke the silence. What he meant was that choosing Fang Xingchen to inherit the fate of the sect and embark on the path of invincibility was for the sake of the Taiyuan Sky sect. Of course, there was also some personal selfishness. It was normal. I know, but I think Chenzong is the best choice. The Lord of Blue Feather Mountain didn't show any signs of anger. He expressed his opinion calmly and firmly. That's right. The Lord of Blue Feather Mountain and the sect master of Taiyuan sect each had their own opinions on who would inherit the fate of the sect and embark on the path of invincibility. They belonged to two different factions. One supported Chenzong while the other supported Fang Xingchen. The faction that supported Fang Xingchen was none other than the Jinyuan Mountain and the Mingguang Mountain that couldn't bear to see Blue Feather Mountain doing well. In addition, there was also the Extreme Sun Mountain that had a good relationship with the Mingguang Mountain. As for the other four mountains, they supported Chenzong. Among the Taiyuan 7 mountains, Jinyuan Mountain was the most powerful. Therefore, 4 against 3 was a tie. In order to decide who would inherit the fate of the sect, the two factions had many arguments and even disputes in this month. They were almost on the verge of fighting. But everyone knew that once they fought, things would become serious. Therefore, they could only leave it to the people who could make the decision. In the Taiyuan Sky sect, who had the right to make the decision, without a doubt, it was the two emperors. Coincidentally, Emperor Guyuan came out of seclusion and left it to him to make the decision. The Lord of Blue Feather Mountain and the sect master of Taiyuan sect didn't speak anymore. They were waiting for the result. The air was cold. Time flew. In the blink of an eye, half a day had passed. Two figures walked out of the ancient Yuan Hall one after another. Their expressions were normal and there was no sadness or joy. They were Chenzong and Fang Xingchen. Immediately, the expressions of the Lord of Blue Feather Mountain and the sect master of Taiyuan sect changed. The Lord of Blue Feather Mountain's expression darkened. He left with Chenzong without looking back. The sect master of Taiyuan sect was smiling. Disciple, what did Emperor Guyuan say? On the way, the Dark Feather Mountain Master asked in a deep voice. Chenzong told him what had happened after he entered. In fact, when Chenzong broke through the illusion, he walked out and didn't see Emperor Guyuan at all. Chenzong himself was baffled by the whole process. Master, has Emperor Guyuan chosen senior brother Feng? Chenzong couldn't help but ask. The Green Feather Mountain Lord nodded, his face filled with anger. Chenzong had defeated Feng Xingchen and had even comprehended and grasped the great sword force. Such a genius was the best candidate to inherit the fate of the sect and step onto the path of invincibility. However, in the end, Emperor Guyuan had chosen Feng Xingchen. This caused the Blue Feather Mountain's Mountain Lord to feel very indignant. However, Emperor Guyuandi's choice was also the final decision of the two factions. Since Emperor Guyuandi had chosen Feng Xingchen, the Dark Feather Mountain's Mountain Lord would not go against the agreement and cause a ruckus. It was inevitable that he would feel displeased. Chenzong also felt displeased. He had clearly defeated Feng Xingchen with his own strength and became the #1 core disciple. However, he couldn't inherit the fate of the sect and step onto the path of invincibility. If it were anyone else, they would feel uncomfortable. Since Chenzong knew about the path of invincibility, he had made up his mind that one day, he would take this path. However, he didn't expect that there would be a path to inherit the fate of the sect. So what if he was displeased? He couldn't change this decision. Cultivate well. Since there's no hope for you to walk the path of invincibility, you should further strengthen your foundation and break through to the extreme mortal realm. The Blue Feather Mountain's Mountain Lord spoke with some consolation. I expect that with your foundation and talent, you won't lose to Feng Xingchen even in the transcendent realm. Yes, Master. Chenzong also exhaled. There were some things that couldn't be changed by human strength. Unless he could make the final decision, just like Emperor Guyuan. However, if he had the status and strength of Emperor Guyuan, he wouldn't have to fight for these things. Sometimes, it was just that contradictory. However, no matter what, only with enough strength could one have enough authority to speak. Since ancient times, no matter where it was, this was the eternal truth. Forget it. Since things had come to this point, he could only accept it. Chenzong quickly adjusted and made a new cultivation plan for himself. He would first go to the enlightenment realm and comprehend more minor true meanings until he reached the limit of what he could bear. Then, he would enter the martial arts realm and completely master all the minor true meanings. After that, he could break through to the transcendent realm and truly embark on the path of the strong. After returning to Blue Feather Mountain, what happened next would have nothing to do with him. He would cultivate wholeheartedly. Soon, the matter of who inherited the fate of the sect and stepped onto the path of invincibility was known to everyone. Why isn't it Senior Brother Chen? Yeah, Senior Brother Chen defeated Feng Xingchen. He deserves to be the #1 core disciple. He should be the one to inherit the fate of the sect. What the hell happened? There must be a conspiracy. There must be a conspiracy. Many disciples who supported Chenzong were filled with righteous indignation. Most of these disciples were from ordinary backgrounds. What conspiracy? Chenzong defeated Senior Brother Feng only temporarily. It doesn't mean that Senior Brother Feng's strength is inferior to Chenzong. Moreover, in terms of bloodline, Senior Brother Feng is nobler and more orthodox than Chenzong. He is the most suitable person to inherit the fate of the sect. This was the opinion of another disciple from a better background. In fact, it could also be seen that the conflict between Chenzong and Feng Xingchen had the shadow of a factional conflict. One faction was considered as a wealthy family, while the other faction was considered as an ordinary small family with ordinary backgrounds. Who dares to say that there is a conspiracy? This is the decision made by one of the twin emperors of our Taiyuan heavenly sect, Emperor Guyuan. In a word, the argument between the disciples ended. Who could refute, who dared to refute? Although there were still many people who protested for Chenzong, it was to no avail. Like a splash of water, they gradually quieted down and returned to their usual calm. In the realm of enlightenment, Chenzong was wholeheartedly comprehending the lesser true intent. Currently, Chenzong had comprehended over 10 types of minor true intents. The true intent of sword had 5 minor true intents, the true intent of water had 4 minor true intents, and the true intent of fire had 4 minor true intents. Currently, Chenzong was comprehending one of the 4 minor true intents of wind. The true intent of swift wind. In the realm of enlightenment, there were too many lesser true intents aura waves. These were left behind by generations of cultivators who had entered to comprehend the lesser true intents. For example, Chenzong would also leave behind aura waves when he comprehended the lesser true intents here, making it convenient for future generations to comprehend. However, Chenzong realized that the comprehension of the true intent of swift wind was much more difficult than the comprehension of the lesser true intents of water and lesser true intents of fire. This didn't mean that the true intent of wind was more profound and mystical than the true intents of water or fire. It was because Chenzong had already comprehended more than 10 lesser true intents. Everyone had their own limits, no matter what kind of power it was. The stronger the mental power, the more lesser true intents one could withstand. Most of the 9-star Grandmaster level experts could only withstand 3 to 5 lesser true intents. For example, the Grandmaster level experts that Chenzong encountered on Chaotian Island, the Conqueror Martial Grandmaster only grasped 4 lesser true intents. Perhaps he could grasp more, but he could only grasp 5 lesser true intents. As for the Mystic Sword Grandmaster, he could only grasp 6 lesser true intents at most. Those who could grasp 10 or more lesser true intents were even rarer. Every single one of them was a genius among geniuses. They were either born with powerful mental power or acquired through fortuitous encounters. People like Fang Xingchen and Chenzong, who grasped 13 lesser true intents, were even rarer. It was hard to find more than a handful of disciples in the entire Taiyuan Heaven sect. The more lesser true intents one grasped, the greater the burden on one's mental power. Even if one hadn't reached the limit, the difficulty of grasping another lesser true intents would undoubtedly increase by a lot. As time passed, the impact of the chaotic intent became more obvious. Gradually, Chenzong couldn't take it anymore and could only stand up and leave. It was a pity that he didn't manage to comprehend the true intent of swift wind. He only managed to grasp the surface of it. I have to enter again to truly comprehend it, Chenzong thought to himself. Fortunately, he had enough merits in his sect. After a day, Chenzong entered the realm of enlightenment again and continued to comprehend the true intent of swift wind. As he wished, he managed to grasp the true intent of swift wind. However, he couldn't continue and could only leave. There were 4 lesser true intents in the true intent of wind. They were the true intent of swift wind, the true intent of wind advantage, the true intent of storm, and the true intent of wind harmony. Swift referred to speed. The speed of the wind was very fast. Sharp referred to the sharpness of the wind. There was an ancient saying that described the sharpness of the wind. Violent referred to the raging wind, destroying everything in its path. Gentle referred to the gentle breeze, silently seeping into all things. After comprehending the true intent of swift wind, Chenzong entered the martial arts demonstration realm to deepen his comprehension of the true intent of swift wind. With his superb sword skills and vigorous foundation, he used the true intent of swift wind as the foundation to create his own sword moves. This move wasn't for battle. It was for comprehending the true intent of swift wind to strengthen his own accumulation and foundation. Every day, Chenzong entered the realm of enlightenment again and again to comprehend the true intent of wind advantage. Only after he grasped the true intent of wind advantage would he enter the martial arts demonstration realm and use the true intent of wind advantage as the foundation to create his own sword moves. In the blink of an eye, another month had passed. Chenzong had finally comprehended and grasped the 4 lesser true intents of the true intent of wind. He had also thoroughly comprehended the 4 lesser true intents in the martial arts demonstration realm and created his own sword moves. Comprehending 4 lesser true intents in a month and using them to create his own sword moves. It was shocking to say that it was too fast. However, the amount of effort required was unimaginable. Not to mention the time and effort that Chenzong had put in, just the amount of contribution points required by the sect was frightening. On average, it was 3,000 contribution points a day. In a month, it was 90,000 contribution points. If it wasn't for Chenzong obtaining first place in the sect grand competition and receiving a large amount of contribution points as a reward from the sect, he wouldn't have been able to consume so much. I feel that the burden on my mental energy is about to reach its limit. Chenzong thought to himself. But reaching the limit didn't mean that he had truly reached it. He could still continue to comprehend the lesser true intents. It was just that he didn't know how many more he could grasp. It might be one, or it might be two. No matter what, Chenzong had already made his decision. As long as the lesser true intents he grasped reached the limit, he would attempt to break through. Fangxingchen has been defeated. The first sentence from the Lord of the Blue Feather Mountain stunned Chenzong. Only then did he react. Fangxingchen, who had inherited the sex fate energy and embarked on the path of invincibility, had been defeated. He was first surprised, then relieved. Fangxingchen was indeed very strong and was undoubtedly an expert of the third level. However, he was not truly invincible. After all, he had been defeated by Fangxingchen's sword. Only one person who inherited the sex fate energy and embarked on the path of invincibility would be able to emerge victorious. The rest would all be defeated. Once defeated, a portion of the sex fate energy would be swallowed up by the other party. The impact on the entire sect was very obvious. Of course, as long as the foundation was not damaged, the fate energy that was swallowed up would gradually return with the passage of time. However, that 10% would take at least 10 years to return. Previously, the person who inherited the sex fate energy and embarked on the path of invincibility was also defeated. This time around, the fate energy that has yet to fully recover will be damaged once again. The impact on the sect will slowly increase. The Lord of the Blue Feather Mountain sighed heavily. No matter how the sects were divided or how they competed, it was ultimately for the prosperity of the Taiyuan Heaven sect. May I know why Master has called me here? Chenzong's feelings for the Taiyuan Heaven sect were far from the Lord of the Blue Feather Mountain. Naturally, he was not as emotional as the Lord of the Blue Feather Mountain. He was only curious about the purpose of the Lord of the Blue Feather Mountain. We all agreed that you are the best candidate to inherit the sex fate energy and embark on the path of invincibility. However, in the end, Emperor Gu Yuandi chose Fangxingchen. The Lord of the Blue Feather Mountain restrained his emotions and said unhurriedly, this time, Fangxingchen's defeat also proved that their choice was wrong. Therefore, after the hard work of the other mountain lords and I, we've decided that you will once again inherit the sex fate energy and embark on the path of invincibility. The Lord of the Blue Feather Mountain's eyes were as bright as the sun, carrying heavy responsibility and hope. However, this time around, you must win at least 2 rounds. If you lose, you will lose another 10% of your fate energy and will need at least 30 years to fully return. The impact will be great. The truth was not as simple as what the Lord of the Blue Feather Mountain had said. With Fangxingchen's defeat, a portion of the sect decided to stop and not participate in the fight for the path to invincibility. After all, if they were to lose another 10% of their destiny, the impact would be very serious. However, another part of them believed that they should take another gamble because there was still Chenzong in the sect, who was even more powerful than Fangxingchen. Perhaps he could help the sect seize back the 10% of destiny. Taking things into account, as long as Chenzong could defeat the two of them, even if he were to be defeated later on, he would be able to make up for the luck that Fangxingchen had lost after being defeated. However, no one dared to guarantee that they would be able to win 2 matches consecutively. Take Fangxingchen for example. His thoughts were beautiful, but reality was cruel. He had lost the first match. I'm not forcing you. I'm just telling you this. The choice is up to you, the Lord of Blue Feather Mountain said. He also knew that this would bring great pressure to Chenzong. Master, who defeated Fangxingchen? Chenzong was not in a hurry to answer. Instead, he asked a question of his own. Although Fangxingchen had been defeated by his sword, it was because he had attained a breakthrough and comprehended the great sword force. If he had not comprehended the great sword force, Chenzong reckoned that he would have been defeated by Fangxingchen in the end. For someone with such strength to be defeated in the first match, wouldn't that mean that the other people who had stepped onto the path to invincibility were extremely powerful? Actually, with Fangxingchen's strength, unless he encountered an opponent who was too strong, he wouldn't have been defeated in the first match. The Lord of Blue Feather Mountain said, do you know that in the Blue Waves continent, there are a total of 15 top forces, the 2 sacred grounds, the 8 heavenly sects, and the 5 emperor clans. Other than that, there are also a few hidden ancient forces. The 2 sacred grounds, the 8 heavenly sects, and the 5 emperor clans all have someone who has stepped onto the path to invincibility. As for the few hidden ancient forces, that might not be the case. This time, Fang Xingchen encountered the person who had inherited the destiny of the Canggu sacred ground, one of the 2 sacred grounds. After a battle, he was defeated. According to the news brought back by the Tao Protector, Fang Xingchen had given it his all and even displayed the celestial phenomenon. However, he was still defeated by the other party. It is estimated that the strength of the person who had inherited the great sword force is not inferior to yours. Chenzong had a solemn feeling. However, at the same time, there was also an indescribable feeling of agitation and excitement. Master, I'll go, Chenzong said solemnly. This was a rare opportunity. All right. A smile appeared on the Lord of Blue Feather Mountain's solemn face. Follow me. Standing up, the Lord of Blue Feather Mountain led Chenzong out of Blue Feather Mountain and headed for Jinyuan Mountain. Jinyuan Mountain was the leader of the 7 mountains of Primordial 7. The place that had inherited the destiny was also within Jinyuan Mountain. You're here. Seeing the Lord of Blue Feather Mountain and Chenzong, the Rainbow Fall Mountain's mountain lord spoke. You're here. The Lord of Blue Feather Mountain nodded. Numerous gazes landed on Chenzong, instantly causing Chenzong to feel an astonishing pressure. The lords of the 7 mountains were all present. There were also a few Heaven Realm elders present. Chenzong, since you're here, it means that you're going to inherit the sect's destiny and step onto the path to invincibility. You must remember that you can only win and not lose. A Heaven Realm elder from Jinyuan Mountain shouted sternly. His eyes were astonishingly cold, as if he wanted to pierce through Chenzong. Elder Fang, who can guarantee victory? The Rainbow Fall Mountain's mountain lord asked coldly, is it you or Fang Xingchen? The Rainbow Fall Mountain's mountain lord's question immediately caused the elder's expression to change. However, it was a fact that Fang Xingchen had been defeated. For a moment, he couldn't say anything. The reason why he was so harsh on Chenzong was because his surname was Fang and he came from the same clan as Fang Xingchen. From the start, he strongly supported Fang Xingchen to inherit the sect's destiny and step onto the path to invincibility. After Fang Xingchen's defeat, he also objected to letting Chenzong inherit the sect's destiny and step onto the path to invincibility. However, in the end, he couldn't win the argument. Hence, his attitude towards Chenzong wasn't very good. Chenzong, Xingchen has been defeated. Now, the sect's hopes are pinned on you. I don't expect you to win consecutively, but you must at least win the first 2 battles, the sect lord of Primordial 7 said. His voice wasn't cold at all. It even sounded a little gentle, but it also contained a kind of determination that left no room for doubt. Sect Lord, I'll do my best, Chenzong replied. Who could guarantee that he wouldn't be defeated? He could only say that he would do his best to defeat his opponent. Although this was what he said, Chenzong's heart was filled with an incomparably firm belief that he would win. It wasn't arrogance, but a kind of conviction. Under the lead of the sect lord of Primordial 7, everyone passed through a light gate and stepped into the belly of Mount Xinyuan. They came before a pitch-black gate. The pitch-black gate was tightly shut and looked extremely heavy. It gave Chenzong a feeling that the pitch-black gate was connected to the entire mountain. In fact, this was the truth. Due to some special means, when this gate was shut, it was as if the entire mountain was connected. In other words, without the correct method, it was impossible to open this gate. Even if a titled martial monarch expert used all his strength, it would be difficult for him to open it in one go. That would be equivalent to shaking Mount Xinyuan. A profound Sky Realm expert indeed had the ability to destroy a mountain. However, it depended on what kind of mountain it was. For a mountain like Mount Xinyuan, even a titled martial monarch expert wouldn't be able to destroy it in one go. The method to open this gate was in the hands of the 7 mountain lords. At least 4 of them were needed to open it. The pitch-black door opened, and Chenzong seemed to hear a roar. The roar was full of majesty and dominance, as if it came from the 9th heaven. It was earth-shattering and made all living things submit to it. Disciple, go on in. The Green Feather Mountain Lord said. Taking a deep breath, Chenzong took a step forward and stepped into the darkness. The figure that entered his sight immediately caused Chenzong to be extremely shocked. Its entire body was golden, and it emitted a dazzling light. Horns like a deer, head like a camel, eyes like a rabbit, neck like a snake, belly like a crocodile, scales like a fish, claws like an eagle, palms like a tiger, ears like a cow. Dragon, it was a golden dragon. The golden dragon was more than 15 meters long. It swam in the darkness as if it was soaring in the universe. Its body was strong and agile, and it was incomparable. Qianzong stared at the golden dragon, and the golden dragon looked at Qianzong at the same time. Suddenly, a golden light flashed in the golden dragon's eyes. A golden dragon's shadow separated from the golden dragon and rushed toward Qianzong. Unable to dodge, it circled 9 times above Qianzong's head and penetrated into Qianzong's body through the top of his head. At that moment, Qianzong felt as if something had happened to him, but he didn't feel anything. However, he was certain that the 5-meter-long golden dragon was the fate of the Taiyuan heaven sect. Fortune was an illusory power that existed between heaven and earth. It was difficult to feel and touch. When fortune reached a certain level, it could transform into a dragon. All the high-grade sects' fortune had reached the point of transforming into a dragon, but there was a difference in length. The longer the dragon, the more prosperous it was. The Taiyuan heaven sect's golden dragon of fortune was originally 70 meters long, but because of the 2 failures on the invincible path, it was now only 15 meters long. Of course, as time went by, the swallowed fortune would return little by little, and it would be completely restored in a few decades. As for the sect that had swallowed the fortune, the portion that had been swallowed would be slowly restored to its original extent as time went by. It could be said that the fortune wouldn't disappear, and the total amount wouldn't change. The only difference was whether the fortune had decreased or increased. Although there was a time limit for swallowing or losing the fortune of another sect, during this period, the increase in fortune would have a subtle impact on all aspects of the sect. It could often make the sect go further. It was precisely because of this that all the sects were so enthusiastic about it. Otherwise, if the fortune that had been swallowed was difficult to recover, the sect that had swallowed the fortune of others would continue to accumulate and become stronger and stronger, and eventually surpass the other forces. The moment Qianzong's fortune was added to his body, he understood many things that he didn't know before. Fortune, he murmured. Although Qianzong could feel the existence of the fortune in his body, he couldn't control it. The fortune didn't listen to his command at all, and it was dormant in his body. However, as long as Qianzong defeated someone who also carried the same fortune, the fortune would naturally appear and swallow 10% of the other's fortune to strengthen himself. Adjacent to the Taiyuan continent was the ultimate martial continent. The ultimate martial continent was governed by the ultimate martial sect. Like the Taiyuan heaven sect, it was one of the 8 great heavenly sects. Thousands of meters above the Taiyuan continent, a huge figure was flying forward at an astonishing speed, like an aurora. It was a giant bird with a wingspan of 30 meters and a dark golden body. The giant bird looked similar to an eagle, but its neck was longer and its head was 70% like an eagle's and 30% like a dragon's. Its beak was extremely sharp, as if it could pierce through all the hard things in the world. His pair of golden eyes were extremely cold and emotionless. Its long and narrow wings looked as sharp as a blade, easily cutting through the sky and increasing its speed to the extreme. However, its body, especially its abdomen, was very fat, as if it had eaten too much. It was as round as a balloon that had been blown to the extreme. A pair of claws curled under its fat body were covered with cuticles, full of amazing defensive power. The tips of the claws were extremely sharp, as if they could crush a mountain with a light scratch. There was not a single feather on the giant bird's body. It only had palm-sized dragon scales that covered its body, making it look even more majestic. This giant bird was called the Saint Yuan Heavenly Wings. It was the guardian spirit beast of the Taiyuan heaven sect. In terms of level, it was at level 11, corresponding to a profound heaven realm master. There were 2 people sitting on the back of the Saint Yuan Heavenly Wings. One was Qianzong, and the other was a middle-aged man in a black robe. His face was wooden, and his forehead was filled with wrinkles. He always had a bitter expression on his face, as if he was recalling something unpleasant. However, he was actually cultivating on his own. He didn't want to look like this. He didn't tell Qianzong his name, so Qianzong only knew that he was his protector. A cultivator of the Taiyuan Heaven sect had the strength of a profound Heaven intermediate stage cultivator. It was said that if he went all out, he could even compete with a profound Heaven advanced stage cultivator. The existence of this Tao protector was to protect Qinzong and prevent transcendent realm cultivators from threatening Qinzong. As for those below the transcendent realm, they were left to Qinzong to deal with. This time, Qinzong's destination was not the ultimate Martial continent, but the center of the Blue Waves continent. It was the largest continent among the 24 continents, and it was called the Middle Saint Continent. Within the Middle Saint Continent, there were many factions that surpassed the other 23 continents. There were even some hidden ancient factions. The path of invincibility that carried the fate of the sect was concentrated in the Middle Saint Continent. After all, Blue Waves Continent was so big. If one wanted to go to another place to challenge, one would need to spend a lot of time. If by chance the other party happened to leave and went to challenge someone else, then they would have to continue their journey. It was possible that this challenge would take several years. For a genius, a few years was of the utmost importance. Another point was that the Middle Saint Continent had a special significance. With Qinzong's speed, even if he didn't stop along the way, it would still take him more than a year to reach the Middle Saint Continent from the Taiyuan continent, but it was different with Xingyuan heavenly wings. A profound sky realm flying bird was often much faster than most profound sky realm cultivators of the same level. Therefore, it only took him half a month to reach the Middle Saint Continent and participate in the path of invincibility that had already begun. Along the way, the Tao protector didn't say a word, remaining silent like a mute. Facing him, Qinzong didn't know what to say, so he simply cultivated on the back of Xingyuan heavenly wings. In half a month's time, he would properly reorganize himself and adjust himself to his best condition. Thousands of meters up in the sky, they would often encounter layers of extreme breaking red thunder and bone-eroding astral wind, but these forces, which were extremely threatening to extreme mortal realm cultivators, were directly passed by Xingyuan heavenly wings without the slightest threat. Xingyuan heavenly wings also released a faint layer of defensive power, firmly protecting Qinzong from any external harm. After passing through mountains, rivers, and thick clouds, they finally reached the Middle Saint Continent. The Middle Saint Continent was the center of the Blue Waves Continent, and was the largest continent among the 24 continents. It was divided into many territories. Xingyuan heavenly wings finally landed in the land of dragon transformation. The land of dragon transformation was the Dragon Transformation Lake, where dragons gathered. The Dragon Transformation Lake was a vast and misty lake that stretched for thousands of miles. Light smoke surrounded the lake, and dragon roars could be heard from time to time. There were also dragon shadows that gathered and dispersed. There were many islands on the Dragon Transformation Lake, and they were all different in size. Some of the islands were famous, and some were barren. Sweeping up violent winds that blew in all directions, covering a radius of 10,000 meters, Xingyuan heavenly wings finally landed on the edge of an island. What a big flying demonic beast! That's Xingyuan heavenly wings, the guardian spirit beast of the Taiyuan heavenly sect. Why are the people of the Taiyuan heavenly sect here again? Didn't Fang Xingchen already lose? For a moment, the people on the island who saw the Xingyuan heavenly wings were shocked and confused. Everyone knew that Fang Xingchen carried the fate of the sect and competed with the other sect's bearers. Everyone knew that he was defeated, and everyone knew that his path of invincibility had come to an end. Now that the Taiyuan heavenly sect had sent someone over on the Xingyuan heavenly wings, the significance was extraordinary. After all, the Xingyuan heavenly wings was the guardian spirit beast of the sect, and it wouldn't be mobilized unless there was a major event. Amidst the discussions and guesses, Qinzong entered the Taiyuan island. There were camps on the Dragon Transformation Lake that belonged to the 2 sacred grounds, the 8 great heavenly sects, and the 5 emperor clans. Other than that, there were a few other camps for the disciples of the other sect who wanted to participate in the path of invincibility. On the Taiyuan island, there were hills and forests. The terrain was complicated, and the scenery was unique. The Taiyuan Pavilion was located on a small hill that was a few hundred meters tall. It faced the inner part of the island, and its back was against the Dragon Transformation Lake. At a glance, the lake water was surging, and the mist was vast. It was like a fairyland, and it made people feel relaxed. Around the small hill was a small forest, and a flight of stairs covered with moss extended from the bottom of the hill to the entrance of the Taiyuan Pavilion. The moment Chenzong stepped into Taiyuan Pavilion, the entire Taiyuan Pavilion, including the small mountain that was a few hundred meters tall, shook. Immediately after, a ray of light rose up. The wind and clouds above Taiyuan Island changed, attracting even more attention. Suddenly, a dragon's roar resounded. Dragon's roar. That person is indeed the one who replaced Fang Xingchen. Other than Fang Xingchen, is there another person in the Taiyuan Heavenly Sect who is qualified? Is the Taiyuan Heavenly Sect crazy? They have already lost, and they still want to continue. Aren't they afraid of losing more of the sect's fate? You're finally here. In the Ultimate Martial Tower on the Ultimate Martial Island, Bai Prism Jing stood at the window with his hands behind his back, looking in the direction of the Taiyuan Pavilion. He could vaguely see that the wind and clouds above the Taiyuan Island seemed to condense into the shape of a dragon. The Taiyuan Heavenly Sect is unwilling to admit defeat. Interesting. On the Eternal Island, a half-naked and incomparably majestic figure stopped moving his arms and raised his head to look in the direction of Great Yuan Pavilion. His eyes emitted a light comparable to the scorching sun, and the corners of his mouth curled up into a lofty smile. The two sacred grounds were the Tsangu Sacred Ground and the Tianlan Sacred Ground. The 8 heavenly sects were the Taiyuan Heavenly Sect, the Ultimate Martial Heavenly Sect, the Great Sun Heavenly Sect, the Eternal Heaven Sect, the Mingyue Heavenly Sect, the Proud Sword Heavenly Sect, the Zuanzhengshan Sect, and the 9 Stars Heavenly Sect. The 5 emperor clans were the Zi clan, the Qing clan, the Lan clan, the Bai clan, and the Qi clan. The 15 top forces all had their own fixed bases. In addition, there were 3 disciples from the top sect that were close to the top forces that carried their sect's fate. They were stationed on the Chowing Island, the White Shadow Island, and the Jingxiao Island. At this moment, the people who were still cultivating in the pavilion heard the majestic dragon's roar. They were all shocked, and when they looked over, they all had different reactions. Some did not take it seriously, while others frowned. Chenzong did not know that there would be such a change after he stepped into the Taiyuan Pavilion. It was as if he was announcing his arrival to the others, and it was a provocation. However, so be it. Other than himself, anyone could become his opponent. In the Jingxiao Tower, a figure flew out of the Jingxiao Island at an astonishing speed and headed towards the Taiyuan Island. Then, another figure flew out of the Chowing Tower. He saw that the figure that came out of the Jingxiao Island was already far away, and he stopped in his tracks. He got there first. The young man who came out of the Chowing Tower frowned. Forget it. So be it. What if that person is very strong? The people on the Chowing Island were disciples from the Dragon Sound Heavenly Sect, one of the top forces in the Middle Saint Continent. They carried the fate of the Dragon Sound Heavenly Sect. The people on the Jingxiao Island were disciples from the Startling Rainbow Heavenly Sect, one of the top forces in the Middle Saint Continent. As for the people on the White Shadow Island, they were disciples from the God Shadow Heavenly Sect, one of the top forces in the Middle Saint Continent. The 3 of them had defeated many strong opponents and entered the Chowing Island, the Jingxiao Island, and the White Shadow Island. The 3 of them had only arrived a little earlier than Chenzong. Therefore, they had not fought with others yet. Facing the disciples from the top 15 forces, it was impossible to say that they did not feel pressured. The 3 forces that they came from could only be considered as the top forces in the Middle Saint Continent. They could not be compared to the top 15 forces. This could be seen from their names alone. Heavenly Sect, each sect represented a lower level. However, with the word heavenly in their names, it highlighted that these 3 forces were stronger than the other forces. When they arrived, Fang Xingchen had already been defeated and left. They all knew about this. They thought that the Taiyuan Heavenly Sect would withdraw from the battle for the Invincible Road. They could not help but heave a sigh of relief. They finally had one less strong competitor. They did not expect another person to come. However, after thinking about it, Fang Xingchen was definitely the strongest. The person who came now should not be as strong as Fang Xingchen. However, the Taiyuan Heavenly Sect was not willing to accept such a defeat. Therefore, they sent this person to win 2 or 3 matches and take back the fate that they had lost. It had to be said that this was a risky gamble. If they succeeded, they would take back the fate that they had lost and would not be affected. However, if they failed, they would lose another 10% of their fate. Since this person was not as strong as Fang Xingchen, he might not be a match for them. People of the Taiyuan Heaven sect, do you dare to fight me? People of the Taiyuan Heaven sect, do you dare to fight me? People of the Taiyuan Heaven sect, do you dare to fight me? The voice was like thunder, resounding through the 9 heavens. It was like a storm raging above the dragon transformation lake, creating layers of ripples and echoes. Someone is going to challenge us. Let's go and have a look. He calls himself Xiao. He should be Xiao Jingxiao from the startling Rainbow Heaven sect. For a moment, many people moved. Some stood on the peak of the island, some stood on the edge of the island, and some even took wooden boats to get closer to watch the battle. The land of dragon transformation was the Dragon Transformation Lake. There were many Dragon Transformation Islands in the Dragon Transformation Lake. There were many islands, but they did not prohibit others from entering. Usually, many people stayed on the larger islands, and gradually, many warriors gathered there. Usually, there were also some people with lower cultivation who fished in the Dragon Transformation Lake for a living. It would be a pity if they did not watch the Dragon Transformation battle of such a genius. I wonder if the person from the Taiyuan Heaven sect will accept the challenge? There was a rule in this battle. Everyone had one chance to refuse the challenge of others. After refusing, no one could issue another challenge for 10 days. However, after that, they had to take the initiative to challenge others, or they could no longer refuse the challenge of others. In many people's eyes, the person from the Taiyuan Heaven sect had just arrived and probably did not understand the situation here. He would most likely refuse the challenge. Refuse the challenge? Bai Prism Jing smiled and shook his head slightly. Let's see how good this newcomer is. On the highest peak of the Great Sun Island, a young man wearing a golden robe was gazing into the distance. His eyes seemed to contain 2 blazing suns, emitting an incomparably strong light, allowing him to see everything in the distance clearly. On the Chaoying Island, Kong Jingming, a disciple of the Dragon Sound Heavenly Sect, also came to the edge of a nearby island and stared ahead. So, would Qinzong accept the challenge? Hearing the challenge, Qinzong was slightly startled, and then he smiled. Indeed, it was their first time here, so they didn't know what was going on here. According to Qinzong's style of doing things, he would usually get to know the situation first before making any arrangements. However, since someone had come to challenge him, Qinzong wouldn't refuse. Taking a step forward, Qinzong walked out of Taiyuan Pavilion. His eyes met with Xiao Jingxiao's. Do you dare to fight with me? When Xiao Jingxiao saw Qinzong, he spoke once more. His voice was like a sudden clap of thunder, and it swept up a gust of wind, causing the grass and trees on the island to sway endlessly. Why not? Qinzong's answer made many people's eyes widen. Immediately, a wave of excitement surged from their hearts like a tidal wave. They were really going to fight. If they fought, they would be able to witness an exciting scene. The outcome of this battle has already been decided, Bai Prism Jing muttered to himself, his voice drifting in the wind. If a person who had grasped the grand momentum of the sword could not defeat Xiao Jingxiao, then the grand momentum of the sword would be too insignificant. Although Bai Prism Jing knew the result, he still wanted to see if Qinzong's strength had improved after a month and a half. Step. Step. Take this. Xiao Jingxiao rushed to the front of Taiyuan Island. Boom. Countless white waves rushed up to the sky, dragging Xiao Jingxiao's body up to 100 meters in the air. Xiao Jingxiao's shout was like a sudden clap of thunder. Immediately, Xiao Jingxiao's body was 100 meters in the air. His right hand grasped the hilt of the saber at his waist. His long saber was unsheathed and turned into a red rainbow, striking down like a thunderbolt. It was incomparably fast. The moment the long saber was unsheathed, the red rainbow was already in front of Qinzong with an amazing sharpness, as if it was going to split him and Taiyuan Pavilion behind him. This saber was just a test. After all, he didn't know the depth of Qinzong's strength. However, this saber was also a powerful saber. It belonged to the lower-grade pseudo-linguo, which was enough to severely injure or even kill a second-level expert. The startling Rainbow Heavenly Sect's red rainbow technique was comprehended by a senior expert who observed the rainbow. When cultivating, one needs to collect the chi of the red rainbow and cultivate it into one's body. When one reaches the great success level, the red rainbow technique will fill the sky. Not only is the speed amazing, but it also has extraordinary power. Someone spoke with assurance, as if he knew the technique very well. Looking at Xianxia's attack, I know that he has already cultivated the red rainbow technique to the extreme. The sword light flashed, tearing the sky in front of him. The moment it collided with the red rainbow, it paused for a moment and then cut the red rainbow in half. This was also a lower-grade pseudo-lingwu, which was created by Qianzong not long ago. It was a lower-grade pseudo-lingwu that was based on the true meaning of wind. At the same time he counterattacked with his sword, he became one with his sword and charged towards Xianxia, welcoming the crimson red. The sword that returned to its original state was magnified in Xianxia's eyes, filling the world in front of him. Xianxia suddenly felt a sense of horror. There was no time to think, and he couldn't think too much. The saber slashed through the air, turning into a red saber light that covered dozens of meters in front of him. The terrifying red saber chi crisscrossed and crazily twisted. Even a steel mountain would be twisted into pieces. As for Qianzong, he was currently surrounded. Kong Jingming's face was solemn. To some extent, Xianxia was his old rival. He was very clear about his opponent's strength. He had also personally experienced the horror of this saber. Being in the middle of it was like being cut into pieces. If he was careless, he would be injured. If he was slightly weaker, he would end up being dismembered. He didn't know how strong this Taiyuan heavenly sect disciple was. Would he be able to block the saber? Suddenly, a blinding light lit up, slashing from one end to the other. It was as if the ball was being cut open from the inside, breaking all the red saber chi. It turned into a crescent moon that tore through the sky and attacked Xianxia. Xianxia was shocked. He had never expected that his move would be broken so easily. Crimson Rainbow Technique? Crimson Rainbow Extreme. Without any hesitation, Xianxia performed his most powerful move. The saber shook and his body moved. It was as if a gust of strong wind blew out from his body. Red light gushed out, and he seemed to have turned into a red rainbow. His body and saber became one, connecting the heavens and the earth. The lake water several thousand meters below him was illuminated in a red color, and multicolored light filled the sky. Kill. Qianzong felt the aura of 5 lesser true meanings in this saber. However, these 5 lesser true meanings did not belong to the same true meaning. The strength of this saber was very close to that of Fangxingchen, who had not performed the celestial aspect. It was indeed very strong, however, even Fangxingchen was not a match for him, let alone Xianxia, who was weaker than Fangxingchen. Qianzong was sure that once Fangxingchen performed the celestial aspect, the Starlight Giant would be able to defeat Xianxia with a single punch, or even severely injure him. However, Fangxingchen, who had such strength, was defeated by someone else. Qianzong was more interested in this person. Xianxia could be used as a warm-up. Thinking of this, Qianzong waved his hand, and his long sword slashed through the air. A jade-white sword light, which was as wide as a finger but was extremely thin, shot out in a straight line, as if it was going to cut open the sky. Edge of blue jade, it was also an ultimate move that incorporated 5 lesser true meanings. However, the power of Edge of blue jade surpassed that of Crimson Rainbow Extreme. This was because the 5 lesser true meanings incorporated into Edge of blue jade belonged to the sword true meaning. However, the 5 lesser true meanings in Crimson Rainbow Extreme came from 2 different true meanings. The jade-white sword light came into contact with the red rainbow that filled the sky. Without a sound, it only paused for a moment before the red rainbow was cut open, as if it was a piece of cloth. Xianxia's eyes widened, and his face was filled with astonishment. Kong Jingming's mouth was also agape. He was very clear about the power of Crimson Rainbow Extreme. If it were him, he would have to use all his strength to defend against it. However, this person actually managed to cut it open with a single sword. Could it be that this person's strength was not weaker than Fangxingchen's? Thinking of this, Kong Jingming's heart involuntarily skipped a beat. He felt a little fortunate that Xianxia had taken the initiative. Otherwise, the one fighting with this person would probably be him. The sword cut open the red rainbow, and like a hot knife through butter, it shot towards Xianxia. Its momentum was unavoidable, and its edge was unstoppable. Xianxia waved his long sword in front of him, wanting to block Qinzong's sword attack. At the moment of contact, a terrifying force passed through the longsword and blasted into his body. The tyrannical void sword force and the 5 lesser true meanings of the sword true meaning wreaked havoc. Qinzong waved his sword, and the sword light was like an explosion of silver liquid. As it spread out, it engulfed Xianxia. When the sword light dissipated, Qinzong's sword was pressed against Xianxia's forehead. It had already broken through all defenses. With just a slight force, the sword would be able to pierce through Xianxia's forehead, penetrating his brain and killing him. Xianxia's eyes widened, and his mouth opened. Shortly after, he realized something, and the light in his eyes dimmed. "I've won this battle." Qinzong stared into Xianxia's eyes. Every word of his carried an astonishingly sharp aura. It was like a sharp sword piercing through the air, causing Xianxia's heart to involuntarily skip a beat. "I've lost," Xianxia said with difficulty, feeling extremely dejected. He came here full of ambition and took the initiative to challenge Qinzong, but in the end, he was defeated. This feeling was very uncomfortable. Following that, something that made him feel even worse happened. A dragon's roar sounded from Qinzong's body. It was clear and melodious, and it reverberated through the heavens and earth. Immediately, a golden dragon of luck that was more than 15 meters long left his body and soared into the sky, circling a few times above Qinzong's head. Golden dragon of luck. It's only 15 meters long. I remember that it was more than 15 meters long before. Fang Xingchen lost the battle, and 10% of his golden dragon of luck was swallowed. Of course, it's only 15 meters long. At this moment, a dragon's roar also sounded from Xianxia's body, but it was weaker. A golden dragon of luck that was more than 15 meters long soared into the sky and circled above Xianxia's head. When the golden dragon of luck on Xianxia's body appeared, the golden dragon of luck on Qinzong's body seemed to have discovered an unparalleled delicacy. It suddenly pounced, opened its mouth, and fiercely bit Xianxia's body. The golden dragon of luck on Xianxia's body let out a sorrowful cry, and its body shrank in an instant, becoming less than 40 meters long. On the contrary, the golden dragon of luck that flew out from Qinzong's body let out a series of joyful cries. Its body stretched and expanded, reaching a length of 16 meters. However, it was still not enough to compensate for Fang Xingchen's loss. After all, 10% of the golden dragon of luck was different from 10% of the golden dragon of luck that was 40 meters long. That's right, it's the 5th update. I didn't see wrongly. The 6 Paths of Eternity has really released the 5th update. What are you waiting for? Let's start with the monthly votes. The golden dragon of luck has increased. Qinzong has won the first battle. Instantly, the upper echelons of the sect smiled. In the previous batch, the person who had stepped onto the path of invincibility had been defeated, and the sect had lost 10% of its destiny. Before it could fully return, Fang Xingchen had been defeated, and they had lost another 10% of their destiny. If Qinzong were to be defeated as well, the impact would be even worse. Now that Qinzong had won the first battle, everyone could finally heave a sigh of relief. Logically speaking, Qinzong has won and obtained 10% of the other sect's luck. The golden dragon of luck should be more than 6 feet long. Why is it only 6 feet long? Elder Fang from Jinyuan Mountain suddenly asked in a doubtful tone. From what I know, not only are there people from the 2 sacred grounds, the 8 heaven sects, and the 5 emperor clans participating in the Dragon Transformation Lake battle, but there are also people from the 3 top forces of the Middle Saint Continent. The person Qinzong defeated in the first battle might be one of the disciples from the 3 forces of the Middle Saint Continent. Hearing this, everyone thought for a while and felt that this was the case. But no matter what, Qinzong had won the first battle and won back some karmic luck for the sect. If he could win another battle, he would be able to make up for the lost karmic luck and even have some surplus. Send a message to Qinzong and ask him to take the initiative to challenge the other 2 disciples from the 3 forces of the Middle Saint Continent. Defeat them and take their luck, the Taiyuan sect master immediately said. Pick the soft persimmon. The Green Feather Mountain master secretly smiled. It was impossible for Qinzong to take the initiative to challenge someone weaker than him. After winning the battle, the golden dragon of luck increased from 5 feet to 6 feet. Chenzong immediately felt that the golden dragon of luck's influence on him seemed to have become more obvious. After this victory, Chenzong's reputation spread out. A secret disciple of the Taiyuan heavenly sect who had gone out for training took the initiative to visit the island. This person was a secret disciple of the Rainbow Fall Mountain. His surname was Qin and his name was Zhen. He had long since received news that Chenzong had defeated Fang Xingchen in the sect's grand competition. Initially, he had thought that it would be Chenzong who would come bearing the sect's fate. He had not expected that it would be Fang Xingchen. What was even more unexpected was that Fang Xingchen would be defeated in the first battle and replaced by Chenzong. After Fang Xingchen won the first battle, Qin Zhen took the initiative to come knocking on his door. In terms of status, Qin Zhen was undoubtedly above Chenzong. However, Chenzong's talent and potential were undoubtedly above his. It was only a matter of time before Chenzong became a transcendent. Who knows, Chenzong might even surpass Qin Zhen in the future. Naturally, Qin Zhen wanted to befriend Chenzong as soon as possible. Qin Zhen took the initiative to visit, and he was also a senior brother from the same sect. Chenzong was naturally happy to make friends with him. Through Qin Zhen, Chenzong had a better understanding of the situation here. 2 holy lands, one of the 8 heavenly sects, 5 thearchs clans, 3 great powers of the Middle Saint Continent. In total, there were a total of 18 people who had inherited the sect's fate and stepped onto the path of invincibility to compete in the land of dragon transformation. Currently, the disciples of the Endless Sky Holy Ground, the Proud Sword Heavenly Sect, the Bai clan, and the Qin clan had yet to arrive. Those who had already been defeated were the disciples of the Taiyuan Heavenly Sect, the 9 Stars Heavenly Sect, and the Profound Righteousness Heavenly Sect. Now, there was also a disciple of the Startling Rainbow Heavenly Sect. However, Fang Xingchen of the Taiyuan Heavenly Sect had been defeated, and Chenzong had replaced him. Among them, Fang Xingchen of the Taiyuan Heavenly Sect had been defeated by a disciple of the Canggu Holy Ground. This person was known as the Canggu Holy Sun. Not only had he defeated Fang Xingchen, he had also defeated a disciple of the Profound Righteousness Heavenly Sect, seizing 10% of the fate of both sections. As for the disciples of the 9 Stars Heavenly Sect, they had been defeated by the disciples of the Eternal Heaven Sect. The disciples of the Great Sun Heavenly Sect and the Bright Moon Heavenly Sect had fought to a draw. Only they themselves knew whether their strength was the same or whether they had hidden their strength and did not intend to decide the victor so early. Not long after, he received a message from the sect. The content of the message stunned Chenzong, but he soon smiled. It was nothing more than for him to take the initiative to challenge the other 2 of the 3 major forces of the Middle Saint Continent and defeat them to seize their fate. However, just as his master, the Blue Feather Mountain Lord, had expected, Chenzong would not take the initiative to challenge someone weaker than him. However, not challenging the disciples of the Dragon Sound Heavenly Sect and the God Shadow Heavenly Sect did not mean that Chenzong could not challenge others, such as the disciples of the 5 Emperors' clans, the 8 Heavenly Sects, and the 2 Holy Grounds. Walking out of the Great Yuan Pavilion and Great Yuan Island, Chenzong walked on the waves and headed to a large island more than 10 li away. This island was called the Hidden Dragon Island, and it was one of the largest islands on the Dragon Transformation Lake. It was also one of the largest gathering places. There were restaurants and inns built on this island. Chenzong walked to the nearest restaurant and sat down by the window, ordering a table of delicious dishes. "Sir, this is our store's precious dragon blood braised wine. We have specially prepared it for you." The waiter of the restaurant brought over a small jar made of red jade. It looked very exquisite and beautiful, like a master-level work of art. It made people unable to put it down. The jar was not big, and it could only hold about half a caddy of wine. When the waiter said the name of the wine, Chenzong heard gasps from all around. Many people stared at the exquisite jar with their eyes wide open, as if they wanted to swallow it whole. Chenzong knew that this so-called dragon blood braised wine was extraordinary. However, he did not order this wine called dragon blood braised wine. "Sir, you are the dragon son of the Great Yuan Heavenly Sect. You have graced our restaurant with your presence. This dragon blood braised wine is for you." The waiter smiled. His words and manner of speech did not seem like something an ordinary waiter would have. "Many thanks. Since that was the case, Chenzong did not stand on ceremony and accepted it. "Sir, please enjoy your meal." The waiter bowed and left. Chenzong opened the cork. Immediately, a strong wine aroma spread out from the mouth of the bottle along with a faint red mist. Chenzong immediately felt his qi and blood circulate faster. He poured a cup for himself and put the cork back. The wine in the white jade cup was a kind of amber red. It was a flawless red, so red that it was intoxicating. Under the gaze of others in the restaurant, Chenzong picked up the cup and took a sip. The moment the amber red wine entered his mouth, it seemed to explode. It was incomparably hot, as if what entered his mouth was not wine, but magma. However, it did not damage his mouth. The unique feeling was intoxicating. It was as if magma flowed into his body. His whole body heated up, and his qi and blood circulated faster. He could vaguely hear the roar of thunder, and also the roar of a dragon. After a small sip, his whole body felt hot, but it was not uncomfortable. Gradually, the heat subsided, leaving behind a burst of warmth. Good wine. Chenzong could not help but sigh. Suddenly, a dragon's roar resounded through the sky. Chenzong turned his head and looked out of the window. He saw the shadow of a dragon circling above an island in the distance. Someone else is coming. That's the Proud Sword Island. The newcomers are disciples of the Proud Sword Heavenly Sect. Proud Sword Heavenly Sect. Chenzong's eyes narrowed. Among the 8 heavenly sects, the Proud Sword Heavenly Sect was a sword sect. Among each sect, there were inheritances related to the sword, but the Proud Sword Heavenly Sect was the purest. Chenzong's best choice was actually the Proud Sword Heavenly Sect. Unfortunately, the Proud Sword continent was too far away. At his speed, it would take him a year to reach there without stopping, and this was under the condition that he did not encounter any danger along the way. The Taiyuan Heavenly Sect, which was the closest, was undoubtedly the best choice. However, Chenzong did not regret joining the Taiyuan Heavenly Sect. The dragon's roar quieted down, and Chenzong also withdrew his gaze. However, the discussion in the restaurant became even more heated. At this time, a figure walked up the stairs. When his eyes swept across, it was as if there was thunder, causing people to involuntarily feel numb. Chenzong also felt the pressure of this invisible gaze. When he looked up, he suddenly felt that the eyes were as blazing as the sun and as domineering as lightning. After the newcomer's gaze swept over, he strode over, bringing a strong gust of wind with him. He stopped at a table by the window next to Chenzong. "I want this place." The newcomer's tone was domineering and unquestionable, as if he was a god looking down from above. His eyes carried a trace of coldness as he stared at the 2 people at the table. For a moment, the restaurant was as silent as cicadas in winter. They all recognized the newcomer's identity. His long hair was draped over his shoulders, and between his eyebrows was a crystal-like purple prismatic imprint. The imprint seemed to be condensing a golden lightning bolt. He was wearing a purple robe with golden lightning imprints on it. This robe was very wide, and the collar was wide open. One could clearly see this person's strong bronze chest, and a pair of large hands were hidden in the wide sleeves. He was wild, domineering, and arrogant. "Yes, yes, yes." The 2 people quickly got up, nodding and bowing. "It's the saint's honor that this table has caught your eye." The other person kept flattering him, and even cleaned up the things on the table. His movements were so nimble that they could be compared to the old waiters in the restaurant. In less than 10 breaths of time, all the food and wine on the table had been cleaned. Even the table had been wiped clean and shiny, spotless. In this place, there was only one person who could be called the saint. The saint of Tsanggu. Chenzong could not help but take another look at the person who had defeated Fang Xingchen. There was no need to call, and the waiters of the restaurant quickly served the dishes. They even gave away a bottle of dragon blood roast, which weighed about half a kilogram. Immediately, many people's gazes fell on Chenzong. Chenzong had been gifted half a caddy, while this person had been gifted half a caddy. There was an obvious difference in treatment, but Chenzong's temperament was not one to argue over such things, so he did not mind. The newcomer also noticed the red jade bottle on Chenzong's table, and a cold smile appeared on his lips. Then, his gaze fell on Chenzong's face, and it was as if 2 bolts of lightning were surging. "You're from the Taiyuan Heaven Sect." Fang Xingchen has just been defeated, and you're already here. The saint of Tsungu's lips curled into a playful smile, but his tone was very domineering. Are you planning to take back the fortune for the Taiyuan Heaven sect? Sooner or later, Chenzong replied unhurriedly. Ha 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 ha. He laughed loudly, and it was as if 10,000 thunderbolts were rumbling in the restaurant, causing everyone to feel dizzy. I'll wait for you. But if you don't have a 70-foot golden dragon of fortune, you don't have the right to make me attack. I hope you won't disappoint me when the time comes. Chenzong smiled faintly. End of chapter 664. Don't forget to subscribe, like, and share the video to support the channel.